Chapter 481. Watching Shinkei and Wu Yu happily return to the Jiang family, Xiangbai looked incredible. Xiangbai, they reconciled so quickly. Yesterday Shinkei looked like he was going to kill someone. Jian Suiyu, I've already said it, they can't be separated. As long as Shinkei gets her, he will recognize her for life. No matter how angry he is, as long as Wu Yu is willing to coax him, and can feel Wu Yu's complete love for him, there will be nothing he can't get over. What's more, Wu Yu returning to her own team to play a friendly match is not a big deal. It's not like you haven't seen his true face in the Bandits. Even if Wu Yu doesn't love him anymore, Wu Yu has given him complete love and selfless dedication, and he will hold on to Wu Yu tightly. Wu Yu's meaning to Shinkei is no longer just a lover or wife, but also a relative, soulmate, and spiritual sustenance. Feng Pai's obsession is not just a casual talk. He is just lucky and patient. He can pretend to be in love with each other. Before he reaches the stage of forced love, Wu Yu softens her heart. To put it bluntly, there are 100 steps between these two people, and Wu Yu has never let Shinkei take the 100th step. Shinkei took a step towards her, and she also took a step forward. They were running towards each other, having a secret crush on each other, redeeming each other, and nurturing each other. Adding the first love by Yu Guang, all the buffs were stacked up, and the relationship between these two people was thicker than the world boss. Xiangbai thought, if you say so, he and Chuanyao are the same. Xiangbai, since the whole alliance started to explode SSS plus weapons, Qian's visitors have never stopped. All of them want to come to Wu Yue. I said Wu Yue was on her honeymoon and blocked them. Jian Suiyu, the Jiang family has more visitors than Qian. Wu Yu must come forward this time to establish her external personality. Otherwise, those who didn't get a share of the S4 will be panicked, fearing that the savior will settle accounts later. She also wants to make those who want to follow her give up completely. Xiangbai, so what personality will she use this time? Jian Suiyu shrugged, no one can guess. Arriving at the Jiang family headquarters, Shinkei saw several shuttles from different places landed at the Jiang family airport before the plane landed. There was a constant stream of people coming and going. Jiang Mubai, I will block the people in front of me, and someone will escort you from the back. Wu Yu, do you have to be so exaggerated? Shinkei, what's wrong with these people? Jiang Mubai, in the past 2 days, the Jiang family's door has been trampled flat. They all came to find Wu Yu. The military and the secretariat have joined forces. The source of the SSS and weapons is naturally well known. The savior gave out rewards, and everyone wanted to get a piece of the pie. Those weak families also wanted to lean on the Jiang family at this time. They all wanted to meet Wu Yu in person. There were already families with about 1,000 children, and now there were more who wanted to improve their mental strength to get SSS and weapons. Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously, and looked at a handsome man with white hair and green eyes, who came down from the shuttle that had just landed. Jiang Mubai poked his head out. Here comes another one, but I have to say, brother-in-law, they really can't compare to you in appearance. You have to have confidence in yourself. Shinkei glanced at Jiang Mubai, his eyes full of murderous intent. Jiang Mubai smiled provocatively. This is the Jiang family. He is not fake. Shinkei turned to look at Wu Yu. Wu Yu blinked. Shinkei was so angry that he held Wu Yu's hand and pinched the cartilage on her hand. Wu Yu held his arm. Why are you angry again? Shinkei looked down at Wu Yu, and the tattoo with his name on his clothes just happened to be against his arm. He softened his expression. So you have to come out this time to make them quiet down. Wu Yu nodded, not only to make them quiet down, but also to make them understand thoroughly that every weapon has been in the hands of the right person. Jiang Mubai, all the newcomers from the military will participate in this individual competition. The entire alliance will no longer be dormant, but will fully demonstrate its strong strength and list the most realistic individual comprehensive combat power rankings of the entire alliance. And the final award presenter is Mei Bao. Brother-in-law, you must perform well. There may be a mysterious big shot from the military competing with you. You don't want the first place to fall into the hands of others, do you? Shinquili ignored Jiang Mubai, what a wicked guy, and was trying to point a finger at him. The shuttle landed, and Jiang Mubai left first, taking all the visitors away with ease. Wu Yu and Shinkei were led into the inner hall. Jiang Ling and Jiang Li were busy lately, so they exchanged a few pleasantries with the two ladies and returned to Wu Yu's residence. The whole villa was Wu Yu's alone. She laid down on the sofa in the living room and began to rub her waist. She was exhausted these 2 days. Shinkei was really hard-working. Shinkei sat behind her and took over her work, letting Wu Yu lean on him. Shinkei, how are you going to play this friendly match? Wu Yu, I won't tell you, we are rivals now. Shinkei pressed his lips. Tell me, then I can cooperate with you. Wu Yu, although it is a friendly match, competition comes first and friendship comes second. Don't give in, otherwise I will dump you immediately. Shinkei immediately hugged Wu Yu in front of him, buried his head, and bit her neck. Wu Yu hugged Shinkei's neck and laughed. Shinkei said coldly, You will feel uncomfortable if you don't make me angry. Wu Yu held his face. Shinkei turned his eyes away and ignored her. Shinkei was upset. Have many people added you to the communication recently? Wu Yu nodded. Yes. What should I do, Prince Noah? I seem to be very popular now. Shinkei was so angry that he took out Wu Yu's communicator and started to look at her friend list. There were a lot of friend applications, and they all used real avatars. Even these shameless bitches and coquettish men all used real avatars without clothes. Just as Shinkei was looking at it, a new friend prompt popped up. Miss Wu Yu, I am 18, 188 centimeters tall, with 8 abdominal muscles. Although I am not strong enough now, I am willing to work hard for you, and I am younger than Prince Noah. You are so fucking willing to work hard. Who do you think you are? Just work hard. If you are so hardworking, why don't you just die? Then, there is another one. Ms. Wu Yu, I don't mind being a spare tire. The one who is not loved is the mistress. Fuck, Shinkei took a deep breath. Damn it, take a deep breath. He is almost pissed off by these bitches. They actually seduced his fairy-like wife so openly. They have no bottom line at all. Wu Yu looked at the redness of her anger and curiously leaned over to take a look. She couldn't help but puff. Laugh out loud. Shinkei looked gloomily and read all the friends who applied for him 3 times, reciting them by heart, circling the key points for the college entrance examination, and then he would beat all these bastards to death in the individual battle. He put the communicator back in Wu Yu's hand, turned around and sat aside, and when Wu Yu came over, he even sat aside. When Wu Yu moved a little, he moved a little, until he squeezed to the armrest of the sofa, and Wu Yu sat directly in his arms and hooked his neck. Wu Yu, are you angry? Shinkei said coldly. No. Wu Yu, then I passed? Shinkei glared at her. You dare to pass one and try. Wu Yu couldn't help laughing. Aren't you not angry? Shinkei was so angry. Shinkei, I'm not angry. Wu Yu nodded. Oh, then I passed. Seeing that Wu Yu was really going to pass, Shinkei snatched the communicator and hugged her tightly. Shinkei's eyes were red. They are not decent at all. It's immoral to seduce a married woman. They are so bad, you can't add them. If they can seduce you now, they can seduce others in the future. They are not loyal at all, and are not sincere to you at all. You are my wife now. You said you would be responsible for me. You can't find someone else or I will be very sad. Wu Yu couldn't help it. She buried her head in Shinkei's neck and laughed. Her hot breath on Shinkei's neck, his eyes became darker and darker. Shinkei said hoarsely, Wife, I want to. He was going to make these brothel-style bitch-like men explode. Wu Yu hooked his neck, leaned close to his ear and blew into him. You are so charming now. No one can compare to you. I only like you. I like you the most. Shinkei's breathing became unstable instantly. He picked up Wu Yu and walked towards the room. Before closing the door, Shinkei approached Wu Yu and said, Wife, give me another tattoo on the aorta of my neck. He wanted to see how shameless these people could be. He was convinced. He finally didn't have to suffer the pain of love anymore, but now it has been upgraded to a harem fight, and he has started to fight against the mistress and the vixen. Chapter 482. Wu Yu couldn't resist Shinkei, so she tattooed her birthday on his neck. Wu Yu, how did you know? Shinkei tilted his head and looked at her. I asked Jian Suiyu to ask Jian Yuhua, who wanted to celebrate your birthday. Wu Yu looked down at Shinkei's tattoo of her birthday, with a face that was so exquisite that it made people hold their breath like an AI with factory coding. Shinkei was simply the most perfect work created by God for her according to her wishes. Wu Yu took a photo of Shinkei's profile and changed the background of her communicator homepage. Shinkei immediately raised his lips when he saw Wu Yu used his photo. Wu Yu, are you still angry? Shinkei said obediently, not anymore. Anyway, I'm going to beat those bastards in a personal battle. Wu Yu knelt in front of Shinkei, their eyes met. She lowered her head and kissed the tattoo on Shinkei's neck. Shinkei held her waist and turned around to bring her down on the bed. A faint moan came from the shaking bed curtain. Alliance notice. The friendly team match will officially start in 2 hours. The participating teams are Blazing Flame, Sirius, Shadow, Desert Rose. The Alliance will open the town that is currently being invaded by the monsters in the eyes as the map for this game. Considering the current strength gap between team members, in line with the principle of friendship first and competition second, the strength of individual members with cliff strength will be adjusted. Team members carry damage detectors. If they exceed their own damage limit and alarm, they will be eliminated. During the game, no deliberate attack or malicious injury is allowed. Once discovered, the member will lose the right to participate. To prevent the spread of alien beasts, the town has been set up with prohibitions and teleportation points in advance. When the game starts, the team that obtains the teleportation point can resupply faster and gain an advantage. This friendly match ends with all the alien beasts being eliminated, and the final winner of this team friendly match will be determined in the form of points. The winner will directly obtain the land ownership of the town where the battle is held, and the alliance will have financial support policies for land infrastructure and trade support in the future. Serious Operations Meeting Room. Jiang Qian was surprised. This alliance is really generous. In previous years, the team-friendly matches gave some points resources as a token of appreciation. Jiang Mubai, if we are not generous enough, the families will not be able to fight at all. Wu Yu, what is the lineup of each party now? Jiang Yuhua, Qian's all-star lineup: Shen Ke, Jian Suiyu, Shang Bai, Richard, Jie Chen, Fu Yanqi, Wu Cheng, Juanya, Zhang Zhe, Shisha, Rex, Hu Jiaming. Shadow: Shen Qingxi, Yi Lu Jin, Su Mo, Zhang Fanxi, Owen Cage, Zhang Peng. Desert Rose: Wu Xioli, Xixia, Ani, Xiaowai Shigui. Jiang Mubai sighed. Qian's lineup, I am convinced, there is no way to fight. All big accounts, Wu Yu, don't be nervous. Those who have a gap in strength will be banned. Although we can't beat them alone, we can beat them with 3 families. With Shen Qingxi and Wu Xioli's brains, they can definitely think of this. Jiang Yuhua, even if the 3 families join forces, the ranking will still be determined by points in the end, and the points of the 3 families will inevitably be dispersed. Wu Yu, then just clear Qi Yan out of the map first, and then open the exotic beast. Everyone, are you going to be so ruthless right from the start? Qi Yan Combat Conference Room. Jian Suiyu, Shen Ke, when the fight starts, go and kill Wu Yu. She knows each of us too well. She will definitely join forces with the other 2 families to kill us first. All the high-level people on our side have been banned, and they have the advantage in numbers. Your dragon bone is the source of power and can't be stopped, so you are suitable for playing in the wild to steal heads. Shen Ke, the alliance does not allow deliberate attacks and malicious injuries. Jian Suiyu, if you kill Wu Yu, you will lose the right to participate, 1 for 1. Leave the rest to us. Without Wu Yu, the 3 families can't unite. Everyone, you're going to play dirty right from the start, right? Serious Operations Meeting Room. Wu Yu, with Jian Suiyu's mind, he will definitely let Shen Ke kill me first. As long as I'm eliminated, it will be difficult for the 3 families to unite. Jiang Yuhua seconded, yes, Suiyu's mind is dirty. Wu Yu, Qi Yan's 2 think tanks are Jian Suiyu and Richard. As soon as Shen Ke comes to me, I will immediately let Shen Qingxi and Wu Xioli take people to kill them both. Jiang Qian, how do we communicate with those 2 families? With such a large map, for families are entering from all sides, so there is no way to communicate in time. Wu Yu blinked, no need to communicate in time, I have already communicated with them in advance. Everyone, wouldn't it be a bit dirty to play a friendly match like this? Shadow Combat Meeting Room. Shen Qingxi pointed to the battle map that had been drawn in advance. Wu Yu, Wu Xioli, and I have already formed an alliance in advance. According to the pre-match draw, Qi Yan will go through the east gate and Sirius will go through the west gate. These 2 are the farthest away, but Jian Suiyu is likely to let Shen Ke break the rules and kill Wu Yu by force, with a 1-for-1 trade. That is, he will cross from east to west, and he is likely to pull monsters and be tied up along the way. Taking advantage of this opportunity, we will enter from the south and Desert Rose from the north. We will directly split into 2 groups to make a mess of Qian's dumplings. The number of people is the same. We only need to kill Jian Suiyu and Richard, and leave without fighting. Zhang Peng, Captain, then we have also violated the rules. Shen Qingxi, we go to grab Qian's troops and stir up trouble. If we are killed by monsters, it won't be considered a violation of the rules. Everyone, not only are they playing dirty, they are also trying to exploit the rules, right? Desert Rose Operation Meeting Room. Xixia, but I don't think Shen Ke will be willing to kill Yaya Baby. If Shen Ke doesn't move, Qi Yan will be in his prime. If we go with Shadow to surround them, won't we just be giving them points? Ani, yes, all the above inferences are based on Shen Ke going. What if he doesn't go? Qi Yan Combat Conference Room. Shen Ke, I'm not going to kill Wu Yu. What a joke, How could he beat his wife? If those bitches see it, I don't know how to make him put on an eyedropper for Wu Yu, Jian Sui Yu. Then we should be decent people, fight monsters honestly, and wait for the opponent to mess with us. Chunya, we are the strongest now, and the Alliance has specified the rules that malicious attacks are not allowed. We just need to keep the first place and the high score to win, and there is no need to take the initiative to provoke trouble. Pulling Shinkei away and weakening his overall strength will give the opponent a chance to exploit loopholes, which must be what Yaya wants to see. Richard nodded. I agree with Chuanya's statement. Everyone, let's do it. Serious Operations Conference Room. Jiang Huaiji, what if Qian doesn't move? Yeah, Shinkei is unlikely to come to kill you. Will you, then grab the teleportation point. There is a department store in the center of this town, which is the most densely populated area of exotic beasts, and it is also the point where points explode. As soon as we enter the door, we will have the opportunity to grab the teleport point. We will be the first to grab the teleport point, and go to the point's explosion point to get the first wave of points and the exotic beast package. This time we start with nothing, and with the band skill, we may not win even if we have more people. After equipping weapons and developing, we will suppress the opponent's development line, and join forces with the other two to cut off the development chain of Qian, grab all their wild monsters, and prevent them from leaving the pigpen. Desert Rose and Shadow hold them down and fight, and Sirius will take off to harvest points. Sirius wants the title of first, and the other two will take the actual rewards, each taking what they need. Jiang Qian was puzzled, but aren't these two plans? How can we communicate with Shadow, Desert Rose in time? Wu Yu suddenly raised her lips. Who said these are two plans? This is the same plan. No matter whether Shinkei moves or not, Sirius will seize the point, and Desert Rose Shadow will surround Qian. And I never plan to follow the main force. Shinkei had better come to kill me. If he doesn't come, Qian has been sitting on the throne of the first for so many years. Today I will make him change people. Chapter 483. The friendly match begins, and the four teams enter from the four gates of the town. Enter the preparation area, and the battle will officially start in 5 minutes. The teleport point will be refreshed 10 minutes after the battle begins, and it takes 5 minutes to occupy the teleport point. Once the occupier leaves the teleport point during the whole process, the teleport will be invalid. Sirius. Will you, brother, you go to occupy the teleport point when the time comes. Jiang Huaiji, no problem. Qian. Jian Sui Yu, Shinkei, you take the lead, Zhang Zhe fills in. Shinkei, yeah. Zhang Zhe, okay. As soon as the barrier of the preparation area disappeared, all four teams moved instantly. According to the plan, Shadow and Desert Rose rushed straight to the east gate and pressed into the birth point of Qian. Sirius and Qian immediately surrounded the teleportation refresh point and prepared to grab the teleportation point. While waiting, Wu Yu quietly observed the environment of the entire town. According to the official map given this time, there is a commercial center in the center of this town, and the towering commercial building is the most densely populated location of the entire town. However, Wu Yu repeatedly observed the town map and found something very interesting. How could such a small town with a permanent population of less than 10,000 people have such a heavy-duty commercial building? This is completely inconsistent with the local population status and consumption level. There are indeed many developed towns in the south, but the town in front of us is obviously dilapidated and desolate. The construction level of the entire town is obviously not slower than 3 development nodes compared to the same period when the end of the world came. Not to mention the highly developed southern regions that are so rich that they can easily compete with the top 3 prefecture-level cities in other provinces by just taking out a county. This is simply like opening a peace hotel in the mountains and seas. Who is it for? Who can afford it? One is in the west, and the other is in the east. They are in the same period, but they are very different. Speaking of teleportation points, the teleportation point of the last world boss can go directly from the polar region to the desert, and from the desert to the eye of the deep sea. Could it be that the place where this teleportation point is going is not in this town at all? After all, if such a small town is really talking about infrastructure development and trade, it is not challenging at all for the current technological level of the Alliance. Friendly match of Alliance teams. Alliance leader, vice leader, secretary general, 3 great gods discussed and opened a dungeon, but just 2 turns were not enough. Wu Yu suddenly said, let's go, you guys go to the east gate too. Everyone in Sirius was surprised. Aren't you going to grab the teleport point? Wu Yu shook her head. No, there is a big event waiting for us. If Sirius really enters the teleport point according to the original plan, it is very likely that we will be wiped out in the first round. I suspect that there is something wrong with the map given to us by the official. This is a spliced map, and the teleport point is not here at all. Jiang Huaiji understood. Do you suspect that the first wave of teams entering through the teleportation point will encounter a large-scale attack and be eliminated directly? Wu Yu nodded, yes. Just like the previous world boss battle, the fewer people there are, the harder it will be to fight in the end. If the Alliance's goal is to prevent us from finding any loopholes and play a good friendly match, then they will definitely give us a shocking education when they come up, so that we won't have any crooked thoughts. How can we stop thinking about playing well? Eliminate an entire team directly, and let the next 3 teams resist the pressure and cooperate obediently. Wu Yu looked at the serious people who were in doubt. You all go, I will grab the teleportation point to buy you time. Sirius nodded, okay. Alliance Headquarters Meeting Room. Bai Hu, Jiangli, Zhou Qianfeng looked at the live broadcast interface at the same time. Jiangli, this start is too easy for you to crack. Zhou Qianfeng, but Wu Yu is too cunning. Once Desert Rose and Shadows surround Qi Yan, he will definitely go there and start fighting as soon as he grabs the teleportation point. Sirius will cross from east to west at the beginning, but it's not that easy. Bai Hu looked at Wu Yu standing beside the teleportation point and thought, Wu Yu just said that she came to grab the teleportation point to buy time. How to buy time? Time is of the essence. The town is only 6 or 7 kilometers from east to west. The closer to the edge, the rarer the distribution of exotic beasts. Several exotic beasts can be killed in seconds. For Shadow and Desert Rose, who have been training for many years, 5 minutes is enough for them to reach the east gate. 500 meters away from the Qian teleportation refresh point, Shadow and Desert Rose successfully met. Shin Qingxi and Wu Xioli looked at each other, and were about to take action. Xixia suddenly said, the terrain here is a bit inconsistent with the map given. Ani nodded, it's like opening a street of shops in World City in our western desert. Shin Qingxi frowned, it's very likely to be confusing information, so this friendly match is far from as simple as the official said. Yi Lu Jin, what should we do? Are we still going to open Qian? Wu Xioli, according to the previous agreement with Ye, she will not give us any information, and everything will proceed according to the original plan. Before the teleport point refreshed, Shadow and Desert Rose quickly merged into the Qian map. When the Qian people saw the 2 families appear, their expressions instantly became subtle. Shang Bai. As expected, everyone is playing dirty. Jian Suiyu shrugged, I said, if we don't do anything, we will be screwed. The teleport point refreshed instantly. Shin Qingxi and Wu Xioli attacked Shin Ke at the same time, and Zhang Zhe was about to enter the aperture. First refreshed. Sirius Wu Yu is purifying the teleport point Zhang Zhe. Damn, Wu Yu's hand speed is really amazing. Once a teleportation point enters the purification state, all other teleportation points cannot be purified unless the teleportation point being purified is interrupted. Seeing that Sirius had successfully purified, Shin Qingxi and Wu Xioli stopped attacking Shin Ke at the same time and consciously began to pull monsters to Qian's side. But something that puzzled everyone happened immediately. Sirius Wu Yu is purifying the teleportation point. Sirius Wu Yu is purifying the teleportation point except Sirius, everyone is here, and there is no possibility that other teams will interrupt Wu Yu. In other words, it was Wu Yu who took the initiative to stop the purification. Zhang Zhe was about to start the time limit purification, but was immediately stopped by Jian Suiyu. Jian Suiyu looked at Richard, and Richard immediately began to memorize Wu Yu's time limit points and decipher them according to Qi Yan's internal code. Richard, the map is a fraud. Wait for Sirius. To meet up, don't teleport. Wu Yu repeated the same message 3 times in a row, and after finding that no one on Qi Yan's side had competed with her for the teleportation point, Wu Yu confirmed that Qi Yan had received the message she wanted to convey. Wu Yu completely released the teleportation point, and Jian Suiyu signaled Zhang Zhe to purify the teleportation point. Qi Yan Zhang Zhe is purifying the teleportation point. Wu Xioli heard Richard's words and looked at Shin Qingxi, and the 2 immediately stopped pulling monsters. After quickly clearing the monsters in their hands, the 3 families cleared the surrounding monsters in an orderly manner and developed a wave, waiting for Sirius to arrive. Shin Ke frowned instantly. If Sirius comes to join us, won't Wu Yu stay at the teleportation point by herself? Jian Suiyu. Sirius should leave someone to protect Wu Yu. Shin Ke shook his head. Wu Yu won't ask others to protect her. When Sirius appeared with a string of monsters behind him, everyone found that Sirius was missing only one person, Wu Yu. Chapter 484. Friendly Match Town United Front Department. The military officer in charge of this peacekeeping mission stared at the figure of Wu Yu standing alone on the live broadcast screen in disbelief. Desert Rose has been wandering around for many years, and is extremely sensitive to the terrain. It is reasonable for her to find that there is something wrong with the map. How could we find out that there is something wrong with the map before the game even started? She looks at things from a different perspective than everyone else. Everyone is looking at the facts themselves, but she has already discovered the essence of the problem. The person who spoke stood up, and everyone around him looked at him in surprise. Major General, what are you doing? Qin Xian, the Major General of the Qinglong Army, the only son of Qinglong, the only SSS and top combat power strongman in the army, who can be called a young marshal, and the second generation of the military, said coldly, after all, she just saved the savior of the entire alliance. If she is alone now, and is really attacked by a strange beast, it will be a problem for our military. I will follow her, so that this prince's wife, who can't do anything, will get into trouble again, and it will all be the fault of our military. Major General, this map is not that dangerous as long as you don't teleport. How about I go? Qin Xian has been fighting in the army since he was a child, and his whole body is full of murderous aura, especially in the eastern part where the Qinglong army is located, fighting against bandits and terrorists, and he is even more murderous. He wears a military uniform, and has a flat black hair, a lightning-like pattern shaved on his forehead, a strong body and dark skin, and the whole place behind his ears to his neck is full of blue dragon-like patterns. As if he is a rebellious and exotic wolf boy, every muscle under the military uniform is ready to go, wild and unruly, blood-boiling and extremely dangerous. Slowly side-glancing, with blue pupils, the phantom of the Azure Dragon instantly appeared behind him, as if he had seen through his evil thoughts. The person who just spoke suddenly became weak. Major General, please take your time. Qi Yan successfully obtained the teleportation point, confirmed that the teleportation point was purified, and calculated the time that Sirius had already reunited with Qi Yan. Wu found a corner to sit down. With her current physical strength, it would take at least half an hour to walk from the west gate to the east gate. Half an hour. By the time she got there, the daylily would be cold. It would be better to wait here for Shinkei to pick her up. Shinkei would never let her stay alone anyway. Hearing the noise behind her, Wu was surprised that Shinkei came so quickly. Naturally, she turned her head happily, and was about to reach out to Shinkei for a hug. Seeing that it was a military officer she didn't know at all, Wu's face fell instantly, and her face was expressionless. Fortunately, she was not active now, and didn't get up so quickly, otherwise it would be embarrassing enough. Wu observed the rank of the officer, and found that he was a major general of the alliance. Then she understood. The former law enforcement team died, left, or retired. This time, the alliance simply sent people from the military to enforce the law. She was alone now, and the major general of the military showed up. It was obvious that the military was afraid that she would make mistakes, and then let the military take the blame. She turned her head, and pretended that she saw nothing, holding her chin and waiting for Shinkei quietly. Qin Xian was hiding not far away, and his eyes fell on Wu vaguely. When she first saw him, she smiled happily, and her clear eyes were shining with light, full of warm love and expectation. But when she saw him, she immediately put away her smile, obviously thinking he was her husband, the Prince Noah, who was always in the scandal, and was more famous than the person, the captain of the Blazing Flame team, Shinkei. Qingshuan's eyes flashed with disdain. He had heard of Shinkei before in the East. He specialized in doing dirty things, like black eating black, wandering in the gray area, and was not upright at all. The daughter of a hero in the northern battlefield could actually be persecuted by a fool like Vlad, and she even needed a woman to help him vent his anger, and help him grow through her family power. It was not enough to embarrass them. And it was this person, who was not presentable, who won the favor of the savior because of his outstanding appearance, and directly became the first in the alliance. On the other hand, these generals who had fought for many years, were fearless and had real achievements, now all accepted the favor of the savior, and were timid and hesitant in everything they did, and were inferior to others. Shinkei came very quickly, and was only 2 minutes behind Qin Xian. Sensing the breath of the person who came, Wu was very cautious this time, and turned her head expressionlessly. Seeing Shinkei's white hair, she immediately smiled and stood up, and walked toward Shinkei. Shinkei embraced Wu in his arms, and suddenly turned his head, with a cold expression, to look at Qin Xian's position. Shinkei, there is someone there. Did he do anything to you? Wu shook her head. I was alone. The military might be afraid that something would happen to me, so a major general came to protect me. When he came, I almost thought it was you. Shinkei understood, so Wu had a blank expression when she looked at him just now, and she started to smile only after she was sure it was him. Shinkei's voice became dangerous. You smiled at him, didn't you? Wu Yu felt a little guilty. Well, I thought it was you who came to pick me up. Shen Ke looked at Qingxuan's position, lowered his head, and kissed Wu Yu's mouth. Thinking that this was a live broadcast for the entire alliance, Wu Yu's face instantly turned red. Shen Ke whispered, "Don't smile at them. You are too beautiful. Everyone will like you when you smile." Wu Yu was coaxed by Shen Ke and was overjoyed. Even if Shen Ke wanted to carry her on his back, she did not refuse. Qingxian watched Shen Ke leave with Wu Yu on his back and disappeared in an instant. Shen Ke took Wu Yu to shuttle through the group of exotic beasts quickly. Wu Yu found that many exotic beasts had been cleared along the way, and the packages were scattered everywhere. "Wu Yu, did you get all these on the way here?" Shen Ke, "Yes, but I didn't pick up the bags in order to find you quickly." "Wu Yu, what about the East Gate?" Shen Ke, "They are all waiting for you to kill monsters and pick up bags to develop." Wu Yu patted Shen Ke, "Let me go down, we will pick up all these bags and take them away." Shen Ke put Wu Yu down, and Wu Yu started to pick up the bags. Facing the level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, submachine gun, Gatling AK that Wu Yu easily took out. The law enforcement officers watching behind the military live broadcast room were all incredible. Her hands are simply blessed. No wonder she can become a god. Even so, the heaven still favors her. Noah Squire is so lucky. He can get the person that the heaven cannot reach. Why was she chosen by Miss Wu Yu? Before he finished speaking, everyone fell silent when they saw Qingxian returning. Passing by the last person who spoke, Qingxian's voice was cold and dangerous. From now on, anyone who dares to discuss matters unrelated to the friendly match will be investigated for dereliction of duty. Yes. Sitting back in the main seat, Qingxian raised his head and looked at the holographic projection. His calm eyes were all on Wu Yu. Shen Ke put the most advanced protective gear on Wu Yu first, and put on the helmet. Wu Yu shook her neck, "It's so heavy." Shen Ke patted his shoulder, "Lean on me, otherwise I'm worried about you behind me, and you don't want me to carry you." Wu Yu's face flushed and glared at Shen Ke, and Shen Chung immediately smiled happily. His eyes seemed to sweep towards the live camera vaguely, and then moved away without a sound. Shen Ke knew very well that there were countless eyes behind this camera staring at him now. They hoped that he would make mistakes. They were madly making up stories about him, and slandering him in their hearts. But they were all jealous of him, and his jealous heart was bleeding, including the Major General of the Alliance, who had been eyeing him covetously just now. Wu Yu stayed there for a short while, and there was no monster at the birth point. He could get there in minutes. Why did the Major General of the Alliance and the young commander of the whole army need to go there in person? They are all 1,000-year-old foxes. What's the point of playing strange stories from a Chinese studio with him? From the moment he appeared, Wu Yu smiled at him and released murderous intent crazily, until he left with Wu Yu on his back. The look in his eyes was full of resentment and wanted to pierce him. Shen Ke grew up in the royal court with such a baptism, and he knew the meaning behind such emotions very well. Chapter 485. Shen Ke brought Wu Yu back to the East Gate, supplied a large number of weapons to the whole team, and then joined the battle to kill monsters. Wu Yu stood beside Jian Suiyu, who looked thoughtfully at the strange beast that was kicked 10 meters away by Shen Quebec. Jian Suiyu chatted calmly. "Did anything happen on the way here?" Shen Ke looked like he wanted to kill the whole family but pretended to be calm, but it was exactly the same as the way he deliberately touched Wu Yu's head to test Shen Ke in the previous world boss battle. "Wu Yu, nothing, just waiting for Shen Ke to pick me up when a major general came from the military." Jian Suiyu immediately exchanged glances with Jiang Yuhua and chatted with him using his mental power. "Jiang Yuhua, the military is the law enforcer this time, but this is against the rules." "Jian Suiyu, isn't it against the rules? Otherwise Shen Ke would be so angry?" The two of them understood instantly. "Oh, another person who wants to be Wu Yu's dog." Jiang Yuhua, "But Mei Bao has officially announced her marriage, so she should have some morals, right?" Jian Suiyu, "If we talk about morals, how can Qi Yan and the Jiang family still have so many people coming recently? And don't you know, now there is a new hot track." Jiang Yuhua, "What track?" Jian Suiyu, "Stealing someone's wife." Jiang Yuhua, "That's right. After all, they are the first to create mistresses, and they have the nerve to ask others to talk about morality." Jiang Yuhua, "The new alliance has just been established. Nothing will go wrong, right?" Jian Suiyu, "Don't worry, Shen Ke and Wang Ting have accumulated rich experience in green tea, and harem fighting is his strong point. If you say that, Jiang Yuhua will be excited. She is worthy of being her sister, a heartthrob who has charmed thousands of boys and girls. Hurry up and compete." According to the distribution, the 4 teams quickly cleared all the gathering monsters in the venue and ate up all the existing first-wave development. With the blessing of Wu Yu's little red hand, they were all equipped with level 3 helmets, level 3 armor, and heavy firepower weapons, confirming that the current map resources have been exhausted. Everyone was ready to go to the teleportation point, and Wu Yu found a place to sit. Originally, she came here to help Sirius win the overall situation, but now the overall difficulty has increased, and the output demand is there, so there is no room for her to play. Wu Yu simply said, "You guys go, I won't go, otherwise you will have to divide your attention on me." Jiang Yuhua and Jian Suiyu looked at each other, and immediately said, "Indeed, sister, you wait for us here." Shinkei's aura suddenly dimmed. If Wu Yu was left alone, the Major General would most likely appear again. But if Wu Yu was to take the first wave of damage, she was afraid that her current physical condition could not bear it. Jian Suiyu seemed to be unaware and echoed, "Yes, Shinkei, let's wait until we open up the wasteland before picking up Wu Yu." Wu Yu waved her hand casually, Go, I wait for you guys." Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu, "Turn around, let's go." After saying that, he took the lead and stepped into the teleportation circle with his weapon, obviously wanting to kill the first wave of monsters in a second and come back to pick up Wu Yu. Jiang Yuhua, Shinkei is really patient. Jian Suiyu, it's a matter of fate. Shinkei and Wu Yu are husband and wife. If there is no trust at all, Wu Yu will be the first to be angry with him. As the people of the 4 teams all stepped into the teleportation point, Wu Yu's side returned to silence. She was fiddling with the gun in her hand, with her head down, wondering what she was thinking. Within a minute, Wu Yu felt the presence of a stranger around her. This time, she didn't even raise her head, just pretending that there was no one around her. Alliance Headquarters Meeting Room. Zhou Qianfeng and Jiang Li looked at each other. Their expressions gradually became subtle. Zhou Qianfeng, this Major General should be Qinglong's only son, Alliance leader. I heard that Major General Qin Xian and you have a close relationship, like father and son? Bai Hu saw Qin Xian appear twice in a row, and felt the blue veins on his forehead throbbing faintly. Yes, Zhu Kei, and I have no children. Qin Xian is the child we watched grow up. Jiang Li cleared his throat. Yeah, just got engaged to Shinkei. Bai Hu, yes, I know. He went to the engagement party. Not only did he go, but Qin Xian also went with Qinglong. Bai Hu didn't expect that he used to only take care of wars and peacekeeping, but now he has to take care of young people's emotional problems. When Qin Xian attended the wedding, he was only a SS Plus fighter, but after the wedding, he took advantage of the dungeon's east wind and rushed to SSS Plus mental power. Not only did he get the SSS enhanced individual combat weapon Qi Feng. With the help of Bai Hu, Qinglong, Zhu Kei, and a group of SSS Plus mental power fighters, he also completed the Dragon Bone transformation and his strength soared to the top of the army. Since Shinkei can become a person blessed by the Dragon God, Qinglong's son can naturally become one too. However, Qinglong does not have the protection of panda blood, so he can only slowly transform his dragon bones step by step, which may cause uneven transformation of the dragon bones. In fact, this is very simple. When Qingshuan's own strength catches up and Wu Yue's ability is restored, Bai Hu will come forward to ask Wu Yue for help, and Wu Yue will naturally do him a favor. But it is obvious that for Mu Qiangbi, Qin Xian is now in a state of high spirits with such rapid growth. He obviously wants to show his face in front of Wu Yue, and let Wu Yue remember who he is. But Wu Yu obviously didn't want him to show his face, and ignored him. There was no way. Wu Yu had helped too many people take off. Qin Xian didn't even have a number in her heart. She was not a customer service, and the reward was given. Why should she socialize? With Wu Yu's current status and strength, let alone Qin Xian, even if Qinglong and Bai Hu came, she would chat if she wanted to, and she wouldn't chat if she didn't want to, all depending on her mood. It's not Shinkei, who is beautiful and everything suits her heart. She wants to play with him when she sees him. Wu began to empty her eyes towards the golden light array at the teleportation point. Qin Xian was always looking at her vaguely, and this kind of obscure spying made her feel unhappy. Even though she knew that the fighting behind the teleportation point might be very fierce, Wu was no longer going to wait here to accept Qin Xian's spying, scrutiny. Wu stood up, picked up the light machine gun that Shinkei had helped her choose for her, and walked towards the direction of the teleportation point. The military live broadcast room was instantly nervous when they saw Wu Yu's actions, and sent a message to Qin Xian, Major General, the battle at the teleportation point is fierce, and it is difficult to advance the front line now. There are several SSS-level low-health beasts near the teleportation point. If Miss Wu Yu teleports there, she will be attacked immediately. After listening to this, Qin Xian calmly took steps to shorten the distance between him and Wu Yu. Until he was one step away, no matter what Wu Yu did, he could immediately grab her slender arm by raising his hand. Seeing that Wu Yu had no intention of stopping, and was about to step into the teleportation point, Qin Xian reached out without hesitation. The next second, there was a loud bang. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast room couldn't help but widen their eyes. Chapter 486. Qinglong Army Headquarters. The Deputy General observed Qinglong's expression calmly, not daring to say a word, not even daring to breathe. Qinglong watched the live broadcast screen. Qin Xian was kicked by Wu Yu and flew 5 meters away, fell to the ground like a rag, stood up and spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person couldn't help but lean forward with eyes wide open. Qinglong asked the adjutant, "Play the footage of Wu Yu's action again for me." After replaying it several times, the adjutant's expression became more horrified. "Miss Wu Yu. When she kicked, there was a black aura on her leg." Qinglong nodded. "It was violent energy, that's right. If it was violent energy with explosive power comparable to a bomb, then she could indeed deal such exaggerated damage." Qinglong excitedly studied it back and forth. Her kicking action was very smooth, flowing like clouds and water, and it was obvious that she had undergone long-term professional training. If not, then why did she want Shinkei to carry her on his back just now? She has the ability to kick Shinkei away. Why does she need to be carried by someone? Adjutant. Admiral, is it possible that this is a couple's interest? Qinglong glanced at Qin Xian beside him, without any sympathy. No problem, Qin Xian deserves it. Qin Xuan's blue pupils flickered violently. He held a part of his chest that was kicked away by Wu Yu, and every breath was a severe pain. Wu Yu broke at least 4 of his ribs, and they were all the Qinglong bones he had just transformed into. She didn't show any mercy to him when she kicked him. If he hadn't been protected by the dragon bone, he might have been kicked to death by her. Too strong. Why is she so strong? But she is always unwilling to show up in public. Wu Yu ignored Qin Xian, who was trembling with excitement. Her sealing talisman was scrapped by a kick just now. At this moment, Wu Yu's body was constantly flashing with black lightning of violent energy because of the violent energy. She needed to put a sealing talisman on herself immediately, otherwise the stability of the entire dungeon would be affected. Wu Yu took out the spare talisman, put her hair aside and began to apply it. Seeing Wu Yu's action, Qin Xian was about to approach, but Wu Yu turned her head and gave him a warning look. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, and the black murderous aura instantly formed an invisible barrier around Wu Yu, instantly shocking Qin Xian to the spot. Wu Yu looked at him coldly, without even contempt in her eyes, only absolute indifference, as if the leader of a wild animal with absolute control over the territory was looking at a newborn calf with no ability to resist. Qin Xian had no doubt that if he stepped into her safe distance without permission again, Wu Yu would kill him directly next time. From beginning to end, Wu Yu didn't say a word to him. If it wasn't for the face of Qinglong and Baihu, she would have killed Qin Xian, who repeatedly crossed the line without even looking at him. Wu Yu coldly withdrew her gaze, and returned to the place where she had just sat. The bored look on her cheek made it impossible to guess what she was thinking. Qin Xian turned and left. If the savior was not the so-called delicate wife at all, but a powerful demon king who could kill everyone alone, then he naturally had no reason to stay here. Completely out of Wu Yu's sight, Qin Xian uncontrollably covered the place where Wu Yu had just kicked him. Even, as if to confirm the real existence of this injury, he pressed hard on his chest that was sunken due to the broken ribs, and spit out blood again. When Qin Xian returned to the law enforcement and United Front Department again, everyone looked at Wu Yu's expression and stopped teasing and playing, and no one mentioned the criticisms about men and women just now. In the last days, the strong are respected, not to mention that being weak is the original sin, and the military believes that strength is supreme. However, the teasing and playfulness were gone. But the crazy enthusiasm and desire for strength in these people's eyes became more and more intense. Shinkei was the first to teleport to the foot of the commercial building, and his expression changed slightly. They were all SSS-level monsters, densely packed and airtight, no less than 1,000. He stopped the people behind him, and asked them to be careful not to leave the aperture range of the teleportation point, and to wait until everyone was gathered before starting to attack the monsters. Otherwise, they could not deal the first wave of damage and everyone would be eliminated. Shinkei observed the surrounding environment without leaving any trace. There were at least 20 top-level military battleships escorting them at any time. Once they were eliminated, the military law enforcers would immediately rescue them. Jiang Huaiji, it's really as Yaya said. If anyone has evil thoughts in the first wave of transmission, it will be a shocking education. However, The Alliance is not as cruel as Wu Yu said. As long as they don't leave the aperture range, they will just stand guard and wait for support to arrive. They will not be eliminated. Jiang Huaiji observed the surrounding environment and suddenly frowned. This place looks a little familiar. Jiang Yuhua remembered, isn't this the city where the future creatures live, always shrouded by natural disasters? I remember seeing this building in the information. It is the secret research base of the future creatures. Shin Qingxi realized, so the Alliance specially used this place as the final venue for the friendly match this time, just to completely unveil the veil of the new human beings to everyone. Jian Suiyu, instead of avoiding the topic and causing panic among the people, it is better to be open and honest about everything. Shinkei glanced at the assembled people, his tone extremely cold. The most important point is to let all those who think miracles come easily know what kind of torture the gods suffered before they became gods. They will no longer think that it is natural for gods to give birth to miracles. He raised his head and squinted dangerously at the future biology building that towered into the sky. Even though it was built 15 years ago, it still had an extreme sense of technology and a futuristic sci-fi atmosphere. It was here that Wu Yu had suffered inhumane research. Today, he must blow up this entire building and turn the future creatures into ashes. Shinkei threw away the gun in his hand, tore off the system shielding talisman and mental power sealing talisman that were previously attached to his hand, and drew out the golden trident to prepare for the battle. Seeing his actions, everyone present followed without hesitation and began to tear the talismans together. Not only Wu Yu, but also Jian Suiyu, Wu Chong, Shin Qingxi, and Su Mo were present. They all received research on future creatures when they were unaware, and this was where all of their nightmares began. They did want the reward given by the Alliance, but if this was a future creature that had imprisoned them for who knows how many years, even if they were carrying the artillery fire of the military's top shuttles and the covetous eyes of the law enforcers, they also wanted to blow it up, destroy it completely. Cub! Chapter 487. Shinkei used his special skill to throw the golden trident in his hand violently, and the huge waves were accompanied by rolling thunder. In an instant, a long road of 10 meters wide was cleared wherever the trident went. He drew out Long Yuan with his backhand, and another wave of special skills was launched. The dragon came out of the abyss, and before the huge waves faded, rolling thunder fell again. 2 waves of extreme large-scale group attack damage were launched in succession, and the number of exotic beasts was visibly reduced by 2/3 in an instant. Shinkei took the lead in stepping out of the golden circle teleportation point, and said coldly, "Let's go and fight." The people behind him moved in an orderly queue, standing in accordance with their respective professional positioning configurations. Their extreme execution, action and subjective initiative made even the military law enforcers jealous. How can these militias have such high combat literacy? Everyone's position is precise, as if they have been trained countless times. Aren't some of these people born as refugee orphans? Where do they get the training conditions? That Prince Noah, I have seen him so far, he is really ruthless. Every punch hits the flesh. Not a single one is a show. Even without weapons, he could still beat those SSS-level monsters one by one. TSK, he became stronger because of women. What's so good about that? Charles and Li Ran looked at each other. They had just arrived at the new unit, and were still in the familiarization stage. This group of second-generation soldiers were obviously ostracizing the 2 paratroopers. They were happy to be idle, and simply sat aside, crossed their legs, and didn't care about anything. A group of men, still isolating, ostracizing and making things difficult for others, and they don't think they are shameful. Li Ren had seen Shinkei's skills, and it was obvious that he was a tough guy. It took him a lot of effort and practice to train. Not to mention that if Shinkei hadn't made that big move at the end of the god-making plan, who knows how many people would have died, and whether the gods would fly away, no one can say. Not to mention Charles, who had been cheated by Shinkei many times, and beaten by him many times while robbing resources. Everyone said that Jian Suiyu had a heart, but Jian Suiyu sat in the office all day without being exposed to the wind and rain, and had never experienced palace fighting, house fighting, and workplace bullying. How could he compare with Shinkei's heart? It's obvious that Shinkei is the one with the most evil heart. This kid has a dark and evil heart. There are thousands of alien beasts just at the teleportation point. Although Shinkei killed 2/3 of them in one wave, the big noise also attracted monsters around the building. Originally, such a large number of alien beasts would be bombed directly by shuttles, but considering the important documents in the building, someone must rush in. The military department naturally took on this task, not to mention that they already knew that DX-001 could evolve mental power, and there must be more antidotes in the building. 2 dungeons can only carry 20 or so second-generation soldiers. Only mental purification can really make the overall quality of the entire army soar. Knowing that the alliance is going to give the entire city to reward these team members, the military has always been quite dissatisfied, so from the beginning, there have been all kinds of sarcasm and criticism. Now that this side is open, the packages of strange beasts all over the ground make everyone envious. Speaking of packages, Charles thought of Wu Yu's incredible luck. Anyway, the main force couldn't finish the fight in a short time, so Charles simply turned his head to look at Wu Yu. It would have been better if he didn't look, but when he saw it, he couldn't help but hit Li Ran next to him. Li Ran looked sideways, and Charles winked at him. The two of them watched Qin Xian getting closer and closer to Wu Yu, and then Wu Yu kicked him away. At the same time, they slowly reached out their hands to cover their mouths, thinking about all the sad things in their minds. However, it didn't work. The two of them lowered their heads at the same time, their shoulders trembling slightly. They had received professional training, and usually didn't laugh unless they couldn't help it. Damn, it has to be a god. When the whole army was fighting with them, the god kicked the young commander of the whole army and made him spit blood. He showed no mercy at all. Awesome! Let them see who is the big and small king. Apparently, they were not the only ones who saw it. The whole shuttle suddenly fell into a strange silence. The two watched the people in the military replaying the kicking scene, and their eyes burst with eagerness for the ultimate power. Is it true that as long as you can get the favor of Miss Wu Yu, you can get such shocking power? The two looked at each other. TSK. This situation is really getting more and more difficult to deal with. Thousands of packages were scattered all over the ground. As the speed of monster spawning slowed down, all the monsters in the surrounding area were cleared. Each team began to rest and pick up the packages. Shinkei turned and stepped into the teleportation point to pick up Wu Yu. Seeing Wu Yu sitting there alone, Shinkei looked around calmly and found a pool of blood not far away. His expression changed instantly. Wu Yu was almost annoyed with Qin Xian. If he hadn't been making trouble back and forth, she wouldn't have felt guilty towards Shin Quebec. She promised Shinkei not to touch the seal. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, who smiled at him flatteringly. It's not my blood, I kicked him, and he vomited it. Shinkei wanted to reach out to confirm Wu Yu's seal, but saw that his hands were all covered with blue-green turbid liquid left by the beast, so he lowered his head and slowly put his hand down. Wu Yu directly held his hand, held his arm, turned her head, and lifted her hair to show him, the seal is fine. Shinkei tightened Wu Yu's hand. It's my fault, I'm not strong enough, otherwise I can take you with me directly, and you don't have to stay here alone. Wu Yu saw Shinkei lowering his head with a sad look on his face, and immediately coaxed him. No, you are very good. I don't need to see that you must be the first one to rush in, and try your best to finish the game quickly, so that you can pick me up earlier. Shinkei looked up at Wu Yu. Wu Yu curled her lips at him, turned sideways, and stood on tiptoe in the blind spot of the camera, and Shinkei immediately lowered his head and greeted him obediently. During the action, his live broadcast camera happened to capture the whole scene of the two kissing. Li Ran and Charles, who were fed dog food in front of them, looked at their phones with faces in the subway. Charles looked disgusted. This boy is really tea, every word is full of heart. Men should learn from this. These days inferiority and affection are the best filters for men, but the premise is that you can't be ugly, ugly, ugly. Important things should be said 3 times. Li Ran, can't the gods see it? Just go along with him. I've said that men can't be spoiled like this. One day, they will be spoiled. When Shinkei took Wu Yu through the teleportation point and saw the building of the future creatures, there was no surprise on her face. Wu Chong, yeah, aren't you surprised? Wu Yu pretended to be surprised, I'm very surprised. Wu Chong rarely showed a speechless expression. You're just trying to fool me. Wu Yu had just sat there and figured out the whole friendly match. Although she couldn't use her mental power to quickly deduce it now, if she thought about it slowly, it would be like this, and it was easy to figure out. In essence, this was indeed a friendly match, but the two sides of a friendly match were never between teams. Rather, it was the team and the military. The alliance was really cunning, offering such good conditions, but they were all empty promises. Now all the team members have violated the rules, and they won't get any rewards even after the friendly match. However, Wu Yu suddenly smiled. There is still an honest man, but he has always been honest and has never done anything illegal, right? Chapter 488. Entering the future biological building, in order to ensure the integrity of the entire building to the greatest extent, the military sent people to intervene. Qin Xian, there are things in this building that are very important to the development of the entire alliance. After entering the building, you can no longer use weapon skills and awakening abilities. In addition to Qin Xian, Li Ran and Charles were also observing nearby. Xixia was fascinated by Li Ran's serious look in military uniform, and winked at him. Li Ran looked away, pretending not to see anything. Xixia suddenly found that flirting with a decent person was more moral and exciting. She walked past Li Ran with a serious face, deliberately bumping into him with her body. Li Ran looked at her calmly, and she pretended that they were not familiar with each other, and said in a businesslike manner, "Excuse me, please let me pass." Li Ran, Let's see how he will deal with this woman after this. Charles, who watched the whole process, gloated and reminded Major General Li, pay attention to the impact. Li Ran, shock! Sooner or later, you wicked people will be pissed off to death. Jiang Yuhua couldn't help but be curious. Mei Bao, did you beat Qin Xian? Everyone nearby pricked up their ears, and leaned forward to listen. Wu Yu, yeah? Jiang Yuhua, why? Wu Yu, he was watching me all the time. I felt annoyed, and wanted to teleport away, but he came to stop me. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden bang sound, and everyone turned around to see Shinkei kicking the iron gate of the shop on the first floor directly, and the entire iron gate deformed and fell to the ground. Jian Suiyu, Yuhua, you'd better not ask. If this continues, it won't be the gate being kicked down, but a fight between the two sides. Charles whispered, brother, if a fight really breaks out, don't blame me for being idle and stirring up trouble. He still has many favors to pay, so it's not easy to take action. Li Ran was upset. Just shut up. Can't you just hope for a little bit? It's as if he's just going to take action and doesn't have any favors to pay. His wife is still on the other side. If this wasn't the future creature, even if the gun was pointed at his head, Jiang Yuhua would have to finish eating this melon. The future creature has very high floors, and each floor is full of densely packed alien beasts. Such a terrifying number of alien beasts makes it hard for people not to suspect that there are alien beast culture dishes on the top floor of the future creature. There are at least thousands of alien beasts on each floor, and the future creature has 128 floors. You can't use weapons, big moves, awakening skills, or lethal weapons. According to the current number of people, they can't finish the fight in 2 days and 2 nights, let alone today. Shinkei fiercely pierced the entire beast with the trident in his hand, kicked it away, and continued to move forward without looking back. Wu Yu looked at the floor structure diagram of the future creatures, and the location of the escape passage, and quickly established a 3-dimensional floor plan in her mind. She gradually fell behind the crowd. Facing Jiang Yuhua's inquiring eyes, Wu Yu just signaled her to go first. The whole team has advanced to the 3rd floor, and all the monsters on the 1st and 2nd floors have been cleared. Wu Yu began to walk back and forth in the building according to the floor plan. She lowered her head, and took 1 step at a time, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Qin Xian began to observe her calmly again. He wanted to know what Wu Yue had been thinking about. Wu Yue, Major General Qin Xian, please stay away from me. Your emotions are too strong. You have interfered with my normal thinking. Suddenly, when Wu Yue spoke, Qing Xuan's pupils flickered. Shinkei, who was walking in front, turned back instantly with a gloomy and cold look. He didn't even dodge the strange beast that was biting him. Shin Qingxi cut off the head of the strange beast with the sword in his hand. You have to believe her. Shinkei tried to calm himself down. I didn't disbelieve her. Shin Qingxi, you're just afraid. Shinkei's eyes instantly swept over him, narrowing dangerously. Shin Qingxi, you're too afraid of losing her. She's already trying to take care of your emotions, otherwise she wouldn't have taken action against Qin Xian directly, but you're still very nervous. Seeing Shinkei's unusually sinister expression, Su Mo pulled Shin Qingxi in fear. Qingxi, stop talking. Shin Qingxi, Shinkei, I've said it before, if one day someone who's not weak and has more power than you suddenly appears, what are you going to do? The young commander of the army, raised under the protection of 3 military generals, young and arrogant, also has dragon bones, SSS plus mental power and weapons. He also has a group of powerful brothers, who have gone through life and death together, and even his personality and temper are so similar to your real temper. Even if the dragon bones in your body are 2-star dragons whose true dragon energy far exceeds his Qinglong, your state has been very unstable since Qin Xian appeared. You have to try to adjust your emotions. You can't never contact strange men. Jian Suiyu and Richard looked at each other. Their expressions were a little subtle. So the person who knows you best is always your enemy. Even they haven't realized that Shinkei is wrong, but Shin Qingxi has discovered it. Shinkei lowered his head and panted quickly and briefly. Shinkei. Hearing Wu Yu's voice, Shin Chung immediately raised his head and walked to her side. Shinkei, I'm here. Wu Yu looked at Jiang Huaiji, brother Yu and Jiechen, Shin Qingxi and sister Xiaoli continued to open the way down. I will take Shinkei to another place. Jiang Huaiji, okay. The main force left. Li Ren and Charles had already left. Only Qin Xian stood there not too far away, watching Wu Yu and Shen Ke. Shen Ke lowered his head. His pupils kept flashing violently, and he was very excited. The more Wu Yu came into contact with Qin Xian, the more he couldn't control his emotions. Wu Yu stretched out his hand to hold Shen Ke's face, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat. My face is all left by fighting monsters. Wu Yu, if you dare to retreat again, I don't want you. Shen Ke immediately put his face into Wu Yu's palm. Wu Yu asked him, what are you afraid of? Shen Ke lowered his eyes and said nothing. Wu Yu took Shen Ke's hand and walked to the side. She directly pulled off the live broadcast camera on both of them and blew it up with a gun. Shen Ke lowered his head. This also violates the rules, and you can't help Sirius get the first place. Wu Yu, to hell with the first place. I still need the thing to help Sirius recruit people. In your current mental state, how can I care about recruiting people? After randomly finding a shop with a lounge, Wu Yu pushed Shen Ke down on the sofa, sat in his arms, and held Shen Ke's face. Wu Yu, tell me, what are you afraid of? Ever since seeing Qin Xian, he has been trying to please her with such a cautious attitude. Shen Ke, you are so smart, you obviously know everything. Wu Yu, I want you to tell me in person, otherwise this matter will always be pinned up in your heart, like a thorn in your throat. Shen Ke said nothing. Wu Yu gritted his teeth. Shen Ke, if you don't tell me, I really don't want you. Shen Ke buried his head in Wu Yu's neck and hugged her tightly, with such force that he seemed to want to rub her into his body. He has a similar background and strength to me, but he has always been well protected. He didn't need to be cunning and try to please others just for a moment of peace since he was a child, and he didn't need to face the humiliating choices he had to make every time he was forced into a desperate situation. He has never been humiliated in person, and all his achievements were won in the battlefield. For a long time, I was like a rat in the gutter, doing despicable and shady things. I know that he looks down on me, and many people look down on me, and they think I am useless. But I don't want you to know, because I don't want you to have the same idea as them, otherwise I will be desperate and want to die immediately. Hearing Shen Ke begging in such a humble tone, Wu Yu felt that her heart was about to break. The little cat she had raised with all her efforts was still troubled by his difficult and tortuous experience when he was a little stray. Just because of a domestic pure-blooded cat wandering outside the territory, he was so inferior that he couldn't even raise his head, and he carefully looked at her face to please her for fear of being abandoned. But obviously, in her eyes, he has always been the most beautiful, well-behaved and obedient, and her most favorite little cat. Chapter 489. Jian Suiyu called Shen Qingxi, and Shen Qingxi stepped back to look at him. Jian Suiyu, how did you find out? Shen Qingxi chuckled. Isn't this simple? How did I feel when I saw Shen Ke? I guess he feels the same way when he sees Qin Xian now. Not to mention the relationship with Wu Yu. Wu Yu is the most important person to Shen Ke, so his emotions are naturally on the verge of collapse. Jian Suiyu said cautiously, I know it's a bit presumptuous, but how did you overcome this mentality? Shen Qingxi shrugged. To be honest, I haven't gotten over it yet. I still feel itchy when I think about it occasionally, but this is a fait accompli, isn't it? Since we can't change the fait accompli, let's try to change ourselves and make ourselves stronger. Whether it's psychological or physical, as long as we become stronger, any setbacks and hardships will become the driving force for our progress. And Shen Ke has a god who has been helping him all the time. Wu Yu is guiding him every step of the way. Jian Suiyu suddenly realized that Wu Yu deliberately left Qi Yin without telling him, just to let Shen Ke temporarily gain the upper hand emotionally, including taking him back to the Jiang family to help him assert his sovereignty. And looking at Shen Ke's appearance after returning from his honeymoon, Wu Yu obviously kept coaxing him, and did not tell Shen Ke that someone was harassing her. Even before Wu Yu wanted Shen Ke to go to the military department, she asked Zhou Qiafeng to come forward in person, all in order to let Shen Song make military achievements to clear the haze. If Qin Xian had not suddenly appeared, Shen Ke would have slowly walked out of the haze under Wu Yu's guidance and faced her with his truest side. But now, Shen Ke was so cautious in the face of Wu Yu that he was almost walking on thin ice. Jian Suiyu was a little anxious. Even he didn't know how to deal with Shen Ke's state. The experience of fighting against Wang Ting had left an indelible shadow on him. Wu Yu lifted Shen Ke's face and kissed him passionately. She leaned toward Shen Ke and hugged him tightly. The two of them kissed and forgot themselves. Wu Yu grabbed Shen Ke's hand and put it on her tattoo. She repeatedly told him, Noah, I love you. I want to be with you forever, and we will never be apart. Each expression of his passionate love was met with a more enthusiastic response from Shen Ke, until Wu Yu leaned weakly into his arms, and Shinkei's expression finally looked brighter. Wu Yu whispered, I found that this building should have hidden spaces that cannot be seen on the map. Perhaps there is a secret elevator that can go directly to the headquarters of the future biological research laboratory. You accompany me. Shinkei nodded, okay. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei, if during the time I was being studied, I had ever been. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu fiercely. Don't think about it. Don't make such assumptions. Will you dislike me because of such a thing? Shinkei, I won't, of course I won't, I will never do that. Wu Yu hugged him back. I will never dislike you either, no matter what happened to you, or what you did, it was all for the sake of living. Shinkei, dying is easy, but living is the hardest. Any efforts and concessions you make to survive will make you stronger inside, not what others call useless. Do you understand? Only the weak will stand on the moral high ground to criticize and comment on other people's lives. The strong are brave and fearless. And you not only want to live, you have been working hard to live for yourself, and you are also helping others. If you hadn't always cared about me, tolerated me, and pursued me, I wouldn't have grown to this level. It was you who first carefully watered me with your passionate, fearless and unrequited love, and then I gave you feedback. You are very useful, you are very powerful, you are the best. Shinkei said softly. Wu Yu, if you knew, when I found out that I just fell in love with you, my first reaction was... Wu Yu interrupted him, I know. Shinkei looked at her in surprise. Wu Yu, although I didn't realize it at the time, as my ability becomes stronger, it's easy to figure it out. You were really in a state of excitement at the time, so when you have concerns, the first thing you do, when you are in a state of excitement is to let yourself down. You want to show your strength and indifference. Like when we first met, let me treat you as the captain and stay away from you. But you found that I like you very much and even praise you. You can't bear to say harsh words to me, so you can only pretend to be weak with me. You want me to think you are useless. Once I have such an idea, it will poke your deepest pain, and you will bitterly let yourself give in to me. Because you know very well that you can't have any feelings at that time. Shinkei's pupils flashed wildly, full of broken light. So now that you know, will you still want me? Wu Yu held his face. Shinkei, I have said it long ago. No one will equate a relationship with a lifetime right away. Without in-depth understanding, long-term coexistence, repeated struggles and entanglements, and common running-in, it is irresponsible to define a lifetime casually. What's more, you were in a difficult situation at that time, and your choice was to protect me. You chose to put your head down, and you never thought of hurting me, but let me hurt your heart. I won't be serious with you because of these things. Shinkei lowered his head. No matter how much I wanted to put my head down at that time, everything you did, and every word you said made me so happy, and liked you so much. You praised me when I showed strength, and comforted and encouraged me when I made mistakes on purpose. I came back late, but you still cared about me, and worried about me despite your anger, and you never blamed or complained about me. I couldn't resist it all. The more I wanted to prevent myself from being addicted, the more I indulged in the happiness you brought me. I felt so happy just by seeing you. Wu Yu hugged him helplessly. Look, even if I know that you are taking advantage of me to coax you and tell me what happened before, I will still indulge you. Because I love you very much, and I will always spoil you and coax you. And Shinkei, even if I did like your appearance at first sight, that doesn't support whether you and I will be together. In the end, I decided to bring you into the game because of you. No matter which side of you, I like you so much. I can't control myself. I know that I am very irresponsible to you, but I just don't want to let you go. Your love for me is far greater than my love for you. Because liking is unbridled, while love is restrained. Or just like you said, I don't have any so-called ideal standards at all. I define my ideal type as these standards because I like you, you are this kind of person, you have these aspects. Love itself actually has no standard. Love makes people sink, lose reason, and lose bottom line. However, not loving makes people define love in various ways, and give various clearly marked restrictive conditions. So do you understand now? It is impossible for me to like a person who suddenly appears and admires the strong. I am a person who is very defensive, avoids intimacy, and has a very strong sense of exclusivity in my personal field. Now I have circled you as my person, you can only stay in my field. If you want to run, I will bite you to death directly. The more Wu Yu said, the more Shinkei couldn't suppress his smile. He was so happy that he felt dizzy, as if he was walking on clouds. He glanced at Wu Yu, put his neck close to Wu Yu's mouth, and said expectantly, "Then bite me to death." Wu Yu stretched out her hand and twisted his neck fiercely. "If you are happy, get up quickly and follow me to find a hiding place." Shin-Kei hugged her unwillingly. You haven't bitten me yet, you said it yourself. You want to bite me to death. And you just kicked Qin Xian. Why do you reward the kid? Why don't you kick me? Will you despised him? What are you talking about? How could I bear to kick you like that? Besides, your neck is dirty from fighting monsters. Shin-Kei pretended to be pitiful. You clearly said that you would never despise me no matter what. Will you? That's what you said? I didn't say that. Shin-Kei lowered his head, his face gloomy. Wu Yu got angry when she saw his pretentious look, and grabbed his collar, and bit him directly on the face that Shin-Kei happily came to meet him, leaving both of their mouths full of blood. Shin-Kei's pupils flickered wildly, and he pinched Wu Yu's neck to prevent her from leaving. He frantically asked for kisses from her, deepening the kisses one after another. Shin-Kei kept his eyes open from beginning to end, looking at Wu Yu without a single mistake, as if he wanted to deeply engrave her blushing face and devoted look into his bones. In Wu Yu's dazed expression, he suddenly looked at the position where Qin Xian was standing behind the wall, squinted his eyes, and showed a nasty smile. He felt Wu Yu pinching his waist, warning him not to always think about these little thoughts. He immediately retracted his gaze and hugged Wu Yu tighter. Chapter 490. Shin-Kei happily followed Wu Yu, watching her lower her head to measure the distance and check each floor tile, and felt that Wu Yu's concentration was really charming. Shin-Kei turned his head and glanced at Qin Xian not far away, narrowing his eyes dangerously. It would be better if this bastard could die immediately. Wu Yu, Shin-Kei, your mental activities are too rich, interfering with my thinking. Shin-Kei immediately put away his thoughts, good wife. Until... Knock knock. Suddenly, two hollow sounds that were obviously different from other floor tiles were heard. Wu Yu turned her head and looked at Shin-Kei. She carefully knocked all the bricks around again and determined that there was an area of 5 by 5 freight elevator behind the hollow bricks. Shin-Kei, did I smash this? Wu Yu shook her head. I'm afraid this elevator has an emergency alarm self-destruct device. We have to find the entrance of the elevator. Wu Yu led Shin-Kei down. The monsters on the first and second floors had been cleared. Going down to the first and second floors, there were densely packed SSS-level monsters. Shin-Kei asked Wu Yu to step back. He pointed at Qin Xian and said, come here and protect Wu Yu. Qin Xian. Me? No, this guy didn't have this attitude just now. Didn't he change too quickly? Qin Xian was surprised. She is obviously very strong and doesn't need protection at all. Shin-Kei felt that Qin Xian's attitude towards Wu Yu was not right. Wu Yu pulled him and said, you think too much. Your emotions affect your judgment. He is simply observing and examining me. He may want to see if I am really like the rumors. Shin-Kei, Wu Yu, remember what I told you before? I can see other people's emotions. Qin Xian didn't have that kind of thought. You were too nervous. Shin-Kei was confused. Then you kicked him? Wu Yu, aren't you unhappy that he was too close to me? He was probably afraid that I would be hurt by the beast and wanted to stop me from leaving. If he had grabbed my hand, you would have exploded immediately. Shin-Kei, Okay, so he was the one who was jealous for no reason. Then Shin-Kei was more upright when he summoned Qin Xian, and he had no more psychological burden. Shin-Kei, Wu Yu's ability is still in the recovery stage, and can't be used all the time. Qin Xian understood after hearing this. Because Wu Yu's body was damaged by the god-making plan, she never showed up, and made up a persona to let the outside world relax their vigilance against her. She took advantage of this period of time to recuperate. If it weren't for his aggressive attitude just now, Wu Yu wouldn't have attacked him. This Prince Noah obviously didn't rely on his face to get to the top. The two of them have a close relationship, and judging from the way he fought all the way, he is a tough guy with solid practical experience, not just a show-off. Since the observation was completed, Qin Xian naturally had no reason to protect people. He refused directly. The law enforcement team is only responsible for law enforcement, not protection. Shin-Kei, Isn't this person's attitude changing too quickly? Wu Yu saw Shin-Kei's face change slightly, and couldn't help laughing on the side. Shin-Kei glared at her. You are not allowed to laugh at me. Wu Yu turned her face away, and continued to laugh. Shin-Kei was angry, and kicked the nearby monster away. Shin-Kei was fighting monsters there. Wu Yu looked at Qin Xian. Your dragon bone was introduced into your body too quickly, which put a great burden on your body. The kick I just gave you should not have been so lethal. Qin Xian nodded. Yes, you kicked away from the vital part. It's my fault. Wu Yu, Shin-Kei has completely integrated the dragon bones of his body. If you have any questions about this, you can talk to him. Shin-Kei suddenly turned his head and interrupted. Don't talk to me, I don't talk to him. Wu Yu, This person is so childish. He is so old, but he is still like a child. In one sentence, he killed the conversation. Wu Yue and Qin Xian stood like two wooden stakes and watched Shinkei beat up the monster on the first floor. Wu Yue was free anyway, so she started picking up the packages dropped by the monsters. Congratulations on getting SSS level Moonfall or Asterisk 10, Wu Yue blinked for a moment. Shinkei turned around. What's wrong, baby? Wu Yue, I picked up SSS level ore. Shinkei came over in surprise, and Qin Xian couldn't help but look out. The Moonfall ore exudes a warm and translucent luster, which is different from the dazzling Starfall ore again. Although the Moonfall ore is gentle, it obviously contains unfathomable unknown power. Qin Xian, now all the SSS level weapon holes in the Alliance are smashed with SS level meteorite ore. If SSS level Moonfall ore appears at this time, the entire weapon ceiling will be raised to a higher level, which will inevitably cause an uproar. Shinkei looked at Qin Xian dangerously. You should leave. Qin Xian glanced at Wu Yue and left silently. Wu Yue was studying the Moonfall ore seriously. There was no Moonfall ore on the ground, but there was one just after reaching the underground level. This shows that the monsters on the underground level are of higher level, and their catalysis is likely related to the Moonfall ore. When Richard was almost in trouble, many strange beasts suddenly appeared in the frozen canyon, and under the catalysis of an unknown force, all of them turned into zombies. If that incident was caused intentionally by humans, then Chu Cixia may have mastered the technology of mass-producing strange beasts. This is not surprising. Compared with the bone monsters mutated by humans, it is obviously easier to produce strange beasts, but these strange beasts are obviously disobedient and uncontrollable. Then it is highly likely that the location of future creatures is underground. After all, most of the ore comes from underground. Wu Yue stopped Shinkei's action and picked up all the packages in front of him, picking up a total of 2,000 SSS level Moonfall ores. Qin Xian returned to the United Front Department and saw everyone's eyes, and his heart suddenly jumped violently. It was as if there was a strong mental pollution invading here unconsciously. Everyone looked at Wu Yue with more and more eagerness, almost to the point of madness. Even he, who was just immersed in such an atmosphere, could not help but be infected by the jealous psychology of the strong, and only gradually regained his calm after leaving after being injured. Qin Xian realized that something was wrong. There must be something wrong. As soon as Qin Xian left, the United Front Department's perspective on Shinkei and Wu Yue completely disappeared. Wu Yue looked at Shinkei, and he immediately leaned over and was about to kiss her. After Shinkei kissed her on the face several times, Wu Yue pushed him away helplessly. Let me talk to you about business. Shinkei hugged her. You can talk about business like this. Wu Yue, there is something wrong with the law enforcement team that came today. Shinkei narrowed his eyes instantly. What do you mean? Wu Yue, I have been receiving a lot of harassing friend requests recently. After observing for a while, I found that many of them are from the military. I gave the list of these people to the leader of the Alliance and asked him to arrange to put them all in the law enforcement team this time. Shinkei hugged Wu Yue tightly. What are you planning? Wu Yue, I was just suspicious at first, but with Qin Xian's 3 appearances, the different auras around him, I can now be sure that the god-making plan may not be completely over yet. Why do you subconsciously think that with Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird around, the military can rest easy? Even the Black Tortoise is just a small chess piece. How could Chu Cixia let go of the other 3 armies, especially the military, whose psychology is the easiest to manipulate, and who admires the strong the most, and will immediately attract fanatical followers once they show their strong strength? She can make a few more moves in the future. Why can't Chu Cixia? Chapter 491. Shinkei's face turned ugly in an instant. With your current physical condition, if you encounter another attack, it will be too dangerous. Let's leave immediately, and not play the friendly match. Wu Yue, but this may be the best opportunity to catch the remnants of the god-making plan. Once this opportunity is missed, they will silently infiltrate various parts of the military, like maggots attached to bones, and sooner or later a big thunder will explode. Shinkei held Wu Yue tightly in his arms. Then you must promise me that you must not act alone, you must always be by my side, and you must not break the seal again no matter what. Let me protect you. Wu Yue nodded. Okay, I promise you. We call all the troops back and fight underground. Shinkei, yeah. Shinkei suddenly thought, I say I found the Moonfall ore later. Otherwise, the public will pay more attention to Wu Yue. Wu Yue couldn't help but curl her lips. Okay. Shinkei kissed her angrily. You are laughing at me again. You must think that no one believes me because I am so unlucky. Wu Yue held his face and pinched his earlobes. No, I just feel very touched that you want to protect me. I am happy, not laughing at you. Shinkei's face flushed with joy. He couldn't help hugging Wu Yu and rubbing his face against hers. Wife, I like you so much. Wu Yu hooked his neck to steady her body. I like you too. When Wu Yu brought Shinkei, who was coaxed into submission, to find the main force, these people were fighting monsters in a class atmosphere, with expressionless faces and hearts colder than butcher knives. Xiangbai, haha, we're reconciled now. Fu Yanqi, bulls and horses. The head of the Taoist sect is a bull and a horse. Jiang Yuhua, these two people are simply in a public-funded romance, completely disregarding our lives. Wu Yu, we found a secret elevator entrance, which may be on the second underground floor, and Shinkei also found SSS-level moonfall ore. Everyone's attitude changed instantly, and their smiling faces made people feel like spring breeze. Richard stepped forward and patted Shinkei's shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, Prince Noah. Then can you arrange the ore for my weapon? Xiangbai, Richard, you traitor. Richard, what do you know? Our tribe is declining, and we have to rely on me to revive it. Shinkei shook Richard off. Don't touch me. We will be jealous. Wu Yu waved her hand. Not at all. Shinkei glared at her. The monster is on the first and second floors underground. First come first served. Go grab it yourself. Before he finished speaking, the entire venue was emptied in an instant, and there was no one. Even Charles and Li Ren were running away. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei. Aren't you going to fight? Shinkei shook his head. My weapons are all covered with the ore you knocked for me. I like it very much. Wife, if you want to open a hole for the moon goddess, I will help you grab it immediately. Wu Yu held Shinkei's hand. I don't need it either. Anyway, I can't use the moon goddess for the time being. Everyone here needs ore the most. Shinkei took Wu Yu's hand into his arms. Wu Yu was happy to see that he looked like he was soaking in a honey pot. It turns out that kittens are the most pleasing to be loved and spoiled. Law Enforcement Team United Front Department, what good things have all been snatched away by these teams? We also got the weapons added by SSS. Why didn't the Alliance give us such a fat map this time? That's right. Our weapons also need a lot of ores to drill holes. Now the price of meteorite ores has risen so much that we can't afford it at all. Qin Xian listened to these people's words, and it seemed to be true at first, but after thinking carefully, the Alliance has already given SSS added weapons. Why must all the ores be allocated in place? Not to mention them, even Wu Yu's relatives, after giving them weapons, she no longer cares about them. Meteorite ores are rare, and the price has always been high. Now it is reasonable that the price has risen. It is impossible to get weapons overnight, but now in the malice of these people, as long as they don't get the best configuration, they are treated unfairly. Everything was given too easily, and it became a matter of course. Qin Xian observed the situation on the scene calmly, and began to look for the source of those who had been leading the rhythm and provoking conflicts. After watching for a while, he whispered a few words to the adjutant. Wu Yu and Shinkei went to the underground floor hand in hand. The monsters underground were denser than those on the ground. The denser they were, the more people were convinced that the underground was the source of these monsters. Li Ran looked at Charles, who was grabbing monsters vigorously, grabbed his collar, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing wildly. Law enforcers can't do it. Charles bared his teeth and claws. Let me go, or these wicked guys will kill us all if you're not careful. They won't be polite to you. Cixia said to Li Ran, I can tell from the looks of it that Major General Li is a serious person. You can't do such illegal things. Li Ran lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. Wait until the friendly match is over. Cixia leaned against him carelessly on purpose. Major General Li, are you trying to scare me? I'm so scared. Li Ran looked down at her, and Cixia winked at him. The more serious he was, the more Cixia wanted to tease him. Li Ran, this little devil, she's almost hooking him to death. Shinkei watched calmly from the side, then turned to look at Wu Yu, looking expectant. Wu Yu, She just pretended not to see it, and looked away. Shinkei came over. Can you lean on me like this too? I will definitely hold back. Wu Yu, I don't believe you. This kid is just short of writing I kiss you right away on his face. Shinkei lowered his head in disappointment, and waited there for a long time, but Wu Yu didn't respond. He immediately reached out and grabbed her, pulled Wu Yu into his arms, and kissed her. Wu Yu pushed him away. There are so many people. The sneak attack was successful. Shinkei's whole body was shining with pink bubbles, and he kept smiling at Wu Yu. Wu Yu glared at him. Be serious. Shincheng nodded immediately. I am always very serious. As the battle line advanced all the way to the second underground floor, seeing the densely packed monsters on the second underground floor that made it impossible to step, everyone couldn't help but take a breath, and their eyes instantly lit up. This is not a monster. This is all SSS level moonfall, or this is all treasure. This is all honeypot. Seeing everyone rushing into the monster pile, the number of exotic beasts quickly decreased. The law enforcement team, who had been watching behind the screen, finally couldn't help it. Bang! Kicked the table in front of him. Qing Xian instantly looked sideways and dodged in front of him. Where are you going? Young Marshal, I can't stand it anymore. Let me watch all the resources being taken away by others like my grandson. To be honest, I don't have as good a temper as you. Yes, Marshal. Our military has been fighting hard for so many years to get those few melons and 2 dates. These teams are given so many resources in a friendly match, and they want us to be law enforcers. Isn't this a slap in the face? If this is a dungeon that anyone can go to, it's fine, but this is a shared resource of the Alliance. Why should they give it all to the people of these teams? Marshal, just say a word, we will follow you and take them all down. Yes. Marshal. Qing Xian looked at the officers and generals in front of him with a dark expression, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he suddenly nodded and agreed, okay, since you want to go, then I will take you there. Chapter 492. The main force of the team was killing in full swing. To be honest, this scene was no different from a money transport truck overturning and robbing money in public. Perhaps the only difference was that robbing a money transport truck was illegal, but this was not. Everyone's eyes were red with killing intent, and there was a strange arc on the corner of their mouths. They laughed and laughed, and their obsessed faces were simply outrageous. Shin-Kei, do you think this is within the Alliance's expectations? Wu Yu shook her head. SSS Moonfall or has never been seen before, and it is obviously not within the Alliance's expectations, so the Alliance must activate the emergency plan for the subsequent reactions. Shin-Kei, do you want me to stop them? Wu Yu thought, no, since the Moonfall or has been released, competition is inevitable. It's better to let them fight for it than to block them. Let them fight for it. The more fiercely they fight, the more jealous the people watching from behind will be. We can catch all the people with bad intentions. Shin-Kei kicked away the monster that slipped over, and protected Wu Yu more tightly behind him. Then you must follow my baby closely. Wu Yu looked left and right, and found that no one was watching them, so she pulled the corner of Shin-Kei's clothes from behind. Shin-Kei just turned around in confusion, and she suddenly leaned into Shin-Kei's arms, holding his waist and acting coquettishly with him. Shin-Kei, who was still confused the last second, understood instantly, looked down at Wu Yu's fluffy hair, and felt sweet in his heart. Slapping Shin-Kei's hand away, Wu Yu whispered, you said it yourself, you must hold it in. Shin-Kei secretly raised his hand, but was slapped away again. He couldn't hold back his mouth, and his whole eyebrows curved down. As the monsters on the second underground floor were all cleared, a total of about 80,000 SSS-level moon-drop ores were exploded. The consumption of SSS-level ores in each hole is almost 10 times less than that of SS-level ores. 80,000 SSS-level moonfall ores can instantly produce 8 SSS and purple gold weapons. Just as everyone was about to start smashing the weapons, the military law enforcement team suddenly appeared. Shin-Kei immediately took Wu Yu back to the center of the large army on guard. Looking at Qing Xian, who was in the lead, Shin-Kei narrowed his eyes dangerously. What do you mean? What do you mean? You guys got rewards for playing friendly matches. Why should all the rewards from these exotic beasts be given to you? Yes, the military is here to recycle the SSS-level moonfall ores you produced. Hand over all the moonfall ores you have obtained, or you will be punished for disobeying military orders. The expressions of all the team members suddenly darkened. The military was still shouting, I think you guys just can't get enough of taking advantage. You have weapons, but you even want to keep the ores for yourself. Humph, don't you see who led the team? How can a pretty boy like Prince Noah, who relies on his looks to make a living, lead subordinates with integrity? Miss Wu Yu, why don't you look at me, with your conditions? Why don't you give us some benefits? Aren't you all shouting about women's independence and liberation? Yes, my sisters can date 8 men at a time, but not 1 8 times. Then can't you accept all of us brothers? We will serve you well like Prince Noah and make you happy. Bang! 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 The scene was quiet in an instant. Before Shin-Kei threw the trident, Jiang Yuhua's 3 bullets had already shot the 3 people who had been shouting non-stop in the head. Pa pa pa. Jian Suiyu clapped his hands. Wife, your shooting is really accurate, you shoot well. Shin-Kei, He hates high technology. He wants to help his wife in her anger. Just as Shin-Kei was about to start fighting, Wu Yu held Shin-Kei's hand and signaled him not to rush. I didn't expect Jiang Yuhua to be so cruel. He shot the man in the head without saying anything. The people who came were instantly murderous and took out their weapons. Young Marshal, we will fight them today with just one word from you. Young Marshal, they beat people like this in front of you. It's really too much. Young Marshal. Charles and Liaran looked at each other, and they walked to the center of the two teams cautiously. Liaran, Major General Qin Xian, there may be some misunderstandings. Charles, yes, it's all misunderstandings. The eldest lady of the Jiang family killed 3 of us directly. What other misunderstandings can there be? That's right, we just made a few jokes. The Jiang family is so noble that we can't say a word. We are rough and vulgar people, and our words are a bit unpleasant. I am a straightforward person, but my words are rough and my truth is not rough, Miss Wu Yu. At this moment, Shen Ke would never give Jiang Yuhua a chance to steal his spotlight. When he heard Wu Yu's name, he threw the trident directly, piercing his head instantly, making his brains splatter all over the floor. By the way, he almost skewered the brothers standing behind him. Jiang Yuhua gritted his teeth, and could only kill the 2 who spoke in front. In just a short while, he had killed 6 people. Charles stood silently beside Qin Xian, ready to take sides at any time. Liaran looked upset as if he had seen himself being laid off and joining the wave of reemployment. The scene became even more eerie and quiet. The law enforcement team members were speechless as they waited for Qin Xian to give the order to start fighting. What a joke, if you say anything, you will be killed. What's wrong with the young marshal? How can he be so bloodless? Young Marshal, say something. Young Marshal, so many of our brothers were killed for no reason, are you indifferent? Young Marshal, you really disappoint the brothers. Young Marshal, the brothers are all fighting with you with their lives. Even if they have no merit, they have worked hard. Don't you let them seek justice for the death of 6 people. Qin Xian seemed to be suddenly poisoned and mute. No matter what these people said, he just wouldn't speak. A strange and slightly funny situation gradually formed on both sides. Everyone on the team was silent, and killed people with a cold face. The law enforcement team kept talking nonsense, but they were afraid of death, and dared not talk nonsense to Wu Yue. Gradually, all the spearheads were directed at Qin Xian. Until, young Marshal, I think you have no backbone at all. You are not even as brave as Prince Noah, the pretty boy. Bang! Everyone in the law enforcement team looked at Qin Xian in disbelief. No, young Marshal, are you crazy? You don't give orders to attack the enemy, but you are very good at attacking your own people. Young Marshal, you are usually a capable person. Did someone take over your body today? Young Marshal, you are really too much. I look down on you. Bang! Bang! Seeing Qin Xian kill 2 more people, everyone in the law enforcement team looked a little confused. This one-man show of sowing discord that could be killed at any moment. I really don't know how to continue. Qin Xian turned and looked at the law enforcement team. Keep talking, don't stop. Law enforcement team, think they are all stupid. You will be killed as soon as you open your mouth. Qin Xian sneered. I thought the other side had painted a big cake for you, but I didn't expect that such a small matter as death would stump you. The expressions of the law enforcement team gradually became gloomy and dangerous. Just when Qin Xian ordered the support troops outside to take all these people away, these people suddenly showed a sinister smile on their faces. Shen Ke, who suddenly felt something was wrong, immediately embraced Wu Yu, and was about to leave the second underground floor. However, something unexpected happened. Right under their feet, a strange star array suddenly lit up. This star array was exactly the same as the star array in the god-making plan at the engagement banquet. With Wu Yu's current physical condition, once the star array was activated, she would most likely be immediately killed by the impact of the evil spirit. Chapter 493. When they saw the star array, everyone's face changed instantly. Shen Ke hugged Wu Yu without hesitation. Wife, hold me tight. Wu Yu hugged Shen Ke tightly, and Shen Ke rushed out of the future creature at lightning speed without thinking. Qin Xian immediately said, the friendly forces supporting the military have arrived, take their shuttle. Wu Yu immediately stopped him. No. Qin Xian was puzzled. Why? Wu Yu, there are no friendly forces. There are no friendly forces at all. Since someone proposed to set the location of the friendly match here, all the people involved in the plan of the entire friendly match have problems. Don't trust any of them. Shen Ke, go underground and further down. We go to the base camp of future creatures. Shen Cheng nodded immediately. Okay. He left with Wu Yu instantly. Everyone present changed color, and Qin Xian's face instantly became extremely ugly. Liaran, so who are the people coming to support? Qin Xian, it's Suzaku army. His father had a bad temper and couldn't stand being provoked. After the horror amusement park dungeon, Suzaku brought people to find his father, and the two of them found the leader of the alliance and took down the dungeon together. The military took the dungeon, and Suzaku said that as a favor, They would open this natural disaster map for a friendly match between teams. All the people who came to support were Suzaku's people, at least 10 SSS plus combat power. They no longer needed future creatures, and it was even possible that all the files had been moved away by them. They would definitely bomb them, and kill them all, and put an end to it. Everyone was stunned. After Wu Yu and Shinkei left, it was as if their backbone had been pulled out. They didn't know what to do now. Jiang Huaiji took a deep breath, calmed down and analyzed the current situation. The god-making plan failed and Chu Cixia died. Only the military Zhuge continued to implement the plan. So they burned their boats and gathered all the second-generation alliance here, killing Wu Yu by becoming a god, and destroying us all by shuttle bombing. Once Wu Yu died, the Lu family's Qiling people were completely wiped out, and the door to the Order world could never be opened again. Jian Suiyu, Zhuge must have a backup plan, and his backup plan can help him reap the entire situation after our death. Next, he only needs to raise the more than 1,000 children left by Wu Yu, and the alliance will be able to control everything and completely steal the results of the entire god-making plan. Jiang Yuhua, but the live broadcast of the entire alliance, isn't Suzaku making his conspiracy public? Xiangbai took off his surveillance. It is possible that this live broadcast of the entire alliance was a cover from the beginning. Chunya, take off all the surveillance. Don't let the other side locate us again. Wu Xiuli, there is no signal here at all, and the communicator cannot be used. Xin Xingxi, if this is a plan that Chu Cixia had set up in advance, then everything is foolproof. Perhaps in the eyes of the outside world, we are still fighting monsters. With the amount of monsters in this building, it is not surprising to fight for a day and a night. Wu Yu and Shinkei destroyed the surveillance by themselves, which made everything go smoothly. It was a pleasant surprise for the opponent. One day and one night is enough for everything to be settled. Jian Suiyu, now we are fighting a city defense battle. The opponent has more than 10 SSS, and we have an absolute combat advantage. We hold on here, and buy more time for Wu Yu and Shinkei to explore the secrets of future creatures. Everyone looked at Qin Xian, and Qin Xian said, I will bring my people to join you. Jian Suiyu, we have 25 people here, and the military can have 39 people in total. If the other side doesn't dare to directly shuttle firebombing, it means that there must be something in this building that they fear. If they blow up the building, that thing will run out, and then they will most likely attack us with strong firepower. We don't have powerful thermal weapons, and the signal shield has no supplies. We only have our own awakening abilities and weapons. I find a way to penetrate the signal shield and send the news that we are trapped to the alliance. Jietchen, I be the first to carry it. Richard, I look for the captive's mental power to see if there are any unexpected discoveries. Fu Yanqi, I go to each door to set up a formation so that they can't get in. Wu Chong, then Wu Qiyan will guard the main gate. Wu Xiuli, Desert Rose will guard the north gate parking lot. Xin Xingxi, Shadow guards the entrance to the south gate supermarket. Qin Xian, Major General Charles, Major General Li, and I, along with the Qinglong army, will be in charge of the west gate parking lot. Jiang Yuhua, since there is an overflow of combat power here, I will take Sirius to support Yaya and Shin Quebec. To be on the safe side, Chuanya, you and I will go together. Chuanya, okay. It was eerily quiet outside the door. The calls of the strange beasts in the building gradually disappeared, and everything seemed like the calm before the storm. Jiang Yuhua and Jian Suiyu looked at each other, and Xiangbai let go of Chuanya's hand, and they each rushed to the battlefield. Shinkei held Wu Yu, and shuttled quickly through the third underground floor. Compared with the previous floors, this place was extremely peaceful and tranquil, and there was no strange beast at all. Seeing this scene, Wu Yu's heart sank. It seems that Chu Cixia may have mastered the ability to control the strange beasts. There is no need for people to break through. By then, all the strange beasts in the entire building will be transformed into zombies, and even if we have a high fighting power, it will be exhausted. Shinkei comforted her, relax, there are still many people fighting with us, I believe they will have a way. Wu Yu had no way to think more deeply, but she had a premonition. If there are so many SSS-level monsters in this building, then there must be a very scary monster among the creatures in the future. The fact that there has been no artillery fire on this building is likely because someone is afraid that the monster will escape and the whole situation will get out of control. And this monster will most likely clear the field at the end and take away everyone here in one go. Shinkei, then I will go find the monster and kill it. Wu Yu's heart became more and more uneasy. Shinkei, if the formation is on the second underground floor and the monster is on the third underground floor, the people who come to chase and kill it will come from the ground. It was obvious that someone was going to force us into the third underground floor where the monsters were. His purpose was to make us alarm the monsters, start the killing, and finally reap the benefits. We can't go. With my current physical condition, I'm afraid that you will die to protect me. Wu Yu hugged Shinkei tightly. She hated her current powerless state. There was no way she could fight alongside Shinkei. Shinkei tightened his grip. I won't die. I said I would protect you forever. I will never die. I want to be with you for the rest of my life forever. Wu Yu was anxious, but even Chu Xie didn't dare to use the cards, and he wasn't sure of using the cards. What kind of terrible beast would it be? So when he saw our people going to the future creatures, although he was shocked, he quickly reacted. It wasn't because he guessed it was a scam, but he knew very well that there was a giant beast hidden in the future creatures. It was not something that those people who went there could deal with, so he easily exposed my lies. What would it be? What kind of beast would it be? Wu Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. If her blood can open the gene locks of humans and ghosts, is it possible to open the gene locks of ghosts and beasts? Chapter 494. No. Her idea is wrong. Wu Yu tried to calm herself down. She always felt that she had missed something very important. What exactly did she miss? She carefully recalled all the details that had appeared so far. Wu Yu's eyes subconsciously fell on Shinkei's profile and the tattoo on his neck. His eyes were firm and calm, like God's most perfect work. God's most perfect work. Blood blessed by the holy angel, the dragon bones of the star dragon, the amazing five senses, and the unimaginable pressure resistance and self-control of ordinary people. In Baihu's mouth, he seemed like a dormant prince, with a keen sense of the overall situation and the ability to take advantage of the wind. His own ability was much stronger than he showed. For such a person, why did Chu Xie say that he never liked Shinkei? It shouldn't be. Shinkei is very outstanding in both combat and decision-making ability. Chu Xie was suppressing Shinkei in his words, including Qin Xian's sudden appearance today, who also revealed his disdainful attitude toward Shinkei at the beginning. This shows that there has always been a trend in the military to despise and belittle Shinkei, and it was precisely because of this that Shinkei's past memories were aroused and his mood fell into depression. Wu Yu suddenly realized that in Chu Xie's script, Shinkei's role was the ultimate villain. She suddenly said, "Shinkei, stop." Shin Chung immediately looked down at her. What's wrong, baby? Wu Yu looked at Shinkei uncertainly. I seem to have guessed the final trump card, the trump card that Chu Xie didn't use in the end. Why is he so angry and wants to kill you anyway? Because his trump card is useless. In the north, he didn't want to kill you, he wanted you to mutate. Because you are out of control, you are no longer his perfect work, so you have to mutate in advance. Shinkei, you are Chu Xie's trump card, DX001, is named after you. In order to break free from the shackles, always in loneliness and despair, the lone walker number 1 has to set off alone. In the first wave of DX001 removal work, the number of infected people in Wang Ting was second only to the Hua family. Wang Ting had been fully infiltrated by Chu Xie, so when they were confronting each other at that time, the more Shinkei showed that he loved her, the more Chu Xie broke his defense, and the two chess pieces that were carefully raised were all ruined. Chu Xie's original goal was to let Shinkei grow up in despair and loneliness. Once Qi Yin completed his mission to become Wu Yu's whetstone, Chu Xie would kill them all one by one, killing two birds with one stone. Shinkei would suffer and fall in the death of his teammates. As long as Chu Xie finally complied with Shinkei's wish to become stronger and helped him complete the transformation of his whole body of dragon bones, and then let him be completely eroded by the virus, Shinkei would become the sharpest knife in Chu Xie's hand. His most perfect work. If that's the case, Wu Yu suddenly opened her eyes wide. Let's leave here immediately, the real situation is waiting for us here. Damn it, her mental strength is damaged now, and she can't deal with such a profound and tortuous logic chain. Hurry up, you must leave here quickly, otherwise there is a very likely situation waiting for Shinkei. Shinkei directly used his ultimate to explode dragon scales, his pupils turned bright gold, and his speed was more than 3 times faster than before. He quickly wanted to go to the direction of the second underground floor. However, an airtight hexagram array instantly lit up on the ground, trapping him and Wu Yu in place. Wu Yu's heart began to beat violently. This was the array used by the Hua family to trap people. Sure enough, someone had already laid out the plan here. The entire empty third floor suddenly heard a noisy sound, and the sound coming from all directions was all holographic projection. Hearing these sounds, Shinkei's expression gradually changed from surprise to astonishment, and then to turbid despair, and his eyes lost focus. He hugged Wu Yu tightly, and kept whispering as if he couldn't control himself. Don't look, don't listen, Wu Yu, don't. Don't look at these. The more Shinkei said this, the louder the sound of these projections became, as if they were desperately trying to get into their eyes and ears. Shinkei's whole body was trembling, extremely desperate and embarrassed, and Wu Yu was almost strangled to death by his strong strength. Countless pictures and countless images were all video records of Shinkei's suppression and persecution by the royal court since he was a child. Every time these people hurt Shinkei, they were kept by someone under the instruction of Chutsishia, just to become the inner demon that makes him fall at the most critical moment. When he was young, he had no one to rely on. He had no ability to fight back when he was humiliated in person. He had to cater to others to get a moment of peace. He had to constantly let others take his blood to show that he was still worthy of living. They beat him and left him with scars, insulted his parents with words, deducted his food and clothing and made him starving and cold, and took his panda blood at will. They even wanted to. It was from this point that Shinkei clenched the knife in his hand and killed someone for the first time. He gritted his teeth and killed desperately. Even though the man was dead, he still cut off his entire head viciously. Seeing the fear and horror in the eyes of others looking at him, Shinkei knew that he had finally found the right way to deal with it. He killed everyone who came, cut off their heads, and crushed their hearts. Since then, Shinkei gave up communication and refused to communicate. All those who tried to get close to him had to die. As Shinkei himself said, he killed many, many people. He gritted his teeth and led the true dragon energy of his most cherished pair of star dragons into his body to transform them into dragon bones, enduring pain that ordinary people could not imagine. He wandered around various refugee camps under an assumed name, looking for like-minded partners. He was always alone on the road, full of loneliness. He had nowhere to go, a passerby in a hurry. Since he had no luck, he used his courage to cut through the thorns and walked out of a thorny road. On the road, he would also encounter powerful and invincible opponents, covered with wounds and extremely miserable. Confronting the external forces of the royal court would be humiliated by Frank's hypocrisy and humiliated to the extreme. Shinkei leaned humbly against Wu Yu's ear and kept telling her, I am very clean. They didn't even touch me for a moment. I have always been very clean. I killed them. Wu Yu, before you, I have never had close contact with anyone. I am very clean. Shinkei begged her, Wu Yu, please don't leave me. I beg you. I can't lose you. Wu Yu was a little short of breath. I know, baby, but you are going to strangle me to death. Shinkei was unwilling to let go. He just kept repeating what he just said. Wu Yu breathed hard, hugged Shinkei, and kept comforting him. Shinkei, I won't abandon you. In fact, I know almost all of your past. But I don't mind at all. I will only feel more sorry for you, want to treat you better, pamper you and love you. I will only like you more. Since things have already happened and cannot be changed, let's let these experiences become our stepping stones, so that we can stand higher and see farther. Whether it was the Jiang family, the Secretariat's investigation of Shinkei, or her search for Frank's memory, including the secret capture of Vlad for Slice research after S4, in fact, she knew roughly everything Shinkei had suffered over the years. It was also because of this that she had been coaxing and pampering Shinkei after S4. She hoped that Shinkei could be healed by love and slowly walk out of the haze. She also hoped that Shinkei could have a broad sky and create his own career and future. Originally, everything was going very smoothly. After the team-friendly match, it was the individual match. Shinkei would stand in front of everyone shiningly, letting everyone know that he was powerful and indestructible. She could happily appreciate her most beautiful little cat, majestic and energetic. But now, these scheming villains are still unwilling to let Shinkei go. Chapter 495. Wu Yu's body was full of strong hostility, which surrounded her as if it was real. The seal on the back of her neck burned violently, and turned into ash in an instant. Wu Yu hugged Shinkei tightly and comforted him softly. Baby, if they bully you, I will help you kill them. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. Anyone who wants to bully you, I will kill their entire family, and turn their ancestors into ashes. Shinkei's pupils flickered violently. He quickly took out a new seal from his clothes and stuck it on the back of Wu Yu's neck. No, your body will collapse. Seeing the seal on Wu Yu's neck burning rapidly, and seeing the seal running out, Shinkei wanted to activate his awakening ability, but it was all restrained by the formation, and could not be activated at all. His face was full of despair and extreme pain. No, Wu Yu, I would rather die than lose you. Wu Yu was using her powerful anger to forcibly block the Hua family formation that prevented them from leaving. Blood and tears slowly flowed from her scarlet eyes. We must leave here immediately, if I'm not mistaken. Juchua's backup must be a high-concentration DX001 virus solution that can instantly make Shinkei's panda blood ineffective, completely turn Shinkei into the strongest human weapon, who is bloodthirsty and tyrannical. He is desperate to completely destroy Shinkei, Wuyu, and the entire second generation of the Alliance after the God-making plan fails. He is a loyal believer in Chutsishia's new world and new human concept. He is Chutsishia's last move, executing on his behalf the plan to absolutely eliminate humans after the God-making plan fails. Before Wuyu could finish, countless needles suddenly appeared from all directions. Just as Wuyu expected, they were all virus reagents emitting strange black liquid. Wuyu was about to vent her anger, but she was tightly embraced by Shinkei. Unable to break free, Wuyu clearly heard the sound of the needle piercing Shinkei's body. Her pupils were instantly blank, and her face was empty, as if her soul had been taken away. Shinkei chuckled, Wuyu, at least for once, I can protect you, so am I not so useless? Wuyu kept shaking her head, tears silently falling from her eyes. No, you have always been protecting me. You are useful, you are the most useful, you are so great. Wuyu looked at Shinkei desperately. The moment countless reagents entered his body, Shinkei instantly vomited blood. Seeing Shinkei spit out black blood, it was obvious that a large dose of high-concentration DX001 virus fluid was traveling in Shinkei's body, instantly destroying the holy angel blood that was not able to react in time, and directly attacking his heart. Seeing Shinkei's face quickly turn blue-black, and his originally beautiful green pupils turn directly black, Wuyu felt that her heart was crushed and suffocated. The formation that imprisoned them had lost its effectiveness over time, which meant that the other party predicted that Shinkei would soon be completely eroded by the virus, and then start a deadly hunt. The extreme pain made Shinkei twitch and tremble all over, but even so he was unwilling to let Wuyu go. His black and organic pupils seemed to have the deepest and most desperate obsession, and kept saying, Wuyu, don't despise me, I am useful, don't leave me, don't leave me. Shinkei's complexion was rapidly fading, and his originally transparent cold white skin with blue veins was now all eroded by the black air, becoming as terrifying as a monster. The severe pain made Shinkei unable to bear it. Wuyu pushed him to the ground and pulled out the sharp long knife from Shinkei's waist. Wuyu directly placed her left hand on Shinkei's heart, and then fiercely pierced the back of her hand with the knife into Shinkei's ventricle. There was no time. She had no time to do professional protection. She could only use the fastest method to transfuse blood to Shinkei. Wuyu's system still had 5 rebirth potions, and 5 DX001 antidotes. 1 tube was poured into Shinkei's mouth, and Shinkei's complexion gradually improved. But the virus spread very quickly, and soon his face showed signs of decay again. 1 tube, and another tube, until the last tube of regeneration potion and DX001 antidote was poured into Shinkei's mouth. Wuyu's eyes were already blurred. Wuyu choked, Shinkei, you can't die, you must not die, you said you would always protect me, you would stay with me forever. She desperately cut her left wrist again, deep enough to see the bone, so that her blood could flow faster and more into Shinkei's ventricle. She didn't know if this would work, but this was the most extreme solution Wuyu could think of. Under the rapid effect of the virus, Shinkei's deepest desire was completely aroused. He looked at Wuyu with an obsessive look, and did not hide his desire for her. Regardless of the sharp blade between them, he suddenly stood up and hugged Wuyu tightly. Wuyu was worried about his injury, and pushed him nervously, but he thought it was a rejection. Shinkei's voice was hoarse like the roar of a beast. You dislike me, don't you? You clearly said that you would stay with me forever. Because I became scary, and I no longer have the beauty you like, you dislike me, right? Shinkei buried his head in Wuyu's neck, deeply feeling her breath. Wuyu, you smell so good, I like you so much, I want to merge with you. I want to stay with you forever and ever, never separate. Just like the countless times they had been intimate, Shinkei's hands gradually became unscrupulous, but under the influence of the virus, he did not restrain his strength, and Wuyu showed a painful expression on her face. Seeing Wuyu's expression, Shinkei's dark pupils became more and more crazy. You don't like me like this, right? Wuyu's voice was intermittent. Shinkei, you are too strong, you heard me, let me go. Shinkei kept shaking his head. I don't want to. I want to hold you like this, hold you tightly, I will never let you go. In such a tight hug, the sharp blade completely penetrated Wuyu's back of the hand, and pierced Shinkei's entire heart. Wuyu was anxious. Seeing Shinkei's body constantly changing, she suddenly grabbed his collar and kissed him in a moment of confusion. Wuyu gently stroked his cheek. Noah, if you like me, just kiss me. Shinkei's dark pupils flashed back to clarity, But soon under the intense effect of the virus, the overwhelming dark negative emotions engulfed him again. Shinkei, will you dislike me? If I become like this, you will definitely dislike me. You like good-looking things, and I am not good-looking. Wu Yu, when I liked you, I didn't know what you looked like. I only said I like young and good-looking girls after I knew what you looked like. Shinkei was relentless. Then you still dislike me. Wu Yu, if I dislike you, I won't care about you. Can you let me go first? You hurt my hand? Shinkei slowly let go of Wu Yu. Seeing the deep bone and bloody wound on the back of her hand, he asked softly, does it hurt? Wu Yu gently stroked Shinkei's dark and scary face. It doesn't hurt me, because I know you must be hurt 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than me. In order not to hurt me, your will is still struggling, fighting, and tormenting deep in your heart. Noah, even if you are really completely infected, I will never give up on you, and I will always be with you. Shinkei's pupils completely recovered, but at the same time, refusing the mutation also made him completely infiltrated by the virus. He suddenly spit out a mouthful of dark blood and fell into Wu Yu's arms weakly. Shinkei smiled lightly and took Wu Yu into his arms. Wife, if I really die this time, you will forgive me. Live well, and start a new life. In an instant, Wu Yu's pupils lost their distance, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Yuhua appeared with the entire Sirius and Chuanya, and saw Wu Yu sitting there in a daze. She turned her head and looked at them in confusion. Seeing Shinkei with a dark face in her arms, everyone came to them, and Jiang Yuhua immediately took Jiang Qian and Chuanya to start treating Shinkei. However, Jiang Yuhua's face changed instantly. Shinkei is dead. Jiang Huaiji took a deep breath, whether there is air or not, continued to treat. Mubai went upstairs and called all the healers. No, just call everyone. Jiang Mubai, okay. It happened that most of them did not wait for the outside attack, and came to the third underground floor as soon as they got the news from Jiang Mubai. From beginning to end, the holographic projection of Shinkei's persecution never stopped. When everyone appeared, except for the 3 healers who kept moving, everyone in Sirius was unusually quiet. Jian Suiyu's eyes kept flashing through everything Shinkei had been enduring. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to collapse. Shin Qingxi, who was beside him, held him up and said, you must hold on. Shinkei is now in danger of death. Wu Yu has collapsed. If you collapse again, the whole situation will be out of control. Richard took a deep breath and slapped himself twice. He still couldn't keep calm and lowered his head in pain. The current situation is obvious. The top management of Qian has collapsed completely. If they want to coordinate the overall situation, they can only rely on outsiders who have little contact with Shinkei. Qingxuan's eyes kept sweeping over everything Shinkei had endured, especially when he saw Shinkei gritting his teeth and saying nothing while drawing the true dragon energy alone. He let out a long breath. Qi Xian, if this is all Zhutua's backup plan, then we will launch a counterattack now. Major General Charles, Major General Li, I'm sorry for my dissatisfaction with you before. These are all mistakes made by my weak mind, short-sightedness, and arrogance. I apologize to you. Li Ren, now is not the time to talk about these things. Charles, yes, just tell me your plan. Qi Xian, the opponent has strong firepower plus 10 SSS. Although the heavy firepower is very strong, the Qilong army has also fought a self-defense counterattack with fewer troops. If you can trust me, I need 2 teams from this team to follow me. We will fight guerrilla street battles with them, seize the shuttle, and gain air superiority. There must be a way to contact the outside world on the shuttle. As long as we can get in touch with the Alliance, we will definitely get support. Shin Qingxi, I go with you. Jiang Huaiji, I take Sirius with me. Wu Yu suddenly said, Zhang Zhe, you go? Zhang Zhe immediately said, no problem, boss. As Qin Xian quickly led the people away, Jiechen grabbed Wu Yu, who slowly stood up and was about to leave. Where are you going? Wu Yu looked at Jiechen with unfocused eyes. I'm going to try to see if the god-making formation above can be activated. Jiang Yuhua was about to stop him. Wu Yu's current body could not bear the god-making at all, but seeing Wu Yu's complete collapse, she gritted her teeth and said, Mubai, you go with Yu. Jian Sui Yu kept taking deep breaths. Yan Qi Yu, Jiechen and Wu Cheng accompany Wu Yu. Wu Yu waved her hand and turned her head alone. No, this time, I want to go alone. You all stay here to accompany him. You can't let him be alone again. You can't let him be alone again. Chapter 496. Wu Yu walked to the center of the formation alone, and the god-making formation lit up instantly, pulling her to the center. Her mother was able to enter her consciousness when she was confused, so she must be able to enter Shinkei's consciousness. As the evil spirit attacked again, Wu slowly rose to the middle of the air, and she kept searching for Shinkei's consciousness. But she couldn't find it anyway, and Wu eyes became more and more desperate. She wanted to be with Shinkei forever. If she used her current body to revive Madame Lian like before, it was likely that when Shinkei survived, she would explode and die. However, Wu silently curled her lips. If only one person could survive, then let Shinkei survive. She would erase all his memories at the last moment. Let him be a happy, carefree kitten from now on. While fierce street fighting was heard outside the building, Wu Shili, Richard, and Fu Yanqi were searching quickly on the third floor underground. Fu Yanqi suddenly stopped and they both turned to look at him at the same time. What's wrong? Fu Yanqi, there is a strong smell of blood behind here. The supreme sword intention was instantly used to smash the entire wall. The three people saw that there was a cold storage with blood bags behind the wall. Everyone was extremely surprised. When they approached and found that there were 10 bags of Shinkei's panda blood in the cold storage, everyone immediately said, "Give Shinkei a blood transfusion immediately." The treatment continued. As the blood transfusion arrived, Shinkei's face, which was full of death, gradually eased. However, Xiangbai said in a difficult tone, "I still can't feel Shinkei's heartbeat." All the treatment thrown at Shinkei, including blood transfusions, gradually slowed down due to the cessation of heartbeat, until the dripping stopped. Just when Wu was about to revive Shinkei, she actually found the source of Shinkei's spiritual power. She suddenly opened her eyes, and sent the evil spirit to Shinkei through her mind. Jiang Yuhua said that her mother was stillborn when she was born, and she was almost pierced through and exploded by the evil spirit when she was born. But they all survived because of the evil spirit. As for her father, he was shot in the heart, and her mother directly used the evil spirit to help him rebuild a heart, so her father's heart can take out powerful evil spirit bullets. In this case, she will also reshape Shinkei's heart. Not only will she reshape Shinkei's heart, she will also reshape Shinkei's spiritual core, and strengthen his physique and dragon bones. She will make Shinkei stronger than everyone else. She will make those who have bullied and looked down on Shinkei trampled under his feet. In the end times, strength is king, and the strong are respected. She wants Shinkei to become the strongest. No one can bully him. She will make sure that no one dares to covet Shinkei's dragon bones and panda blood, and no one can snatch them away. Let him never feel inferior because of anyone. Shinkei, survive, you must survive. Shinkei, not for anyone, just for yourself. For the goal you keep fighting for your unswerving desire, for your firm belief, survive. Shinkei, if you die, I will definitely change my mind immediately. I will never miss you. I will definitely find someone younger than you, better looking than you, and stronger than you. I will never treat you as my white moonlight, and I will never remember you for the rest of my life. Dong dong. Dong dong. Everyone slowed down their breathing in disbelief until the stagnant infusion tube finally began to flow, until the treatments of the 5 great healers were all firmly absorbed by Shinkei, until Shinkei's complexion gradually recovered. Everyone breathed rapidly and burst into fierce cheers. As bags of blood were consumed, until all 10 bags of blood were consumed, Shinkei's complexion became brighter and brighter, and the whole person recovered rapidly under the treatment of SSS's great healers. Until he slowly opened his eyes. Congratulations on your SSS level awakening ability, Tianlei, upgraded to SSS+. The SSS level awakening ability is associated with the body, and is not restricted by any formation restrictions. Congratulations on your SSS level awakening ability, Infinite Bone Growth LV.1. After being tempered by the evil spirit and DX001 virus liquid, the dragon bones of the whole body can change their shape in the form of bone spurs infinitely, and repair and regenerate infinitely. The bones will dissipate when they leave the body, and can only be used by oneself. The ability is born with the body, and is not restricted by any formation prohibition. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS Awakening Ability Holy Angel Great Healing Rebirth LV.1. The Holy Angel Great Healing transformed from the blood of the Holy Angel can heal, and repair the body infinitely quickly. Using the Holy Angel Great Healing on individuals, and groups can regenerate the bones, and blood of the whole body back to the best state. The ability is born with the body, and is not restricted by any formation prohibition. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS Awakening Ability Violence Bomb, Violence Damage LV.1. It can blast out high concentration violence bombs, and every general attack and group attack weapon damage has a powerful violence bomb effect. The ability and body are born together, and are not restrained by any array prohibition. Congratulations on successfully completing the Mental Core Enhancement. The current Mental Core level is SSS+. Current Mental Core status, surrounded by evil spirit and thunder, illusory and invisible, indestructible, and can be infinitely repaired and regenerated. Congratulations on successfully completing the heart enhancement. Your heart has been completely repaired by the blood and evil spirit of the holy angel, and has become a holy angel heart. The blood of the holy angel flows throughout your body, infinitely repairing, infinitely regenerating, and repeating. Your heart is solemn and sacred, dazzling, indestructible, and invincible. Shinkei looked at the series of new awakening abilities and mental cores that popped up in the system, and his heart was strengthened, and he was confused. Shinkei, what's going on? Jian Suiyu, what happened? Shinkei, I suddenly have 4 more awakening abilities, and 2 more body strengthening. He took it out, and showed it to Jian Suiyu, who gasped directly. This was the immortal starting to perform magic again. Jian Suiyu immediately said, not good. Wu must be going to ascend again, hurry up. Shinkei was puzzled. Wu? Who is it? As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at Shinkei in disbelief. Their eyes met, and they were in doubt. This made Jian Suiyu confused, but Shinkei had such a large dose of rebirth reagent, and the virus had damaged his heart's mental core, so it was indeed possible that his memory would have problems. Jian Suiyu calmed down. The most urgent thing is to find Wu first. When everyone found Wu, she was already in a very dangerous state. She was weak and gloomy, hanging her head and not moving, which made everyone's heart rise to their throat. Shinkei's eyes swept across Wu's face and fell on the bloody back of her left hand. He lowered his head to look at his cut heart, and there was dried blood on his combat uniform. Jiang Yuhua, we must put Wu down from the formation immediately, and we can't let her body accept the evil spirit anymore. Jiang Qian's face was ugly. Now Shinkei has lost his memory, and Mei Bao's feelings have been drained by the way of heaven. This. Oh my god, the second round just ended, and the third round is about to start, and it's the third round of hell mode. Shinkei, who has amazing hearing, glanced at Jiang Qian and Jian Suiyu. Save people first. Yu Hua, Chunya, you and Desert Rose stay here. We all go to support Qin Xian now, and immediately get air superiority and bomb. Everyone moved instantly, and before leaving, Shinkei used the Holy Angel Great Healing Rebirth technique on Wu. The Qian army arrived at the main battlefield, and after the strengthening, Shinkei's entire heaven-defying strength instantly ended Qin Xian and other stress resistance. Just as the sky became more and more turbulent, Zhang Zhe finally succeeded in getting on the shuttle and sent a signal to the Alliance's main channel, asking them to immediately carry out a strong firepower bombing over the future creatures, and to kill all the forces of Suzaku outside at the first time. Chapter 497. Suzaku Army Headquarters. Suzaku, what's going on now? Adjutant, Admiral, the situation is not good. We have completely lost contact with the people we sent, and all the surveillance cameras in the building and on the people have been destroyed. And? Suzaku, and what? Adjutant, many people have noticed something wrong with the footage we are broadcasting to the outside world, and they are replaying the same footage over and over again in the live broadcast room. We can't block it at all. Suzaku gritted his teeth. How could this happen? The adjutant whispered. This time, many people who watched the live broadcast went to see Wu. After Wu destroyed the camera, they protested and wanted to see more of Wu's camera. The more people gathered, the easier it is to find problems in the live broadcast room, not to mention that there are many professionals from all walks of life among them. Suzaku's face was extremely gloomy. Go, leave immediately. Adjutant, yes. The adjutant just opened the door, and suddenly the whole person stopped talking. Suzaku frowned and turned his head, and found Baihu, Qinglong and Fu Yixue standing outside the door, and immediately showed a resentful and cold expression. He suddenly smiled fiercely, and before he could make a move, the Alliance Chief's personal guards and the Azure Dragon assault soldiers all held the latest Sirius Holy Angel Crystal Core gun and fired at Suzaku at the same time. Fu Yixue instantly opened a barrier in the entire room, making it impossible for Suzaku to escape. The adjutant didn't react at all. Suzaku had been hit by countless bullets and collapsed to the ground. Suzaku died with his eyes open, muttering in disbelief. Why? It's been 15 years. It was clearly a trap. Why did he still lose? Almost. It was just a little bit. Qinglong, Baihu, why can he only be a bird forever? Fu Yixue thrust the blood sword fiercely into Zhuchua's heart, turned the sword and crushed Zhuchua's heart. She lowered her eyes expressionlessly. You evil things. Even God won't help you. Almost, everyone who shouted that Pinduoduo should cut it down felt that it was just a little bit. In the end, even after pulling 10,000, it was still just that little bit. It wasn't just that little bit that was missing. It was the momentum that was missing. It's luck. It's the will of the people. It's God's help. It's the conscience of the. Once a person loses his conscience, he's done for. White Tiger was so majestic and awe-inspiring that he said, the joint operation of the Alliance Leaders Guard, the Azure Dragon Army, and the Taoist sect has officially begun. All those who resist will be killed without mercy. Yes. Wu Yu opened her eyes weakly, and a white light flashed and disappeared as far as her sight could reach. Shinkei stood 8 feet away from Wu Yu. She's fine. Everyone's expression was very stiff, and they winked at Jian Suiyu frantically. Brother-in-law, what should we do now? Say something. Brother-in-law, Jian Suiyu, Shinkei, how much can you remember now? Shinkei, Frank is trying to catch me everywhere, and wants me to go back to the royal court. Jian Suiyu, That was before the whole game started, and Shinkei just happened to have forgotten everything about Wu Yu. Chunya continued to treat Wu Yu carefully while looking at her face. Don't be sad, although Shinkei has lost his memory, as long as you are together, he will definitely remember it soon. Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu calmly, then looked away in an instant. Wu Yu stopped Chunya. Don't waste your energy. I'm in such a state now that these treatments alone are useless. She needed some time to rest. She looked at Jiang Yuhua. Sister Yuhua, have the people from the Alliance arrived? Jiang Yuhua, they're on their way and will be here soon. My dad and the Secretary General will come to pick them up in person. Wu Yu nodded. Okay, I follow them back to the Jiang family first. Her current physical condition really couldn't stand it anymore. Shinkei had always been very wary of feelings. If he became suspicious of her and doubted their relationship, she wouldn't be able to stand the emotional avoidance and outburst, and her body would only get worse. Shinkei had been on the verge of death 4 times for her in just over a month. She had completely collapsed emotionally, and might completely push Shinkei away in excitement. Everyone's expression froze again. Jiang Yuhua lowered his voice. You just ignore it? What if Shinkei suddenly meets someone he likes during this period, steal all your training results? Wu Yu leaned on Chunya, closed her eyes and rested, and read the random reply, then I wish him happiness, a happy marriage and a son soon, and I will definitely send gifts when the time comes. She was scared and regretted it. She shouldn't have accepted Shinkei's decision to drag her into this situation from the beginning. If Shinkei could really find happiness and stay away from her in danger completely, even if he never recovered his memory and forgot her forever, she would be willing to let him go and bless him. This time, Shinkei glanced at her. Until Wu Yu left with Zhou Qianfeng and Jiangli, she never looked at Shinkei again from beginning to end. Suddenly, everyone here looked at Shinkei with a subtle expression. Why were they originally so worried, but after Wu Yu did this, they suddenly felt a little pitiful for Shinkei? He is not a god. Your husband is so awesome, and now he has lost his memory. Can you at least take a look at him? Are you really not afraid that he will change his mind? They are all afraid. Considering the psychological acceptance of the public, the team-friendly match continues. Regarding the previous statement by the Alliance that Wu Yu's sudden illness caused the long-term interruption of the perspective, Wu Yu's subsequent non-participation also confirmed this fact. While the scientific research team, the Secretariat Guard and the Alliance Leaders Guard went deep underground to continue exploring the secrets of future creatures, the team members continued to clear monsters. Before, Shinkei had been clearing the way to protect Wu Yu. Now that he has lost his memory, his strength has increased dramatically, and he has suddenly gained so many awakening abilities and physical enhancements, he is still confused and his eyes are empty. Especially not long ago, he and Shinqingxi were tripping each other up and playing dirty, and suddenly told him that everyone has now made peace. Shinkei really couldn't react. Shinkei was slacking off in the back to adapt to his new skills. He asked Jian Suiyu, what's going on? Jian Suiyu, it's a long story. 500 episodes. The story outline can be written into a 10,000-word essay. Shinkei, can't you make it short? Jian Suiyu, in short, Shinqingxi is an undercover agent, Frank was killed by you, and Vlad is now a sliced mouse in the lab. You were helped along the way by the Savior and your own efforts to become the top combat force in the entire Alliance. Shinkei, isn't this too concise? It makes no difference whether you said it or not. Jian Suiyu, just tell me what you want to know. Shinkei blinked, looking at his nose and his heart. I just want to know the specific process. Jian Suiyu, the specific process is that Wu Yu, the one you just saved, is the Savior, and you two fell in love. At first, when she joined the team, no one knew her identity. It was you who was attracted to her first, and always tolerated her, and indulged her weird ideas. She has been subtly creating a butterfly effect to help Qian take off. But she has a serious avoidant attachment disorder, and you are controlled by the royal court, so you two have been pretending to be ignorant. until she completely pulled you out of the royal court's control, restored your dragon bones, and improved your strength, and helped you get back all the rights of your parents' ashes and the property that had been robbed over the years. You finally broke through this window paper, and you are each other's first love. You improved your dragon bones and attracted thunder for her. This time you lost your memory because you wanted to save her. The virus fluid almost took her life. She was so seriously injured just to save you and forcefully activated the Ascension formation. You both comforted each other at the critical moment of frustration and untied the knot in each other's heart. Not long ago, you officially got engaged. Look at the ring on your hand with her name in it, and the tattoos on your body are all for her. The two of them talked excitedly, and I don't know if the live broadcast of the entire alliance has been restored. So Prince Noah and Miss Wu Yu are two-way redemption, two-way running, and two-way cultivation, or each other's first love by Yue Guang. Almost all the prefixes that can be added to by Yue Guang, these two people have already stacked up. Now there is another one, Prince Noah has lost his memory. Oh my god, this kind of fairy product is also worthy of me. Don't worry about me, I'm crazy. I will find all their previous dungeon live broadcasts. From now on, if anyone dares to say that Prince Noah is a gigolo who hangs out with Miss Wu Yu, I will catch and bite him. I want you to know that if you offend our CP fans, you will hit a steel plate. After listening to Jian Suiyu's words, Shin Kei's expression was somewhat intriguing. Jian Suiyu looked at him sideways. Do you still have any doubts? Shin Kei didn't say anything. He now had reservations about Jian Suiyu's words. Jian Suiyu looked at Shin Kei's expression and suddenly realized subtly, that's right. Shin Kei was very wary of feelings at this stage of memory. The more he was forced to believe, the more he rebelled and doubted. In other words, the more directly he was told, the more he felt that there must be something wrong. Jian Suiyu suddenly curled his lips silently. He saw that this guy was going to make trouble. Let him do it. He will regret it later. More than 500 episodes of The Bitterness of Love, not a single episode was spared. Chapter 498. After receiving the notification from the Alliance, he was afraid that Jian Suiyu would reveal more details and cause panic among the people. Qin Xian reminded him, the current live broadcast of the entire Alliance is in progress. Jian Suiyu nodded, okay. Shin Kei glanced at Qin Xian beside him, and Jian Suiyu told him, this is Major General Qin Xian of the Qinglong Army of the military. Thinking of Shin Kei's nervous reaction, when he saw Qin Xian approaching Wu Yue just now, Jian Suiyu observed him calmly, and found that Shin Kei's expression was calm, and he didn't care about Qin Xian at all. Jian Suiyu, He thought that Shin Kei was such an arrogant person, always defying everything, and he was the best. How could he suddenly feel inferior? Sure enough, it was because of Wu Yu. These two people were simply one thing overcoming the other. Jian Suiyu remained calm. What I just said was true. As he expected, the more he said this, the more alert Shin Kei's expression became, even to the point of suspicion. Jian Suiyu was looking forward to it. Kid, go ahead. It's better to do it directly in front of Wu Yu. Then you will suffer. This can't be blamed on him for not assisting. He has said so much. It's just that this kid's way of thinking is different from ordinary people. Shin Qingxi opened the 10th floor in the front, and sat down directly on the side. Damn, disgusting, he wanted to vomit after being beaten. I really don't want to play in this class for a minute. It's worse than the previous time when they were playing badly. Su Mo comforted him. Qingxi, take a rest if you are tired. Zheng Peng, yes. You can continue to lead the team after you have rested. From the 20th floor, the monsters will drop Moonfall or Captain. Shin Qingxi, don't call me Captain, I'm just a cow. Shin Kei passed by him and sneered. Look at your cowardly look. Shin Qingxi, Damn, I'm even more annoyed when I see this guy. Shin Kei was about to draw out his weapon, but when he saw that there were 2 SSS Plus weapons in his arsenal, his expression froze instantly. He drew out the golden trident and held it in his hand, and suddenly a picture flashed through his mind. Take a look, you like it. But the figures and sounds in the picture were blurry, flashing by, and gone in a flash. Shin Kei stood there motionless. Shin Qingxi immediately retorted, What? After seeing the weapon Wu Yu gave you, you were so addicted that you couldn't even walk? Shin Kei turned around and kicked him. If Shin Qingxi hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been kicked away. Surprise flashed across Shin Kei's face. This kid actually dodged. I've never seen him so skilled before. Shin Qingxi sneered. I let you do that before. Suemo pulled him. Qingxi, stop talking. Now Shin Kei's memory points out that they have a grudge against each other. What if Shin Kei gets mad and really hits people? Shin Kei turned around and threw the trident at the monster, one fork after another. and pulled back the trident to use his ultimate to kill a bunch of monsters instantly. Shinkei looked at his hand in disbelief, as if he was still immersed in the sudden powerful strength. When Qian followed and pushed the monster forward, Shinjingxi stood up. This kid has a bad temper. If you want him to recover his memory quickly, you have to stimulate him. The more stimulated, the more excited he is, and the more excited he is. Richard and Jian Suiyu looked at each other. It makes sense. That makes sense. Let's do it. Since he still looks doubtful after talking to him, they should all read randomly from now on. With Shinkei leading the way, the team's advancement speed instantly increased by more than one time, and Shinjingxi fell behind and slacked off. What dignity, what backbone, as long as he can lead Ben, he is willing to call him daddy, and he is happy to hang up in the sewer. Shinkei had always been troubled by the dragon bone taking away his chi, and he was also very irritable because he was chased by Frank. Now that he suddenly gained powerful strength, a strong team and weapons, he could fight monsters without any worries. He felt refreshed and enjoyed the fight. He forced his way to the 100th floor. In the continuous mechanical battles, he quickly mastered his various awakening abilities and weapon skills. He did not feel bored and became more and more excited. From being able to use skills alone at the beginning to being able to skillfully combine Dragon Bone, Thunder, Resentment, Bone Spurs, and weapon group skills, the entire live broadcast room was full of Shinkei's dazzling personal show. He fully demonstrated his solid combat foundation and extraordinary combat ability. He has various abilities that emerge in an endless stream, presented in various superimposed ways, and he uses two weapons alternately in his hands to deal the maximum damage. The sufficient amount of monsters, and the ultimate teamwork allows Shinkei to fully integrate all the current abilities and master them proficiently. With Shinkei leading the team, everyone is flying high in the dungeon. Even the diligent Nyoma No. 1 Jianghua capital is happy to paddling on the side. Richard sighed. Shinkei is so energetic at this time. I am tired of picking up bags, but he is still excited to use the dragon bone. Jian Suiyu, that's good. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have to destroy many base combat simulators if he wants to master these new skills. Fu Yanqi, it's good to play with simulators. When he thinks it's not exciting enough, he can just attack us. Jietchen was excited. Then we have to practice with this guy. Wu Chung, I can't stand his beating. I told you that Prince Noah is not a gigolo. I can't even see Shinkei's movements. They are all phantoms that move so fast. Why don't those who praise Shinkei for having a face stop talking? He's broken. Prince Noah is beautiful and can fight. Don't they have no chance at all? TSK, you women can't walk when you see a man. Yo, when I say broken defense brother pops up. Now that Shinkei has lost his memory, you are so excited. You can lick him as much as you want. I don't care about you. Are you okay? Who would interfere with the fairy love between him and Wu Yu? Which woman dares to take such a deal? This first love white moonlight that is comparable to the lethality of a nuclear bomb. Just thinking about it will give me a heart attack. Rush all the way to the top floor, kill all the monsters, and Qi Yan's points will naturally get the first place. At this point, the team-friendly match came to an end. Everyone returned to the base, and Shang Bai sighed, who can outsmart the Secretary General. All members have committed fouls, and the rewards are taken back directly. Chunya was very happy. After this wave of beating, my Chaolu will successfully open 20 holes. She then sighed. What about Yeye's moon god? She needs to open 40 holes. She is so seriously injured that she can't go out for a short time. Shang Bai, Wu Yue has plenty of money anyway. She can just buy it. Chuanyan nodded. Yes, Yeye has money anyway. After that, the two looked at each other calmly and left quickly. Shinkei happened to be walking behind and heard what they said. Jian Suiyu was about to return to the captain's office when Shinkei stopped him. I will give you all the 120,000 SSS level moonfall ores I got today, and you go to Wu Yue. And my two weapons, I will return them to her. Before I confirm my relationship with her, I won't take her things. When Jian Suiyu heard it, he knew Shinkei was going to start. Excited. This guy is definitely courting death, and he came here to court death. Jian Suiyu forced himself to suppress the corners of his mouth that he couldn't help but curl up, and nodded. Okay, then you give it to me. Seeing that Jian Suiyu agreed so easily, Shinkei's expression suddenly became a little subtle. Chapter 499. Jian Suiyu stretched out his hand to Shinkei, and seeing that he did not move, he even urged him, give it to me quickly, I will be going to Zhang's house soon. Shinkei, Jian Suiyu, you are just enjoying the fun. Jian Suiyu shrugged. I told you that you did not believe me, so I might as well give it all back to Wu Yu. since Wu Yu can't find anything she wants anyway. Shinkei suddenly felt unhappy, and the words he heard when he was dying suddenly flashed through his mind. Shinkei, if you die, I will definitely change my mind immediately. I will never miss you. I will definitely find someone younger than you, better looking than you, and stronger than you. I will never treat you as my white moonlight, and I will never remember you forever. Shinkei looked confused. How do I usually get along with her? Jian Suiyu, how can we get along? Whatever she says is what she does. You are completely led by her nose and follow her in everything. She plays with you like a dog. You do everything when you are together, including washing clothes and cooking. You even pass water to her mouth. You are completely her liquor. Shinkei didn't believe it anyway, so Jian Suiyu read it and replied randomly. Shinkei lowered his head. So he was so good to her, they loved each other so much, but she still said such things to him, and she said she changed her mind once he died? She didn't say a word of concern when he lost his memory, and she even said that if he changed his mind, she would wish him happiness. Why did she ignore him? She didn't care about him at all. Bad woman. This is a bad woman who plays with his feelings. She is also a bad woman who is lazy and plays with his feelings. He doesn't believe that they love each other. Very much. He has seen his parents love each other, and it's not like that at all. Seeing Shinkei like this is indeed a bit miserable. Jian Suiyu couldn't help but comfort him. Don't think too much. Wait until Wu Yu is better. She will come to you naturally. Shinkei went back to his room alone without saying a word. Jian Suiyu reminded him, your current room is opposite your original dormitory. You and Wu Yu live together. There was an engagement photo of him and Wu Yu in the room. He should believe it after seeing the engagement photo, right? As soon as Shinkei opened the door, he was facing a huge horizontal wedding photo of him and Wu Yu. The two of them were standing in the flowers all over the mountains of Qian. Shinkei looked at their intimacy in the photo, and his heartbeat began to speed up, and he felt restless. He turned around and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. The moment he stepped into the bathroom, Shinkei's mind began to flash back many inexplicable ambiguous scenes, each of which was so fast that he couldn't catch it, but it made him feel hot and dry. Shinkei drank 2 glasses of water and took a quick shower. The moment he pulled out the towel, Shinkei's heart almost jumped out when he saw the tattoo on his body in the mirror. He fled from the bathroom and searched through the boxes for his clothes. When he walked into the cloakroom, he found that almost the entire closet was full of Wu Yu's clothes, folded and placed in different categories, and even ironed, for fear that Wu Yu would not find the classification labels written by him. Shinkei couldn't believe it. A bootlicker. He was really a bootlicker, just like Jian Suiyu said. The most outrageous thing was that even after he had bootlicked her like this bad woman still treated him with such indifference. Shinkei was so angry that he found a pair of black short-sleeve sweatpants and put them on. Just as he was about to walk out of the cloakroom, he suddenly saw a bag of clothes that had not been sorted out. Even if he didn't want to spy on Wu Yu's private clothes, his 10.0 vision could tell at a glance that these skirts were very thin, and there were even swimsuits. Shinkei's ears and neck turned red instantly, and he hastily looked away and left the cloakroom quickly. Shinkei felt that the air in the whole room was so thick that he couldn't breathe. He took a deep breath and pretended to be busy pulling out his communicator to learn about what happened during his amnesia and fill in the gaps in his memory. The moment he took out the communicator, the screensaver was Wu Yu's photo. Not only the screensaver, the screen, the address book friends, and the address book chat interface were all Wu Yu's photos, even his communicator avatar homepage background, all of them. No. Buddy, he really couldn't help it. What kind of life had he lived in the past 6 months? How could he suddenly become like this? Did he get cursed? How could he be licked like this? Don't you have any dignity at all? He wasn't like this before. He was always very cold. He didn't even look at women. He was not interested in women at all. He has been like this since he was a child. He is immune to beautiful women. This Wu Yu is not as beautiful as him. Shinkei opened Wu Yu's chat dialog box unconvinced. He wanted to see how he usually gets along with her. Wu Yu's chat dialog box was the first one on the top. Shinkei got goosebumps all over his body when he saw this disgusting note. Impossible. This could never have been changed by him. He is a very arrogant person, who is the most arrogant in the world. He would never change such a note. The moment he opened the dialog box, Shinkei's breathing slowed down instantly, and his breathing gradually became heavier. After looking at it for a while, his Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed his saliva. He wanted to look away, but couldn't help turning back after a while. The dialog box was full of photos, and there were photos that he couldn't turn to the end. Some were taken by Wu Yu for him, some were taken by him for Wu Yu, and there were also photos of them. Very intimate photos. He hugged Wu Yu. Wu Yu sat on him and hooked his neck. He looked at her with a focused and aggressive expression. Her face was flushed and her eyes were closed. They were kissing. In addition, there were photos taken when they were swimming. He hugged Wu Yu, looking at her deeply, and she leaned in his arms intimately. Shinkei's breathing became heavier and heavier. He let out a long breath and exited the chat interface. He wanted to block Wu Yu's communication. After thinking and hesitating for a long time, he stood up and left the room. Fu Yanqi opened the door and saw Shinkei standing outside. He looked puzzled. What's wrong? Shinkei's expression was serious. I suspect I've been cursed. Fu Yanqi, yes, you might have been cursed, so I helped you get rid of it. Fu Yanqi finished the cure seriously, and the two of them stared at each other for a while. Shinkei gradually frowned. Is it not healed yet? Fu Yanqi, it's been healed for a long time. Shinkei didn't believe it. It didn't work at all. His mind was still full of the photos he just saw, and all of them were this bad woman. Shinkei looked doubtful. Aren't you already the head of the Taoist sect? How come your level has deteriorated compared to before? Fu Yanqi, what the hell? Seeing Shinkei turning around and leaving, Fu Yanqi suddenly said, Shinkei, I have always had a crush on Wu Yu. Since I found out that you were attracted to Wu Yu, I decided to keep my feelings to myself. If you really don't believe in your past with Wu Yu now, then don't delve into it any further and continue to practice your ruthless way. You have been talking for 500 episodes. Why don't you let me talk instead? Shinkei's expression instantly became very dangerous. Fu Yanqi smiled provocatively, closed the door, and went into the room, hiding his achievements and fame. Shinkei stood at the door of the room, angry. He didn't know what he was angry about. Anyway, he was angry all over and was so angry. Shinkei kept taking deep breaths, but it didn't work at all. Shinkei wanted Richard to see if there was anything wrong with his memory, but then he thought, damn. He has amnesia. He has no memory at all. What kind of problem can there be? He turned around and kicked the door open, and walked into Jian Suiyu's office with murderous intent. Jian Suiyu, who was about to leave for Zhang's house, said, What are you crazy about? Shinkei said directly, Why on earth would I fall in love with this bad woman who cast a spell on me, and is lazy, and good at eating and drinking? Jian Suiyu was stunned for 2 seconds, and then he immediately took out his communicator. Say it again. He wanted to record everything for Shinkei, and send it to Wu Yu so that Wu Yu could treat this kid well. Shincheng immediately changed the words. How did Wu Yu and I fall in love? Jian Suiyu's eyes rolled around, and he immediately realized that Shinkei had already tacitly accepted the fact that he and Wu Yu were in love. This kid had already started to get carried away. Chapter 500. Jian Suiyu simply told Shinkei everything he knew about the development of their relationship. Just look for the videos yourself. Plot dungeons, world boss battles, Fox Fairy dungeons, castle dungeons, cliff dungeons, and the team-friendly match that just ended. I don't know the details, but I've told you everything I know. Believe it or not. If you want to know anything else, go ask Richard and Monk Bai. I'm really in a hurry, so I'm leaving. Shinkei's expression was stern. Do I have a child with her? Where is that little monster? He had to go and see for himself, and it would take some time for him to prepare himself mentally. Jian Suiyu said a lot, and just as he drank a mouthful of water because he was thirsty, he spat it all out. Jian Suiyu, of course not. Shinkei jumped away in disgust. Didn't you say that it's easy for women to have children? Based on the photos he saw of them, they shouldn't have no children yet. Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu's body probably won't be able to get pregnant for a long time, and you guys probably won't want children either. And, Shinkei, you need to reshape your physiological view. Jian Suiyu made Shinkei finish the physiological enlightenment class, and Shinkei was completely confused. Jian Suiyu, if you are okay, I will leave. I am in a hurry. Shinkei found it unbelievable. She helped me, and didn't want anything. So what did she want? Jian Suiyu was going crazy. I said you are true love. Shinkei still didn't believe it. She said she blesses me if she really loves me? She ignores me? Jian Suiyu saw that Shinkei just wanted him to find Wu Yu. Let Wu Yu come to him in person and coax him. Just like the chicken raising thing before, looking for him as a wingman. So there is no saying that men can't fall in love. As long as he meets someone he likes, he will naturally open up. It's just that Shinkei's view of love is really incredible after Chu Xixie's distortion and suppression. The more Wu Yu doesn't want anything from him, the more he can't believe it. Jian Suiyu directly exposed him. Shinkei, you are now exactly the same as when you first started to be interested in Wu Yu. Shincheng immediately denied it. I didn't. Interested? You're kidding. He's not interested in this bad woman. Jian Suiyu sighed. That's just a random comment. She's in poor health and can't get out of bed. There's no way to awaken your memory now. Shin-Kei was puzzled. Why? Didn't he cure her? Jian Suiyu, that's really interesting. Now I want you to take care of her and serve her by her bedside. Are you willing? It's good that you don't rush to find fault with her. When you recover your memory, you will regret it if you know that you had sex with Wu Yu when she was in such a bad health. Shin-Kei thought for a while, and after repeated review, is this really not a pig-killing scheme? Rescuing him, making him so strong, and even taking the entire Qian away, is incredible, and it is incomprehensible no matter how you think about it. Jian Suiyu was tired, if you must say. She took your real estate. And you are of noble status, young and beautiful and strong. You are now a blue-chip stock in the first echelon of the entire league. Shin-Kei nodded. That's right. How can someone not ask for anything in return? Nothing, Jian Suiyu, but she has several mines and an island castle. She is backed by the wealthy Jiang family. She doesn't care about your little bit. You are the one who offered it to her. She took it because she was afraid that you would feel insecure. As for you, she helped you to rise. She chose you, and you are the hero. Do you understand? Even if there is no one who can match you in strength, but if you really talk about looks, look at Richard and Fu Yanqi. There are many good-looking ones. Jian Suiyu's words made Shin-Kei subtly unhappy. What do you mean by there are so many good-looking people? How can people be so superficial? Feelings should be based on the heart. Be loyal. But he was still stubborn. There must be something wrong. Jian Suiyu was almost annoyed to death. Forget it, don't think about it. If you can live, then live. If you can't, then forget it. The two of you were together because of your licking. If you hadn't insisted, you would have broken up long ago. If you really don't want to lick, then continue to practice your ruthless way. Shin-Kei had a sour face, and his expression became more and more unhappy. She saved him, helped him so much, and they were married. They were so close before. Why did they break up without knowing why? If they want to break up, they should make things clear before they can break up. Shin-Kei transferred all the moonfall, or he had obtained to Jian Suiyu. Go and give it to her. I heard that she needs this. Jian Suiyu, do you need me to convey a message for you? Shin-Kei had a cold face. No. He was very cold. He gave the ore just to thank her for her help. He has nothing to say to this bad woman. After Jian Sui met the Jiang family, he handed the ore to Wu Yu. He has already started to get carried away. He now suspects that the whole thing is a scam, but he is also awkwardly grateful to you. He is really arguing about why you ignore him, and he is so reserved that he wants me to be a teaser, and he almost tells you to go find him. Wu Yu is helpless, I know. This person gets carried away too quickly. How long has it been? Why did he get carried away again? How did he get carried away? Jian Suiyu, how is your body? Wu Yu, I can't move very well. I can't breathe if I move. After Jian Suiyu left, Wu Yu lay alone on the bed and turned on the holographic projection. The pictures that flashed before her eyes were all of Quebec. He smiled, worked attentively, hugged her, and kissed her passionately. Wu Yu played the video she and Shin-Kei took over again and again, listening to him calling her in her favorite voice, wife, baby, baby. Take a deep breath. Wu Yu's nose was sore and her eyes were red. There was a knock from the housekeeper outside the house. Second miss, it's time to go to the treatment room. Wu Yu turned off the projection. Okay, Aunt Xiao, come in. The housekeeper gently carried Wu Yu to the wheelchair. Are you feeling better today? Wu Yu's face was pale, and she smiled gently and weakly. Much better. Shin-Kei followed Jian Suiyu's instructions, and found all the live broadcast screen recordings that he could find in the past 6 months, and watched all of them. When he first saw the plot dungeon, he thought how could there be such an outrageous person as Wu Yu, until he saw the trident that Wu Yu handed him. The voice and image of Wu Yu in the projection completely overlapped with the blurry images in his memory. Then came the world boss battle. The moment Wu Yu's shuttle disappeared in the fire of N.I.Lin, Shin-Kei's heart instantly contracted. The short scenes of the two people getting along in the live broadcast kept flashing. Every minute and every second of their time together in Fox Ferry Dungeon, Shin-Kei could see the joy and attachment under the repression and restraint of his identity as a prince. Just when Shin-Kei was about to continue looking for videos, the most popular secondary creation mixed clip of him and Wu Yu's acquaintance and understanding jumped out directly. After adding BGM and mixing these touching moments together, Shin-Kei's breathing became slower and slower, and his heartbeat became faster and faster. Shin-Kei almost hurriedly turned off the video, forcing himself to calm down and not receive any information related to Wu Yu. Looking around, he saw his and Wu Yu's engagement photo as soon as he raised his eyes. Shinkei turned around and left without thinking, and went back to his original dormitory. In the middle of the night, Shinkei suddenly opened his eyes, and subconsciously stabbed himself. The wound healed quickly, and looking at the ceiling of the dormitory, Shinkei took a long time to react. He had completely escaped from the royal court, and he no longer needed to use this method to keep himself calm. He is completely free now. After a while, Shinkei stretched out his arm to cover his eyes. Damn! What on earth did this woman do to him? It's fine if she's all over his mind when he's awake, but she's still haunting him in his dreams, and now that he's opened his eyes, she's still drilling into his mind. Sleepy as hell, Shinkei took out his communicator irritably, and couldn't help but open the chat box with Wu Yu again, quickly scrolling through the photos. The more he saw something wrong. You just rubbed me like that. Think about your sunk cost on the shuttle. Picture.jpg. Video.mp4. Clicking on the video uncontrollably, Shinkei's breathing became lighter. He kept taking deep breaths, his eyes fixed on watching Wu Yu winking at him in the video. Suddenly, Shinkei stabbed himself again. Replaced the beginning of the chicken-raising plot dungeon related to Shinkei's psychological activities. Small theater. Shinkei, why haven't you asked that woman to move out yet? Jian Suiyu. It's still in the observation stage, and needs to be isolated. Shinkei, she raises chickens at my doorstep, and the whole corridor smells. I can't stand it. Those 2 chickens crow early in the morning, and lay eggs in front of me. It's simply mental pollution. You ask her to move out immediately with the chickens, as far away as possible. Jian Suiyu rubbed his hands excitedly. Chickens. Chickens that lay eggs. Wu Yu even created a purification chicken? It's incredible. Where does she come from? I have to flatter her, and see if I can raise 2 for the team. Shinkei, did you get the point? Jian Suiyu looked concerned. You didn't go crazy and kill the chicken, did you? Shinkei, get out. I know what I'm doing. Jian Suiyu nodded with satisfaction. Your Excellency, the prince still knows the big picture. Seeing that Jian Suiyu was determined not to help him find Wu Yu, Shinkei said, then tell her to get rid of the chicken quickly, and don't let her keep anything in front of my room. As soon as he sat down in the room, Wu Yu's sharp roar came from the corridor. Shinkei's face turned cold, and he was about to jump out of the window and run away. Why did you come here? Did you 2 get into trouble because of your quarrel? Did you just happen to meet the captain? What bad luck. I can't meet him in 100 years, but he showed up just when I brought the chicken back. Shinkei was about to leave. He should be the one who feels unlucky. He was almost suffocated. The captain didn't beat you, did he? I heard that the captain beat people very hard. Let me be frank. If we fight, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. When disaster strikes, everyone will flee. If you are beaten, you can't beat me. Hee hee. It's useless to lay eggs for me. Don't try to bribe me. I be full every day. Shinkei didn't realize that he had sat down unknowingly. Eat well so you can get going. Hey! I heard that the team's operating points are all earned by the captain's hard work. We can't let the captain return to the team and suffer grievances. I don't have a suitable place to support you. I can only make do with 1 person. I can't afford to have 2 more people. Thinking of the results of the investigation of Wu Yu, Shinkei, If you make the captain angry, you will drive me away. Shinkei, It was this woman who brought the chicken back without saying hello, and she made him sound like a bully. Don't be sad. Chicken is iron and rice is steel. Eat this last meal before you go, and then you can have another pot of good chicken. Cluck. Okay, I go find the deputy captain to get you a place in the team's logistics and food reserves, so that you can live a little longer. You try to perform well, and take your fate into your own hands. Stay away from me. A smell. Shinkei, Sure enough, this woman also felt that it smelled bad. When the noise in the corridor completely disappeared, Shinkei opened the door and looked out. When the 2 chickens saw him, they were motionless and quiet as chickens. They knew when to act and could bend and stretch. Shinkei, What kind of person raises what kind of chickens? What did he do? It looked like seeing a gangster bully when seeing him. He is the victim. He is the victim. Shinkei went to find Jian Suiyu. Shinkei, did you say what I asked you to say? Jian Suiyu shook his head. No, what's wrong? Shinkei, if you want this woman to live next to me forever, you have to make her pay attention. You can't always do this. Jian Suiyu thought about it, and felt that it was true. Shinkei watched Jian Suiyu finish the post calmly, and saw that he withdrew it just after he finished posting. Shinkei glared. Jian Suiyu felt that he should still consider the idea of the sponsor. If you really don't want to, I will let Wu Yu move out tomorrow. Shinkei, No, he didn't say anything about asking her to move out now. Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu is a girl after all, and the team is full of men. It's not convenient for her to live on another floor. I didn't know she was so pretty before. If she doesn't have the mental and physical strength, she will be in trouble. Shen-Kei, isn't she dark? Does it have anything to do with the word pretty? Jian Suiyu, okay, go back and rest, I take care of it. Shen-Kei, forget it. Jian Suiyu was surprised. What? Shen-Kei, I say forget it. Love whatever you want. After saying that, Shen-Kei turned around and left. Dungeon plot psychological activities. Shen-Kei chuckled. Which genius came up with such an interesting way to pass a dungeon? Knowing it was Wu Yu, Shen-Kei chuckled. It turned out to be this strange chicken-raising woman. The first time he saw Wu Yu, Shen-Kei glanced at her. Shen-Kei, strange, shouldn't it be dark? Take a look, and then take another look. Can't help but take another look. Wu Yu was awakened in the middle of the night, and crawled out of the tent. Shen-Kei, awkward. Wu Yu, awkward. Shen-Kei, go back to sleep. Seeing Wu Yu really turned around and ran away, Shen-Kei said, isn't she very talkative every day? Why didn't she say a word to him? Usually he hides from people, and he has never been disliked by others like this. He speaks faster than his brain, and calls people to ask about the boss's weaknesses. After asking, Shen-Kei fell into a frenzy of self-reflection. Why is he so proactive? He is obviously very cool. He is just carrying out the normal dungeon process now, right? He does all this for the benefit of the team. No personal feelings involved. Seeing Wu Yu coming over to whisper, Shen-Kei lowered his head to look at her. The words went in one ear and out the other, and suddenly he felt a little light in his bones. She was so close, small, fragrant, and had a nice voice. Seeing Wu Yu's hand being cut off due to brain-eating worms infected by ship repair, Shen-Kei acted faster than he thought, and used panda blood to treat it. After the treatment, Shen-Kei frantically reflected, what is he doing? What is he doing? He must have water in his brain. What if his identity is exposed? What if Wu Yu is sent by Shinxingxi? What if she deliberately arouses his sympathy? Calm down. He must be calm. His heart is harder than a butcher knife. He was just repaying her for helping Qi Yin cross the river and getting injured when he was late. Yes, he would never owe a favor to any woman after this. He would never have any contact with this woman again, but this was the first time he touched a girl's hand. Her hand was small, much smaller than his. Soft, as if it had no bones. He told himself again and again that they would not have any contact for more than 2 hours. Wu Yu picked up a golden trident suitable for him, and the unlocking condition was that only she could get the night pearl. Shen-Kei, no more. He doesn't want this weapon anymore. It's no big deal. He doesn't need the weapon, but he will never get involved with any woman. The next morning, Wu Yu went alone to get the night pearl. Shen-Kei, she risked her life to get the night pearl for him. He couldn't help but follow her, convincing himself that he was just protecting his teammates. He found that Wu Yu was the real bully, and didn't need protection at all. What she did was so shocking and unreasonable. Shen-Kei, she seemed to be seriously ill. She was so interesting and ridiculous. Everything she did was so incredible. Chapter 501. After Jian Suiyu left, Shen-Kei waited for 2 days, but Wu Yu sent him a message. He sat on the sofa, and kept turning the communicator with his slender fingers. Jian Suiyu didn't reply either. I don't know why he went to Zhang's house. On the 3rd day, Shen-Kei couldn't help asking Jian Suiyu, Shen-Kei, why have you been staying at Zhang's house? Did you give Wu Yu the ore? Why didn't she respond after giving it to her? She didn't even look for him. Jian Suiyu, I'm getting married at Zhang's house. Shen-Kei, didn't you update your information database at all these 2 days? Shen-Kei, of course I'm updating my information database. Shen-Kei, getting married? Who is getting married? Jian Suiyu, have you not even left the dormitory these 2 days? At least check your communicator, right? Didn't you know that Captain Qi Yin and the eldest daughter of the Jiang family are getting married? Shen-Kei's expression was a little timid. He was afraid of being exposed to Wu Yu's information again if he went out and checked his communicator, but Captain Qi Yin and the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Shen-Kei, wasn't I engaged to her? She thought he had lost his memory, so she didn't count the previous marriage and wanted to marry him directly. Want to give him a surprise? Shen-Kei pressed his lips. It's not impossible, then he can forgive her for ignoring him these days. Jian Suiyu, I am also the captain of Qi Yin now. I am marrying Jiang Yuhua, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Shen-Kei, I really admire you. You are too addicted to dogs too quickly. Shinkei closed the dialogue box instantly. He was laughing last second, but not laughing now. Looking at Wu Yu's dialogue box again, there was no movement. Shinkei was angry. Bad woman. She is indeed a bad woman. She doesn't cherish him at all. She ignored him after doing such an intimate thing with him. Shinkei was so angry that he was about to explode. He walked into the combat training room with murderous intent, raised his gun, and was about to shoot. Suddenly, some very charming and even vivid pictures appeared in Shinkei's mind. His heartbeat accelerated, and his breathing became rapid. He suppressed his emotions, and fired bang bang bang. The more he fired, the clearer these pictures became. Shinkei was almost unable to control himself. He repeated the shooting action again and again, just to let these pictures replay in his mind. Putting down the gun in a state of anxiety, Shinkei found Richard. I think there is something wrong with my memory. Can you help me take a look? Richard immediately became excited. Are you sure? If I see something I can't see, you can't get angry and hit me. Thinking of the pictures and the scenes in his memory, Shinkei thought, forget it. Richard was very attentive. I can hypnotize you. Those memories can only be seen by you. Find the deepest obsession in your memory to stimulate your memory, but you may recall the bad things in your childhood. Shinkei refused directly, and turned away. He didn't want to face the pain and despair of his parents' death, the bullying in his childhood, and the hardships and ups and downs along the way for this bad woman who didn't cherish him at all. Shinkei took 2 steps with a cold face, and the communicator suddenly rang. He glanced at it casually and paused. Dear wife, thank you for the ore you gave me, you worked hard. Shinkei's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and his whole body felt numb and tingling as if he had been electrified. TSK. It took you so long to say it. What were you doing before? He looked at the chat interface with a cold face and said nothing. He was so aloof that he never replied to such messages. After waiting for a while, Shinkei wanted to penetrate the communicator, so he sent this sentence and stopped. He didn't even ask how his memory was recovering. Shinkei gritted his teeth and said it quickly. Shinkei, it's okay. After sending it, he waited. He waited for nothing. Shinkei looked at the communicator every 3 minutes, and he told himself that he was getting familiar with the memory of half a year. He is definitely not waiting for that bad woman to send him a message. The communicator rang again. Shinkei looked unhappy. It was all some SX thing sending him messages and adding him as a friend. Delete, block. He operated like a tiger. His fingertips stayed on Wu Yu's dialogue box, gritting his teeth and angrily just about to delete Wu Yu. Dear wife, have you recovered? Shinkei's expression suddenly paused, and he looked back and forth at the message 3 times, and he was cold and reserved for 3 minutes. Shinkei, yes. Dear wife, how are you adapting to the environment after losing your memory? Shinkei, not bad. After waiting for a long time, there was no message from Wu Yu, and the communicator screen went dark and lighted several times. He blew a breath of air in dissatisfaction, and the white hair on his forehead flew. 2 days later, Jian Suiyu finally returned to Qian base, and found that Shinkei finally fell into a relatively calm state. Relatively calm means that as long as Wu Yu is not mentioned, he can adapt to amnesia, successfully transition what happened in the past 6 months, and communicate like a normal person. Jian Suiyu, I have given the ore to Wu Yu. Shinkei's expression was cold. Oh. Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows. Okay, brother, this is asking me to be humble. Jian Suiyu has to try to be humble to a certain extent. Don't really be humble again, or something big will happen. Jian Suiyu, I'm getting married. You can be my best man. Shinkei, I'm already married. How can I be my best man? Jian Suiyu. What the hell? It turns out that he is here to write cold-faced and underwear-washing literature. Shinkei has already acquiesced to his relationship with Wu Yu. Wu Yu ignores him, and he doesn't mention it anymore. But as long as he doesn't die and always sits alone as the main wife, you will always be concubines. Jian Suiyu, the bridesmaid is Wu Yu. Shinkei's cold face almost fell. She's already married to me. She dares to be the bridesmaid. Jian Suiyu was convinced. Shinkei, are you okay? If you already like her, just go find her. Shinkei, I don't like her. He is also a man of integrity. He will wait for her to find him. Now he has lost his memory. Jian Suiyu, then keep it up. I am optimistic about you. Wu Yu's eyes repeatedly scanned the messages Shinkei sent her, and sighed. So cold, I don't know what to talk about. Jian Suiyu said that he was already obsessed with it. Is it true? How can he be obsessed with it? If we continue at this pace, it will take at least a year or 2 to return to a normal relationship. Just thinking about it, the communicator suddenly rang. Shin-Kei, are you going to be a bridesmaid? Shin-Kei, are you feeling better? Looking at Shin-Kei's two question marks, Wu Yu couldn't help but curl her lips. She could imagine how unhappy he was with that gloomy face. So Gao Lung and Lung Bingbing were both being coquettish and angry with her? Wu Yu bent her eyebrows and said, Wu Yu, I feel much better. Wu Yu didn't reply to the bridesmaid message. She only asked, Wu Yu, will you come to the wedding? Shin-Kei regretted it as soon as he sent the message. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He was too proactive. He is too proactive. Seeing that Wu Yu didn't reply to the bridesmaid message, and she is feeling much better, it is obvious that she wants to be a bridesmaid. The more Shin-Kei thought about it, the angrier he got. Shin-Kei, I won't go. After replying, he directly turned off the communicator and threw it aside. Wu Yu could imagine Shin-Kei's angry face when she saw his reply. It was so cute. How could Shin-Kei not come to Jian Suiyu's wedding? He was just having a quarrel with her. Dear wife, are you really not coming? Shin-Kei looked at the communicator, gritted his teeth, and didn't reply. My dear wife, come on, otherwise who will I dance with for the opening dance? Shin-Kei pressed his lips. Shin-Kei, I think about it. Looking at Shin-Kei's reply, Wu Yu couldn't help but smile. Shin-Kei was eating in the cafeteria, and when the communicator vibrated, he immediately pulled it out. My dear wife, how are you thinking about it? He pretended to be calm and looked at it for a while, pressed his lips, and put it back in his pocket. He took it out and took a look, with a look of secret satisfaction. Richard poked his head. What's that expression on your face? Who sent you the message? Don't bet there's a new person. He has to take a look. Shin-Kei immediately put the communicator back in his pocket. What's that expression? He picked up the lunch tray with a stern face and left. As soon as Shin-Kei left, Jian Suiyu said, Don't worry about him. It must be Wu Yu who sent him the message. Richard. He can be so happy just because he received a message. What is he pretending to be? Fu Yanqi, a man should be reserved. Richard. He be so sexy that his legs will break. Back in the dormitory, Shin-Kei immediately took out the communicator. Shin-Kei, go. Wu Yu, are you busy? Shin-Kei, not busy. After waiting for a long time, there was no reply. Shin-Kei, I was just eating in the cafeteria. Wu Yu curled her lips. Wu Yu, will you dance with me? Shin-Kei, I think about it. Wu Yu, will you dance with others? After asking Wu Yu, she felt that this question was a bit too much. She was about to withdraw it, but Shin-Kei replied very quickly this time. Shin-Kei, no. Wu Yu couldn't help laughing, and her pale face was brightened because of happiness. Wu Yu, then I wait for you. Shin-Kei's heartbeat quickened, and it seemed like it was about to jump out of his throat. After hesitating for a long time, Shin-Kei asked again, Shin-Kei, do you want to be a bridesmaid? Wu Yu, I've already married you. I can't be a bridesmaid. Shin-Kei couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth, staring at this message back and forth. His heartbeat was so fast that he couldn't calm it down, and it was about to jump out of his throat. Shin-Kei walked back and forth in the room, inputting and deleting in the dialogue box. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what to say, watching the time pass by. Wu Yu, Shin-Kei, you lost your memory. Do you still want to be with me? Shin-Kei stopped suddenly. She finally asked him. In the middle of the night, Richard's door was knocked. Bang bang. Loud. Richard was just about to go to bed, and opened the door with a puzzled look on his face. What for? Shin-Kei, you hypnotize me. Richard was surprised. Aren't you unwilling? Shin-Kei, don't worry, hypnotize me. Richard gossiped. Are you and Wu Yu together again? Shin-Kei, no. Richard, if you are not willing to hypnotize me? Shin-Kei tried to hold back, but couldn't help it, and looked secretly happy. She asked me if I still want to be with her. Richard, look at your lack of ability. Wu Yu sent you a message remotely, and she attacked you with a single attack, and you even gave up your keyboard. After being hit twice by Bang Bang, Richard finally shut up. The wedding banquet of Jian Suiyu and Jiang Yuhua was officially held at the Jiang family. Considering that the Jiang family is a chaebol and Jiang Yuhua will take over Sirius, the wedding banquet will be held at the Jiang family first, and then at Qian. Shin-Kei, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, arrived at the scene and found that the bridesmaid standing next to Jiang Yuhua was not Wu Yu, but Chunya, Shishia, Su Mo and two female players of Sirius. His expression eased a lot. However, Shin-Kei never saw Wu Yu show up during the whole wedding banquet preparation. The previous engagement banquet between the Jiang family and the Li family was absurd and bizarre, but now it has finally been put back on track. This time, Jiang Yuhua took Jiang Li's hand and walked towards Jian Suiyu, smiling sweetly. Jian Suiyu bent his eyebrows, with deep affection in his eyes. During the ring exchange session, Wu Yu finally appeared in a dress and handed Jiang Yuhua the ring. With Richard hosting, the two solemnly promised to exchange rings. And the groom can finally kiss his bride. Wu Yu was smiling on the side, and she noticed the eyes that had been following her since she appeared. So she turned to look at Shinkei. The moment their eyes met, Shinkei looked away. He was still angry with her, and unless she came to him now, he would ignore her. However, things did not go as planned. As soon as Wu Yu came down from the stage, several people approached her and wanted to get close to her. As the host prompted the opening dance, Shinkei looked at Wu Yu surrounded by the crowd, his eyes gradually dimmed, and he was about to look away. He suddenly heard Shinkei. Shinkei turned his head instantly and looked at Wu Yu. He gritted his teeth and did not move. Wu Yu saw that he looked at her with a cold face, and knew that he was upset with her and angry that she did not go to see him for so many days. People around her were inviting her to dance, and Wu Yu gradually became impatient. She shouted again, "Shinkei, come here." If he didn't come again, she would be angry. This time, Shinkei finally walked in front of her. The identities of the two were well known, and when Shinkei approached, the people around him naturally retreated in dissatisfaction. Wu Yu looked up at Shinkei, "Invite me to dance." Shinkei turned his eyes away. "I won't dance with you." He was still angry with her. Wu Yu narrowed her eyes. "You are my husband. If you don't dance with me, who will you dance with?" Shinkei deliberately said, "I will dance with others." Wu Yu's expression became more and more dangerous. "You said you won't dance with others. I want to see who you dare to ask to dance today." Shinkei pressed the corner of his mouth. "It's none of your business." Wu Yu smiled. "Okay, don't regret it." She turned around and left, but Shinkei's hands were faster than his brain, and he grabbed her and took her to the dance floor. Shinkei held her waist, and they held hands. Wu Yu looked up at him. "How much memory have you recovered?" "Shinkei, I won't tell you." She didn't care about him. She just wanted to know if he had recovered his memory. She was thinking about the person who had gone through the difficulties with her, not him at all. Wu Yu wanted to laugh when she saw Shinkei's cold face, and it was obvious that he was jealous of her again. After 7 days of recuperation, she was able to get out of bed. During this time, Wu Yu let out a short, low gasp. Wu Yu leaned all her weight on Shinkei, and felt Shinkei stiffen and want to retreat. Wu Yu whispered, "I'm tired. If you don't want to, just let me go." Shinkei paused, looked down at Wu Yu, leaned back slightly, and tightened his hands so that she could lean on him more comfortably. The music ended. Wu Yu let go of her hands, and was ready to leave because she was exhausted. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, tried to hold back, but finally couldn't help it. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Wu Yu turned to look at him, and finally let out a sigh of relief in the face of Shinkei's expectant gaze. "You look very good today." Shinkei was very steady and nodded. Seeing Shinkei's expectant gaze again, Wu Yu couldn't help but smile. "You look very good. I like it very much. So as soon as I could get out of bed today, I wanted to dance the first dance with you." Glancing at Shinkei's instantly red ears and the back of his neck, Wu Yu curled the corners of her mouth and turned away. Chapter 502. Wu Yu had only taken 2 steps when Shinkei saw those people who were ready to move before trying to get close to her again. Shinkei could see that her physical condition was indeed very poor. She forced herself to completely overdraw her body because she wanted to save him. After hesitating for a second, Shinkei walked to Wu Yu and used his cold eyes to drive away all those who wanted to get close. Wu Yu walked in front, and Shinkei followed her half a step behind her until she reached her own villa. Realizing that Shinkei had no intention of leaving, Wu Yu could not help but look at Shinkei. Now he has not been pushed into a desperate situation, he has not been humiliated by going to Frank to fight Vlad, he has not experienced dangers and growth along the way, he is now the boy who moved her heart when she first met. If there were no unlucky things, Shinkei would be a crystal clear, high-spirited, arrogant little prince. However, in just half a year, Shinkei grew up at a lightning speed under extreme oppression, but his sincere heart has never changed. Shinkei noticed that Wu Yu's eyes looking at him gradually changed, and his heartbeat began to speed up. Shinkei knew what such a look meant, and he understood it very clearly. In the past, whenever a woman showed him such a look, he was full of annoyance, but now, when Wu Yu looked at him like this, he only felt happy and pleased. It was a kind of joy on her end. Flattered that a kitten who had been neglected for a long time finally received attention from its owner. This place has completely entered Wu Yu's personal domain, and he should leave after sending her here. But he didn't want to leave now, He wanted to look at her a few more times, so he found an excuse for himself. With a proud face, "I'm here to return the weapon to you." Wu Yu curled her lips, knowing Shinkei's intention. "Okay, come with me." She missed him too. She was envious of him now. He was her husband. There was nothing to be tolerant of. If she was envious, she would just start. What's more, Shinkei was clearly looking like a well-behaved man who was eager to be ravished by her. Walking into Wu Yu's villa, she leaned back on the sofa tiredly. Shinkei glanced at her. "You are in a very bad physical condition now." Wu Yu nodded, "Yes." "Shinkei, can I treat you?" After saying this, Shinkei immediately regretted it. He was too proactive. He was too proactive all the way. A man who is so proactive will not be cherished. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei. "Thank you for your hard work." Words spoken cannot be taken back. Shinkei could only be angry with himself while treating Wu Yu. After the treatment, Wu Yu's complexion really improved a lot. If he treated her every day, she would get better faster, but she just didn't look for him. The more he thought about it, the angrier Shinkei got. Seeing Shinkei standing there with a cold face, and not knowing what he was angry about, Wu Yu thought he was so cute now. Shinkei seemed to have always been like this. In the polar regions, in the north, and even in the base behind, he obviously liked her very much, but he just didn't say anything. He always looked at her with that kind of expectant eyes, and didn't dare to speak before confirming the feelings, passively endured, wanted her to speak, wanted her to take the initiative to promote their relationship. He pretended to be reserved and accepted it, like a proud little prince. Although she really liked Shinkei's direct gaze, she was absolutely sure of her position in the family. Shinkei held his breath and said nothing. Wu Yu could only urge him, "Aren't you going to return my weapons?" Shinkei took out both weapons without saying a word and put them on the coffee table. "I'm leaving." "Wait." Wu Yu stood up and walked to Shinkei. Shinkei lowered his head and looked at her, and her beautiful green pupils were full of her. Wu Yu asked him, "What do you mean by returning my weapons to me?" "Shinkei, I'm not sure about our relationship yet. I don't need your stuff." Wu Yu's expression was ambiguous. "Really?" Shinkei nodded, "Yeah." Wu Yu looked up at him. "I asked you if you still wanted to be with me, but you didn't reply, so you're here to break off the engagement, right? You don't want to be with me anymore." Shinkei was stuck. "It's just unclear." Wu Yu, "Oh, it's just unclear. You don't want to break off the engagement?" Shinkei looked away and said nothing. "Wu Yu, you don't want to break off the engagement, so you already like me?" Shinkei lowered his eyes and looked at her. "I don't like you yet." Wu Yu was wearing high heels and a dress. She took a step forward, and the two of them were very close. Their eyes met, and their breaths lingered. Wu Yu lowered her voice. "Will you still like me?" Shinkei looked at her without missing a beat, his eyes becoming deeper and deeper. "Shinkei, I have lost my memory. It's you who has been ignoring me." Wu Yu slowly reached out and touched Shinkei's face. "Are you angry with me?" Shinkei turned his face away to prevent her from touching him. "No." Wu Yu took back her hand and stepped back to distance the two of them. "If that's the case, then go ahead." Shinkei gritted his teeth and didn't move. Wu Yu was about to go into the room to change clothes when Shinkei suddenly grabbed her wrist. Wu Yu turned sideways to look at Shinkei's hand. His slender, white, and transparent hand completely encircled her wrist, and the back of his hand had blue veins popping out because of anger. Shinkei tightened his grip and gritted his teeth. "Are you just going to ignore me like this?" "Wu Yu, you can see that I'm in poor health now, and I need adequate training. I sent you a message, but you were very cold, and I don't know what your attitude is now. You resisted me, and resisted my approach, and I was also very nervous." "Shinkei," I said, "I'm just not clear." Wu Yu turned around and walked to Shinkei. "Then how can I be clear?" Shinkei turned his eyes away, and said nothing. Wu Yu's hand touched Shinkei's face again, and he didn't hide this time. Shinkei lowered his eyes, and looked at Wu Yu. "You should help me recover my memory." "Wu Yu, how do you want me to help you?" Shinkei was upset, and didn't look at her. "I lost my memory, I don't know." Sure enough, he was just being coquettish, and throwing a tantrum with her. Wu Yu suddenly raised her lips. "Since you don't need my things, return the ring I bought for you, and the tattoo I gave you. We cancel the engagement, and the relationship of destined people. When you can clarify the relationship, come to me again." As she said, in Shinkei's slightly wide eyes, Wu Yu directly reached out, and grabbed his collar, and walked towards the sofa. Pushing Shinkei, who had not recovered yet, onto the sofa, Wu Yu directly sat on his legs, grabbed his hand to take away the engagement ring, and began to unbutton his shirt. Shinkei's breathing quickened instantly. He leaned on the sofa with both hands and looked up at Wu Yu, his Adam's apple rolling non-stop. Feeling Wu Yu's hands brushing his Adam's apple and collarbone, while unbuttoning his shirt, Shinkei's entire body flushed. Various intimate scenes of their past flashed through his mind uncontrollably, and these scenes were so fast that he couldn't catch them at all. While Shinkei was stunned, Wu Yu had already unbuttoned the button on his chest. Wu Yu pulled out a knife and directly pressed it against the tattoo on his chest. When she was about to cut, Shinkei instantly grabbed her wrist. Wu Yu stopped and looked down at him. Shinkei looked up at Wu Yu, his breathing getting heavier. His eyes were red, and he felt wrong for no reason. Don't you want me anymore? This was not the purpose of his coming. He had no intention of separating from her. He already believed that all this had really happened. She saved him, and they got married. He was just angry that she ignored him, didn't care about him, and didn't cherish him. Just because he lost his memory, she didn't want him anymore, right? That's why she ignored him all the time, and she was indifferent when he asked her to return the weapon. He just used some tricks, and she just didn't want him anymore. Wu Yu looked at him. Are you acting like a spoiled child with me? Shinkei looked away. I'm not. Wu Yu, I'm not going to Qian to find you. Are you angry with me? Shinkei raised his voice. I'm not. He looked at her coldly, and quickly looked away. Wu Yu chuckled. You already like me, right? Shinkei wanted to push Wu Yu away and leave, but she smelled so good, and she sat on him, and he didn't want to move at all. Not only did he not want to leave, he even expected her to do something to him. Shinkei was depressed. I don't like you. I hate you. He hated her. She always didn't answer anything, always asked him. It was clear that as long as she said it, he would acquiesce to everything, but she just didn't say it. Wu Yu really couldn't act anymore. He was so cold and nervous now, reserved and well-behaved. She was so greedy. Throwing the knife aside, Wu Yu hooked Shinkei's neck with one hand, and slid one hand directly into Shinkei's open shirt. Wu Yu chuckled. But what can I do? You are so cute. I like you so much. She lowered her head to kiss him, and took the initiative to deepen the kiss. Chapter 503. Shinkei was stunned for a second, then immediately took Wu Yu's waist, and took the initiative to kiss her back. He had watched their intimate photos and videos countless times, and had imagined countless times what it would feel like to kiss Wu Yu. Now he finally experienced it. It was very gentle. It made people's heart beat faster, and their brains feel dizzy and infatuated. Shinkei tightened his arms, hugged Wu Yu tightly, and kept asking Wu Yu for kisses, making Wu Yu blush and her heart beat faster, and her whole body weak, and her brain lacked oxygen. Feeling that Wu Yu was about to pull her hand away, Shinkei didn't want to, and held her hand to prevent her from leaving. He liked her doing this to him, and he wanted more. Even, as long as she liked it, he was willing to use himself to please her. Until Wu Yu really had no strength left, she wanted to push him away, but Shinkei was holding her too tightly. Wu Yu whispered, Shinkei, I can't breathe. Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck, refusing to let go. Why don't you look for me? Wu Yu coaxed him. You can see that I'm not in good health now. If I look for you, you will get too excited too quickly. And didn't I send you a message? You are always so cold. To be honest, when Jian Suiyu said this to Shinkei before, he sneered at it, and thought it was all lies and excuses. What a joke. Can't control yourself. He is so cold and aloof. He is not interested in women at all. It is impossible for him to be anyone's bootlicker. It is impossible for him to be unable to control himself. He even thinks that this woman is too confident in herself. She would not look for him for such a reason. Liar, must be a liar. But since he saw Wu Yu, his whole body felt numb, as if it was electrified, and after kissing Wu Yu, he felt as if he was walking on clouds. God knows that today, when he saw Wu Yu in a dress, his mind was full of him accepting her. Even if she was a bad woman, and this was a pig-killing scheme, he accepted it. He finally believed it now. He must love her very much. His body is more honest than his heart. Since he saw Wu Yu, his heart, eyes, and mind were all about her, and he could no longer see anyone else. Shinkei's communicator started to ring, and the wedding ceremony was moving forward. Wu Yu pushed him. You should go. Shinkei didn't want to. He held Wu Yu's hand tightly. You said you like me? Wu Yu coaxed him. Yes, I like you. I like you very much. I like you the most. Shinkei immediately said, Will you go back to Qian with me? Wu Yu, It started. This kid really started. She shouldn't have kissed him this time. Shinkei was too excited, and the progress was so fast that he couldn't stop it. Shinkei kissed Wu Yu's collarbone while speaking. Come back to Qian with me. I will treat you every day, and you will get better soon. Before you recover, I will definitely do nothing. You believe me? Wu Yu, Shinkei may be able to do nothing, but she has no confidence in herself. She is afraid that she will be beastly. This is the Shinkei she fell in love with at first sight, the Shinkei she had been avoiding and almost missed. Shin-Kei felt that it was a pity that they missed so much time, and she also felt that it was a pity to waste so much time. At that time, as long as her thoughts slip, Shin-Kei will not be able to bear it at all. Wu Yu pushed him. You go back obediently, and I will find you when I go to Chien to hold a venue in 2 days. Shin-Kei was unwilling. You come with me. I have lost my memory now. You have to help me recover my memory. We can recover our memory faster together. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Shin-Kei, you lost your memory for half a year. It's not that you only forgot me. You should recover the memory of others first. Shin-Kei began to kiss Wu Yu's earlobe. I don't care about them. It's not important. Forget it if you forget it. Wu Yu saw that Shin-Kei was getting more and more excited the more he kissed her, and that rogue spirit was about to come out, so she could only let Jiang Huaiji come and take him away. Shin-Kei was angry. You don't want me again. Wu Yu coaxed him. Let me rest for 2 more days, and I will come to find you in 2 days, okay baby? When Shin-Kei heard Wu Yu calling him baby, his bones instantly softened. He nodded, and couldn't help but pestering Wu Yu. Call me again. Wu Yu called him baby twice in a row, but Shin-Kei not only didn't leave, but even went further. Wu Yu kept pushing his furry head and pulling his hands away. Shin-Kei, don't do anything stupid. Shin-Kei, we are obviously husband and wife. This is just husband and wife's hobbies. I didn't do anything stupid. Wu Yu, you just said it yourself. You haven't figured out the relationship between us. Shin-Kei, I figured it out. I like you. I like you very much. We are husband and wife. It's true love. Shin-Kei turned around and took the weapon away. This is our token of love and engagement gift. I want to keep it. You gave it to me. I like it very much. He has no shame. What kind of face does he need? A man with face deserves to be without a wife. Wu Yu, No, what kind of scoundrels are these? What kind of lightning speed is this? Then why did you hesitate for so long before confessing your feelings? Before leaving, Shin-Kei leaned close to Wu Yu's face and kissed her several times in a row. When Shin-Kei reappeared beside Jian Suiyu looked at him like that, and his whole body was secretly happy. Wu Yu coaxed you, right? Shin-Kei didn't respond to his words at all. Jian Suiyu, didn't you believe it before? No wonder Wu Yu kept ignoring Shin-Kei. Didn't she get excited all of a sudden? Shin-Kei, there's something wrong with your way of expression, otherwise I wouldn't have doubted it. Jian Suiyu was speechless. What the hell? There's something wrong with his way of expression. Why doesn't Shin-Kei say there's something wrong with his brain? Jian Suiyu, how much can you remember now? Shin-Kei, I can't remember anything. Lied Jian Suiyu. Shin-Kei, you probably forgot what my ability is. Shin-Kei turned to look at Jian Suiyu. His eyes were subtle. If Wu Yu asks you, just say so. Jian Suiyu, This guy is obviously pretending to be nice to Wu Yu. Just trying to take advantage of her. No, they are married. There is no need. Jian Suiyu, what's the point of pretending? Just tell Wu Yu directly. Shin-Kei remained calm and said nothing. Jian Suiyu glanced at him. So what did you do at the base these days? No matter how Jian Suiyu asked, Shin-Kei didn't say anything. Jian Suiyu saw that Shin-Kei was probably recovering his memory, but no one could tell the exact extent of his recovery. However, one thing was certain, he must not have completely recovered his memory, otherwise, given the state of Wu Yu and Shin-Kei's relationship when they were engaged, Shin-Kei would not need to pretend at all, and could just tell Wu Yu directly. The most likely reason for Shin-Kei's memory recovery now was when he was holding back, and could not say anything, and his love for Wu Yu was suppressed to the extreme. There was also another reason, that at that time, he was not sure of Wu Yu's feelings for him, so he was so worried. He had to use this concealment method and their existing identity model to get more attention and love from Wu Yu. The most likely reason for Shin-Kei's memory recovery now was the World Boss Battle, the Fox Ferry Dungeon, and even the northern part, the 3 most painful stages of Shin-Kei's feelings. Chapter 504. The wedding banquet was over, and the guests dispersed. Shin-Kei followed Jian Suiyu. Jian Suiyu, why don't you go with Chian's people? Shin-Kei said seriously, we are brothers, I will send you off. Jian Suiyu, thank you, get out of here. Shin-Kei was unwilling, the Jiang family is so big, you are the son-in-law of the Jiang family now. You should arrange a guest room for me. After saying that, Shin-Kei was unhappy again. He was also the son-in-law of the Jiang family, and there was nothing wrong with him staying at the Jiang family. Jian Suiyu, Shin-Kei, it's not the time for you to say that Wu Yu is a lazy bad woman who cast a spell on you. Jiang Yuhua immediately got angry. Shin-Kei, you actually said that about Meibao. You're done, I tell Meibao right away. Shin-Kei was so angry. Jian Suiyu, you value women over friends, and you don't have any backbone as a man. Jian Suiyu, How can I talk about backbone with a bootlicker like you who stabs you in the back? Seeing that Shinkei was determined to stay in the Jiang family and refused to leave, Jian Suiyu gritted his teeth and sent a message to Wu Yu. Jian Suiyu, get Shinkei away. I'm going to enter the bridal chamber. Wu Yu, let him come to find me. Jian Suiyu, go find Wu Yu. The goal was achieved. Shinkei pressed his lips and turned away without hesitation. Jiang Yuhua couldn't believe it. Shinkei is using a roundabout tactic. What a smart guy. Jian Suiyu picked her up like a princess and walked into the house, lowering his head to kiss her. Just look at me now. Jiang Yuhua blushed and hooked her arms around his neck, leaning forward and leaning against him. When Shinkei arrived outside Wu Yu's villa, it was getting dark, and he took a deep breath and walked in. Walking into the living room on the first floor, Wu Yu was lying on the sofa reading a book, and Shinkei suddenly felt a little nervous. Wu Yu glanced at him, a lazy and bad woman who cast a spell on you. Shinkei's expression suddenly cracked. Damn. He actually said that. He cursed these two wicked things to have an unhappy married life. Seeing Shinkei's expressionless and quiet face, Wu Yu couldn't help but press the corner of his mouth. Didn't I tell you to go back to Qian first? Shinkei walked up to Wu Yu hesitantly. I see that you are not in good health. I want to stay with you more. I can bleed you to treat you, as much as you want. Wu Yu shook her head. I don't want your blood. Shinkei lowered his head, feeling a little depressed. She didn't want his blood. Was she disgusted with him? Wu Yu turned a page of the book. Don't always think too much. I don't want you to bleed, and you are not allowed to think about bleeding me again, otherwise I will get angry and don't want you. Shinkei raised his head instantly. His face couldn't be restrained, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help wanting to smile. Wu Yu sat up and patted the seat beside him. Shinkei blinked and walked to her side to sit down tentatively. Wu Yu leaned against him. Shinkei carefully looked at Wu Yu's face and stretched out his hand to hold her in his arms. Wu Yu, what have you been doing at the base recently? Shinkei, nothing. I just think about you every day. Wu Yu was about to stand up, but Shinkei immediately pulled her back and said honestly, I think about you every day, and why you don't look for me. I was angry when you didn't look for me, so I didn't go over immediately when you asked me to come over today. Wu Yu curled her lips. How much do you remember? Shinkei was about to say no, but then he thought of Jian Suiyu, the grandson who would backstab him, and confessed, I remember everything before the Fox Fairy dungeon. Wu Yu, when did you remember it? Shinkei, after you kissed me this afternoon. When he came here, he actually asked Richard for hypnosis, and he remembered everything before the world boss battle. Wu Yu couldn't help laughing. Shinkei saw that she looked different from what he remembered now, but also seemed exactly the same. No matter what Wu Yu looks like, he likes her very much. Knowing that Shinkei has not recovered much memory yet, Wu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this stage, as long as she does not take the initiative, Shinkei dare not mess around. Wu Yu, you go back to the base. Shinkei was determined not to go back. I won't go back. He is now like a dream come true, and the whole person is dizzy with happiness. He does not need to be controlled by Wang Ting anymore, does not need to suppress his feelings, and does not need to be afraid that Wu Yu will be persecuted by Wang Ting. He will not leave. He and Wu Yu are already married, and he has confirmed his feelings. He will live here. Now Wu Yu is his wife, and there is nothing wrong with him being with his wife. Wu Yu looked sideways. Shinkei, don't think I don't know what you are up to. Don't even think about it. Shinkei said pitifully, wife, I have lost my memory. You help me so I can recover as soon as possible. Wu Yu gritted his teeth. You keep pretending with me. You black-hearted tea bag. Your skin is full of tricks, and I have already torn it all off. Shinkei, Damn it, Jian Suiyu didn't tell him about this. Shinkei blinked at Wu Yu innocently. Wife, I don't understand what you said. I lost my memory. Wu Yu, you have a really strong psychological quality. You lied to me without changing your expression or heartbeat. Shinkei's eyes darkened instantly, and he moved closer to Wu Yu's face. When Wu Yu was about to retreat, he directly grabbed the back of Wu Yu's neck. Wu Yu, This move is not right. Shinkei put his arm around Wu Yu's waist, pulled her into his arms, and put his head close to Wu Yu's neck. Then you must have known that I treated you in the world boss battle, and helped you change your clothes. Later, I turned into a cat, and you still touched me. Wu Yu felt that it would be better for her not to say anything that would irritate Shinkei, so as to avoid the situation from getting out of control. Shinkei obviously wanted to bring the topic to that point now. Wu Yu said in a gentle voice, Captain, please control yourself. At this stage of your memory, our friendship is still very pure. Shinkei laughed and began to kiss Wu Yu's neck. Indeed, pure friendship. In the afternoon, you unbuttoned my shirt, touched me and kissed me. Will you, where did you touch me at that time? Do you want me to help you recall it now? As he said that, Shinkei's hand slid inside along the hem of Wu Yu's pajamas. Wu Yu pulled Shinkei's hand with difficulty. Leave now? Or don't blame me for calling all the people from Sirius. Shinkei sneered. Wu Yu, don't even think about calling the entire Sirius. Even if Sirius and Qi Yin are together, they are no match for me. Be practical, I know you are not in good health, I won't touch you. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Can you take your hand out when you say this? Amnesia. Amnesia what? This guy is really a perverted bastard who says one thing and does another no matter what. Shinkei's head began to fall. Wu Yu held his face. What do you want to do before you leave? Shinkei, do you know that I treated you and changed your clothes? Wu Yu, I know. Shinkei, why didn't you ask me? Wu Yu, I have avoidant attachment disorder, and I don't have the ability to take the initiative to break the window paper in terms of feelings. Shinkei, when did you start to like me? Wu Yu said calmly, after the world boss battle. Shinkei got a satisfactory answer, curled his lips, took Wu Yu into his arms, and kissed her hard, and finally turned and left. After confirming that Shinkei had left, Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her psychological quality is also very good. Wu Yu stood up and stretched. With my clever little brain, it's easy to fool Shinkei. Just as she was about to go back to her room, she saw Shinkei standing at the door with a smile on his face. After he came back, Wu Yu's expression froze. Damn, this black-hearted tea bag, what a dirty trick. Chapter 505. Wu Yu stared at Shinkei motionlessly, smiling perversely, with his hands in his suit pants as he walked towards her slowly. When he got close to Wu Yu, Shinkei bent over and put his face close to her, staring at her. Wu Yu's eyes flickered, and just as she was about to turn away, Shinkei grabbed her neck and pulled her in front of him. Shinkei asked coldly, What did you lie to me about? Wu Yu's face flushed, and she looked away, not looking at Shinkei. Shinkei gritted his teeth. Look at me. Speak. Wu Yu, She has tried to control herself. If Shinkei continues to pester her, she will immediately lose her mind. Seeing Wu Yu still silent, Shinkei became even angrier. Shinkei suppressed his anger. You lied to me. Do you think I am not him? That's why you keep ignoring me, and not looking for me. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei in surprise. Who is he? Shinkei, it's me before I lost my memory. It's me who married you. It's me who went through hardships with you. Wu Yu, How can someone be so jealous of me? Didn't they already like each other during the Fox Fairy dungeon? She only lost a little over half a year of memory, and she's still jealous now that she's recovered more than half of it. That's right. After all, Shinkei is a psychopath who is jealous of even his own vest. Shinkei's breathing became heavier with anger. Wu Yu, say something. Why don't you explain? Why don't you answer him? Why? Shinkei couldn't help but hold Wu Yu's waist, bringing her into his arms, and kissing her madly. Her eyes were red, tears were flashing in them, and her voice was choking. You are so bad, I hate you, you lied to me, you don't cherish me at all. You are willing to be with him but not with me. Do you think I am not him, so you are not willing? You play with my feelings. If you don't like me, why do you do this with me? Only people who love each other can do it. But even though you are so bad, I still miss you all the time. I miss you, and I accept that you are so bad, but you still don't want me. Why don't you look for me? Why don't you even look at me? I beg you, can you please look at me? Wu Yu, I like you so much, I like you so much, can you please look at me? Shinkei's tearful look was like a spoiled little prince, who was left out and craved for attention and caress. Wu Yu was so confused by what Shinkei said that she couldn't even stand, and could only lean on Shinkei and let him do whatever he wanted. Listening to Shinkei begging her humbly, and asking for her madly, Wu Yu was completely intoxicated and enjoyed it. Oh my god! Isn't this a complete Yandere? I like it. I really like it too much. Wu Yu didn't know that the more she was bewitched and lost her consciousness and thought and speech, the more the darkness in Shinkei's heart grew crazily. Until Wu Yu was pressed on the sofa by Shinkei, his hand was about to slide down along the pajamas, and Wu Yu's consciousness finally returned. She was surprised to find that she was almost losing control. Blinking quickly, Wu Yu grabbed Shinkei's hand. Shinkei raised his head. His eyes were deep, as if leading to the vortex of hell. His eyes were red, and his tone was stiff. You still don't want to, right? Wu Yu, No. What's going on? Why does she feel that Shinkei's words and his current state are not right? Wu Yu's uncertain eyes fell on Shinkei's face, and suddenly she thought of a possibility. Shinkei's emotions may still be affected by the DX001 virus. What did Shinkei say before? If he was completely infected by DX001, the first thing he would do was to fight her all the time. But now, because she has been leaving him alone, letting him recover his memory completely by himself, Shinkei's emotional reaction was delayed. In addition, Shinkei is very serious about relationships. When Jinjin gave him a lie detector test before, he was so angry that his true colors were exposed. The lack of emotional intimacy made him feel insecure. Because she always left him alone, his emotions became more flammable, and he would explode instantly over the slightest thing. For Shinkei, there is still a long gap in their relationship. He is worried about gains and losses, and he is reluctant to hurt her under the pain and depression. He can only struggle with himself and beg for her attention. Wuyu couldn't believe it. Oh my god, Shinkei is really going crazy. Then her current body can't stand his recklessness at all. Think of a way. She must think of a way to make this madman return to normal. In Shinkei's eyes, Wuyu's brainstorming was a silent rejection of him. The dark energy in his eyes became heavier. He suddenly ripped open his shirt and slid his hand directly into the hem of his pajamas. Wuyu finally moved. Shinkei was about to push her down, but Wuyu hooked his neck and leaned over. Shinkei's expression was stunned. Wuyu's voice fell into his ears. Hold me tight. I've let you toss for so long that I'm tired. Shincheng immediately hugged Wuyu's waist and let her lean on him. Shinkei's eyes were red, and tears flashed in his eyes. You coax me, okay, even if you lie to me. Wuyu leaned against Shinkei's ear and panted softly. You really can toss people. Why are you so sensitive? You get angry at the slightest thing. I didn't lie to you on purpose, but if I tell you that I fell in love with you at first sight, I was tempted by your beauty, and it wasn't a coincidence that I found you at the base later. It was all planned for a long time. It was all because I had a good impression of you and wanted to get closer to you. I was afraid that you didn't have enough self-control and didn't want to leave. Shinkei felt wronged. If I hadn't asked Jian Suiyu to give you the ore, you would have ignored me and not come to me. You left me alone for so many days before sending me a message. Wuyu kept stroking his back and comforting him. My health is so bad, and you have lost your memory. If I had rushed to find you, and you turned your face away from me because of your suspicion of me, wouldn't I have been so angry that I would have vomited blood? And I have an avoidance disorder. If you hurt my heart, and I can't feel your preference and love for me, I will avoid our relationship. You cast a spell on me, a lazy and bad woman. You said all this yourself. I didn't wrong you at all, did I? Your sarcastic words are so irritating and lethal, don't you know? I sent you so many messages, you only replied to me with a few words. You still have the nerve to say that to me? Shinkei pressed his lips. Don't try to deceive me with sweet words. Don't think I will forgive you just like that. Wuyu, I didn't lie to you. I won't lie to you anymore. I won't lie to you again, okay? I can't wait to like you. You were so charming just now. I like you so much that I almost made you dizzy. Shinkei blinked, and the blackness in his eyes gradually faded away. Shinkei began to be happy. So do you like me or him? Wuyu, I like you the most. I am almost dying of greed for you. What you mean by you, me, and him? You are crazy. This kid will stop acting like that after you restore his memory. Shinkei, I don't believe it, unless you let me. Wuyu bit his neck in anger. I think you are just taking advantage of your favor and getting more and more. As Wuyu bit him, Shinkei's breathing changed instantly. Wuyu wanted to retreat immediately, but Shinkei held her waist and couldn't move. Shinkei approached her neck and kissed her vaguely. I won't leave today, okay? Don't chase me away. I really don't want to do anything. I just want to stay with you. Wuyu looked at Shinkei's obsession with her. Her mind was confused, and her thoughts slipped every minute. She gritted her teeth fiercely, pulled Shinkei's hand, and pulled it down through her pajamas. In the eyes of Shinkei, who was completely dazed, Wuyu couldn't even lift her head. Her face was red, and her ears and neck were all red as if bleeding. Wuyu's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Shinkei, it's not that I don't want you to stay here, it's that I like you too much, and I'm afraid I can't control myself. You've been wearing this today, and I've been craving you all day. In the afternoon, you were angry with me, and I liked you so much. It's not that I don't want you. I just want to tease you and take advantage of you. You told me how I touched you at that time, don't you know? I liked you more when you came to me angrily just now. You were so fascinated that I couldn't move my eyes. If I wasn't afraid that you would go crazy and hurt me, I would definitely go along with you. You also felt it. I miss you. I don't have confidence in you, but in myself. You are so well behaved and attractive now. You look like you can do whatever I want. I'm afraid that I will get mad and pounce on you in the middle of the night. Shinkei was completely stunned. His face was quickly turning red, until his whole body was as red as a cooked shrimp. Shinkei subconsciously moved the hand that Wu Yu was holding. Wu Yu's breathing became unstable instantly. She looked at him with a hook in her eyes, which made Shinkei feel very angry. Feeling that Shinkei's hand was beginning to become dishonest, Wu Yu leaned against him. "Shinkei, you are not allowed to do anything stupid." Even her voice was like a spoiled child, which made his bones tingle. There was no intention of rejection at all, and it even revealed indulgence. Shinkei finally reacted. "You didn't want to reject me this afternoon, did you? You said that on purpose." Wu Yu turned away her eyes and said angrily, "Why are you pretending? Even though I rejected you, you didn't stop at that time. Sexy and bad bastard. You still say you are aloof, a flower of the mountain, a sultry bastard. Others become monsters for fame and fortune, but he thinks about this all day long." Shinkei is getting happier and happier, and he can't hold back his smile. Wu Yu said softly, "Let me go. You really have to go." Shinkei seemed to be soaked in a honeypot. "I don't want it. You don't really want me to leave." When Shinkei started to mess around, Wu Yu cried out, "Don't mess around like that, you heard me." Shinju immediately became honest. He leaned close to Wu Yu and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "I just think about it for a moment. Okay, I leave right away." He was thinking about it so much that he was going crazy. Wu Yu glanced at him, and nodded barely audibly in Shinkei's expectant eyes. "Yeah." Chapter 506. Shinkei carried Wu Yu into the room, and looked at her without blinking. Wu Yu pushed him. "You go take a shower first." Shinkei stood still. "Okay, wait for me, I be quick." Listening to the sound of water stop, Wu Yu sat on the sofa with a blushing heartbeat, and a sense of nervousness for the first time. The door opened, and Shinkei walked over step by step. Wu Yu felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Shinkei embraced her from behind and buried his head in her neck, leaving a kiss mark on her neck, with the scent of shampoo and heat. "Wu Yu, Shinkei, do you know who I am?" Shinkei was surprised. "Of course I know, you are my wife." Wu Yu turned to look at him. "Did you drink the antidote?" Shinkei blinked. "I don't have any antidote in my hand." He didn't want to drink it now, because if he drank it, his wife would probably ask him to leave. Wu Yu remembered, "I should have some here, I look for it." Wu Yu just stood up to take the communicator, and was hugged tightly by Shinkei. "Shinkei, you don't look for it." Wu Yu. "Shinkei, don't think I don't know what you are planning. If you can control it, leave quickly." Shinkei lowered his head and kissed her. "I can't control it." Wu Yu couldn't stand up because of Shinkei's fluffy head. Shinkei immediately put his arms around her waist, and supported her back with his hot palms, to help her stabilize her body. Wu Yu's whole strength was supported by Shinkei. He tightened his arms, and instantly shortened the distance between them to 0, and they were tightly attached. Shinkei panted and asked, "Wu Yu, what was our first time like?" Wu Yu embarrassedly turned away. "Think about it yourself." Shinkei begged her, "I haven't remembered it yet, tell me, okay, baby?" Shinkei's hand slid into Wu Yu's pajamas. "Was I like this then?" Shinkei's hands already had muscle memory, and every movement went straight to the target, completely and accurately grasping Wu Yu's preferences. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu's instantly red face, and asked her softly, "Wife, do you like me like this?" Wu Yu pushed him weakly. "Shinkei, don't pretend with me anymore, you are fine and all." Shinkei stared at Wu Yu's face with deep eyes. "I have something wrong, I have something wrong, I am very uncomfortable." He kissed Wu Yu's earlobe with passion. "If you chase me away, I go crazy right away." Wu Yu bit her lower lip lightly with a twinkling look in her eyes. "Shinkei, are you playing dirty tricks on me?" Shinkei carried her up like a princess, and walked to the bed. After putting Wu Yu down, he immediately climbed onto the bed, and leaned closer. "Shinkei, wife, you just said you like me, and you said you're willing." Wu Yu pushed him away. "I'm not feeling well right now, and I can't stand you always going on and on." Shinkei immediately said, "Once, just once today." "Wu Yu, then you have to promise me that you will leave immediately after the end and drink the antidote." Shinkei instantly showed a triumphant smile. "Yes, my wife." Wu Yu glared at him. Shinkei immediately acted cute. "I miss you, my wife, I miss you so much." Wu Yu helplessly hooked her neck. Shinkei immediately held her back, and held her in his arms. "If I don't do it, can you not chase me away?" "Wu Yu, It turned out that he was waiting for her here. This kid knows everything about eating one meal after another. Wu Yu didn't give in, no. The second round is a bloody lesson, and this is the Jiang family, which is a new map for Shinkei. It is impossible for him not to make trouble. Shinkei was rejected one after another, and his emotions gradually got out of control. The black air in his eyes just gathered, and Wu Yu noticed it at the first time. She blinked. "Are you angry?" Shinkei didn't say a word and directly pulled off the button of his shirt, grabbed Wu Yu's hand, and put it into his heart. Shinkei said coldly, "Touch me, just like in the afternoon." "Wu Yu, eh?" Shinkei begged her, "I like you to treat me like that. Can you pity me?" Shinkei is really good at showing weakness and acting like a spoiled child now, and she can act like a spoiled child with red eyes and a cold face. Who can bear this? Wu Yu knelt in front of him, hooked her hand around his neck, and lowered her head to kiss him, and the other hand slid into his shirt like in the afternoon. Shinkei immediately hugged her waist tightly, kept leaning forward, turning from passive to active, and frantically asked Wu Yu for a kiss. Shinkei's kisses followed the corners of her mouth, cheeks, and earlobes until Wu Yu's ears were red. He kissed along her neck and all the way to her collarbone. Wu Yu raised her head and hugged his furry head, her eyes gradually blurred. Shinkei held Wu Yu's head and gently placed her on the bed, and began to unbuckle his belt. He instantly leaned in, and the boy's voice was right beside Wu Yu's ears. "Shinkei, wife, what do you like?" Wu Yu's forearm was placed over her eyes, her face flushed, and she said nothing. "Shinkei, tell me, okay?" "I don't remember." Wu Yu glared at him embarrassedly. "Don't ask again." Shinkei touched her ear lightly. "If you don't tell me, I do it all at once." Wu Yu gritted her teeth. "Shinkei, what did you promise me just now?" Shinkei blinked. "Once, just once. Do it all at once without delay." He could bear it, as long as he controlled the rhythm. "Wu Yu, eh? This scoundrel." Wu Yu was so angry that she pushed him hard. He controlled Wu Yu's hands and raised them high, pressed Wu Yu on the bed, and took off her pajamas with one hand. Feeling the coolness coming from the chest, Wu Yu clearly heard Shinkei's breathing become heavier when the tattoo was exposed. "Wu Yu, eh? This is really terrible." The tattoo instantly felt pious and gentle. Shinkei kissed and whispered, "Wife, you tattoo my name on your chest." Wu Yu touched his head soothingly. "Well, do you like it?" Shinkei's kiss became more and more hot. "Well, I like it. I like it very much." Shinkei's kiss began to go off track. Wu Yu's face became redder and redder, and his eyes gradually became intoxicated. Reaching out his hand and caressing her lovingly, Shinkei suddenly raised his head and leaned in to kiss Wu Yu deeply. His wanton and strong breath seemed to swallow her whole. He kept tightening his arms, as if he wanted to rub Wu Yu into his body. "Shinkei, wife, am I good?" "Wu Yu, eh?" Shinkei was unhappy. "Wife, say something." Wu Yu turned her face away and ignored him. Shinkei deliberately moved closer. "Wife, have I been here before?" Wu Yu's face became redder and redder. Shinkei leaned close to Wu Yu's ear. "Baby, are you here?" Wu Yu was so angry that she turned around and kicked him. "Get out!" Shinkei couldn't suppress the smile on his face after standing at the door for an hour after being kicked out by Wu Yu. He felt as if he was walking on clouds when he arrived at the Qian base. Under the circumstances at that time, Shinkei didn't dare to think that he could be with Wu Yu. But now, Wu Yu really became his wife, and she liked him very much. Shinkei moved back to his and Wu Yu's residence directly, and felt his heart floating when he looked at their wedding photos. The more he looked, the faster Shinkei's heartbeat became. He wanted to know more details about how he and Wu Yu met and got to know each other. He wanted to know all the details about how he fell in love with Wu Yu. Shinkei didn't even think about finding Richard and knocked on the door frantically. Richard was speechless. "Do you know what time it is now? It's 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Brother, last time you knocked on my door in the middle of the night and asked me to hypnotize you. What's going on now? If you are sick, take medicine. Can you please stop being crazy?" "Shinkei, Wu Yu said that I might still be affected by the DX001 virus, and I drank the antidote. After drinking several, I finally got better, and my mental strength increased dramatically." Richard said seriously, "How are you now? How is your memory recovery?" "Shinkei, it has recovered to the point where DX001 has just exploded. Hypnotize me again, and see if you can stimulate more of my memory." "Richard, think about it carefully. You are not in a good state after the last hypnosis. To find the obsession in your heart, you need to go through many difficulties and obstacles. Just like a traveler in the desert, he can finally see the oasis after endless trials and tribulations. Only by passing through the dark black sandstorm that blocks out the sky can you reach the quiet eye of the sandstorm, enjoy the tranquility after the tyranny, and welcome the dawn and new life." For Shinkei, every time he faces it, it is a repeated memory of the painful experiences in the past. Only by completely breaking through and getting rid of these desperate pasts can you find the oasis in your heart and truly see the moon through the clouds. 2 days ago, after repeated struggles and entanglements, Shinkei still found Richard to help him hypnotize. During the whole hypnosis process, Because of the painful memories of the past, he entered the self-protection mechanism countless times to wake up from the hypnosis by force. The effect of hypnosis was not ideal. Without the support of obsession, Shin-Kei finally failed to survive the whole process. And this time, when Richard hypnotized him again, he finally saw the dawn from the endless darkness, knocking on his heart that had always been tightly closed and full of holes. The moment the door was opened, the silver bottle broke, the light was flowing, and countless rays of light penetrated the thick cumulus clouds and shone into his heart. In his whole heart, it was all misty moon, all kinds of pictures intertwined, all of them were her. The misty moon shone in her heart, and love made flesh and blood grow. She completely filled his already broken heart, repaired it intact, and planted one flower after another, which meant new life and hope. The last scene after waking up from hypnosis was Wu Yu turning around and smiling at him amidst the flowers blooming all over the mountains. Shin-Kei woke up from hypnosis, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. "Richard, how is it? Have you recovered your memory?" Shin-Kei was immersed in the throbbing and warmth in his heart, and couldn't calm down for a long time. "I remember everything before the north." Richard nodded. "You are recovering your memory very quickly, don't worry, take your time." "Shin-Kei, don't tell Wu Yu that you hypnotized me." "I'm afraid she worry. Wait until I digest this part of the memory, and continue hypnotizing." Thinking of the past when Shin-Kei lost control of Wu Yu's emotions, and was repeatedly reminded of the past, he nodded, "No problem." Shin-Kei took out the communicator. "Shin-Kei, I have taken the antidote, and I am completely fine." "Wu Yu, are you still feeling uncomfortable? Let Enshin check it out." Shin-Kei pressed the corner of his mouth. "Shin-Kei, I am not feeling uncomfortable." The other party withdrew a message. Wu Yu watched Shin-Kei withdraw the message, and then, "Shin-Kei, I am feeling uncomfortable. I miss you so much that it makes me feel uncomfortable." Wu Yu instantly raised the corner of his mouth and bent his eyebrows. After a while, "Shin-Kei, I wait for you to come back." Wu Yu, "Yes." The next day, "Shin-Kei, are you feeling better today?" Wu Yu, "Better." Shin-Kei was thinking about a new topic when he received, "Wu Yu, what have you done recently?" Shin-Kei's eyes lit up instantly. His wife finally checked up on him. "Shin-Kei, familiarizing myself with the newly awakened skills and the information database during the period of memory loss." "Wu Yu, are you so busy?" Shin-Kei curled his lips. "Shin-Kei, not busy, these things don't take up much time. Most of the time I'm thinking about you." Wu Yu smiled with her lips pursed. "Shin-Kei, can I video call you?" Wu Yu, "No, I look terrible now." "Shin-Kei, I miss you, I want to see you." Wu Yu, "Then don't dress up so fancy, it makes me look as plain as a dogtail grass." As the video was connected, Shin-Kei, who was wearing a black team uniform, was on the other side of the video. Shin-Kei looked at Wu Yu in the video intently. "Yu, you are not plain at all, you are very beautiful, the most beautiful in the world." Seeing Wu Yu lower her head shyly, and her face flushed with smile, Shin-Kei curled up the corners of his mouth, and he could hear his heartbeat accelerating. "Wu Yu, do you feel uncomfortable after drinking the antidote?" Shin-Kei shook his head. "No, I just feel that my mental strength has increased a lot." "Wu Yu, is it really better this time?" Shin-Kei looked at her. "I don't know, I can only know when I see you." Hearing the implication of Shin-Kei's words, Wu Yu's face flushed. "Shin-Kei, you haven't recovered yet? Did I hurt you yesterday because I was too rough? I didn't mean it. I thought about it for a long time. I really wanted it too much. It was so comfortable that I couldn't control it." Wu Yu's face flushed instantly. "Don't say it." Shin-Kei blinked. "Then tell me if I hurt you." Wu Yu was angry. "If you do this again, I'd die." Shin-Kei stood still. "I won't ask anymore." Wu Yu glared at Shin-Kei, and couldn't help but feel happy when she saw Shin-Kei's beautiful hair swaying in pleasure. "The kitten is energetic again, so cute." Wu Yu said meaningfully. "Has anyone added you recently?" Shin-Kei looked at Wu Yu meaningfully. "Who?" Wu Yu turned away unhappily. "No one." Shin-Kei raised the corner of his mouth. "Someone, but I didn't add them. I was just waiting for you to send me a message." Wu Yu smiled with her lips pursed. "Really?" Shin-Kei nodded. "Yes, only you, always only you, I only like you." Wu Yu looked at Shin-Kei, smiled sweetly, and bit her eyebrows. From the beginning to the end, Shin-Kei looked at her intently without blinking. After a sticky video call, Wu Yu's temples were sore. "I'm tired and want to sleep." "Shin-Kei, please don't hang up, okay? I want to watch you sleep." Wu Yu didn't want to. "Go and do your own thing." "Shin-Kei, I have nothing to do. I just want to watch you." Wu Yu put the communicator on the bedside and gradually fell asleep. Shin-Kei lay on the bed, put the communicator next to the pillow, looked at Wu Yu's sleeping face, listened to her shallow breathing, and finally fell asleep after several days of sleepless nights. The next day, Shin-kei, are you awake? After waiting for a long time without receiving a reply, Shin-kei kept playing with the communicator in his hand, feeling uneasy. When the communicator rang, he immediately turned it on. Jian Suiyu, where is she? Come and help. Shin-kei, do you know what Wu Yu usually does at Zhang's house at this time? I sent her a message for a long time, but she didn't reply. Jian Suiyu, she should be receiving treatment. When Shin-kei helped move the flowers and set up the flower stand, he immediately pulled out the communicator with one hand when it rang. Wu Yu, I was in treatment all morning and just finished. Shin-kei, what did you say after the examination? Wu Yu, much better than before, getting better day by day. Shin-kei, then come tomorrow? Wu Yu, yes, I will. After a minute, Wu Yu, what are you busy with? Shin-kei raised his lips happily. Shin-kei, I am helping Jian Suiyu make a flower stand. Shin-kei, it will be fine soon. I will call you later when I go back. Wu Yu, yes, I will eat first. Shin-kei, okay. After sending it, Shin-kei stared at the communicator. Jian Suiyu was speechless. You two are really amazing for being able to have such fun after going through the same relationship 3 times after getting married. Shin-kei put away the communicator, feeling secretly happy, and said in a cocky tone, you don't understand. Jian Suiyu, idiot. Shin-kei, yeah, have you finished eating? Wu Yu, yes. Shin-kei, I'm done, can I call you via video? Wu Yu, yes. The video was connected, and Shin-kei looked at Wu Yu lying on the bed. Shin-kei, are you sleepy? Wu Yu was dazed and said subconsciously, hubby, I want to sleep. Shin-kei's heart stopped beating instantly, watching Wu Yu gradually fall into a deep sleep. He whispered, go to sleep, wife. After saying that, his whole body turned red as if he was cooked. Wu Yu woke up and just moved a little, and immediately heard, Yu, are you awake? Wu Yu was dazed for a while, and said, you haven't hung up yet? Shin-kei, well, I want to see you. Wu Yu curled her lips, are you busy? Shin-kei, nothing, I just want to accompany you and wait for you to wake up. Wu Yu's face turned red with shyness. Shin-kei asked her, after sleeping for so long, are you hungry? Wu Yu nodded, well, I want to eat something. Shin-kei, when you return to Qian, I will cook for you every day. Wu Yu nodded, well, okay. The two looked at each other across the screen, their faces flushed. Qian wedding venue. Shin-kei got up early in the morning and cleaned the whole house, waiting for Wu Yu to move back today. He picked a new Chinese-style white suit with a white shirt and freshly trimmed hair. Shin-kei was so showy that it seemed like he was hosting the wedding today. Jian Suiyu was speechless when he saw Shin-kei. Don't you think you are a bit of a distraction? Shin-kei didn't care at all. I don't plan to show up in front of your guests. Let's go. Aren't you going to pick up Jiang Yuhua? I go with you. He did it for his wife. His wife liked his skin change and praised him for his good looks that day. Jian Suiyu, no need. I be here to prepare for the wedding. Yu Hua and Sirius can come by themselves. Shin-kei, what about Wu Yu? Jian Suiyu glanced at him. How much of your memory have you recovered now? Shin-kei, I remember everything before the north. There are just many specific details that need to be recalled slowly before they can be sorted out. It is said that Shin-kei was driven out of the Jiang family by Wu Yu that night. He stood at the door with his head down for a long time before leaving sadly. Jian Suiyu is merciful. Wu Yu is naturally under the protection of Sirius. Then until the Sirius shuttle appeared, Qian Airport directly had a wife watching stone. What made Jian Suiyu feel relieved was that Shin-kei at least knew to take off his flashy white suit, and did not completely steal the limelight from him as the groom. The formal wedding was over. Compared with the complicated procedures of the Jiang family's many guests, Qian's wedding was more relaxed and casual, just like a gathering of young people. When the Jiang family shuttle arrived, people had already gathered in 2s and 3s. Jiang Yuhua didn't even wear a white wedding dress, but a wine-red toast dress. She walked in front of Jian Suiyu with a blushing face under his gaze. Jiang Yuhua whispered, can you stop looking at me seriously and teasing me with your mental power? Jian Suiyu put his arm around her waist. I thought the young lady would like it very much. This is the interest of a couple, isn't it? The two walked towards the guests who were making a fuss. Wu Yu walked down the shuttle a few steps slower, and Shin Song immediately flashed in front of her. Shin Song really observed her complexion, and found that Wu Yu's complexion was indeed getting better day by day, and he finally felt relieved. Shin-kei tried to hold Wu Yu's waist, but she blushed and pushed him away. Have you recovered your memory? Why are you so proactive? Please keep a pure teammate relationship with me. Shinkei blinked, but we clearly had already. Wu Yu immediately covered his mouth and warned him in a low voice, don't talk nonsense. That day, it was because you were affected by the virus. I was just a stopgap measure to stabilize you. What I said doesn't count. Shinkei's eyes flashed with depression, and he said softly, Wu Yu looked at him, and felt a little sorry for him. During the whole process of the event, Shinkei kept a polite distance from Wu Yu, but his eyes would occasionally fall on Wu Yu. After being discovered by Wu Yu, he immediately looked away sadly, just like when he came back from the north. Even Richard and Jane Sway Yu on the side felt a little sorry for him. The eyes that fell on Wu Yu seemed to be looking at a scumbag who threw away the food after eating, patted her, but pulled up her pants and left. Wu Yu, When he bullied her at John's house that day, he was so arrogant and energetic, but she couldn't say it. She couldn't just tell this kind of thing everywhere. She really couldn't explain it now. Chapter 507. Wu Yu got angry when she saw Shinkei's eyes. He was taking advantage of her, and still acting cute. As the process was halfway through, she simply went back to the dormitory to rest for a while. She was getting tired of wearing the dress for so long, so she wanted to change clothes. Shinkei's eyes seemed to be on Wu Yu all the time. When he saw Wu Yu leave, he immediately followed her. His attention was all on Wu Yu, and he accidentally knocked over a red wine tower on the roadside and stained his white suit. Shinkei's formal clothes were all in Wu Yu's room. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. He hesitated for a while, and swiped his card to enter the room. Wu Yu entered the room first and immediately went to the cloakroom to find comfortable home clothes to change into. She wore a long dress with a long zipper on the back today. When she pulled the zipper with her backhand, she heard a knock on the door. Wu Yu's first reaction was Shin Quebec. She pulled the zipper too fast and broke it. She looked at the zipper head in her hand and felt the coolness on her back. Wu Yu's expression was stunned for a moment. Hearing the sound of swiping a card to open the door, Wu Yu went into the closet next to her without thinking. As soon as Shinkei opened the door, he heard the sound of the closet closing. He blinked and walked into the cloakroom calmly, took off his suit and threw it aside casually, found a new suit and turned around and left. The door closed again, and Shinkei's expression was calm throughout the whole process, as if he was the only one in the room. Wu Yu blinked in disbelief, and got out of the closet. Strange. Didn't Shinkei notice her? With Shinkei's current strength, it's impossible. Is this kid pretending with her again? Her eyes fell on the red wine on the white suit. There was nothing wrong with Shinkei coming in to change clothes. Thinking about it this way, she seemed to be a scumbag with a mean mind. Wu Yu doubtfully put her hands behind her back to untie the broken zipper. Just as she barely pulled it down a little, she suddenly heard the door open again. It's in my room. I get it. Hearing Shinkei's voice again, Wu Yu didn't think twice, and went straight into the closet. As soon as she closed the closet door, she saw Shinkei walk into the room, close the door, and walk towards the cloakroom. Wu Yu suddenly realized that this was her own room. Why should she hide in such a guilty conscience? Listening to Shinkei's footsteps approaching from afar, his slender figure of 188 centimeters and straight long legs gradually came into view, and he walked to the door of the closet, motionless. Wu Yu subconsciously looked up through the crack in the door, and saw Shinkei half crouching, his forearms casually resting on his knees, revealing a wrist bone with blue veins, and looking at her through the crack in the door. The moment the two looked at each other, Shinkei's eyebrows were cold and expressionless, but there was a flash of teasing in his eyes, and Wu Yu's mind exploded, and a mushroom cloud exploded. He pressed his lips, and opened the cabinet door, pulled the confused Wu Yu out, and touched Wu Yu's smooth back. Shinkei's expression froze instantly. Putting Wu Yu on the side stool, Shinkei said, "You are not in good health, and you still hide in the cabinet. Aren't you afraid of fainting from lack of oxygen? You change your clothes, I will take the things and leave." He turned around and was about to leave, but Wu Yu suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes. Shinkei paused. "What's wrong?" Wu Yu lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "The zipper of my skirt is broken. Can you help me fix it?" Shinkei froze, and his breathing quickened instantly. Before Shinkei could move, Wu Yu said, "Why don't you go find Chun? Yeah, come and help me." Before he could finish his words, he felt a light touch on his back. Wu Yu straightened his back instantly, and the skin exposed outside was slightly red. For a moment, the air in the small and quiet cloakroom was so scorching that even people's breathing became heavier. The lower the zipper went, the more Shinkei's fingers trembled, until it was completely unzipped. He said weakly, "Okay." Wu Yu lowered her head. "Well, then you go out." Shinkei walked a few steps outside, subconsciously turned back, and happened to meet Wu Yu's gaze. Her face was red, and her eyes were flickering. Suddenly, a picture that could be called erotic flashed through Shinkei's mind. Shinkei's whole body was like exploding in an instant, burning with fire, dry mouth, and unable to walk at all. He didn't want to go, he didn't want to go. In Wu Yu's surprised eyes, Shinkei returned to Wu Yu, and Wu Yu looked up at him in confusion. Shinkei, are you leaving today? Wu Yu blinked. Yes, I go back to the Jiang family after the event. Shinkei lowered his body, and knelt on one knee in front of Wu Yu, looking up at her. Would you please not leave? Wu Yu lowered her head. Why? Shinkei's mind immediately flashed through his last answer. He was afraid of being rejected before, so he didn't dare to confess. But now Wu Yu obviously liked him too. He couldn't be a coward anymore. After not getting Shinkei's answer, Wu Yu was about to look away. Shinkei suddenly came closer and looked into her eyes. Because I like you, Wu Yu, I like you. I want to be with you, always together, forever together. Although I have lost my memory, I have forgotten how I confessed to you, how I proposed to you, and I have forgotten the past and every bit of our time together. But I can do it all over again. I will give it all back to you. Please don't leave, okay? I really like you. I want to see you every day. I want to be with you every day. Wu Yu looked away and raised the corners of her mouth. Seeing Wu Yu's smile, Shinkei's heart beat fast. He couldn't help but get close to Wu Yu, and just when the two were about to kiss, Wu Yu lowered her head. Shinkei's arms were on the stool beside Wu Yu, and his strong breath enveloped Wu Yu. He whispered, Can I kiss you? I kiss you. Wu Yu shook her head. No. Shinkei's breathing became heavier, and he moved closer again. Okay. Wu Yu put her hands on his chest and pushed him. No. Shinkei held Wu Yu's waist, his hot palm resting on her smooth back and bringing her into his arms. Wu Yu looked up at him. Shinkei's kiss fell instantly. She turned her face away. The kiss fell on the corner of her mouth. Shinkei's breathing became heavier. Wu Yu pulled away. After the kiss, you should leave. Shinkei panted and wanted to get closer, but Wu Yu stretched out her hand and pushed him away. You said it yourself, just kiss. Shinkei begged her. Wife, you know that's not what I meant. I lost my memory. If you help me, I can recover quickly. Wu Yu, how do you want me to help you? Shinkei, after we kissed last time, I have a lot of memories in my mind. Wu Yu glanced at him. I don't believe it. You obviously want to take advantage of me. Shinkei approached, and a faint kiss fell on Wu Yu's cheek as he spoke. Shinkei unbuttoned his collar, grabbed Wu Yu's hand, and slid it to his heart. Really, help me. Just like that day, you teach me, okay? Wu Yu's face flushed when Shinkei said that. As soon as she raised her head, Shinkei's kiss fell completely. He instantly tightened his arms, and hugged Wu Yu tightly in his arms, deepening the kiss. The air in the small fitting room became ambiguous and charming. Shinkei picked up Wu Yu and sat on the bench beside her. He kept asking her for kisses. Wu Yu hooked her neck and caressed his hair. Shinkei's hot palms tightly supported Wu Yu's smooth back. The dress hanging on her shoulders was getting lower and lower. The pious kiss fell on the tattoo. Wu Yu's face was red, and she leaned back weakly, her eyes gradually intoxicated. Shinkei panted and restrained his eyes repeatedly passed over Wu Yu's red cheeks, blurred eyes, sweat on the corners of his forehead, and the dress that he almost completely took off. He suddenly turned his eyes away, put Wu Yu down, turned around and fled. Wu Yu, Seeing Shinkei running away like a dog, Wu Yu was speechless. It was obviously him who wanted to kiss her. Why did she look like a demon molesting him after the kiss? And what about the things this person just said he wanted to take? He was just lying. A bad, lustful bastard. At the critical moment, he started to have pure love again. Shinkei left Wu Yu's room and went into his dormitory, rushing to the bathroom to take a cold shower. The ambiguous scene of the two of them in the cloakroom just now kept flashing through his mind, and he felt very happy. After Shinkei controlled his emotions, he returned to the wedding scene and followed the process to complete the whole process. After seeing off the guests, the people from Sirius were also ready to leave. Jiang Qian, will Maibao go with us? Everyone looked at Shinkei's face calmly. Shinkei had a blank expression and said nothing. Anyway, he would stay here to see who could take Wu Yu away. Jiang Huaiji, send a message to ask Maibao. Jiang Mubai, she said she was a little tired today and didn't want to go back and forth. She would rest here for 2 days. Jiang Huaiji, okay, let's go first. Watching the Sirius shuttle leave, Shinkei curled his lips and immediately turned around and walked towards his and Wu Yu's room. Chapter 508. Shinkei came to Wu Yu's door and took a deep breath to relax. They were now a couple, and he had just confessed his love. He just needed to swipe the card and enter the room as he did when he lived alone before, as if he was back in his own dormitory. Don't be embarrassed, don't show your fear. After preparing himself mentally, Shinkei swiped the door with the door card and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, Shinkei saw Wu Yu lying on the sofa reading a book. Wu Yu changed into a white vest and a gray sweater jacket, and her whole state was very relaxed. Shinkei froze instantly, and he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Wu Yu glanced at him. Have you been living here recently? Shinkei nodded. I lived here for a few days at first, then moved back to my own dormitory, and moved back again these 2 days. Wu Yu looked at him meaningfully as he changed his clothes, then retracted his gaze, and continued reading. The 3 outfits he changed today were all brand new, especially for her. Shinkei, Shinkei secretly glanced at Wu Yu, and saw her lying there with her legs propped up, unable to move her eyes. Feeling that Shinkei's eyes had been fixed on her without fail, Wu Yu looked at him twice in a row without understanding a single word, so she simply turned her head to look at Shinkei. Shinkei blinked, and just wanted to look away, but he kept telling himself to hold on. Don't be a wimp. Shinkei leaned forward. Yeah, what are you looking at? Wu Yu didn't say anything, just stared at him. Shinkei had just trimmed his hair, and he also grabbed his hair, which looked particularly good. Wu Yu kept telling himself to hold on, and to hold on, and not to let his thoughts slip, and not to take the initiative to push the progress, and let Shinkei take the bait himself. Putting the book aside casually, Wu Yu sat up. Captain, you should move back to your own dormitory for the time being, right? Shinkei, I don't want it. He already has a legal status, and he and his wife are actually married, so he won't leave. Wu Yu held his chin with a smile. Why? Shinkei gritted his teeth at Wu Yu's teasing eyes, and sat directly next to Wu Yu. As soon as Shinkei sat down, Wu Yu immediately sat to the side and distanced herself from him. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Shinkei's ears and neck were red, and Wu Yu couldn't control himself. The only one who could defeat Bai Yueguang was Bai Yueguang herself, who almost missed him that year. Don't think about it anymore, calm down. Wu Yu turned to look at Shinkei. You move out. Shinkei was determined not to. I won't leave. Wu Yu, then what are you going to do tonight? Shinkei's breathing was unstable, pretending to be calm. I sleep on the bed. Wu Yu, no. Shinkei glared. I can do it. Wu Yu, you haven't recovered your memory yet. Go back to your own room. Shinkei was unhappy. I don't want it. Wu Yu's eyes were meaningful. Then what do you want? Shinkei took a deep breath and moved closer. Wu Yu was about to move when he pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. Shinkei, I want to sleep with you. Wu Yu buried her face in Shinkei's arms, smelling the pleasant smell on his body, and her will gradually wavered. She raised her head, stretched out her hands to support Shinkei's chest and pushed him, and was immediately hugged tightly by Shinkei. Shinkei's voice was right beside Wu Yu's ears. Wife, we have obviously done such intimate things. Please don't chase me away again, okay? Stop ignoring me, okay? I really miss you. Wu Yu tried to hide her foolish smile. That's because you are affected by the virus. Shinkei, I miss you even if there is no virus. I miss you as soon as I see you. This male demon is really good at playing straight. His low, panting voice in her ears is like a curse on her. Wu Yu indulged Shinkei in holding her. The more she struggled, the tighter he held her. The two of them were breathing heavier and heavier. Wu Yu, you can sleep here if you want, but you can only sleep on the sofa, and you can't do anything else. Shinkei agreed immediately. Okay. Shinkei stopped when he saw that things were going well. As long as Wu Yu didn't leave and didn't kick him out of the room, it would be only a matter of time before he went back to bed. Wu Yu, His thoughts slipped again. He felt numb all over when he held her like this, and she couldn't help but let go. In the following time, Wu Yu read a book while Shinkei stayed quietly by her side, busying himself with his own things. When Wu Yu looked over, he was either concentrating on looking at various documents and communicators, or smiling obediently at her. No matter what he did, Wu Yu's heartbeat accelerated. Wu Yu, The little cat she raised was sitting on her desk, working seriously. Wu Yu put down the book, held her chin and stared at Shinkei. Shinkei looked up at her. What's wrong? Wu Yu pressed the corners of her mouth and put away her idiotic smile. Wu Yu acted as if she didn't care nothing. She continued to read. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, who had even knocked the book over. To be honest, Shinkei had never dared to believe that Wu Yu fell in love with him at first sight. But now, he felt that this might be true, and she was really attracted to him. Shinkei walked to Wu Yu and sat down. Wu Yu moved to the side, Shinkei followed. Wu Yu moved again, Shinkei pressed the corner of his mouth and did not move. Wu Yu glanced at him, Captain, is there anything? Shinkei did not speak, took off his suit, unbuttoned his shirt, lowered his head, and continued to look at the communicator. Wu Yu, eh? This male demon began to seduce her. He found that she liked to watch, so he ran to her and let her watch. Who is a good person to look at a communicator with his shirt open to his chest? Just some brothel tricks. Wu Yu tried to stop herself from looking and thinking, but Shinkei was too young. With a cold face, a breath of abstinence, and a strong sense of faith, Wu Yu found herself approaching subconsciously as she watched, and stood up and wanted to run. Shinkei grabbed Wu Yu's wrist without raising his head, and pulled Wu Yu into his arms. Wu Yu fell sideways on Shinkei, hooking his neck to stabilize her body. Shinkei put down the communicator and held Wu Yu's waist tightly, and the distance between the two of them instantly shortened. Their eyes met, and their breaths lingered. Wu Yu's hand slid to Shinkei's front, and she pushed him with both hands. Let me go. Shinkei leaned closer. Can I kiss you? Wu Yu turned her face away. No. Shinkei's kiss fell directly along Wu Yu's cheek, and continued to go down. Feeling that Shinkei was leaving kisses on her neck one after another, Wu Yu couldn't help but narrow her eyes, and the hand that was supporting Shinkei's chest slid in. Shinkei's breathing suddenly became heavier, and his hand moved away unruly, taking off Wu Yu's coat, and sliding deeper and deeper along the inner wear. Shinkei's eyes slid along Wu Yu's heart, becoming more and more dark and gloomy. Wu Yu shyly turned her face away. You are not allowed to look at it. How can you look at it like this? Shinkei lowered his head and said hoarsely, Yeah, you are so beautiful. Wu Yu, Shinkei, if you are like this, you are not allowed to stay here. Shinkei suddenly raised his head and kissed Wu Yu madly. The two of them kissed for an unknown period of time. They were inseparable. The atmosphere was ambiguous and anxious, and even the air was sticky and intoxicating. When Wu Yu reacted, Shinkei's shirt was completely open. She hooked her arm around Shinkei's neck and sat on him, feeling cold in her heart. Just as she was about to run, Shinkei grabbed her waist and stopped her from leaving. Wu Yu suddenly bumped into Shinkei. Wu Yu lowered her head with a red face. Let me go. Shinkei's kiss fell on Wu Yu's red earlobe, and his voice was low and hoarse. Kiss for a while. Wu Yu shook her head. No. Shinkei, I just kissed you once. Wu Yu kept pushing Shinkei's unruly hands. Shinkei, you are not allowed to touch me again. Shinkei didn't want to, and Wu Yu couldn't push him away at all. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly in his arms, and the unobstructed intimate contact made Wu Yu's brain dazed. Wu Yu, eh? She couldn't bear it anymore. Wu Yu hooked her arms around Shinkei's neck and buried her head in it. Shinkei, can I sleep on the bed at night? Wu Yu, no. Shinkei, I really won't touch you. Wu Yu, I don't believe it. Shinkei said seriously, Wu Yu, if I wanted to touch you, I would have done it a long time ago. If I really wanted to touch you, no one could stop me, whether it was before or now. Wu Yu didn't believe it. It was because she was holding him back and didn't let go. As long as she let go and took the initiative, Shinkei would not be able to hold back. Wu Yu let go of Shinkei and stood up. Shinkei stared at her. Wu Yu pushed him. Let me go. She leaned forward to get her clothes. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu putting on her clothes without blinking, which made Wu Yu blush and her heart beat fast. She glared at him. If you do this again, you are not allowed to stay here. Shinkei looked away and curled his lips. Seeing Shinkei's secretly happy look, Wu Yu was furious. Scoundrel, vixen. As the night deepened, Wu Yu went into the bathroom to take a shower and went to bed. Hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Shinkei's eyes darkened instantly. Although Shinkei's memory only recovered to the north, the details about his intimacy with Wu Yu, especially in the bathroom, would flash through his mind every time he took a bath in the bathroom. Listening to the sound of water, Shinkei slowly closed his eyes, and the image of him and Wu Yu taking a bath together emerged in his mind uncontrollably. When the sound of water stopped and Shinkei opened his eyes were frighteningly dark. He was trying his best to control his various crazy thoughts about Wu Yu. He kept telling himself, Wu Yu is not in good health now. Control it, he must control himself. Wu Yu pushed open the bathroom door and felt Shinkei's calm gaze. She froze and walked towards the bed without looking away. Shinkei's shadowy gaze gradually became undisguised and unbridled. When Wu Yu lay on the bed, his eyes were full of aggression. Wu Yu shivered and covered herself with the quilt, forcing herself to close her eyes and sleep quickly. Fall asleep immediately, otherwise, once this person finds out that she is pretending to sleep, he will start immediately. His eyes are completely out of control. The more she thought about it, the more Wu Yu couldn't fall asleep. As she walked, she could hear the rustling of clothes. Wu Yu could feel Shinkei walking to the bed and looking at her. She was a little nervous, and slowed down her breathing. Feeling Shinkei suddenly approaching, and feeling the warmth on her cheek, Wuyu's heartbeat was instantly unbalanced. "Shinkei, good night." Shinkei pulled away, and Wuyu pulled up the quilt and smiled shyly with her lips pursed. Chapter 509. Wuyu woke up in the middle of the night and went to the bathroom. She found Shinkei lying there in a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts without covering anything. She couldn't help but take a few more glances. He was so old and always like this. He wasn't afraid of catching a cold. She turned around and took a thin blanket from the cabinet. Shinkei didn't sleep at all night. Listening to Wuyu's breathing, Shinkei felt that he didn't need to sleep, as if he was in a dream. As soon as Wuyu moved, Shinkei listened quietly. In the silent night, closing his eyes allowed his already extraordinary hearing to be fully utilized. He could clearly hear Wuyu opening the cabinet to take out the blanket, and then slowly walk to him. Wuyu opened the blanket and covered Shinkei with it, half squatted down and stretched out her hand to stroke his long and dense white eyelashes. Wuyu lowered her head and kissed Shinkei's eyes, touched his cheek, pulled the blanket up a little higher, stood up and prepared to leave. Shinkei stood up instantly and grabbed Wuyu's arm. Wuyu pulled it out, but it didn't move. Wuyu looked at him sideways, and Shincheng immediately stepped forward and took Wuyu into his arms, holding her face with his slender fingers and kissing her. Wuyu hooked her hands around Shinkei's neck and stood on tiptoe. Sensing her approach, Shincheng immediately picked her up and pressed her on the sofa. He leaned closer, his fingertips brushed across the buttons of Wuyu's pajamas, and when he reached her chest, his breathing became heavier instantly. Wuyu supported her hands in front of him. "Shinkei, you promised me that you wouldn't mess around." Shinkei's kiss went down Wuyu's face and landed directly on her earlobe. "Wuyu, you came to kiss me in the middle of the night. You can't blame me for not being able to control myself." As he spoke, he kept touching Wuyu's ear bones, and Wuyu's face instantly turned red. Shinkei pulled Wuyu's hand down, leaned closer to hold her back, and asked her for a kiss. Wuyu covered her mouth with her backhand, and Shinkei kissed her without hesitation. Feeling the hot and soft kiss on her palm, Wuyu's heart slowed down for a beat. The two looked at each other. Their eyes were ambiguous and anxious. Wuyu slowly let go of her hand, hooked Shinkei's neck, closed her eyes, and let him do whatever he wanted. Completely without restrictions, the slender fingertips slid into the pajamas and acted recklessly. Shinkei's eyes fell on Wuyu's face, watching her blushing cheeks and excited look. Until Wuyu leaned against Shinkei and trembled slightly, he tried his best to restrain himself and took back his hand, carried Princess Wuyu to the bed, and fled from Wuyu's dormitory. Wuyu lay on the bed panting, with her arms covering her eyes. After a while, she suddenly pulled up the quilt to cover her face and screamed silently. "Ah! Why are you running, in the middle of the night? A man and a woman, why don't you just finish it after touching each other?" The next morning, when Shinkei wanted to swipe the door card to enter, he found that his door card was invalid, and his expression suddenly looked a little weak. He knocked on the door. After knocking for a long time, Wuyu finally opened the door slowly. Wuyu stood at the door and looked up at him. "Captain, what do you want to talk to me about?" Shinkei blinked. "You, I make breakfast for you." "Wuyu, no need, I can go to the cafeteria to eat by myself." Wuyu was about to turn around and close the door to go into the house, but Shinkei's bony hands directly grabbed the door. Wuyu's eyes fell on the blue veins on his white transparent hands, and his face, that turned cold instantly, and his movements were a beat slower. Shinkei opened the door, picked up Wuyu with one hand, slammed the door shut, and carried her to the kitchen. Wuyu hugged Shinkei's neck. "Put me down." Shinkei lifted Wuyu up with both hands, and Wuyu blushed instantly. When she reacted, she had buried her head in Shinkei's neck. "Wuyu, Shinkei smelled so good. He couldn't help but want to get closer. Sensing Wuyu's closeness, Shinkei curled his lips. Shinkei held Wuyu and opened the refrigerator. "What do you want to eat?" "Wuyu, I'm going to the cafeteria to eat." "Shinkei, we agreed that I cook for you." "Wuyu, you always want to bully me." "Shinkei, I didn't, you kissed me first." Wuyu saw that he didn't admit it, and got angry. "Put me down." Shinkei paused. "It's my fault, I always want to bully you." Wuyu curled her lips. Shinkei looked at her sideways. "What do you want to eat?" "Wuyu, I want to drink the porridge you cooked." Shinkei kissed her. "Okay." Wuyu moved shyly. "Put me down." "Shinkei, I put you down, you can't run away." Wuyu nodded. "Well, I won't run away." Shinkei put Wuyu down and started to cook porridge, and Wuyu sat at the dining table and looked at him with her chin in her hand. Shinkei gradually became impatient and turned to look at Wuyu. "Don't keep looking at me." Wuyu blinked. "What's wrong?" "Shinkei, you keep looking at me. I can't stand it. Wu Yu lowered her head shyly, and smiled with her lips pursed. Shinkei stared at her, watching Wu Yu's ears turn red. He couldn't help but walk to the dining table, propped up his hands across the table, and leaned over to kiss Wu Yu's ears. Wu Yu lowered her head instantly. Her ears were red and bloody. Shinkei whispered, "Can I kiss you again?" Wu Yu shook her head, no. Shinkei wanted to get closer, but heard the sizzling sound of the pot overflowing from the stove, and turned over. Wu Yu watched him turn off the fire, and clean up the porridge with his hands and feet nimbly, and his mood stable. He placed the bowl in front of her, and handed her the spoon. Eat. Wu Yu's heartbeat accelerated, and she lowered her head to drink the porridge. Shinkei asked her, "Do you need treatment later?" Wu Yu shook her head, "Just sleep for a while." Shinkei, "Then I will accompany you, okay?" Wu Yu looked up at him, "Why are you accompanying me?" Shinkei pretended to be calm, "I will accompany you in bed." Wu Yu shook her head, "No, you will go back to your room after dinner, and you can't sleep here tonight." Shinkei was unwilling, "I will stay here tonight." Wu Yu was angry, "Shinkei, are you a hooligan?" Shinkei looked at her and nodded, "Yes, a hooligan." Wu Yu lowered her head, and pressed the corners of her mouth. After dinner, Shinkei cleared the dishes, and saw Wu Yu leaning on the sofa. He walked over to her and sat down, moving closer and closer. Wu Yu stood up and retracted her legs, looking at him with a sidelong glance. "You squeeze me." Shinkei paused, then leaned on me. After waiting for a while, he felt Wu Yu really holding his arm, and leaning on his shoulder. Shinkei was so fascinated that his soul floated up, and his bones felt light. He turned sideways to look at Wu Yu, and their eyes met. Shinkei leaned over and kissed her. Wu Yu shrank back. Shinkei immediately turned sideways to embrace her, leaned forward and kissed her again. Wu Yu buried her head in Shinkei's back. Shinkei took Wu Yu into his arms and pressed her against the back of the sofa, kissing her earlobes and neck with passion, and Wu Yu raised her head and kissed her lips directly. Wu Yu let go of Shinkei's arm and hooked his neck. Shinkei held Wu Yu with one hand and slid his other hand into her pajamas, and as Wu Yu's clothes wrinkled in front of her, her face became redder and redder. Shinkei's communicator suddenly rang, and the two of them paused at the same time. Wu Yu turned around and was about to run when Shinkei hugged her tightly. His voice was hoarse, "Don't worry about it." Wu Yu whispered, "Take a look and see who it is." The communicator vibrated again and again. Seeing Jian Suiyu's name on it, Shinkei answered it with a gloomy tone, "What's the matter?" "Jian Suiyu, come to the banquet hall. Show up when the guests, who didn't come yesterday, are here." Shinkei got it. Shinkei hung up the phone unhappily. "Wife, I'll be back soon, you take a nap." Wu Yu nodded, "Yeah." Before letting go of Wu Yu and leaving, Shinkei kissed her deeply, and finally left reluctantly. Waiting until Shinkei completely closed the door and left, Wu Yu lowered her head, and buttoned up her clothes with a little dizziness. Wu Yu. This feeling is really exciting, the person above is spinning. While leaving the Jiang family, Shinkei also left. Finally, no one was watching. Wu Yu stretched and walked to the refrigerator to find her inventory. After finding 3 cans of cold beer, Wu Yu took out her snacks from the cabinet and put them on the table, and then curled up on the sofa with her legs crossed. Click. The sound of the can's closure ringing rang out. Wu Yu was lying on the table, eating and drinking like a salted fish while looking at the communicator. When Shinkei finished his class and returned to Wu Yu's door, he found that his authority had not been restored. Thinking that Wu Yu might have fallen asleep, he was about to turn around and go back to his room when he heard a click sound from inside the room. Shinkei, eh? This sound happened to be the one he heard the most these days. So the seriously ill patient in the room was drinking heavily. The veins on Shinkei's forehead jumped suddenly, and he raised his hand to knock on the door after taking a deep breath. Hearing the sound of the ping-pong ball in the room, Shinkei felt his head throbbing. After waiting for a long time, the door opened a little. Wu Yu rubbed her eyes and said vaguely, "I want to sleep a little longer." Shinkei, eh? Her mouth was full of alcohol. What kind of sleep is this? Wu Yu felt a little uneasy. She closed the door quietly. "If you have anything, I come back later." The door was pulled open by Shinkei. He squeezed indirectly, picked up Wu Yu, and slammed the door behind him. Wu Yu hugged Shinkei's neck with a guilty conscience and buried her head in his neck, not daring to say a word. Chapter 510. Shinkei, how much did you drink? Wu Yu, not much. Shinkei, how much is not much? Wu Yu, about 3 cans. Shinkei, is it the same in the Jiang family? Wu Yu whispered, I haven't been feeling well lately, and my family is very strict. Just as Shinkei was about to say something, he suddenly received a screenshot from Jian Suiyu. Shinkei held Wu Yu in one hand, and took out the communicator to see that the two messages on the screenshot arrived one after the other. Jiang Yuhua, let Shen-Kei take care of Yu. She is not allowed to eat junk food in the Jiang family, so she must be craving it. Wu Yu, give me a message when the meeting is over. Wu Yu poked her head out, and Shen-Kei showed her the communicator. Wu Yu immediately, don't tell my sister, she will come and take me away. The Jiang family lives too self-disciplined. She can't stand it. Voluntary self-discipline and forced self-discipline are two different things. Shen-Kei, did you drink after I left last night? Wu Yu, I drank a little. Shen-Kei, so you don't want me to stay in your room, you just want to let yourself go, right? Wu Yu, I'm afraid you think I'm lazy and gluttonous. She just wants to lie down, because she's not feeling well. Shen-Kei hasn't recovered his memory yet, so she doesn't dare to let go completely. How restrained she is. Wu Yu added, I'm afraid you won't have a good impression of me, and it's impossible to live together right after you get together. There will always be inconveniences. We are still in contact, and you are not sure. If I don't perform well again, you will deduct points from me. Shen-Kei, I am not unsure. I like you very much. You are not in good health now, so you can do whatever you want. I won't deduct points from you. You can do whatever you want to me. Wu Yu pursed her lips, her face a little red. Shen-Kei looked down at her. I can understand what you said, but Wu Yu, given your current physical condition, isn't it a bit outrageous for you to hide in the room and drink by yourself? Wu Yu drooped her head. Yes, I was wrong. Shen-Kei put Wu Yu on the sofa, turned around and opened her refrigerator. The moment he saw the refrigerator, Shen-Kei said, You only drank a little last night? Are you sure? No wonder he cancelled his door card in the morning. He was guilty. Wu Yu buried her head in the pillow and said nothing. I guess he really thought Wu Yu was ridiculous. Shen-Kei was so angry that he laughed. Pucci, laughed and took away the remaining wine. He was even angry and laughed while taking it. He was speechless. Wu Yu looked at her happy water with resentment as it left her. When Shen-Kei turned his head to look at her, she immediately looked away. After finishing his work, Shen-Kei pulled at his collar to loosen 2 buttons and rolled up his shirt sleeves to his forearms. He casually took a can of beer. Click. Unzipped it, tilted his head back, and poured it into his mouth. It was outrageous to death. He had been competing with such an outrageous woman before, and he was still waiting for her to speak. What was there to wait for? He was waiting for her to make progress, but she was only thinking about eating and drinking in the house. He was almost suffocating day by day, and she was in Makabaka, like she hadn't graduated from the last year of kindergarten yet. Wu Yu's eyes fell on Shen-Kei, looking at his looming clavicle, rolling Adam's apple, clear jawline and tight arm lines. Wu Yu felt her throat was a little dry and swallowed. Shen-Kei looked at her with a cold face, and Wu Yu immediately looked away, looking very busy. Shen-Kei walked to Wu Yu and sat down, turning to look at her sideways. Do you have anything else to hide? Wu Yu, there's no more wine, so don't take away the other food, okay? Shen-Kei, did I give you these to eat before? Wu Yu nodded, yeah. Shen-Kei looked at Wu Yu uncertainly. Are you trying to trick me while I'm losing my memory? Wu Yu looked sincere. I'm not that kind of person. Shen-Kei, are you feeling uncomfortable after drinking? Wu Yu shook her head. No, hee, showing a flattering smile with 8 teeth. Shen-Kei, Now it is exactly the same as in his memory. Wu Yu asked tentatively. The wine has been taken away. You can understand what I said. Can you live separately from me? Shen-Kei turned around and looked at her. Whether I recover my memory or not, you are not anxious at all, right? Wu Yu shook her head immediately. I am anxious. Shen-Kei, do you still want to live with me? Wu Yu nodded obediently, yes. Shen-Kei sneered. Is this your attitude of thinking? What do you mean by driving me away after getting married? Wu Yu, I was thinking that since you have lost your memory, we can start dating again and develop our relationship. Weren't we very happy when we kissed just now? How exciting. Let's talk for a few more days. As long as she takes the initiative, Shen-Kei can't hold back. Shen-Kei, does developing feelings conflict with sleeping in the same room? When we were dating, didn't we sleep in the same room as soon as we confirmed our relationship? Wu Yu blinked and firmly denied. Who said that? No. Shen-Kei took out the communicator in anger. Jane Sueyu told me that I found the surveillance myself. It hasn't been long since this happened. It's all in the past 2 months. If we are in a relationship, you can live in my room. After 2 days, you can live in my room again when you come back from downloading a game. Then I will move to your place. Then we will officially announce our engagement. After that, we will sleep together when we quarrel. Wu Yu watched Shen-Kei cut out all the surveillance videos of the 2 of them together, and added notes. He even found all the chat records of the two of them. She tried to hold back her laughter and read them. Have you been tinkering with this in the team during this period? Shin-Kei took back the communicator with a cold face and didn't show it to her. That's because you ignored me and didn't care about me. I could only find the details of our past interactions by myself. Will you lean forward to take it? Let me see it. Shin-Kei put the communicator in his pocket and turned his back to her. I won't show it to you. Wu Yu took it herself and teased him deliberately. Didn't you say you didn't like me at that time? Shin-Kei moved around to prevent Wu Yu from touching it. I just don't like it. I'm doing this to confirm the authenticity of our relationship. Wu Yu smiled and put her hand directly into Shin-Kei's shirt. Oh, what is the result of your confirmation? Shin-Kei pursed his lips and said nothing. He turned his head and looked at Wu Yu. The two were close to each other, and their eyes met. Shin-Kei, I want you to say it. Wu Yu slowly sat in Shin-Kei's arms, hooked his neck, and gently stroked his cheek. What do you want me to say? Shin-Kei grabbed Wu Yu's hand. Say whether you want to continue with me. Say whether you like me. Say whether you love me. Wu Yu looked at him. Then don't you think we moved too fast at that time? Look at it yourself. From confirming our relationship, living together, announcing our engagement, to being together again, it only took a few days? Shin-Kei was so angry. Who cares how many days it took? We pretended to be confused for so long before, so I didn't spend so much time. Then the time I spent struggling in pain in the royal court every day, thinking about your unrequited love, wasn't it all time? Then why don't you count the time you kept ignoring me? If we count that time, we would have kissed each other for a long time. Now that we are in love, do we have to spend time together? Wu Yu wanted to laugh when she saw Shin-Kei was so angry, but Shin-Kei glared at her. Don't laugh. Why did I finally get through it and get married? Look at the chat records and see what we did before. Why do I have to sleep in separate rooms and start over just because I lost my memory? Wu Yu went to get Shin-Kei's communicator seriously. Well, let me see what we did before. Shin-Kei put the communicator behind his back, put his arm around Wu Yu's waist, and hugged her tightly in his arms. Shin-Kei, I don't want to start over with you. You are already my wife. I want to live and sleep with you. We will never separate. Wu Yu hooked Shin-Kei's neck, buried her head in his neck and smiled. Shin-Kei, you are so cute. Shin-Kei was angry. Are you still not going to tell me? Wu Yu raised her head and held his face. Baby, I put so many hooks on you after I came, but you always ran away while kissing. Shin-Kei blinked and his face turned red. What? Wu Yu's fingers stroked Shin-Kei's eyebrows. You said it yourself. We are husband and wife. I let you live in the house. But you are so innocent now. I can't just pounce on you, right? Shin-Kei's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. He looked straight at Wu Yu. Wu Yu put her head close to his ear and kissed his red earlobe. Didn't I say it the other day? I like you very much. I crave you so much. Why do I have to tell you every time? Wu Yu raised her head and looked at him intently. Shin-Kei, I like you. I love you. I want to be with you forever. Shin-Kei's eyes flickered wildly. His breathing accelerated, and his whole body turned red like a cooked shrimp. Wu Yu put her forehead against Shin-Kei. Baby, can we share our spirits? Shin-Kei was so dizzy that he didn't even know what Wu Yu meant by sharing his spirits, and he nodded and agreed directly. Okay. Wu Yu told Shin-Kei not to resist, and told him the steps of sharing spirits step by step. As the two people's spirits gradually merged, Wu Yu hooked Shin-Kei's neck and kissed him passionately and selflessly. As he received more and more of the hot love from Wu Yu's spirit, Shin-Kei couldn't help but hug Wu Yu tightly, as if he wanted to rub her whole body into his body. Countless memories that he had forgotten, destroyed by the virus, or were still messy and clueless, all appeared in the form of a movie in the depths of his mind, as the two people's spirits continued to merge. Wu Yu helped him fill in all the missing parts. With more and more memories, along with Wu Yu's emotions, Shin-Kei's brain became hotter and hotter. He hugged Wu Yu tightly and kept repeating, Wife, I love you so much. Wu Yu, I love you too, baby. Shin-Kei's breathing became heavier. Fortunately, I am alive again. Fortunately, we have another chance. I thought that you were just my extravagant hope, and I couldn't be with you for the rest of my life. Wu Yu choked up. Don't say it. Don't think about it anymore. Shin-Kei wiped the tears from Wu Yu's face and kissed her gently. Don't cry. My heart will break if you cry. Wu Yu buried her head in Shin-Kei's neck and hugged him tightly. Shin-Kei, I'm so scared. Shin-Kei, it's my fault. It's all my fault. I made you so worried. Wu Yu touched Shin-Kei's mental power and held his face in surprise. Did you go to Richard for hypnosis? No wonder Shin-Kei's memory recovered so quickly. Shin-Kei nodded. Well, I want to remember everything quickly. I want to know more details of our love. Wu Yu cried bitterly. Why don't you wait for me? Wait for me to come to you. I will accompany you to remember it again. I will wait for you until you remember it. Even if you can't remember it, I will always remember those memories in my mind. Shin-kei kissed away her tears. I can't bear it. Seeing that you are in such a bad health, and you still indulge me, I can't bear to let you suffer so much, and I can't bear to let you face our sweet past alone and feel sad. Will you hug Shin-kei tightly? Don't hypnotize me anymore. Don't be anxious. Let's take it slow, okay? Shin-kei looked at Wu Yu with a firm look in his eyes. I want to remember quickly. Every minute and every second I spend with you is precious to me. I don't want to lose it. Wu Yu is angry. If you do this again, I will ignore you. Shin-kei stood still. I won't go. Wu Yu held Shin-kei's face, her eyes rolling. Husband. Shin-kei kissed her cheek. You are not in good health now. We have to wait until you are better. Wu Yu, Wu Yu pushed Shin-kei away, then go back to your room. Shin-kei chuckled. Are you unhappy that I ran away last night? Wu Yu said seriously, no. Shin-kei pressed his lips. You've already drunk this. If you want to pounce on me, I can't refuse you. Wu Yu glanced at him. I'm not that kind of person. Wu Yu reached out to take his communicator. Let me see. I want to check what you've been doing recently, whether you've changed your mind while you've lost your memory. Shin-kei hugged Wu Yu and put the communicator in her hand. You see, I haven't changed my mind. I'm just thinking about why you didn't look for me and ignored me. I'm just angry with you, so I don't have time to change my mind. Besides, I will never like anyone else except you. As he said that, Shin-kei's slender fingers began to unbutton Wu Yu's pajamas and slid in along the hem of her inner layer. Wu Yu's face turned red, and she shyly pushed him away. Didn't you say you would wait until I got better? Shin-kei said in a contemptuous voice. Well, but you're almost making me envious. I can't just not fulfill my husband's obligations at all, right? Shin-kei pinched Wu Yu's chin from behind, asked her to turn her face, and kissed her with hot love. Shin-kei, wife, what do you want? Wu Yu. Shin-kei, if you can really control yourself and not want it, I will do it all to you. Wu Yu, I don't want to share my mental power with you. Shin-kei, oh, what should I do? Or you can find a way to break free. Wu Yu was so angry. This guy was obviously angry that she ignored him and hooked him before, and deliberately made trouble for her. Shin-kei took Wu Yu from behind and put his hands into his arms, sliding his hands into her pajamas to reach his goal, and they took their positions. Wu Yu was embarrassed. Let me go. Shin-kei buried his head in her neck from behind. Why didn't you tell me directly if you wanted to do this? Wu Yu, don't say it. Why do you have a big mouth? How can you be so vulgar and say anything? Shin-kei, okay, then I won't say it, I just do it. Shin-kei pushed Wu Yu down on the sofa from behind, and before Wu Yu could move, she felt a chill from behind, and Shin-kei approached her instantly. Creak, creak. The sofa began to shake, one sound after another, faster and faster. Shin-kei kissed Wu Yu, and walked into the bathroom with her arms around her. Wu Yu, put me down. Shin-kei, wife, you are not feeling well, I will take care of you. Wu Yu was held by Shin-kei, and leaned against him, feeling weak all over. Shin-kei, wife, I couldn't control myself when you took a shower last night. I was going crazy thinking about it. You were taking a shower inside, and I was thinking about it outside, thinking about us being together. Wu Yu covered his mouth. Don't talk anymore. How can you be so vulgar? Shin-kei pushed Wu Yu against the edge of the bathtub. Yes, I am vulgar. Whenever I see you, my mind is full of this kind of thing. I used to deal with all kinds of people outside. These people talked about nonsense all day long, and I never listened or believed them. But since I fell in love with you, all those words ran into my mind at once. I just want to get close to you. I just want to know what it feels like. He leaned closer and kissed Wu Yu's ear. Wife, if you were not in poor health now, I would want to stick with you all the time and be with you day and night. Wu Yu looked at him sideways. Did anyone show interest in you when you were outside? Shin-kei raised his lips. Are you jealous? Wu Yu pushed him. Go away, don't touch me. Shin-kei took Wu Yu into his arms. The sound of water gradually rose, and the water surface was rippled. He held Wu Yu's shoulders tightly. I never accept personal commissions. Whenever there are female clients, I will not contact them. Even if they really like me, it has nothing to do with me. Wu Yu, I am not a person who will compromise. I have never been willing to accept anyone, but I must accept you. Wu Yu's eyes flickered, and she said softly, She patted Shin-kei's hand, and as soon as Shin-kei let go, Wu Yu immediately turned around and leaned close to Shin-kei. Wu Yu whispered in Shin-kei's ear, Hubby, I want to. Shin-kei's eyes darkened instantly, and he hugged her tightly. The ripples on the water surface were getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 511. The next morning, Wu Yu opened her eyes, and saw Shin-kei got up, and went to the bathroom to take a shower without clothes on. She blinked and followed him all the way. As soon as the sound of water came from the bathroom, she pushed the door open and saw that there was no one in the shower room and only water was running. She turned around and ran away. Shin-Kei grabbed her from behind and closed the door. Wu-Yu blinked. This man was waiting for her. Shin-Kei took off Wu-Yu's clothes. You want to sneak attack me? Wu-Yu struggled. I didn't. Let me go. Shin-Kei moved quickly, holding Wu-Yu and walking towards the bath. You're dreaming. I'm letting you go. You brought this upon yourself. Wu-Yu blushed and took the opportunity to touch Shin-Kei's abdominal muscles. Shin-Kei's breathing became unstable. You have to attack me, right? It's not his fault that he couldn't help himself this early in the morning. Wu-Yu turned around and hooked her arms around his neck. As soon as she got close, Shin-Kei immediately lowered his head to deepen the kiss. Wu-Yu, let me go. Shin-Kei, you want to sneak attack with your level? I give you some practice, and next time you can give me a surprise. Being bullied by Shin-Kei without any chance to fight back, Wu-Yu rushed out of the bathroom in anger. Shin-Kei, don't you want to wash? Shin-Kei, I haven't even started yet, and you're embarrassed. If I really start, can you bear it? This stinky hooligan, dirty bastard, he doesn't even have a word. So mean. She just wanted to make him recover his memory as soon as possible. Why must she hold a grudge like this? Shin-Kei, continue? Shin-Kei, if you don't say anything, I take it as your consent. Wu-Yu, I didn't agree. Shin-Kei, when I first did it to you, you obviously liked it very much. The way you looked at me almost made me crave it. Wu-Yu, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Shin-Kei, well, I'm talking nonsense. I almost made you crave it. Listening to Wu-Yu slamming the bathroom door loudly, Shin-Kei leaned against the door and said in a light tone, the door didn't provoke you. Wu-Yu was so angry that she said in the room, you are not allowed to enter my room again. Go back to your own room. Shin-Kei, I will enter if I don't. It is natural for me to enter my wife's room. Wu-Yu, Shin-Kei. You stinky hooligan. Shin-Kei, yes I am. Shin-Kei knocked on the door and urged her without hearing Wu-Yu's voice. Are you still arguing? If not, I will go in. He turned the handle and found that Wu-Yu had locked the bathroom door. Shin-Kei pressed the corner of his mouth. Little sister, are you so generous? Wu-Yu, Shin-Kei, are you like this to others? Shin-Kei, are you jealous? Wu-Yu didn't say anything. Shin-Kei coaxed her. I'm not. I'm just like this to you. Wu-Yu, I don't believe it. Shin-Kei leaned against the door and couldn't suppress his smile. Wife, a man will naturally learn when he meets a woman he likes. Shin-Kei, I was wrong. Wife, can you let me in? Shin-Kei, wife, can you let me in? I miss you so much that it hurts. Shin-Kei's voice sounded behind the door. Let me in, my wife. Wu-Yu leaned against the door. No. Shin-Kei scratched the door. I beg you. Wu-Yu smiled with her lips pursed. Shin-Kei leaned against the door. Actually, I went to find you after the boss battle, but I stood at the door and finally left. At that time, I thought it would be great if you could just open the door, but I didn't wait. I didn't have that luck. Wu-Yu, yeah? Shin-Kei, at that time, I dreamed that I wanted you to wait for me. Wait for me, don't leave. Don't fall in love with someone else. But I dare not speak. I am afraid that the promise will eventually become a bubble. I am afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment in the end. Wu-Yu, Shin-Kei, since you were so painful at that time, why didn't you just let me go? It was suddenly quiet outside the door. Wu-Yu blinked in confusion. When she reacted, there was a sudden sound at the window. Wu-Yu watched Shin-Kei climb through the window and walk towards her step by step. Shin-Kei had a cold face and a frighteningly ugly expression. In Wu-Yu's flickering pupils, Shin-Kei lifted her up with one hand and pressed her behind the door, tightly pressed against her, pinched the back of her neck and kissed her madly. Wu-Yu hugged Shin-Kei's neck and responded to him passionately, feeling the overwhelming pleasure brought by his crazy obsession, and her consciousness sank rapidly. Shin-Kei gritted his teeth and leaned close to her ear. Wu-Yu, don't even think about it. I will never let you go. You are the only comfort in my extremely painful black and white silent life. I want to catch you like crazy. Wu-Yu, as long as you are still in Chien, I can bear it even if I can't see or touch you. Wu-Yu, if I had to leave at that time, you couldn't do anything. Shin-Kei smiled awkwardly. Yes. If you insist on leaving, Wu-Yu, I can only let you go. If you leave, my heart will be completely dead. But you can't appear in front of me again. You must never appear in front of me again. And you must not let me know that you are with someone else. Otherwise I will go crazy, and I will definitely drag you to hell with me. Wu-Yu stroked Shin-Kei's hair. Have you really never thought about being with me? Shin-Kei, I have thought about it. How could I not think about it? But I dare not think about it, for fear that my will sink and I will be caught. I don't care what happens to me. If the royal court sets its sights on you, and I can't protect you, I will definitely collapse in despair. I would rather be cut into pieces than let you get hurt. Wu Yu hugged Shinkei tightly, her nose aching with pain, and she buried her head in Shinkei's neck. Feeling the tears in Wu Yu's eyes, Shinkei suddenly raised his lips. Wu Yu, I don't want anything, I just want your love. As long as you love me, I am willing to do anything for you. But Wu Yu, you can't regret it if you give it to me, you can never regret it. I have long been a wrong ghost in the boundless hell. Even if I die, I will keep pestering you, and I will never let you go. Wu Yu pursed her lips and smiled silently. She really liked Shinkei saying these things to her, and she wanted to hear them again. As long as Shinkei did this, she could feel that she was wrapped in his deep love, and she felt safe and happy even the last moment. Wu Yu deliberately said, "What if I regret it?" Shinkei directly hugged Wu Yu and walked towards the bathroom. "Then you can't blame me." "Wu Yu, why blame you?" "Shinkei, if I had never gotten it, I might have gritted my teeth and let you go. But I have already gotten all your love, and I have given it my all. If you regret it, I will have to lock you up and pester you for the rest of my life. Wu Yu, if you are destined not to get your love, then you should hate me. Hate me for the rest of your life. But at least hating me means that you have me in your heart." Wu Yu narrowed her eyes in intoxication, and as the sound of water sounded, she let Shinkei take off her clothes and walk into the bathtub. Shinkei always said that she was free, but the premise of freedom was that Shinkei had to accompany her wherever she went. Whenever Wu Yu wanted to leave, Shinkei would immediately reveal his true colors and go crazy, and would do everything he could to lock her by his side. She nestled in Shinkei's arms intimately, and Shinkei hugged her tightly. "Wu Yu, Shinkei, if I left at that time, and you defeated Wang Ting, would you come to find me? Would you bring me back?" Shinkei's hands were unscrupulous. "Yes, I would definitely find you and do everything I could to bring you back." "Wu Yu, what if I'm already with someone else? I'm already married to someone else. Shinkei, you can't just come up and do this." Shinkei panted, his voice was low and hoarse, and he gritted his teeth. "I don't care, Wu Yu. I don't care if you're with someone else. I only care if you love me, if you have me in your heart. Originally, I only care about your safety. Since your safety is not threatened, these ethics and honor are not within my consideration at all." "What morality? I have no morality. I am a beast, a brute." Wu Yu covered Shinkei's mouth. "I don't allow you to say that about yourself. You are obviously very good." Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly. "I am only very good to you, only you." Wu Yu felt that she was so hot, her whole brain was burning, and she left deep bloody fingerprints on Shinkei's tense muscles. Shinkei hummed comfortably. "Wife, be a little more cruel." "Wu Yu, Shinkei, I like you to say these words to me. I want to hear more." Shinkei's voice was hoarse. "If you had said you liked it earlier, we would have been together if I had come to you. I will give you all my strength, so you don't have to think about solving it yourself. Wu Yu, you wish, it won't be so easy for you." Shinkei approached, "Then I use force." Wu Yu pushed him away. "I call for help." Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly, his voice hoarse. "Scream louder, baby, the more you resist, the more excited I am." The more Wu Yu struggled, the harder Shinkei used. Wu Yu was tightly wrapped by his strong aura, and couldn't move at all. She could only let Shinkei attack the city, and plunder the land without restraint, bringing her the ultimate comfort. Closely intersecting, vibrating at the same frequency, resonating souls, the two people simultaneously reached the sinking of consciousness. "Shinkei, wife, can you wear my clothes?" "Wu Yu, I don't want to, your clothes are so big, how can I wear them?" "Shinkei, no matter, you wear mine. Wife, I help you put them on." "Shinkei, wife, you look so good like this." Kissing and hugging Wu Yu out of the bathroom, the two looked at each other, their faces flushed, and their eyes were ambiguous. "Shinkei, wife, are all the tattoos on my body done by you?" "Wu Yu, yes, do you like them?" "Shinkei, yes, I like them very much, please give me a few more." Wu Yu ignored him. "Too many tattoos won't look good, you look best like this." "Shinkei, I will be whatever you like me to be." Wu Yu chuckled. "Then can I pierce your ears? I bought a lot of earrings, but before I could pierce them for you, you lost your memory." Shinkei said, "Okay, whatever you say is fine." Shinkei's dream has come true now. He got what he wanted. Wu Yu asked him to die without blinking. Wu Yu asked Shinkei to sit on the sofa, took the nail gun for ear piercing, and asked Wu Yu to sit in his arms. Wu Yu moved, embarrassed. "Don't look at me like that." Shinkei looked away, but his hand was firmly on Wu Yu's waist. Wu Yu moved close to Shinkei's ear, fixed the position, and touched Shinkei's earlobe to help him relax. Wu Yu, it may be a little painful, just bear with it. Shinkei, it doesn't hurt, you can hit me however you want. Wu Yu immediately said, hit the ear bone too. Shinkei nodded, okay. Wu Yu concentrated on piercing both of Shinkei's ears, and carefully selected the earrings she bought one by one, and put them on Shinkei's ears for comparison. From beginning to end, Shinkei stayed quietly, cooperated obediently without saying a word, and did whatever Wu Yu asked him to do. Wu Yu, is it boring? Shinkei shook his head slightly, I like it this way. Normal life, calm atmosphere, warm and quiet comfort. As long as he is with Wu Yu, he is willing to do anything. After helping Shinkei put on the earrings, Wu Yu put her hair behind her ears and pointed it at Shinkei, and put the nail gun in Shinkei's hand, then you can hit me too. Shinkei and the nail gun in his hand looked at each other. I can't do it. Wu Yu deliberately said, use the same strength you used to bully me just now. Shinkei was fascinated, with your body, I dare not use any strength at all. I didn't dare to use too much force inside just now, for fear of hurting you. Wu Yu glanced at him, I didn't dare to use too much force, but you did use too much force. Shinkei looked at her with burning eyes. It's so comfortable, baby, I can't help but want it, I can't control myself. Seeing Shinkei say this with a serious and cold expression, Wu Yu liked it very much. She acted coquettishly with him. I want you to tattoo me, I tattooed myself last time. Shinkei couldn't bear to tattoo, but piercing his ears would be fine. Wu Yu positioned herself, Shinkei put the nail gun on Wu Yu's ear, and saw blood oozing out of Wu Yu's ear hole after one shot. The nail gun slipped out of his hand instantly, and his mind went blank as he hugged Wu Yu tightly in his arms. Feeling Shinkei's warm touch coming from the ear hole, Wu Yu narrowed her eyes, what's wrong? Shinkei panted violently, I treat you. Wu Yu asked him, will you give me the other one? Shinkei kept shaking his head, I can't stand you getting hurt. Don't let me do it again, baby, my scalp is numb. Wu Yu, How could this man kill so many people and scare her so much when he pierced her ears? Wu Yu pierced the other one herself in order to avoid frightening Shinkei kept watching Wu Yu's movements. When he saw her bleeding, he immediately came over to help her heal. Shinkei hugged her wife, what was our first time like? Wu Yu blushed, you know everything. Shinkei, I want you to tell me in person. Wu Yu, it was all messed up. Shinkei, what do you mean by a mess? Wu Yu, both of us have no experience, we can't find anything, and we finally started after studying for a long time. When I bled, you were immediately scared and dared not move, isn't it a mess? Shinkei, then did you feel comfortable? Wu Yu shook her head, not at all, you don't know how to do it at all, and you have no experience at all. Shinkei's expression cracked, you said you felt very comfortable, with an intoxicated look on your face at that time. Wu Yu blinked, huh? Shinkei was so angry, Wu Yu, you were just fooling me at that time, right, your acting is really good. Wu Yu tried to hold back her laughter, have you recovered your memory? Shinkei was upset, I haven't remembered it completely yet, and it was our first time. I have been slowly recovering my memory, and with your spiritual resonance, I remembered everything in my mind when you bled just now. Wu Yu coaxed him, don't be angry, I'm afraid you won't be confident for the first time. And it's not all coaxing you. Shinkei hung his head unhappy, Wu Yu leaned close and whispered, when you healed me, it was really comfortable. Shincheng immediately raised his head, and carried Wu Yu to the bed, then I treat you again. Wu Yu pushed him away, no, I can't do it so often, Shinkei. Shinkei said him, and didn't have time to reply. He was busy. In the middle of the night, Wu Yu hid in the quilt and whispered, Shinkei, can we drink something? Shinkei leaned on the bed with his upper body naked and looked at her, who said, we can't do it so often now. Wu Yu, your idea is very narrow-minded, and your mind is full of yellow garbage. Shinkei, I think you just want to take advantage of me while you're drunk. Wu Yu was so angry that she covered her head with a quilt and ignored him. If she didn't want to, then forget it. She was still pretending to be a vixen. Shinkei dug Wu Yu out of the quilt, if you want, can't you just pounce on me? You can't drink all the time now. Wu Yu said righteously, you misunderstood, I'm not that kind of person. Shinkei smiled and pulled her into his arms, I am that kind of person. Shinkei, wife, what do you want? Wu Yu, let me go, I'm going to sleep. Shinkei drank the wine, and kissed Wu Yu's lips with a little drunkenness. The air instantly became sticky and scorching. Leaning over Wu Yu's side and looking down at her, Shinkei spoke in a light tone, and with a wanton look in his eyes, what can I do? It's already on the right track. Wu Yu's face flushed, her eyes were blurred and she hooked her neck, and a faint moan came out of her throat. Wu Yu woke up in the morning, and was pulled into Shinkei's arms. Both of them closed their eyes, and Shinkei rubbed her hair. "Good morning, wife." Wuyu hugged Shinkei's waist and buried her head in his arms. "Good morning, baby." "Shinkei, I remember that you woke up from my arms like this many times. I want it to be like this every day from now on." Wuyu raised her head and stroked his face gently. "Then let's stay like this." Shinkei leaned over to kiss her, but Wuyu didn't want to. "I'm going to wash up." Shinkei carried Wuyu directly into the bathroom. After they washed up together, he immediately hugged her waist and kissed her. Wuyu stood on tiptoe and leaned on the sink with an unstable center of gravity. Shinkei carried her to the sink and looked up at her. "Wife, you always dressed nicely to please me before. Why didn't you wear anything this time?" Wuyu blinked. "Of course you would use this ultimate move only if you can't recover your memory." Shinkei paused. "I haven't recovered my memory. I can't remember anything. You better use your ultimate move on me quickly, otherwise I'm likely to change my mind." Wuyu, Pushing Shinkei away and about to run out of the bathroom, she was hugged from behind. Shinkei's hand gradually moved away, and Wuyu's face flushed. "Wuyu, it was only midnight yesterday, and I just got up." Shinkei buried his head in Wuyu's neck. "I just hold you for a while. I won't do anything." As he spoke, Shinkei's kiss gradually fell. After hugging Wuyu for a long time, he finally let her go. "Shinkei, wife, I go make breakfast." Wuyu blushed and nodded yes. While Shinkei was cooking, Wuyu watered the succulents she planted on the balcony. She was happy to see that these plants were doing well after not being there for a long time. Even though Shinkei lost his memory and was angry with her, he still didn't forget to water the plants. After putting the porridge in the pot, Shinkei came behind Wuyu and took her into his arms, with their fingers intertwined. Shinkei's face was close to Wuyu's. "Wife, this is our home." Wuyu nodded. "Yes, our home." "Shinkei, you gave me a home." Wuyu couldn't help laughing. "Yes, do you like it?" Shinkei, "Yes, I like it very much." "Wuyu, from now on, wherever you are, my home is there." Chapter 512. Shinkei was annoyed. "Jian Suiyu, you are just watching the fun." Jian Suiyu shrugged. "You just don't believe it." "Shinkei, where do I live now?" "Jian Suiyu, you and Wuyu are engaged, you live in the same room." She came back early and recuperated in the room. Her physical damage this time is much more serious than last time, and she is still unconscious. You have to take good care of her. Shinkei, No. He has lost his memory. He doesn't remember her at all now. A single man and a single woman, isn't that inappropriate? Jian Suiyu, Wuyu's parents are both in the Order realm now. She was separated from her family, and has been an orphan ever since. She has severe avoidant attachment disorder, and it's hard for her to establish close relationships with others. She has been living with you since she got engaged to you. You take care of her food and daily life. If you don't want to, she will starve to death. If you really feel uncomfortable, you can send her 3 meals a day. Even if there is no love, she has done you a favor. She shouldn't be unwilling to do this, right? Shinkei, okay, got it. Seeing Jian Suiyu was about to leave, Shinkei raised his voice. But I want to live in my own dormitory first. Jian Suiyu, whatever you want. Just do it. He wanted to see how many days Shinkei would beg Wuyu to let him in. Back to the dormitory, after taking a look at Wuyu's room, Shinkei opened his own dormitory. Looking at his empty dormitory that was cleaner than a hotel, and even without the photo of his parents, Shinkei realized that what Jian Suiyu said about him living with Wuyu was true. Shinkei opened the communicator and followed Jian Suiyu's instructions to fill in the memory he had lost in the past 6 months. He was still a little confused. His strength had increased so fast that it was unbelievable. The most outrageous thing was that he got married in just 6 months. Isn't it too fast? So hasty? For such an important matter, shouldn't it be decided after 3 to 5 years? The moment he saw the cover of the communicator, Shinkei's face was a little stiff. He unlocked the screen and saw photos of Wuyu and him everywhere. Some of the photos were so intimate that his pupils slightly opened and his heartbeat accelerated. Shinkei suddenly closed the communicator. He felt that this matter was a bit difficult to handle now. After Wuyu woke up, he needed to talk to her. Before the memory was restored, it was better for the two to return to the normal relationship of teammates and develop their feelings again. Otherwise, if he could not restore his memory and could not respond to Wuyu's feelings, both of them would be very embarrassed. Shinkei stayed in the room for 2 days, reviewing all the remaining images in the past 6 months, and sorting out how Chi-Yen rose quickly. On the 3rd day, Shinkei began to look out the door frequently. Wuyu had been in the house alone for 3 days, and he hadn't heard any movement from beginning to end. Jian Suiyu said that Wu Yu couldn't cook, so she wouldn't go out. She ate these days. Shinkei suddenly realized that it was his job to deliver meals to Wu Yu, but he didn't do the work, so Wu Yu might have fainted from hunger in the house. The body reacted faster than the brain, and Shinkei jumped up, and his mind subconsciously flashed through the appearance of Wu Yu he saw in the Fox Fairy dungeon. He pushed open the door, and walked through the corridor to Wu Yu's door. He knocked and knocked again, but received no response. Shinkei waited at the door for about a minute, and finally took out the door card of Wu Yu's room hesitantly, and swiped the door. Shinkei glanced at the bed, and saw that it was empty. He came to the treatment cabin. The treatment cabin showed that the treatment was completed 24 hours ago, but Wu Yu had not woken up. Shinkei's heartbeat gradually became faster. He pushed open the treatment cabin, and saw that Wu Yu's face was gray and pale. He immediately used the treatment technique to treat Wu Yu quickly. Until Wu Yu's complexion improved slightly, and her heart beat louder, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Yu slowly opened her eyes, and saw Shinkei standing by the treatment cabin, looking at her as if he was looking at a body. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei, and the moment they looked at each other, Shinkei's eyes flickered and he looked away. Wu Yu, By the way, Shinkei lost his memory. No wonder the snail girl didn't show up, she almost starved to death. For a moment, neither of them spoke, and the room was eerily quiet. Wu Yu said weakly, I'm hungry. Let's talk about restoring memory and feelings later. If she doesn't eat, she will really die. Shinkei responded, What do you want to eat? Wu Yu, just make me a bowl of noodles first. There's everything in the refrigerator. Shinkei nodded, okay. While Shinkei was cooking, Wu Yu closed her eyes and rested in the treatment cabin. As the familiar fragrance came, Wu Yu, who was cold all over, finally felt the atmosphere of fireworks. Shinkei served the noodles and put them on the table, calling Wu Yu to eat, it's ready. After taking off his apron, Shinkei finished washing the pot and prepared to leave. Wu Yu didn't get up until he opened the door to leave. Shinkei, Wu Yu tried twice, but still couldn't get up, so she was too lazy to move. She thought dejectedly, forget it, just leave it like this, I'm tired. Wu Yu listened to the sound of Shinkei opening the door, and couldn't help but stretch out her arm to cover her eyes, and her nose was sour. Shinkei didn't remember her, he really didn't remember her, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to see her for 3 days. In the past, as long as she was slightly injured, Shinkei would be by her side to accompany her. Now she was so seriously injured and almost starved to death in the house, Shinkei didn't care about her. If it were before, Shinkei would have come to hug her after cooking. He forgot her, didn't care about him, didn't like her, didn't want her. Wu Yu felt sadder and sadder, and the string that had been tense suddenly broke. Why was she so unlucky? Why did he have to torture her, who would have such a hard time in love? She liked Shinkei so much, and when she liked him the most, Shinkei forgot her. This might be the punishment for her trying to push Shinkei away several times. Her whole body hurt, her heart hurt, and her brain hurt even more, as if it was paste, and her nerves were twitching. Wu Yu turned sideways painfully, hugged herself tightly with her frail arms, curled up into a ball, unable to suppress her sobs. Shinkei froze. He could clearly hear Wu Yu crying. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the treatment cabin, and their wedding photo on the wall caught his eye. The whole room was filled with a warm atmosphere of the two of them getting along. Shinkei subconsciously avoided it since he came in, not daring to look anywhere. Shinkei. Hearing Wu Yu calling him with a strong nasal voice, Shinkei's heart suddenly twitched as if someone had grabbed it. Just as he was about to walk towards Wu Yu, he heard her say, you go out. Shinkei's breathing stagnated, and he was completely confused. What? Wu Yu, you go out, don't come again. Don't come again. She couldn't stand the way Shinkei looked at her now. She didn't have the ability to awaken his memory now, and she felt that her heart was broken. She didn't want Shinkei to know her current painful appearance, because when he recovered his memory, he would definitely blame himself. When she recovered, she would go to find him. Shinkei stood at the door in a daze for a long time without moving. He couldn't move a step. He kept looking in Wu Yu's direction, confused and at a loss. After a full 10 minutes, Wu Yu finally recovered from her out-of-control emotions and slowly climbed up from the treatment cabin. She came to the dining table. After waiting for so long, the noodles had completely lumped together. Wu Yu picked up the chopsticks and just picked up the noodles. When she saw the lumps of noodles breaking into a pool of mud, she suddenly collapsed. She put down her chopsticks and covered her face with her hands. The broken and painful cry kept overflowing from her fingertips, and the tears kept gathering along her cheeks from the gaps between her fingers and dripping down her chin. She seemed to be unable to support herself, and leaned on the dining table, as if she was overwhelmed. The intense emotions made her brain lack oxygen and her whole body was shaky. Shinkei stood at the door, too scared to move, and even forgot to breathe. Seeing Wu Yu fainted due to lack of oxygen, and was about to fall from the dining table, Shinkei came to her side, and held her in his arms. Shinkei just stood up with Wu Yu in his arms. Jiang Yuhua and Chuanya appeared at the door, and his expression froze. Jiang Yuhua saw Wu Yu fainted and asked nervously, "What happened to Meibao?" "Shinkei, she fainted." Chuanya saw Wu Yu's face full of tears, and looked at Shinkei in disbelief. "Why is Wu Yu so sad?" "Shinkei, eh?" Seeing Shinkei said nothing, Jiang Yuhua and Chuanya immediately understood that it was Shinkei's reaction to amnesia that hurt Wu Yu's heart. Jiang Yuhua sighed, "I take Meibao back to the Jiang family first, she can't be so excited now." Chuanya reached out to Shinkei, "Captain, give me Wu Yu." Shinkei's mind kept flashing back to the way Wu Yu trembled all over and cried in despair. His mind was flashing back countless images, and he couldn't catch them in time. Shinkei's peripheral vision fell on the photo of his parents, and his heart beat fast. Ever since Wu Yu started crying, his heart seemed not to be his, as if someone was holding it, and he couldn't breathe. He didn't want to hand Wu Yu over to them. She cried so sadly, and he would regret it if she left him like this. No. It should be said that he was already regretting it. He regretted not coming to see her earlier, and regretted being so cold to her just now. Jian Suiyu was right. Even if he had lost his memory, she was the one who was seriously hurt now. She had done him so much good, they were engaged and husband and wife, and the sweetness of their past lives was real. He shouldn't be so indifferent. Seeing that Shinkei was still not moving, Jiang Yuhua stepped forward to take Wu Yu, but Shinkei calmly moved his hand away, not letting her touch Wu Yu. Jiang Yuhua and Chuanya looked at each other, and without saying anything more, they left silently. It was late at night when Wu Yu opened her eyes again in the treatment cabin. She was confused for a long time in the treatment cabin, and finally began to crawl out slowly. If she didn't eat something, she might really die. Before Wu Yu staggered to her feet, the treatment cabin was open from the outside. Wu Yu looked at the treatment cabin in surprise. Shinkei leaned down and picked her up from the treatment cabin like a princess. Wu Yu froze instantly. "Shinkei, I heat up the food. It will be ready soon." Putting the heated food in front of Wu Yu, Shinkei sat opposite her and watched her eat. Wu Yu was already very hungry. She had not eaten or drunk anything for 4 days and 3 nights. Her stomach was cramping, and she lost all feeling. She had no appetite after eating a little and drinking some soup. Wu Yu put down her chopsticks and looked at Shin Quebec. In the quiet and windless night, both of them were waiting for the other to speak first. After a while, Wu Yu said, "Captain, thank you." Shinkei's heart suddenly twitched, he couldn't catch his breath, and his whole scalp was numb. He didn't want to hear Wu Yu say this, he was waiting for Wu Yu to give him a way out. As long as Wu Yu gave him a way out, he would acquiesce that their relationship would continue. Wu Yu saw Shinkei sitting there expressionlessly, trying to keep his tone calm. "If you really feel that our current relationship bothers you, you can pretend that nothing has happened. There is no need to have burdens. Just continue to live the way you lived when you have memories." Shinkei gritted his teeth. Wu Yu stood up. "It's getting late. Go back and rest early, Captain." Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, who was standing there looking at him, quietly waiting for him to leave. If Shinkei hadn't seen her crying so hard that she fainted, he would have even thought that everything they had been together was fake. Shinkei slowly stood up, brushed past her and walked towards the door. Click. The door closed, and Shinkei walked towards the dormitory step by step. He suddenly stopped and turned to look at Wu Yu's dormitory. Wu Yu cried again. He could clearly hear her trying to suppress her crying like a little animal in the quiet night. Shinkei took short breaths and felt confused. Wu Yu stayed in the room for 2 whole days, and didn't even go out. That night, after Shinkei left, Wu Yu cried until she was exhausted. She barely took a shower, and threw herself into the treatment cabin. She didn't eat or drink and just stared at the ceiling in a daze. She realized that there was something wrong with her current state, and her emotions completely collapsed. With her mother whose life and death were unknown, her father who had just met and then separated, and her lover who had lost his memory, her ability to self-regulate her emotions completely collapsed. If her current physical condition was not so bad, she would probably just find a coordinate that could not be found on the map, and completely disappear from the world. Once this idea passed through her mind, Wu Yu staggered out of the treatment cabin. She thought this idea was good. She had to take a shower first, go to the cafeteria to eat something, and cheer herself up so that she would have the strength to go out. Wu Yu was about to step into the bathroom, when she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she was a little panicked. She didn't want to see Shin-Kei now. She couldn't bear it. It hurt too much. But Wu Yu felt that she was being sentimental. Shin-Kei had never contacted her since that night, and it was unlikely that it was Shin-Kei who came now. But she didn't want to see anyone now. She just wanted to find a place where no one was, and stay by herself. The knocking stopped. Wu Yu packed up and prepared to leave. Just as Wu Yu finished taking her clothes and walked out of the cloakroom, she suddenly heard the sound of the door card opening the door, and Wu Yu's heart beat faster instantly. She turned her head to look at the door, and saw Shin-Kei using the door card to open the door and walk in. Seeing Wu Yu packing her things, Shin-Kei's face changed instantly. Shin-Kei closed the door with his backhand and walked up to Wu Yu. "Where are you going?" Wu Yu felt a little nervous, lowered her head. "I'm not feeling well now, and I need care. I go back to the Jiang family first." "Shin-Kei, you don't have to go anywhere. I take care of you." Wu Yu's heart beat fast. She looked up at Shin-Kei. "Captain, you don't have to." Shin-Kei interrupted her. "Wu Yu, I don't want to end our relationship. I just need more time to think seriously, so that we can be responsible to each other." Wu Yu lowered her head. "You haven't recovered your memory yet." Shin-Kei, "Yes." "Wu Yu, you don't have to force it." Shin-Kei, "I won't force it." "Wu Yu, if you just want to thank me, you can give me some money, and we pay you in full, so you don't have to have a psychological burden." Before she finished speaking, Shin-Kei grabbed Wu Yu's arm and brought her to him, suppressing his anger and leaning closer. "Shin-Kei, Wu Yu, do you have to talk like this? I give you some money, okay? Tell me how much I can give you to buy off everything that has happened between us? How much money can drive you out of my mind? I also want to pay you in full, but since you drove me away the night before yesterday, you've been in my mind every day, making me restless day and night. You just kept crying in the room, and I wanted to pretend that I didn't know anything, but I couldn't stand it. You were all in my mind, and I couldn't stand it." Wu Yu lowered her head. Her nose was sore, and her eyes were blurry. She choked and said, "Shin-Kei, if you don't like me, don't get close to me. I can't stand it." She couldn't stand Shin-Kei's vague attitude. She wanted Shin-Kei's firm love, complete love. She wanted to pull her hand out. "I go back to Zhang's house for a while." She couldn't face Shin-Kei in this state. She was afraid that she would say something more hurtful. Shin-Kei held her tightly, pinched her neck, and lifted her face. Looking at Wu Yu's tear-stained face, he took a deep breath. "Wu Yu, I already like you." Wu Yu looked at him confusedly, tears unconsciously falling from her eyes. Shin-Kei reached out and wiped away Wu Yu's tears. "Wu Yu, give me some time. Give me some love feedback. Don't keep pushing me away. Don't always pretend that you don't care at all. I already like you. Even if my memory cannot be restored for the time being, we can create new memories together." Wu Yu looked at him with twinkling eyes. Shin-Kei took Wu Yu into his arms. "Are you hungry? Can I cook for you? I will cook for you every meal from now on. I will treat you. You can come to me if you need anything. I will take care of you until you are fully recovered." Wu Yu put her arms around Shin-Kei's waist and buried her head in Shin-Kei's arms. "Then I want to take a bath first. Can you help me take a bath? It's been several days. She needs a good bath. She can't take a bath by herself. She will be exhausted due to lack of oxygen when the hot steam comes." Shin-Kei was a little confused. "Ah, how can you help your partner take a bath when you just start dating? Isn't it too fast? Wu Yu, are you unwilling?" Shin-Kei, "No, isn't it a little too fast? I am not mentally prepared yet." Wu Yu looked up at Shin-Kei, and seeing his confused look, she couldn't help but smile. When Shin-Kei saw Wu Yu smile, he suddenly felt a little itchy in his heart, as if helping her take a bath was not impossible. Shin-Kei just thought that if Wu Yu asked him again, he would reluctantly agree. "Wu Yu, forget it, you cook." After saying that, Wu Yu walked slowly towards the bathroom alone. Shin-Kei, He suddenly wanted to slap himself 3 seconds ago. The sound of water in the bathroom made Shin-Kei's throat dry, as if he had been electrocuted. He was cooking with his hands, and his mind was all on the bathroom. He was even burned by the fire when he flipped the pot. Shin-Kei boiled the soup and found that Wu Yu had been in there for a full 20 minutes, and the water in the bathroom had not stopped. He thought about it, walked outside the bathroom, and knocked on the door. "Wu Yu?" After asking twice without getting a response from Wu Yu, Shin-Kei's heartbeat quickened. "Wu Yu, speak." Wu Yu's voice was mixed in the sound of water, and it was almost inaudible. "I can't breathe." Shin-Kei hesitated for a second, and immediately opened the bathroom door. He saw Wu Yu weakly lowering her head, and breathing heavily in the shower room. Shin-Kei wrapped her up with a bath towel, and carried her out of the bathroom. Shin-Kei put Wu Yu on the bed, watching her curl up in pain and gasping for breath. Even if Shin-Kei treated her, it was ineffective. Shin-Kei immediately held Wu-Yu in his arms, patting her back to calm her down until she finally calmed down and leaned into his arms. Shin-Kei whispered to her, "Are you feeling better?" Wu-Yu nodded, "Yeah." Shin-Kei just breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that he and Wu-Yu were in the same state. The towel wrapped around Wu-Yu slipped off, and her ears and neck instantly turned red. She was at a loss and stiff all over, not knowing what to do. "Will you let me go? Help me take off my clothes." Shin-Kei agreed vaguely, "Yeah." When Wu-Yu got dressed and sat at the dining table, Shin-Kei put the soup for her and looked around but didn't dare to look at her. Wu-Yu couldn't help laughing. "If you feel uncomfortable, you can go first." Shin-Kei looked at her and didn't let her say, "I'm not uncomfortable." Wu-Yu lowered her head and kept laughing. Shin-Kei looked at her bent eyebrows and was so happy that she was full of energy and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Wu-Yu lay on the sofa to rest after dinner. Shin-Kei cleaned up the dishes and leaned against the dining table to look at her. Wu-Yu turned her head and looked at him. Shin-Kei's heartbeat quickened when he was looked at, and he turned his eyes away. Seeing that Shin-Kei had no intention of leaving, Wu-Yu did not mention it anymore, and the two of them stayed quietly in the room. Found that Wu-Yu was sleeping on the sofa in a daze, Shin-Kei carried her to the bed, covered her with a quilt, and turned to leave the room. The next day, Wu-Yu woke up at noon. She stood up in a daze, and saw Shin-Kei sitting on the sofa. Breakfast was ready. Wu-Yu's pupils flashed. "Shin-Kei." Shin-Kei turned his head to look at her. "Are you awake? I go and heat up breakfast for you." Wu-Yu called him again, "Shin-Kei." Shin-Kei was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Wu-Yu lowered her eyes and whispered, "Can you come and hug me?" Shin-Kei was stunned, and his heartbeat quickened. Without waiting for Shin-Kei to move, Wu-Yu lowered her head and lifted the quilt, turned over and got out of bed to wash up. As soon as she stood up, she was embraced by Shin-Kei. Wu-Yu hugged him back and buried her head in his arms. Feeling the wetness coming from her heart, Shin-Kei hugged her tightly. "Why are you crying again?" "Jian Suiyu said that he almost never saw you cry, but you have been crying since you woke up. I don't know what to do with you." Whenever Wu-Yu cries, his mind goes blank, and he has no ability to think at all. Jian Suiyu asked him how he and Wu-Yu were doing, and he subconsciously said, "She has been crying in the room." Jian Suiyu was silent for a while, although spending more time together can speed up the recovery of your relationship. If Wu-Yu is always in such a state of emotional collapse, I can only let Yu-Hua take her back to the Jiang family to recuperate. Shin-Kei, you can't force things in your relationship. If you really don't want to continue, just tell her clearly. It's better to end it as soon as possible than to suffer a long pain. Shin-Kei looked up in surprise. "I didn't want to break up with her." Jian Suiyu found it incredible. "You didn't want to break up with her? She cried in the house every day, and you were indifferent? Except for her mother's matter, Wu-Yu almost never cried, and you never wanted to see her sad." Shin-Kei, He was not indifferent, he was very confused, and he didn't know what was going on. Jian Suiyu looked at Shin-Kei with empty eyes and a confused face. "Or you think about it first, I let Yu-Hua take care of it." Shin-Kei shook his head. "She won't leave. If she leaves so sadly, he feels uneasy that things will get out of control." Jian Suiyu said earnestly, "Shin-Kei, you'd better think clearly about your feelings as soon as possible, otherwise, with Wu-Yu in this state, she is likely to run away. If she decides not to want you by then, even if you come to your senses, you two may miss each other completely. Shin-Kei, we have been brothers for so many years, and I have a piece of advice for you. If you lose Wu-Yu, you will definitely regret it. You will regret it for the rest of your life." Shin-Kei's heart skipped a beat, and by the time he realized what was happening, he was already standing outside Wu-Yu's door. Wu-Yu didn't open the door for a long time, and Shin-Kei thought she had fainted again. When he opened the door and saw her packing her things, Shin-Kei's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Just as Jian Suiyu said, Wu-Yu was going to run away. He panicked, and his whole body was alerting the police. He realized that if he kept thinking about waiting for Wu-Yu to give him a way out, the two of them might really be finished. Wu-Yu cried so hard that she leaned into his arms weakly. Shin-Kei picked her up and let her hook her neck and lean her head on his shoulder. "Shin-Kei, I was wrong. I didn't want to hug you, but my heart was beating too fast, and I didn't react. Stop crying, okay? You are in poor health now. You can't be so emotional all the time." Wu-Yu tightly hooked his neck and rubbed his neck with her face without lust. Shin-Kei's breathing gradually became heavier, and his throat felt dry. He's seen? A little greedy for her. In such a warm scene, some charming pictures kept flashing through his mind. Shin-Kei tried his best to control himself and not think too much. Shin-Kei looked sideways. Let's eat first, okay? Wu-Yu nodded in a muffled voice, yes. When Shin-Kei went to heat up the food, Wu-Yu held her chin with both hands and stared at him. Shin-Kei was really uneasy when he turned his head. Wu-Yu bent her eyebrows and smiled at him. Shin-Kei's breathing became rapid in an instant, and he turned around pretending to be calm. His ears and neck were all red. Looking at Shin-Kei's reaction, Wu-Yu gradually found the original rhythm. Shin-Kei really liked her already, and his reaction was the same as when he first fell in love with her. Shin-Kei placed breakfast in front of Wu-Yu, and Wu-Yu asked him, "Have you not recovered any memory now?" Shin-Kei nodded, yes. "Wu-Yu, you said you already like me?" Shin-Kei nodded, yes. After saying that, he was afraid that his attitude was too cold, and Wu-Yu would be sad again, so he added, "I have never been in love, and sometimes I can't react. Give me some time." After getting Shin-Kei's affirmative answer, Wu-Yu smiled with her lips pursed. Shin-Kei could feel that Wu-Yu's mood suddenly became very good, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Shin-Kei's heart beat very fast. As long as she was with him, she would be so happy. It seemed that she really liked him. He just said that he liked her, and she wanted him to help her take a bath. He just hugged her a little slowly, and she cried so sadly. She must be very dependent on him. She hugged him very tightly just now, and he felt numb all over his body. It felt very wonderful and comfortable. Wu-Yu finished her meal and smiled at him. "Shin-Kei, thank you for your hard work." When Shin-Kei reacted, everything had been washed, brushed, and cleaned up. Shin-Kei, He seemed to be fascinated by her. When she spoke, the whole person was light and floating. He couldn't help it, and wanted to get close to her. Since Wu-Yu liked him so much and was so intimate with him, shouldn't he take the initiative? Wu-Yu was lying on the sofa. Shin-Kei walked up to her, and she was puzzled. What's wrong? Shin-Kei suddenly put his hands on Wu-Yu's side, leaned over and kissed her cheek in her flickering eyes. Wu-Yu looked at Shin-Kei with a red face, and their eyes met, and their breathing gradually became rapid. Shin-Kei lowered his eyes, and his eyes fell on Wu-Yu's lips that were bitten lightly because of nervousness, and his breathing became deeper and deeper. Wu-Yu was embarrassed by Shin-Kei's gaze, and just as she was about to turn her face away, Shin-Kei's kiss fell on the corner of her mouth. Wu-Yu lowered her head shyly, and Shin-Kei's mind was distracted. He could be sure that he was greedy for her, and he wanted to keep kissing her after kissing her once, and now he wanted to get close to her. Noticing that Shin-Kei's eyes were getting deeper and deeper, Wu-Yu reached out and pushed him. "I want to rest." Shin-Kei grabbed Wu-Yu's hand. He stood up and carried Princess Wu-Yu to the bed, lowered his head, and kissed her forehead. "You rest, I be here with you." Just when Shin-Kei was about to leave, Wu-Yu suddenly hooked his neck and leaned against him. Amid Shin-Kei's thundering heartbeat, Wu-Yu said with a nostalgic tone, "Then you stay here with me, okay?" This time, Shin-Kei didn't hesitate. He agreed immediately. Shin-Kei turned over and got on the bed, holding Wu-Yu in his arms. Wu-Yu hugged his waist tightly with both hands and buried her head in his chest. Dong-dong, dong-dong. Listening to Shin-Kei's heartbeats, Wu-Yu raised her lips, and the haze that had accumulated in her heart for many days finally gradually dissipated. She raised her lips. She liked Shin-Kei like this now, liked him coaxing her and agreeing with her. She liked that he was silent, but he had already kept her in his heart and responded to her with practical actions. Rubbing Shin-Kei's chest, he gradually fell asleep. Wu-Yu was asleep. Shin-Kei, He was rubbed and felt restless, and his whole body felt numb as if he had been electrified. Shin-Kei couldn't help but look at Wu-Yu, and he retracted his arms and hugged Wu-Yu tighter. "Jian Sui-Yu. Shin-Kei, Yu Hua will pick up Wu-Yu this afternoon." Shin-Kei squinted at the communicator. "Shin-Kei, she's not going anywhere. I take care of her." "Jian Sui-Yu, have you thought it through?" Shin-Kei, yes. He had thought it through. He wanted to be with her, since that night. No, since he saw her crying, all he could think about was her. All those images about her flashed back in his mind. The image stayed on the moment when he carried Wu-Yu out of the bathroom, and Shin-Kei's breathing became heavier. He wanted to get close to her, not just like now, but the closeness of a man to a woman. Wu-Yu woke up in a daze, and it was late at night again. When she opened her eyes, she was surprised to find that Shin-Kei had been lying beside her. Wu-Yu was very happy. She couldn't help but lean over to hug Shin-Kei's neck and kiss him. After the kiss, she realized Shin-Kei's current state, and suddenly froze, and wanted to retreat. However, Shin-Kei suddenly tightened his hand, and Wu-Yu fell in front of him. Pinching her neck, Shin-Kei leaned over to kiss her, and Wu-Yu's pupils slightly opened in surprise when she felt that this was no longer a simple kiss. Shin-Kei turned over, and the positions of the two instantly reversed. Shin-Kei put his hand behind her neck and lowered his head, deepening the kiss. Wu Yu hooked Shinkei's neck and let him do whatever he wanted. Wu Yu originally thought that Shinkei would leave after a kiss, but after kissing for a long time, Shinkei's hand gradually began to deviate and become unruly, and Wu Yu suddenly realized Shinkei has never left after a kiss. Every time he starts kissing, he either goes straight to the point and finishes it in one go, or even if he doesn't do it to the end, he must stick to the bottom line and take advantage of it. Feeling Shinkei's hand sliding down her pajamas, Wu Yu shrank nervously. She couldn't. Feeling Wu Yu's nervousness, Shinkei stopped and stepped back. Wu Yu bit her lower lip. My body can't do it now. Shinkei nodded. I know. Wu Yu explained. I am willing. Shinkei's breathing became heavier in an instant. He turned around and wanted to leave, but he was afraid that Wu Yu would think he was unhappy and sad. Shinkei's Adam's apple rolled. Yeah. Wu Yu wanted to say something else, but Shinkei lowered his eyes to look at her. Wu Yu, don't say such things to me again. Wu Yu, what? Shinkei left the bed and turned his back to her. It's late at night, a man and a woman alone. You look at me with an expression that says, I can do whatever I want, but your body can't bear it. No man can bear it. What's more? Shinkei looked at her sideways in Wu Yu's flickering eyes. I have been thinking about you. As the night deepened, Wu Yu was by his side, and his mind was already full of yellow garbage. She had to look at him with such eyes. Shinkei even suspected that if he insisted, Wu Yu would agree to him even if she couldn't bear it. Whenever Wu Yu said something, it was all up to his willpower and conscience to resist. But when he faced Wu Yu, it seemed that he had no willpower at all. Even conscience. He didn't want it very much. It was really terrible. It's only been a few days. How could he be so obsessed with her? After taking a deep look at Wu Yu, whose face was flushed, Shinkei left her room. After Shinkei left, Wu Yu was stunned for a while. She kept thinking about Shinkei's expression and tone when he left. He was cold and expressionless, but he said that he was already thinking about her. He kissed her with a cold face, but his hands kept messing around inside her clothes. If he hadn't wanted to take the next step, Wu Yu wouldn't have shown resistance. Thinking back to how Shinkei had just approached her, Wu Yu's face became redder and redder. She suddenly pulled up the quilt to cover her face, unable to suppress her joy. The next morning, Shinkei naturally used the door card to swipe Wu Yu's door. When she opened the door, Wu Yu was applying a patch on herself. She looked at Shinkei, and suddenly froze, and her face flushed. Shinkei blinked quickly, and immediately closed the door. The door was closed. From the inside, Wu Yu stopped stretching her hands that couldn't reach her back for a long time, and calmed her rapid breathing. Shinkei stood at the door and explained, I thought you were still resting. It wasn't intentional. Wu Yu lowered her head. Yeah. Shinkei hesitated. What are you doing? Wu Yu, these patches can help me recover, but I can't stick them to the acupuncture points on my back. After that, both of them fell silent. Then, they looked at each other at the same time. Wu Yu, can you help me stick them? Shinkei, let me help you. Wu Yu instantly raised her lips and smiled happily. Shinkei's heartbeat accelerated, and he looked away in panic. He walked to Wu Yu and sat down, taking the patch. Wu Yu turned her back to him and lifted her clothes. Her smooth back was white, and Shinkei's breathing became heavier instantly. After helping Wu Yu with the patch in a daze, Shinkei was about to step away when Wu Yu suddenly said, help me with the rest. As she said that, Wu Yu was about to turn around. Shinkei immediately controlled her shoulders from behind to prevent her from moving. Shinkei's voice was hoarse and low. Wu Yu, what did I tell you yesterday? Wu Yu, just apply a patch. You applied it to me before. Shinkei, can I control myself and not do anything after applying it before? Wu Yu was silent. Of course not to mention after applying it. As long as her clothes were lifted, Shinkei would kiss her while applying it, and he looked forward to it every day as a hobby, and he couldn't stop. Looking at Wu Yu's attitude, Shinkei could probably guess it, given how quickly he fell in love with Wu Yu, and the attitude he saw in the past 6 months of their live broadcasts of his infatuation with Wu Yu. Wu Yu was the one he had been pursuing for love, but couldn't get after a long time of secret love. He liked her so much that he couldn't resist such a suggestive move. Shinkei let go of Wu Yu, put down her clothes from behind, and put his arm around her shoulders. His voice was right beside her ear. Wu Yu, don't tease me again until your body can bear it. Wu Yu's face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head and trembled all over. Shinkei thought about it and added, I'm getting high every minute and every second. Don't do anything that will make me lose control. Wu Yu pressed the corner of her mouth. Can I hug you? Shinkei turned Wu Yu over and hugged her in his arms. In the hot summer, both of them were only wearing short-sleeved shirts. The gentle touch of hugging each other tightly made Shinkei's heart wander instantly. Just when he wanted to step away, Wu Yu hooked her neck and came up to kiss him. Shin-Kei stretched out his hand to cover Wu Yu's mouth, preventing her from getting close. Wu Yu gave him a sly smile, and felt the warm touch on her palm. Shin-Kei jumped up and ran away as if he was on fire. Hearing the door slam with a bang, Wu Yu couldn't help but fall on the sofa and laugh. Shin-Kei stood in the corridor and listened to Wu Yu's laughter of success in teasing him. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. He liked Wu Yu teasing him like this. His emotions were completely led by Wu Yu, and he felt at ease and happy when he heard that Wu Yu was now energetic. He didn't want to struggle at all, he just wanted to let himself sink continuously. After standing at the door for a while, he finally calmed down, and Shin-Kei swiped his card again to enter Wu Yu's room to cook for her. Wu Yu was not surprised at all by his coming back, as if this was nothing unusual for him. As soon as Shin-Kei entered the room, Wu Yu stood up from the sofa. Shin-Ju looked at her warily. Wu Yu walked towards him. Shin-Kei dodged and ran to the kitchen. Wu Yu, so cute. Shin-Kei finished cooking and put the meal in front of Wu Yu. Wu Yu, will you eat with me from now on? Shin-Kei nodded, okay. He served another bowl of rice and ate with Wu Yu face to face. Wu Yu looked at him with a smile while eating. Shin-Kei lowered his head to eat, and he felt impatient when she looked at him. He put down the bowl and looked at Wu Yu, who blinked, pursed her lips, and lowered her head to eat. Shin-Kei lowered his head and curled his lips, thinking that this meal could be longer. After cleaning up the dishes, Shin-Kei turned around and saw Wu Yu sitting at the dining table waiting for him. Shin-Kei walked up to her. Wu Yu raised her head and stretched out her hands to him. Shin-Kei bent down and picked her up and sat on the sofa. Wu Yu sat on him, hugged Shin-Kei's neck, and leaned her head on his shoulder. Shin-Kei leaned back on the sofa, holding Wu Yu's waist, tilted his head back, and closed his eyes. The room was silent, listening to each other's breathing. The atmosphere was quiet and beautiful. Until Wu Yu fell into a deep sleep, Shin-Kei picked her up and put her on the bed. Looking at Wu Yu's sleeping face, Shin-Kei thought about it, turned over to the bed, and hugged her in his arms. Wu Yu was half asleep and was called by Shin-Kei to eat. Shin-Kei said, "Eat before going to sleep, otherwise you will have hypoglycemia again." Wu Yu was picked up by Shin-Kei and subconsciously got into his arms. "Wu Yu, Shin-Kei, you smell so good." Shin-Kei, "Well, I took a shower after cooking." Wu Yu said coquettishly, "I want to take a shower too." Shin-Kei fell into a fierce ideological struggle. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in himself. He might not be able to bear it. Wu Yu couldn't help laughing. "Shin-Kei, you are so cute, I like you so much." Shin-Kei, damn. I told her not to tease him. After dinner, seeing Wu Yu going to take a shower by herself, Shin-Kei was worried. "You are not in good health now. If you don't feel uncomfortable, don't keep taking a shower." "Wu Yu, it's okay, I wash less, I washed myself before." Thinking of Wu Yu crying while taking a bath in the bathroom, maybe she fainted in the bathroom. Shin-Kei's breathing stagnated. He couldn't breathe. Just thinking about him made him want to stab himself for not caring about him before. That's why she was so sad and kept crying. So she said she couldn't stand it and asked him not to get close to her. Wu Yu walked to the bathroom by herself. Shin-Kei took a deep breath and followed. Wu Yu. Wu Yu turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" Shin-Kei lowered his eyes to look at her. "Can I help you wash? I'm afraid you faint again." "Don't worry, I won't do anything." Wu Yu immediately raised the corners of her mouth. "Yeah." Shin-Kei followed Wu Yu into the bathroom, not even knowing where to put his eyes. Seeing Shin-Kei so innocent, Wu Yu was embarrassed to take off her clothes. "Wu Yu, God knows they have played so many tricks, but this time, they are so innocent that it's hard to lift your head." The two stood there for a long time. Wu Yu was tired of standing and started to take off her clothes. Shin-Kei saw Wu Yu's smooth back in the bathroom mirror from the corner of his eye. He felt hot and dry. Seeing Wu Yu walk into the shower room and turn on the shower, Shin-Kei gritted his teeth and followed in, letting Wu Yu lean on him and take the shower. "Wu Yu, is that all you want? Your clothes will get wet." Shin-Kei, "Well, I take care of it myself later." Wu Yu curled her lips. "Well." Shin-Kei, "Wash your hair?" Wu Yu, "Wash." Shin-Kei washed Wu Yu's hair first. When he washed her body, he was completely confused. He looked away and didn't dare to look. The more he didn't dare to look, the more he would accidentally touch something he shouldn't touch. By the end of the wash, he was completely confused. He and Wu Yu looked at each other. His eyes were ignorant and broken, his pupils flashed wildly, and his cold white skin was all red. Wu Yu was afraid that he would pout again. "Wu Yu, I do the rest myself, you go out." Shin-Kei replied in a confused manner, "Well." Okay. I go first. Will you go back to your dormitory and change your clothes? Don't catch a cold. Shinkei nodded to whatever Wu Yu said. Okay. Wu Yu, Shinkei, you don't have to come again tonight. I go to bed directly after taking a shower. Shinkei glanced at her and didn't agree. The look in Shinkei's eyes made Wu Yu a little nervous. Shinkei's eyes fell on Wu Yu's cheeks that were reddened by the steam, and the touch of helping Wu Yu take a shower just now still lingered on his fingertips. His eyes couldn't help but look down. Wu Yu shyly turned away. Shinkei lowered his eyes and agreed, okay. After Shinkei left, Wu Yu thought about how Shinkei was afraid to look at her. The more nervous he was, the more nervous he was to touch her, and the more nervous he was to stiffen, and she couldn't help but want to laugh shyly. Shinkei returned to the room and went straight to the bathroom. He took a cold shower for who knows how long and finally calmed down. Wu Yu told him not to go at night, and Shinkei felt unhappy when he heard it. Unhappy. Very unhappy. Unhappy to death. At that time, his mind was full of why he couldn't go. She was his wife. His wife. Shinkei tossed and turned all night, his mind full of the charming scene of bathing. Waiting eagerly for dawn, just after 7 o'clock, Shinkei could not wait to enter Wu Yu's room. Seeing Wu Yu still sleeping, Shinkei stood far away and looked at her calmly. Shinkei slowly approached the bedside. Wu Yu opened her eyes dazedly and looked at him, calling him husband. Shinkei's breathing suddenly became heavy, and the whole person seemed to be light as if walking on clouds, and his bones were soft. When he reacted, he had already turned over and slept next to Wu Yu. As soon as Shinkei lay down, Wu Yu subconsciously moved closer to his arms. Hubby. Shinkei immediately said yes. He liked Wu Yu calling him like this, and his bones were trembling. Wu Yu woke up and found that she was in Shinkei's arms, and raised her head in surprise. Shinkei tightened his hands instantly, and kissed her cheek. Wu Yu, you said yesterday that this is not okay. Shinkei, yes, I kiss you. Wu Yu hooked his neck, then I kiss you too. Just as Wu Yu was about to move closer, Shinkei immediately stepped back. Wu Yu blinked and continued to move forward. Just as Shinkei was about to run, Wu Yu immediately quickened her pace and kissed Shinkei on the cheek. Shinkei's breathing suddenly became heavier. He didn't dare to look at Wu Yu and turned over and got out of bed. Wu Yu pressed the corner of her mouth and went to the bathroom to wash up. Shinkei started to cook. The porridge was ready, but before Wu Yu came out of the bathroom, he knocked on the door. Wu Yu had been busy for a long time and hadn't finished pasting everything. She panted, "It's okay, I take a break." Shinkei, how much is left to be done? Wu Yu, just the back. Shinkei, put on your clothes, I go in and apply it for you. After waiting for a while, Wu Yu, come in. Shinkei went into the room and picked up the patch. Wu Yu just lifted her clothes and glanced at the mirror in the bathroom. They both froze at the same time. Wu Yu, This is really, it's better to apply it directly outside. Shinkei quickly helped Wu Yu apply it and turned around and left. Wu Yu blinked and took out the communicator. Wu Yu, Momo, how are you and Shinshinsi getting along now? Suemo, we are doing well, he is very proactive now. Wu Yu, Sure enough, as long as the first step is taken, the man will naturally take the initiative. Wu Yu came out of the bathroom and finished breakfast with Shinkei face to face. Wu Yu asked tentatively, Shinkei, what do you think of our relationship now? Shinkei thought for a while. We maintain the relationship of an engaged couple and redevelop our feelings. Wu Yu pursed her lips and felt happy. Shinkei looked at her. You are not in good health now. I will take you around when you recover. Wu Yu stared at Shinkei. So if she and Shinkei were in a normal relationship, Shinkei would want to do it step by step like this, and confess to her when it was natural. Wu Yu, if you have something of your own to do, you can. Shinkei, Wu Yu, in my memory, my only thing is to get rid of the royal court and gain freedom. I have completely escaped now, and I have nothing else to do. Wu Yu lowered her head. Do you like me because I helped you? Shinkei felt that they could no longer sit face to face and talk like this. This businesslike attitude obviously made Wu Yu's mood abnormal again. Shinkei walked up to Wu Yu, hugged her in his arms, and let her nestle in his arms. Shinkei, Wu Yu, I am very grateful for your help, but I will not like you for this. Favor is favor, love is love. There are many ways to repay favor. If I don't want to, I can even give my life to repay favor, but I will not like you. I will like whoever saves me. I am not going from one cage to another. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei with twinkling eyes. Shinkei looked so reliable now. She liked him so much. Wu Yu couldn't help but lean over to kiss him. She hugged Shinkei's neck tightly. Shinkei's heartbeat accelerated and his breathing became heavier. Wu Yu buried her face in Shinkei's neck and said affectionately, Shinkei, I like you so much. Shinkei, you can't always be like this. Always suddenly saying things that make his heart beat faster, and he's at a loss. Will you, don't you like me like this? Shinkei, I don't dislike it. It's just that my heart beats too fast. Will you happily rub Shinkei's neck? Shinkei, you smell so good. Shinkei, She simply didn't listen. Shinkei pulled Wu Yu away and pinched her neck. Wu Yu, how long will it take for your body to recover? Wu Yu's face flushed. I don't know either. Shinkei's fingers caressed Wu Yu's neck, making her feel numb as if she were electrified. Shinkei, then don't tease me anymore. You can't just tease me and not give me anything. Wu Yu was so embarrassed by Shinkei's words. You kissed me too. Shinkei, I can control myself, but I can't control you. Wu Yu couldn't help but curl her lips and smiled with her head down. Shinkei stared at Wu Yu for a while, pulled her closer and kissed her mouth, then backed away after a kiss. Wu Yu looked up at him, her eyes moving. Shinkei, Putting Wu Yu down, he turned around and was about to leave. Wu Yu called him, Shinkei. Shinkei stopped, yeah. Wu Yu, if I get better, will you be with me? Shinkei, we are already together. Wu Yu, if I am not well? Shinkei looked at her, Wu Yu? Wu Yu, yeah? Shinkei, I said, I will take care of you until you are well, and I will not touch you if you are not well. Wu Yu smiled, yeah. Shinkei couldn't help but go back to Wu Yu, holding her face and lowering his head to kiss her. Wu Yu, if I get better, can you not touch me forever? Shinkei was stuck, no. Wu Yu just stretched out her hand to hook Shinkei's neck, but was immediately pulled away by him. The more Shinkei acted like this, the more Wu Yu wanted to tease him, and she directly hugged his waist and threw herself into his arms. Shinkei, Wu Yu raised her head and stood on tiptoe to kiss him, but Shinkei kept dodging. Finally, Wu Yu's kiss landed on his Adam's apple and collarbone. Shinkei was completely furious and turned around and ran away. As soon as Shinkei ran out of the door, he heard Wu Yu's laughter in the house. He was so happy that he pressed his mouth corners and bit his eyebrows. Shinkei showed up on time when it was time for dinner, and the two of them ate face to face. Wu Yu was curious, what do you do in the house by yourself? Shinkei, see what happened during the time I lost my memory, update the information database for the past 6 months, and master the abilities I just got. Wu Yu said which was quite busy, and he had no time to think about her. Shinkei, but these don't take up much time, most of the time I think about you. Wu Yu immediately lowered her eyebrows and smiled happily. Shinkei walked up to Wu Yu and picked her up. If you want to know whether I want you to ask me directly, I will tell you everything. Wu Yu hooked her neck and asked him, can I kiss you? Shinkei shook his head, and Wu Yu just fell down, and he leaned over to kiss her. Shinkei, Wu Yu, I should take the initiative in this matter. Wu Yu smiled and leaned forward to kiss him. Shinkei immediately turned his face away, and finally kissed Shinkei on the cheek. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's cold and reserved look, and she liked him very much. The beautiful and proud flower of Jailing is so fragrant. Wu Yu buried her head in Shinkei's arms, and Shinkei held her and sat on the sofa to look at the communicator. The two stayed together for the whole afternoon. Wu Yu fell asleep in a daze. Shinkei wanted to hold her to the bed, but Wu Yu refused to let him go. Shinkei simply let Wu Yu lean on him to sleep. Wu Yu woke up in a daze and hummed softly, hubby, my legs are numb. Shin Chung immediately laid her flat on the sofa. Where are you numb? Wu Yu, both legs are numb, and my waist is so sore. Shinkei rubbed Wu Yu's waist. You should sleep lying down. Wu Yu, I wasn't like this before. My body was in great shape when my brain was not good. Since my brain got better, my body has been getting worse. Shinkei, you need to rest. After rubbing her legs, Shinkei asked Wu Yu, are you feeling better? Wu Yu nodded, yeah. She stood up and started to walk back and forth in the room. Shinkei watched her walking around and was ready to go out. Shinkei stood up. Where are you going? Wu Yu, I'm going out for a walk. You don't have to worry about me. After saying that, Wu Yu opened the door and walked out. Shinkei, But he wanted to care. Wu Yu didn't take 2 steps. Shinkei followed her. Wu Yu turned sideways and looked up at him. Seeing Shinkei with a cold face, Wu Yu thought he was really cute. Wu Yu took a walk in her own small garden. She has been in poor health recently, and everyone takes turns to help her take care of the small garden. Aunt Chen, Chuanya, Jiechen, whoever has time will come. Wu Yu is there with a small shovel to dig the newly ripe potatoes, beans, eggplants at this time. There is no way to dig it all. There is no way to dig it all. There is no way to harvest it all. There is no way to harvest it all. There is no way to eat it all. There is no way to eat it all. Wu Yu squatted there and dug for a while. Just when she wanted to stand up, she felt dizzy and her eyes were black. Shinkei grabbed her from behind and held her in his arms. Shinkei lowered his head. You are not in good health, and you squat for so long. If he hadn't seen Wu Yu playing so hard, he would have picked her up long ago. Wu Yu hugged Shinkei's waist and leaned all her strength on him to be lazy. Wu Yu looked up at him, and Shinkei stretched out his hand to peel off the mud on her face. Wu Yu blinked. I got dirty while digging. I need to go back and take a shower. Shinkei. Yeah. Wu Yu leaned forward to him. Will you help me wash? Shinkei stretched out his slender index and middle fingers to push her head away. Wash yourself. Wu Yu, but I want you to help me wash. You said you would take care of me. Shinkei. Wu Yu, you didn't blush or pant when you were digging potatoes just now. Wu Yu said as a matter of course. So what? Is it related to me wanting you to help me take a shower? She just wanted the Prince jailing Ziwa to help her take a bath. This was a cold and cool character with amnesia. As soon as Shinkei recovered his memory, he couldn't hold it back. Shinkei ignored her, turned around and walked away, and refused to agree to anything. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's back, but didn't chase him. She just lay on the recliner in the plantation and looked at the sky. After a while, a shadow fell on Wu Yu's head. She opened her eyes, and saw Shinkei with his hands in his pockets and looking down at her. Shinkei half knelt down, his slender hands resting on his legs, and his drooping hands were bulging with blue veins. Wu Yu blinked, and Shinkei lowered his head and kissed her, passionately and lingeringly. Shinkei lifted Wu Yu up from the recliner by her waist, leaned down, and pinched the back of her neck to deepen the kiss until Wu Yu leaned against him weakly. Shinkei, don't ask me this again, Wu Yu. Wu Yu pressed the corners of her mouth. Shinkei, I was almost unable to bear it. You are not allowed to ask me this again. Wu Yu hugged Shinkei. I'm exhausted. Can you carry me back? Wu Yu originally thought that at this stage, Shinkei would definitely not be so intimate with her in front of others. Feeling that Shinkei did not move, Wu Yu was about to pull away, but Shinkei had already tightened his arms to hold her up and lifted her up. Wu Yu buried her head in Shinkei's arms, feeling happy and shy. Wu Yu, you don't have to force it. Shinkei held Wu Yu with one hand and pulled up her clothes behind her. Shinkei, I'm not forcing you. I just think it's not good for you if others see me holding you like this. Wu Yu smiled with pursed lips. Are you shy? Shinkei, no. Shinkei thought for a moment. I won't be shy with others, only with you. Wu Yu's happiness was about to overflow. Shinkei, I like you so much. Shinkei, yeah, I like you too. Wu Yu hooked Shinkei's neck and stood up to face him. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was so ambiguous that it was almost wiping. Wu Yu held Shinkei's face, and the two slowly approached. At the moment when the two were about to kiss, a voice suddenly came from outside the plantation. Hey, it seems someone is coming. Hearing Chuanya's voice, Wu Yu slid off Shinkei, and stood 8 feet away from him with a determined look on his face. Shinkei, is he not worthy of being seen? Just now he said he would carry her back, but now he ran faster than anyone else. Chuanya and the monk in white came in and saw Wu Yu and Shinquebek. They immediately looked at each other, pretended not to see anything, and turned around and left. Wu Yu lowered her head, and her face turned red in an instant, and she was about to fall. Shinkei, I've never seen Wu Yu so shy when I flirt with him. Shinkei walked to Wu Yu. Do you still want to hold me back? Wu Yu shook her head like a rattle no. Shinkei held Wu Yu's hand. Go back and rest. He was afraid that she would blush and faint. Back in the room, Wu Yu lowered her head and walked to the bathroom by herself and heard the sound of water. Shinkei stood there and began to regret. Why did he refuse? She wanted him to help her wash, and he also wanted to help her wash. Why did he always refuse? He should just be reserved for a moment. Why didn't Wu Yu force him? As time passed, Shinkei gradually became impatient. Hesitantly, he came to the bathroom door and knocked. Wu Yu, are you still not done? After waiting for a while, and hearing no movement, Shinkei said, Wu Yu, speak. Before Wu Yu responded, Shinkei tightened his grip and hesitated for a second before pushing the door open. The bathroom door was open from the inside, and Shinkei froze for a moment, almost bumping into Wu Yu head-on. Wu Yu looked up at him. I'm fine. Shinkei lowered his eyes, and looked at Wu Yu's flushed face. Her whole body was emitting the fragrance of shower gel, and her breathing gradually became heavier. Shinkei, why don't you speak? Wu Yu lowered her head and smiled. I thought you were worried about me, so you rushed in to find me. Shinkei was dizzy by this straight ball. Looking at Wu Yu's wet hair, he said, Let me blow your hair. Wu Yu nodded, yes. Wu Yu sat on the sofa, and Shinkei sat behind her and blew her hair. Wuyu was tired after going out to play in the mud and taking a bath, and the hot air from the hair dryer made Wuyu sleepy. As he was blowing, Shinkei felt a weight on his body, and Wuyu tilted her head and lay on him. Shinkei slowly combed Wuyu's hair, picked her up, and put her on the bed like a princess. Looking at Wuyu's sleeping face, Shinkei lowered his head and kissed her forehead. When Wuyu woke up, Shinkei had finished cooking. When he found that Wuyu moved, Shinkei walked up to her. Wuyu looked at Shinkei in confusion and called him, "Husband." "Shinkei," said him, and leaned over to hold her in his arms. "Shinkei, are you hungry?" Wuyu hooked her head around Shinkei's neck and buried her head in his neck. "I'm hungry." "Shinkei, do you want to eat now?" Wuyu shook her head. "I want to hug you for a while." "Shinkei, well, then hug me for a while." Wuyu buried her head and kissed Shinkei's tattoo, and Shinkei's breathing became heavier instantly. Shinkei swallowed his saliva, and his Adam's apple rolled. Wuyu's kiss landed on his Adam's apple, and Shinkei immediately pulled her away. Wuyu wanted to kiss him again, but Shinkei covered her mouth. Wuyu moved closer to his face, and Shinkei gritted his teeth. "Let's eat." Wuyu lowered her head and kept laughing. Shinkei couldn't help but turn his face away and press the corner of his mouth. The two finished their meal face to face. Shinkei asked Wuyu, "What do you want to eat tomorrow?" "Wuyu, I want to eat fish and shrimp." Shinkei, "Okay." After that, the two fell into silence. Wuyu said meaningfully, "It's very late." Shinkei, "Yeah." "Wuyu, aren't you leaving yet?" Shinkei, "Let's go." Shinkei stood up and walked to the door. He paused and was about to push the door. "Wuyu, Shinkei." Shinwoo immediately turned his head. "Yeah." "Wuyu, good night." Shinkei turned his head to look at Wuyu, "Good night." After that, he pushed the door and left. After Shinkei left, Wuyu leaned on the sofa, buried her head in the pillow, and turned over and over shyly. Shinwoo stood outside the door for a long time. Her heart seemed to be jumping out. After a long time, she finally walked towards her room. Chi-Yin Team Office. Jian Suiyu, the team has changed a lot in the past 6 months. You should follow up on the specific situation. The talent flow season will start soon. As Jian Suiyu was talking, he saw Shinkei tapping the communicator with his fingers. His eyes were blank and absent-minded. "Jian Suiyu, eh?" He knocked on the table. Shinkei looked at him sideways. "Jian Suiyu, Captain Shin, are you listening?" Shinkei, "Go on." Jian Suiyu, "Go away, talk about your love, don't waste my time." Shinkei didn't seem to care anyway. Shin Chung immediately stood up and turned around and left. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Jian. It's a blessing for Chi-Yin to have you." Jian Suiyu picked up the book and threw it at Shinkei. "Get lost." Shinkei caught it easily with his backhand and threw it to the side, then opened the door and left. When he returned to the dormitory, he happened to meet Wuyu, who was walking back to the dormitory after taking a walk outside. Shinkei followed her without making a sound. "Shinkei, where did you go? Why didn't you wait for him to go with you?" "Wuyu, I took a walk by the creek. I went to see the crab cage. Look, there are crabs." Wuyu showed Shinkei the crab in her pocket. She smiled and said, "Do you want to eat crabs?" Shinkei took all the bags. "Well, let me handle it, don't pinch you." The two walked forward side by side. Shinkei wanted to touch Wuyu's hand. Wuyu immediately dodged. After holding hands twice, Wuyu refused to let him hold her hand. Shinkei began to feel unhappy. Why didn't he hold her hand? She was holding hands with him yesterday. Back to the dormitory, Wuyu watched Shinkei walk straight to her room without saying a word, and blinked. Why do I feel the prince is unhappy? Wuyu immediately, unhappy Shinkei is the cutest. Wuyu turned back to her room and washed her hands after scooping the crab cage. She suddenly paused and understood. Oh, she was angry because she didn't let Shinkei hold her hand. Wuyu curled her lips. She liked her so much, but she would get angry over such a small matter. Wuyu just lay down on the sofa, and Shinkei pushed the door open with the fish, shrimps, and crabs he had caught in the morning. The two looked at each other, and Wuyu stood up and looked at Shinkei's bag. Shinkei opened the bag and showed it to her. What do you want to do? As soon as the words came out, the whole air suddenly stagnated. Shinkei looked at Wuyu in confusion, her whole face from ears to neck turned red, and then he realized. Thinking of what he had just said, he suddenly curled his lips, and Wuyu's unhappiness about not wanting to hold hands disappeared. Shinkei, let's stew the fish, steam the crabs, and blanch the shrimps, a little lighter. Wuyu nodded immediately. Yeah, that's it, Captain, you are really capable. Hearing that Wu Yu's way of addressing him had changed, Shinkei's unhappiness that had just retreated was immediately aroused again. Seeing Wu Yu lying on the sofa, Shinkei put the bag directly into the sink and began to wash his hands. Seeing the traces of washing hands in the sink, he realized Wu Yu might have felt the smell on her hands because she didn't hold hands just now. After washing his hands, Shinkei walked directly to Wu Yu, supported his hands on Wu Yu's side, and looked down at her. Wu Yu blinked. "What's wrong, Captain?" "Shinkei, don't call me that." Seeing Shinkei's dark eyes, Wu Yu shyly turned away. Shinkei leaned down and pinched Wu Yu's neck, and a hot kiss fell, leaving Wu Yu nowhere to escape. Wu Yu grabbed Shinkei's clothes with a little effort. Shinkei's hand went inside along the hem of Wu Yu's pajamas. As wrinkles appeared in front of her, Wu Yu's face flushed and she moaned coquettishly. Shinkei's kiss fell on her neck. "Call me Wu Yu, Captain, ah." Shinkei tightened his hand and leaned closer. "Wife, call me." Shinkei hadn't called her like this for a long time. His cold and forbearing tone made Wu Yu's brain confused. She was delighted to take the initiative to ask for intimate contact. Wu Yu stretched out her hand to hook his neck and took the initiative to move closer. "Husband." Shinkei screamed again. Wu Yu bit her lower lip shyly, and Shinkei's hands immediately became unbridled. Feeling the coolness and then the warm touch in her heart, Wu Yu turned away with a red face. Shinkei came closer. "Wu Yu, scream again, or you can't blame me for not being able to help myself." Wu Yu lowered her head and whispered, "Hubby." "Shinkei, yeah." Shinkei stopped, helped Wu Yu tidy up her clothes and stood up. Watching Shinkei go to cook, Wu Yu lowered her head to tidy up her clothes, her face flushed and she couldn't help but want to laugh. Holding her chin and watching Shinkei washing the aquatic products seriously, Wu Yu walked to his side and looked around. She deliberately put her head on Shinkei's arm to annoy him. "What are you doing?" Shinkei moved his arm. "Go to the sofa and rest. I do it to you later." "Wu Yu didn't want to." "No, I want to stick to you all the time." Shinkei pressed the corners of his mouth and simply raised his hands to support Wu Yu's face. Wu Yu stretched out her hands to hug Shinkei's waist, and her face kept rubbing Shinkei's back. "Wu Yu, Shinkei, you smell so good." Shinkei paused while washing the crabs, and was pinched by the crabs that Zhang Yawu grabbed. He didn't even blink, and broke the crab legs directly. Hearing the noise, Wu Yu looked over in confusion, and found that Shinkei's hand was pinched and injured, and immediately grabbed his hand. "Wu Yu, why didn't you say anything?" "Shinkei, what did you say? If Wu Yu had found it later, the wound would have healed." Wu Yu quickly held Shinkei's hand, and rinsed it under running water, turned off the water, and found iodine to disinfect it. Shinkei grabbed Wu Yu and looked down at her. "Don't worry, it will be healed." Wu Yu directly dragged Shinkei away, found iodine, pulled his hand to her, squeezed out the blood from the wound and disinfected it. After applying, he probed, whoosh, and blew gently. Shinkei's slender fingers instantly tightened and grasped Wu Yu's hand. Wu Yu blinked and tried to pull her hand out, but Shinkei directly grabbed Wu Yu's hand and prevented her from moving. Wu Yu lowered her head. "It's healed." "Shinkei, yeah." "Wu Yu, let me go." "Shinkei, I don't want to let you go." He didn't want to let her go, not even for a second. Wu Yu lowered her head and smiled. Shinkei took her into his arms, leaned over and kissed her before letting go and continuing to process the crabs. Watching Shinkei cut the crabs into pieces without a word, Wu Yu thought he was super cute. Wu Yu read a book for a while, and Shinkei called her to eat. Wu Yu sat at the table and watched Shinkei pick out the bones of the fish for her, and put the fish soup on the side to cool. Then he peeled the shrimps one by one, and put them in the bowl. Finally, he lowered his head and concentrated on peeling the crabs, picking out all the meat, and put them in front of her in different categories. Seeing Shinkei's focused look, her eyes fell on his slender, white, and transparent hands. She held her cheek with an expression that gradually became fascinated. He was really good-looking. Good-looking people are really good-looking when they are focused on their work. How could Shinkei be so good-looking? He never gets tanned. Looking at Shinkei's delicate hands that looked like works of art, Wu Yu's mind began to heat up. Shinkei looked up at her, and Wu Yu immediately retracted her gaze, lowered her head, and looked at each shrimp affectionately. Shinkei retracted his gaze, finished everything, washed his hands, and ate. Wu Yu glanced at him, and couldn't help looking at him again. "Shinkei." Shinkei looked at her calmly. Wu Yu picked up a shrimp, and tentatively extended her chopsticks to Shinkei. Shinkei watched her lean forward and open her mouth to eat the shrimp. Seeing Shinkei's cold face, but obedient movements, Wu Yu felt happy. After dinner, Wu Yu held her cheek and looked at him. "Shinkei, are you going to the physical training room later? I want to watch you train." Shinkei nodded. "Okay." Shinkei took Wu Yu to the physical training room. What do you want to see? Wu Yu stretched her arms and legs. Why don't you practice with me? I haven't exercised for a long time. Shinkei, did we practice before when you were in good health? Based on Shinkei's observation of Wu Yu's physique in the past few days, he probably didn't dare to touch her with a finger, for fear of hurting her. Wu Yu nodded. Yes, I practiced. Shinkei, how did you practice? Wu Yu, you blocked it and almost killed me. I vomited blood and all my internal organs. Shinkei's pupils trembled. Shock. Has he done this before? Beat his wife? Is he crazy? This shouldn't be the case. No way. How could he bear to hit Wu Yu? When Shinkei was in self-doubt, Jiechen happened to appear and walked up to Wu Yu. Jiechen, how is your recovery? Wu Yu, much better than before. Jiechen, then let's practice. Shinkei paused. She is still very weak now. Jiechen was surprised. Isn't she much better? Wu Yu, well, she was on the verge of death, but now she is barely alive. Jiechen looked at Shinkei. Then why did you bring her here? When we fight, I can kill her with a palm wind. Shinkei, I haven't moved for several days. I need to train, and I want her to accompany me. After being fed a mouthful of dog food, Jiechen was speechless and turned away with a gloomy face. Shinkei turned to look at Wu Yu, who was smiling with her head down. Shinkei, what are you laughing at? Wu Yu looked up at him. You want me to accompany you? Shinkei's face flushed, and he turned away, saying, Shinkei, how do you want me to practice with you? Now even if Wu Yu stabbed the knife directly into his heart, he would not block it. Wu Yu looked at him seriously. Usually you take off your clothes and do push-ups, and I lie on top of you and hug you. Shinkei was stunned. Ah? Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's confused face. His ears and neck quickly flushed, and a mushroom cloud exploded above his head, and smiled and turned away. Flirt and run. So exciting, haha. The better Wu Yu's mood, the more stable she is, and she keeps talking nonsense without blinking. Shinkei didn't show up for a long time after Wu Yu returned to the dormitory. She has been in Chien for more than 10 days. Now her relationship with Shinkei is relatively stable. Since she has confirmed Shinkei's feelings, it is time for her to return to Zhang's house for a while to receive professional examinations and adjust her body first. It's a good time to let the kitten go for a while. After all, he needs to get familiar with the new environment, people and things after losing his memory. He can't always be with her all the time. As for feelings, take your time. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Wu Yu, Shinkei, I'm going back to the Jiang family for a while. You should get familiar with the current environment and have fun. Wu Yu thought, it should be okay, right? Before they confirmed their relationship, they had been separated. They hadn't seen each other for a month in Haikuang town, and hadn't sent any messages. Shinkei's feelings for her now should be similar to that stage. He is not yet so clingy that he can't bear to be separated. What's more, if Shinkei accompanies her back to the Jiang family now, her brothers will definitely embarrass Shinkei because of what happened a few days ago, and she doesn't want him to be bullied. After thinking, Wu Yu naturally began to pack up and contacted the Jiang family to prepare to leave. Shinkei was completely confused by Wu Yu's teasing. It took him a while to react after Wu Yu left. He couldn't suppress his joy. Jiechen saw Wu Yu leaving and asked him to practice. He was in a good mood to fight with Jiechen. When Jiechen's golden body was opened, the two of them fought back and forth. Shinkei was so excited that he didn't pay much attention to the ringing of the communicator. Anyway, he had been with Wu Yu these days, and Wu Yu had never sent him a personal communication. As for the messages from other people, they were completely out of Shinkei's consideration. More and more people were watching, and the two of them were fighting heartily. Shinkei slowly started to move and fight vigorously, changing several opponents in a row and playing in the physical training room for 2 or 3 hours. After the fight, he subconsciously took out the communicator and glanced at it. Dear wife, Shinkei, I have to go back to the Jiang family for a while. You should get familiar with the current environment and have fun. Shinkei opened his eyes slowly in disbelief. His heartbeat accelerated, and his whole head was about to fly. Playing eggs. If you keep playing, your wife will be gone. In the puzzled eyes of everyone in the physical training room, Shinkei disappeared like a flash of lightning. What happened to the captain? Did the dog chase him? Who knows, maybe your wife ran away. Wu Yu had just packed up, and was about to change clothes when the door was opened. Shinkei slammed the door, and walked to Wu Yu with a cold face, and looked down at her without saying a word. Wu Yu blinked. He is angry. Wu Yu explained. Sister Yuhua has come to me several times. I need to go back to the Jiang family for several days of physical examination and professional conditioning. I have been in Chien for more than 10 days, and I can't delay any longer. Shinkei said stiffly, you can tell me directly, and I will accompany you back to the Jiang family. Will you? I just think that at this stage, it is not appropriate for me to ask you to do this. Shinkei, there is nothing inappropriate. We are an engaged couple. Will you? But our relationship has not reached. Shinkei suppressed his anger and interrupted her. Our relationship has reached a certain point. Wu Yu blinked, realizing that his attitude was not good. Shinkei took a deep breath. Shinkei, Wu Yu, I don't want to be separated from you. He didn't want to be separated from Wu Yu. Just imagining that Wu Yu was not by his side, he felt that even breathing was difficult. Wu Yu, Shinkei, if you go back to the Jiang family with me at this time, you will be embarrassed. I don't want you to be bullied. And, Shinkei, I'm not sure whether you are willing to accept such embarrassment given our current relationship and your temper. Shinkei, because I broke your heart, right? Because I broke your heart, because of the idiotic things I did before, that's why you don't have confidence in me, that's why you made the decision without even asking me. Wu Yu. Shinkei, I just want you to have more time to get familiar with the current environment and the new people and things around you. I don't want to use my poor health to kidnap you and make you lose your will. Besides, when we were not together before, we were always separated for a long time, and we didn't even contact each other during that time. I just think our relationship can be restored slowly, step by step. Shinkei was very determined, but I don't want to. Wu Yu was puzzled. What? Shinkei, I don't want to be separated from you. I don't want to recover slowly, I don't want to be gradual, I just want to be with you. Wu Yu, Shinkei, it's only been 10 days since you lost your memory. Shinkei sneered. So what? Time has never been the standard for measuring feelings. Wu Yu, Is she having a debate with Shinkei now? And who said that we should recover slowly first? Don't think she doesn't know what Shinkei was thinking at the beginning. Isn't it because he thought it was too fast and wanted to take it slow? She doesn't know him yet. Wu Yu, Shinkei, you wanted to take it slow with me at the beginning. Do you dare to say that you didn't want to date for a while? How can you bring your boyfriend home after just a short time? And he's obviously a boyfriend who will be bullied. Who knows if the relationship will fail by then? Shinkei was stuck. Yes, he did think so at first, but he thought that he liked Wu Yu, but he didn't expect that he liked her so much. The whole time was like a whirlwind, and he was obsessed with it every minute and every second. Wu Yu, Shinkei, I like you, but you are absolutely free. I don't want to tie you down. Everyone is an independent individual. You can do whatever you want. As long as you are happy, I am happy. The platonic spiritual resonance is also very good. Since Wu Yu can't stand it physically now, it's just right to pursue the spiritual needs. Besides, Shinkei has lost his memory now, and no one can guarantee when he will recover his memory or whether he will recover his memory. If the body is too close to the soul, it will not be close to the soul. As the two of them are more and more likely to have a fight, temporarily separate for a period of time to control the progress and increase spiritual interaction, which is more conducive to the benign promotion of feelings. Wu Yu reached out and held Shinkei's face. I will send you a communication when we get to Zhang's house, okay? Shinkei shook his head. No. He couldn't hear anything at all. Now his mind was full of his wife wanting to leave him and let him go free. Freedom? What freedom do you want? He doesn't need freedom. What does it mean to let him go free? It means not wanting him anymore. Before, Wu Yu's emotionally affected, fragile and helpless side had confused Shinkei so much that he subconsciously felt that Wu Yu was very dependent on him and couldn't leave him. Even if Jian Suiyu said that Wu Yu would not want him, it was just a guess. But when Wu Yu really told him with such a calm, sober, emotionally stable, independent, and strong inner side that she would leave him for a while, Shinkei was completely stunned. Wu Yu's tone was very firm. She really didn't intend to let Shinkei accompany her. He finally realized that even if he and Wu Yu were engaged, they were still independent individuals. As long as Wu Yu wanted, she could leave him at any time. No. Absolutely not. Shinkei would not allow such a situation to happen. This completely out of his control, made his scalp tingle, and his sense of crisis exploded. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly in his arms. You can't leave me. He couldn't give up on him. He felt like he was going crazy just thinking about it. Wu Yu coaxed him. Baby, I didn't give up on you. I just went back to check my body. I send you a message when I'm sure you're fine. You can pick me up at Zhang's house, okay? Shinkei said nothing. Wu Yu looked up at him. Don't you like playing outside? You can go skiing in the polar regions, go surfing, watch the sunrise, go anywhere you want. For you now, you have suddenly escaped from the control of the royal court. You must have a lot of things you want to do. Shinkei, go do what you want to do. I will never give up on you. I will always wait for you. Getting rid of the royal court and gaining freedom has always been your dream, and the goal you have been pursuing unswervingly. Since God has given you another chance, you should enjoy your own life. After Shinkei got away, he had been following her all the time, and had no time to do his own things. Now that he has this opportunity, while their relationship is not yet inseparable, we want Shinkei to experience the feeling of walking freely on every piece of land again. Shinkei, you have already given up your career in the military for me. I don't want you to give up your freedom for me again. Even if I really want you to stay with me, the same old routine day after day will only wear out people's enthusiasm. Only proper separation can promote the relationship between two people in a positive way, and only by feeling the bitterness and reluctance of separation can we better appreciate the sweetness and longing of reunion. Shinkei couldn't hear anything at all. His mind was full of, you must leave me, right? You have to give me freedom. You don't want me to accompany you. This psychopath, he's having another attack. There's no way to communicate. Wu leaned weakly in Shinkei's arms and said in frustration, are you listening to what I'm saying? Shinkei panted and his breathing became heavier. I don't want to be separated from you, Wu. Don't have these thoughts anymore. Don't try to give me freedom. I don't want freedom. Don't force me. You're not in good health now. I don't want to hurt you. He didn't want freedom, and he once thought that what he pursued all his life was freedom. But when he was really free, he suddenly felt lost, and completely lost his direction. He was free, but his heart was even more confused. In addition, Wu was crying all the time, and when he was extremely upset, he had thought about leaving. But he couldn't move at all. He couldn't leave. Even if the brain gave orders to the body, the heart was resisting. He had no way to let go of such a sad and weak Wu. He resisted because he had realized that his heart was sinking. Wang Ting may be able to control his body, but his heart will never yield and will always be free. But Wu never wanted to control his body. She kept pushing him away. Even if he had clearly expressed his feelings, she still wanted to give him freedom. She had no possessiveness towards him, or rather, her way of possessing him was to give him freedom and let him be himself. I love you, but you are free. I love you, but I hope you can live well, even if we can't be together. Wu's love for him has already reached another level in height. Compared to physical love, the resonance on the spiritual level is more thrilling. Every word Wu said made Shinkei's soul tremble, and his whole body was numb and floating. Shinkei finally understood why he liked Wu so much. He liked her as a person in her heart. Her strong core, independent thinking, calm will, firm belief, and selfless dedication all fascinated him deeply. Shinkei was hugging too tightly. Wu was about to be strangled to death. Shinkei, I can't breathe. Shinkei's heartbeat quickened, and he breathed deeply. Wu, I love you. Wu hugged him back. I love you too, baby. Shinkei, I want to go back to the Jiang family with you. No matter how the Jiang family wants to make things difficult for me, I can endure it. The only thing I can't endure is to be separated from you. Wu, but even if you go to the Jiang family, you may not be able to stay with me. Based on Wu's understanding of her brothers, once Shinkei goes back with her, they will immediately kill people with a blunt knife to confirm Shinkei's feelings, making Shinkei see and touch, and feel anxious. Shinkei, it's okay, I can do it no matter what. He did something stupid, and the Jiang family wanted to make things difficult for him, and he had nothing to say. Wu held his face helplessly. Baby, you have lost your memory now. I can't bear to see you like this. Shinkei put his face close to her neck. As long as you can't bear to leave me, as long as you love me, as long as you have me in your heart, I am willing to do all these. Shinkei's strong love made Wu's expression intoxicated. If Shinkei restrained his love, she could still control herself, but Shinkei was now obviously in tune with her. Feeling that Shinkei's love wrapped her up, Wu gradually became distracted and her thoughts slipped. Pushing Shinkei to the sofa, Wu sat on him, hooked her arms around his neck and kissed him. This time Shinkei didn't hide, didn't run, he just put his arms around Wu's waist and leaned over to kiss her. Feeling Shinkei's hand sliding into her pajamas, Wu narrowed her eyes in ecstasy. Her hand slid along the hem of Shinkei's short sleeves to touch his abdominal muscles. Following his 8-pack abs in mermaid line, Shinkei grabbed her hand fiercely. Wu hooked her arms around Shinkei's neck tightly and kissed him deeply. Shinkei's grip on her hand weakened. Wu went up and lightly touched the tattoo on Shinkei's heart. Shinkei's breathing became heavier, his hands became more unscrupulous, and Wu felt the chill in her heart, leaning towards Shinkei. Shinkei buried his head in Wu's arms, holding her waist tightly and hugging her. Wu asked him, "Are you still angry?" Shinkei shook his head, not angry anymore. just a little unhappy. He was unhappy whenever he thought of Wu Yu giving him freedom. Wu Yu smiled and hugged his neck tightly, stroking his hair. Shinkei kept rubbing her with his furry head. Can you coax me? Wu Yu narrowed her eyes in intoxication. Isn't it coaxing you? Shinkei didn't say anything, just hugged her and kissed her. His hands kept moving around. Feeling Shinkei's hand sliding down her skirt, Wu Yu struggled awkwardly. No. Shinkei, wife, can I just touch you? He really couldn't help it. Originally, he could still resist the physical love, but once he resonated with Wu Yu's heart, he couldn't resist his deep obsession with her. Wu Yu gently. Shinkei let out a sound, and his mind was in a daze. Feeling Shinkei's slender fingers approaching, Wu Yu trembled all over, and a faint moan came out. The delicate moan made Shinkei's mind in a daze, and he couldn't help wanting more. Wu Yu made a delicate moan. Shinkei, you can't do this. Shinkei immediately slowed down his movements. Wu Yu scolded, you can't be so rude, you will hurt me. Shinkei muttered, I was wrong, I have never touched it before, it's so comfortable, I can't help but want. Wu Yu's face flushed and she covered his mouth. Stop talking. How could you say such obscene words? Wu Yu embarrassedly buried her head in Shinkei's neck. Shinkei kissed and coaxed Wu Yu, wife, please help me, I miss you so much that it hurts. Wu Yu, didn't you want it just now? Shinkei was upset. It's not that I don't want to, I'm afraid I can't control myself. But he regretted it now, he really wanted to, he couldn't stand it. The hot palms tightly supported Wu Yu's back, and completely shortened the distance between the two, tightly fitting without any gap. Shinkei deeply felt Wu Yu's breath. Seeing Shinkei being so amorous and coquettish to her, Wu Yu's mind was in a daze. She stretched out her hand, and slid down along Shinkei's abdominal muscles all the way to the mermaid line, and then down. Shinkei instantly let out a suppressed low hum, coquettish and sexy, right next to her ear. Wu Yu's tailbone was numb. She liked it so much. Shinkei made such a sound. The track was completed, the two-way feedback was turned on, and the motor started vibrating at high speed. Just when the two were in a state of confusion, Wu Yu's door was suddenly knocked. Wu Yu was shocked and immediately withdrew her hand, but Shinkei grabbed her and stopped her from running. Wu Yu's face flushed, and she kept pushing Shinkei's hand. Someone is coming. Shinkei breathed rapidly. Ignore him, ignore him. Go on, wife, go on, I'm about to. There was another knock on the door, and Wu Yu hurried to put on her clothes. Seeing Wu Yu's blushing face and eyes moving, and opening the door at this time, Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously in an instant. He stood up, and put on his clothes quickly, holding Wu Yu to stop her from leaving. Go inside, my wife, I opened the door. Wu Yu quickly walked into the bathroom, and Shinkei opened the door. Seeing Shinkei's gloomy face, Jian Suiyu teased, Did I disturb you? It's not my fault. Who told you to indulge in lust in broad daylight? Shinkei said coldly, If you have something to say, please tell me quickly. Jian Suiyu, the Jiang family shuttle has arrived, and they said Wu Yu's communicator has not responded. Shinkei was so upset. How could the Jiang family come so quickly? He closed the door with his backhand. Shinkei, let them go, I used Qian's shuttle to send Wu Yu there. Jian Suiyu shrugged. Shinkei, you probably don't know the situation you are facing now. Based on the asshole things you did before, I don't think you still have the initiative, do you? Shinkei, okay, I go and help Wu Yu pack up. Jian Suiyu, the Jiang family doesn't want you to go with them. Shincheng was immediately furious. Why don't you let me go with them? She's my own wife, so I have to go with her. Jian Suiyu saw Shinkei's energy and understood instantly. Is he completely crazy? I told you long ago that you had to do it. Shinkei held his forehead, stopped talking. He had regretted it so much that his intestines were turning green. Jian Suiyu, if you insist on following me, you won't have the final say when we get to the Jiang family. Shinkei, I accept the beating from the Jiang family. I deserve it. I have nothing to say about how they beat me. But I have to accompany Wu Yu. She can't live without me. She will be sad if I don't accompany her. Jian Suiyu looked at Shinkei's secretly happy expression, and was speechless. I shouldn't have woken you up at the beginning, so that you could have a good taste of the feeling of chasing your wife to the crematorium, and still not being able to catch her. To be honest, even if Jian Suiyu didn't point him out, Shinkei would have been crying to his knees. He watched the surveillance camera in the room every day, and listened to her movements. Even if he didn't realize his feelings at the time, he would never let anyone take her away. Shinkei is not stupid. He knows very well what kind of person he is. The person who can make him marry so quickly must be very important to him. He is just acting, and he has to act, and he is courting death. Shinkei knows the current situation very well, and he knows what to do. Yes, it has to be my brother-in-law. Tell me about the situation of the Jiang family in detail, what kind of people they are, and what their strengths are. After Jian Suiyu finished speaking, Shin immediately said, how to deal with them best. Jian Suiyu ignored him. You are the one who will be beaten now, don't try to drag me down. Shin flattered, brother-in-law, we are all brothers-in-law and have been good brothers for so many years. You can't just watch me being bullied by the Jiang family kid, right? We are in the same group. Think about the current status of the Jiang family in the alliance. If we want to stand up straight in the Jiang family in the future, we have to fight together. Jian Suiyu, Good, good, you can bend and stretch to this extent, it seems that you are really completely crazy. After Jian Suiyu left, Shin opened the door and went back to the house. The two talked for a while at the door, and Wu Yu had already returned to the living room. Shin walked into the house and came to Wu Yu, wife, pack up. Let's go back to the Jiang family for a physical examination. Wu Yu hugged him tightly. If Big Brother and others beat you, you can't get hurt. I can't bear it. Shin I will try my best. It is really difficult to grasp the balance between making the Jiang family calm down and not getting hurt and making Wu Yu sad. Wu Yu was happy. Then I go get the things. Shin saw her face flushed and panting, with sweat on her forehead, and took all the things from her. You don't need to bring so many things. I buy you new things for whatever you need. Wu Yu, they are all the clothes I'm used to wearing, and there are also books I'm reading. But the books are heavy, so please help me carry them. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Yu looked at Shin with a smile. Do you need to get anything? You may have to stay a few more days. Shin remained calm. Wait for me to pack. It will be quick. He had to dress up well, and not let the Jiang family look down on him. Wu Yu, yeah? After thinking for a while, she said, Shin don't dress too exaggeratedly, otherwise I will look as dull as a dogtail grass. She is weak and pale now, and she will be anxious about her appearance if Shin dresses up. Shin lowered his head to coax her. You are not dull, you are very beautiful. Shin went back to the room and changed into a black shirt and black trousers. After taking a shower, he simply combed his hair, put on the cuffs and rolled up his sleeves. His beautiful hair was so smooth that he could be a hit in a minute. Wu Yu, Sure enough, this person looks amazing whenever he dresses up. Shin looked at Wu Yu. What's wrong? Wu Yu, it's a bit stressful to find someone who looks really good. Shin don't you like me like this? Wu Yu shook her head. No, you're really too good looking. To be honest, I didn't know you looked like this at first. It was completely beyond my expectations. If Wu Yu was most happy about knowing the identity of Prince Shin it would probably be her face. She is so vulgar, ha ha. Seeing Wu Yu staring at him, Shin walked up to Wu Yu. Wu Yu stretched out her hand to him, and he obediently put his face in her palm. Wu Yu held his face and kissed him, and then kissed him several times in a row. Shin held her waist and stared at her motionlessly. Until Wu Yu started to kiss Shin mouth, he finally pulled Wu Yu's hand away. Let's do business first. I let you kiss me when we get on the shuttle. You can kiss me as long as you want. Wu Yu curled her lips and went into the cloakroom to change clothes. Shin glanced at the cloakroom calmly and looked away. Wu Yu changed into a tight vest with a casual jacket on the outside, high-waisted short skirt pants, sport socks and sneakers. She tied her long hair into a bun, revealing her slender neck, with a few strands of hair scattered. She zipped up and walked out. Okay, let's go. Noticing Shin gaze, Wu Yu looked up in confusion. What's wrong? This was the first time Shin saw Wu Yu dressed up in these days. She didn't want to look too bad and make the Jiang family worry, so Wu Yu even put on makeup. Shin felt unhappy when he thought that Wu Yu dressed up and put on makeup not just to see him. Why did the Jiang family get the same treatment as him? He was obviously the closest person to Wu Yu. Shin walked up to Wu Yu, put his arms around her waist, and lowered his head to kiss her. Wu Yu turned her face away. I put on makeup, you kiss me all in a while. Shin kissed Wu Yu's neck without thinking, and found that the neckline of Wu Yu's vest was a little low, so Shin deliberately kissed a little lower. Down, down. Wu Yu leaned back after being kissed by Shin and had to hook her arms around his neck to steady her body and look up. She was embarrassed. Shin you said it yourself. You have to do business first. Shin well, isn't this just business? Wu Yu's face flushed. Are you trying to be a hooligan? Shin held Wu Yu's back to prevent her from running away. Well, I didn't think about it at first, but I thought about it when you said it. After saying that, Shin simply stretched out his hand to him, the position he had been thinking about since he saw Wu Yu wearing a vest. Wu Yu's face flushed instantly when Shin grabbed her waist and pulled her forward. Shin he kept tightening his hands. kissing lower and lower, and responded nonchalantly, "Well, what's wrong, wife?" Hearing Shinkei's tone, Wu Yu knew he was in a rage. Wu Yu pushed him away. "You say it yourself. Let's do business first." Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's arms, hugged her tightly, and instantly backed away. "Okay, let's continue later." Wu Yu, If it weren't for this person, she would instantly become a wolf just by wearing a vest. When they arrived at Qian Airport, they saw 2 shuttles from Sirius coming directly. Shinkei's face darkened instantly, and he held Wu Yu's hand tightly, not wanting to be separated from her. "Jiang Yuhua, brother-in-law, there are too many on on Sirius, so if you want to go with us, take another one." Shinkei, Damn, if I had known that the Jiang family would start to make trouble so soon, I would have kissed them more in the house just now. Wu Yu turned her head and glanced at Shinquebec. Under Shinkei's undisguised gaze, she boarded the shuttle accompanied by Jiang Yuhua. Then, Shinkei stepped onto another shuttle without hesitation. As soon as the shuttle landed, he saw the 3 sons of the Jiang family and Sirius waiting there, looking ready for battle. Shinkei, As Jian Suiyu said, the style of the rich is very exaggerated. Shinkei had nothing to say. He deserved the beating. He deserved it. If the Jiang family didn't beat him, he would have wanted to beat himself. Wu Yu saw this and immediately said, "Brother, Shinkei and I are fine now." Jiang Huaiji, "Yeah, I know." Jiang Mubai said directly, "Sister, if you weren't fine now, this beating would not be in the Jiang family but in Qian." Jiang Mubai looked at Shinkei, "Brother-in-law, let's go." Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, "I'm fine, they can't beat me, don't worry, go check first." Jiang Qian almost fainted. "If my uncle hadn't gone to the Order Realm, I would have beaten you to death for hurting my sister's heart so much." Following Sirius to the war room, Shinkei looked at the 3rd son of the Jiang family. "Come on, I won't fight back." Jiang Huaiji, "Shinkei, don't try to use this self-torture trick. If I really beat you up, it will be our Jiang family's fault. Meibao is not in good health now. She must be even more upset to see you injured and hurt herself again. I know your temper very well. Even if Jian Suiyu has been speaking for you, you obviously didn't want to admit it a few days ago. If we weren't afraid that Meibao couldn't stand it, we would have taken her away from Qian a long time ago. Shinkei, it doesn't matter if you don't want to admit it. The Jiang family doesn't care at all. The Jiang family has money, power, and people, and they have the confidence. They never have to have you. I was willing to let go before because I thought your feelings for Meibao were worth showing off. But if you are like this bastard now, don't blame the Jiang family for blocking you and doing things in an ugly way. Don't think that engagement is a done deal, and don't think that Meibao is yours if she marries you. You can do whatever you want to her. Since you have so easily abused Meibao's sincerity, even if it is an engagement or a marriage, the Jiang family can break up with just one word." Shinkei's scalp was numb, and his heart was aching. Shinkei lowered his head. "Yes, brother-in-law, I was wrong. I have nothing to defend. I don't think Wu Yu is mine. She saved me and I am hers. I will do my best to compensate Wu Yu if I hurt her heart, and I will never fight back if the Jiang family wants to beat or scold me." The 3rd son of the Jiang family, This kid is not the kind of person who is always arrogant and rude. Jiang Huaiji said something so harsh, but he gave in so easily. If he gave in so quickly, how can they act next? However, Jiang Huaiji is a boss after all, full of conviction. Even if Shinkei gives in, he can still forcefully push him down with a stern face. Jiang Huaiji, "Shinkei, this time Meibao is back. I won't leave. You go, the Jiang family won't touch you. Your engagement with Meibao is invalid. Just pretend nothing happened. You have completely escaped now. Your strength has greatly increased, and you have a group of Qian people. You and Meibao should part ways in peace, so as not to delay your new life." Shinkei's eyes changed instantly. "Jiang Huaiji, it's not your turn to make the decision about Wu Yu and me. Wu Yu and I are engaged and she is my wife. What do you mean by pretending it never happened? Why didn't it happen? I have nothing to say if the Jiang family beats me up, and they can beat me up as much as they want. But if you dare not let me and Wu Yu be together, I will overthrow the Jiang family." Jiang Qianan immediately scolded him. "You know we're already engaged. Weren't you pretending that nothing happened before? How come you're the only one who pretends not to know, and you don't allow us to tell it?" Shinkei, Damn, these grandsons are deliberately provoking him. Shinkei suppressed his anger. "Yes, second uncle, I was wrong, it's my bad attitude." Jiang Qianan, Oh my god, this psychopath actually gave in to him. Jiang Qianan was even a little flattered. "Well, then you should be careful next time." Jiang Mubai covered his mouth with his hand. "This idiot, He has no fighting ability at all, he has to do it. Jiang Mubai, Shin-Kei, you are allowed to make mistakes, but the Jiang family cannot intervene to protect their daughter, right? I don't care if you are willing or not. Maybao lives in the Jiang family and won't go anywhere. After saying that, Sirius instantly pointed countless guns at Shin-Kei. Shin-Kei, these wicked things are really obsessed with this kind of bloody rich and powerful boss style. Shin-Kei, it's okay for Wu Yu to have a physical examination at the Jiang family, but I want to stay to accompany her. Jiang Huaiji, there are many women in the family, it's not convenient. Jiang Mubai, it's not as luxurious as the royal court, there are no rooms. Shin-Kei, I can live anywhere. Jiang Huaiji, okay, Shin-Kei, you said this yourself. Don't say that our Jiang family is bullying. From now on, you will live in the Sirius dormitory and serve as a physical training partner for Sirius. Shin-Kei, no problem. Jiang Mubai, gentleman's agreement, you can't go to Maybao during this period. Shin-Kei, Wu Yu is not in good health, she will be sad if I don't go to see her. Jiang Qian immediately said, you know Maybao will be sad. What did you do earlier? Shin-Kei, yes, it's my fault. Jian Sueyo's brother-in-law is like a military dog. He bites whoever he catches. He is a complete idiot. Jiang Huaiji, Shin-Kei, this is the Jiang family. If you don't abide by the agreement, don't blame the Jiang family for doing something ugly. Shin-Kei's face turned cold. Okay, that's it. Let's start now. A sparring partner, right? Once he beats Sirius into submission, naturally no one will stop him from looking for Wu Yu. Jiang Huaiji gave a look, and Sirius immediately surrounded Shin-Kei. Wu Yu looked worried as she watched Shin-Kei leave with the third son of the Jiang family. Jiang Yuhua, are you nervous? Shin-Kei deserved to be beaten. When I went to see you, you cried until you fainted, and I almost died of anger. Wu Yu, Shin-Kei has lost his memory, and he needs some time. Jiang Yuhua snorted, you're already speaking up for him before you've done anything to him yet? Don't worry, big brother, and the others know what's going on. Let's do the checkup first. Wu Yu, yes. Wu Yu finished the checkup. Jiang Yuhua, you're recovering well. Has Shin-Kei been treating you? Wu Yu, yes, he's been treating you many times a day. Jiang Yuhua meant something. Oh, he's been treating you many times a day. You two have been together every day lately, right? Wu Yu said nothing. Jiang Yuhua, did Shin-Kei also apply the patch to you? Wu Yu put her arm around Jiang Yuhua's waist and tickled her. I let you say that again. Jiang Yuhua kept dodging. I'm wrong. I won't say it anymore. Jiang Yuhua held Wu Yu's arm. Since you're in a better mood now, let's break up the couple. Wu Yu, Jiang Yuhua winked at her. It would be really frustrating if we broke up right after we got into it. You're almost well now. Give Shin-Kei some sweet treats, and then lure him. Let him get into it quickly, and teach this kid a lesson. Wu Yu, I think Shin-Kei is doing well now. He doesn't need to get into it anymore. He's already very into it, and if he gets too into it, he could get into trouble. Jiang Yuhua understood immediately. Oh, you like him in this state, and he can't hold back, and keeps sticking to you, right? Wu Yu nodded. Jiang Yuhua smiled secretly. I see, then you can do it yourself. As she said that, she gave Wu Yu the key to Shin-Kei's dormitory. Wu Yu took the key, and went back to her room to rest. When she got to Zhang's house, there was naturally someone to take care of her food, clothing, housing and transportation. Wu Yu had finished dinner, but hadn't waited for Shin-Kei. Wu Yu, where is Shin-Kei? Jiang Yuhua, in the Sirius training room. Wu Yu, didn't you hit him hard? Jiang Yuhua, yes, I did, and it was very hard. He was beaten badly. Putting down the communicator, Wu Yu sat for a while, feeling impatient, and stood up to walk out of the room. Shin-Kei was convinced. How could Sirius have so many players? So many people, with such a training method? How long will it take for him to go find Wu Yu? Jiang Mubai said in a cold tone, sorry, brother-in-law, there are many new people in Sirius recently. This is the training period for new recruits. Please give them some guidance. Shin-Kei, it's almost time for today. Jiang Mubai looked at the time. It's still early, let's practice a little more. Although Sirius is a chaebol, he has always been self-disciplined, and never dares to slack off every day. Shin-Kei, Wu Yu still needs treatment today. Jiang Mubai, you don't have to worry about this, brother-in-law. The Jiang family has a professional treatment team. My sister and second brother are both professional therapists. Shin-Kei, damn, the Jiang family is grinding people with a blunt knife. Shin-Kei's kick was obviously stronger than before, and he couldn't suppress his anger. Jiang Mubai said sarcastically, brother-in-law, Sirius is in need of people right now. If you don't take care of the people you finally recruited, Who will dare to come to our Sirius in the future? What's more, my sister wants to marry you at such a young age. The Jiang family has never made things difficult for you. As the son-in-law of the Jiang family, you are doing your best to develop Sirius. Is this such a big personal emotion? Shinkei suppressed his anger. I have no emotions. Jiang Mubai smiled. That's good. I thought my brother-in-law is now the #1 fighter in the Alliance Cliff, and no one cares about him. Shinkei, damn, this Jiang Mubai is really the most filthy person. The Jiang family is obviously trying to temper him. These new recruits can't hurt him at all. They are just trying to hold him back, and not let him get away to find Wu Yu. Shinkei gritted his teeth. How many days do you want to train? Jiang Mubai, 5 days. Shinkei, 5 days. He let Wu Yu stay alone for 5 days, and the Jiang family tortured him for 5 days. This is really speechless. Shinkei took a deep breath. Okay. Jiang Mubai looked at the time and smiled. In that case, it's almost time today. Thank you for your hard work, brother-in-law. Go to bed early. Oh, by the way, the 5-day course starts tomorrow, and today is a trial class. Is that okay? Shinkei glanced at Jiang Mubai coldly, and turned away without paying any attention. He was such a wicked guy, and he would find a chance to kill him sooner or later. Jiang Mubai, I let him go. It's your turn, sister. If I continue to attract hatred, Shinkei will probably put me in a sack in the middle of the night. Shinkei took the key to the Sirius dormitory. The single dormitory was about 30 square meters, and had all the necessary smart facilities. The room was filled with standard meals, and spare clothes for the team members, so the Jiang family was not too wicked. Shinkei went to the bathroom to take a shower after 8 hours of sweating. Just when he was about to go find Wu Yu, he heard someone outside the door opening the door with a key. His eyes darkened, and he hid behind the door without making a sound. He was very familiar with this routine. Wang Ting liked to use it the most. Every time a different woman came in, Shinkei would usually knock her out from behind and run away. Damn. Just now, I said that the Jiang family was not too wicked, but now they use such a sinister trick. It was really despicable. Shinkei turned off the lights directly, hid quietly behind the door, and waited for someone to open the door and come in. The key turned and the door opened. Shinkei calmly watched a woman in a white dress walk in. Just as he was about to give the Jiang family a shocking lesson, his movement suddenly stopped. Wu Yu pushed the door open, and saw that the room was still dark. She looked left and right in surprise. Third brother clearly said that he had released the person. Why hasn't he come back yet? Shinkei suddenly stopped his hand. Damn! The Jiang family is so wicked, 10,000 times more wicked than Wang Ting. If he goes down like this, beat his wife, he can even be sentenced to death. Wu Yu watched for a while, and as it was getting late, she was tired and turned around to leave. Suddenly, someone covered her mouth from behind. Wu Yu opened her eyes wide in surprise, and the door was closed behind her. Someone held her waist tightly, and kissed her ears. The boy's low voice was right beside her ears. Miss Wu Yu, are you looking for me? Wu Yu's face flushed instantly, and she wanted to push Shinkei's hand away. Shinkei slid directly along Wu Yu's skirt, reached his goal, got on track, and started to move. Wu Yu was trembling all over, with a faint moan coming out of her throat. Shinkei said coldly, keep your voice down, Miss Wu Yu. You don't want others to find out that the second daughter of the Jiang family showed up in the dormitory of the team members in the middle of the night, right? Wu Yu couldn't even raise her head after being told by Shinkei. How could this person be so lewd? He used such a cold tone to do such a dirty thing, and say such a hooligan thing. Shinkei's kiss fell, leaving a kiss mark on Wu Yu's neck. The hand covering Wu Yu's mouth loosened, and while sliding into her skirt, he reminded Wu Yu, don't make a sound, baby, I can't free my hands. The more the Jiang family didn't let him see Wu Yu, the more he wanted to see her. Every punch and kick he threw was agitated, and Wu Yu had hooked his soul away. Since the Jiang family wanted to torture him, they would never let him be with Wu Yu so easily. As soon as Wu Yu appeared, these wicked things would immediately come. The Jiang family clearly set a trap for him, so he was willing to do it. He asked for it. Even if he was hooked and felt like he was bitten by ants, he had nothing to say. But if he couldn't see Wu Yu for 5 days, he had to taste some sweetness. Shinkei put his hands in place, with a clear goal, and the hot palms and passionate kisses completely wrapped Wu Yu, leaving her nowhere to escape. Her calves were trembling, and she couldn't stand at all. The center of gravity was all in Shinkei's hands. Shinkei took advantage of her, and did whatever he wanted. The delicate panting and the tiny moans could not be suppressed from her throat. Shinkei laughed softly. Wife, you hum so beautifully. Wu Yu immediately covered her mouth, lowered her head, and trembled all over. Shinkei's breathing became heavier and heavier. He leaned closer to Wu Yu and held Wu Yu's hand, panting softly, "Wife, help me." Wu Yu lowered her head shyly, and her hand was pulled by Shinkei to slide into the hem of Serious combat uniform, all the way down along his abdominal muscles and mermaid line. Shinkei bewitched, "Wife, continue what we didn't do on the sofa today." Wu Yu was so infatuated by him that she was unconscious. When she reacted, she could already hear Shinkei's suppressed hoarse hum in her ears. Hearing Shinkei's emotional voice, Wu Yu's brain heated up and completely lost the ability to think. The two successfully merged and started two-way work feedback. The motor was spinning and vibrating at high speed, running to the limit, and was about to derail due to overload. Open the door, training at midnight." The broadcasts of all dormitories sounded at the same time, and the lights in the dark dormitories automatically lit up. Wu Yu was shocked and retracted her hand instantly. Shinkei almost. Damn it! He was almost at the last gasp twice today. The damn heir of the Jiang family is so wicked. Shinkei subconsciously tried to grab Wu Yu, but there was a sound of bang bang from outside. There was a knock on the door. "Brother-in-law, it's time to go to work." Shinkei, Damn it, Jiang Yuhua, what's going on? Why don't you open the door? Is there someone hiding in the house? That won't work. For my sister, I have to go in and take a look. Wu Yu lowered her head, and her whole body was red and trembling. Shinkei saw that she was so shy that she was about to faint. If so many people from Sirius outside saw her coming to see him, she would probably be so shy that she would never talk to him again in the Jiang family. Shinkei quickly helped Wu Yu put her clothes in order. Wu Yu looked at him with a flickering and broken look in her eyes. Shinkei hugged her and kissed her. "Come out after I leave, baby. Send me the location of your room, and I find you later," said Shinkei, opening the door. Jiang Yuhua wanted to go in without saying anything, but Shinkei closed the door and moved sideways to avoid her. "Shinkei, Sister Yuhua, it's not appropriate for you to enter my room." "Jiang Yuhua, why didn't you open the door for so long? Is there someone else in the room?" "Shinkei, who should be in my room when I first come to the Jiang family? Does the Jiang family have so little confidence in their own people?" Jiang Yuhua was stuck. This guy's fighting power exploded immediately when it came to Wu Yu. They wanted to treat Shinkei, so they naturally couldn't embarrass Wu Yu. Jiang Yuhua was choked, but Shinkei ignored her and turned away. When all the people from Sirius went to the training room for extra training, Jiang Yuhua knocked on the door. "How was it? Was it exciting? Did you have fun?" Wu Yu pretended to be dead without saying a word. She was worried and wanted to see if Shinkei was injured. Who knew that Shinkei would go wild as soon as he entered the room? Jiang Yuhua refused to leave. "If you are too happy, second miss, please hand over the key. Otherwise, others will think that we Sirius have a problem with our work style, and allow second miss to have a relationship with men and women through the back door." "Wu Yu, These people are so mean, Wu Yu." Shua pushed the door open and put the key into Jiang Yuhua's hand, then turned around and was about to leave. "Jiang Yuhua, wait, this way." Wu Yu was angry and said, "I want to go back to my own room." "Why am I going to the training room?" Jiang Yuhua was surprised. Didn't the second young lady of the Jiang family come to inspect the training of Sirius? As the vice captain of Sirius, I have no choice but to do it. "Second young lady, please come this way. We are going to increase the training now, so I will take you to see it." Wu Yu was so angry, "I won't go." Jiang Yuhua half hugged and half embraced Wu Yu and walked towards the training room. "If I don't give you some strength, your mind will slip. Shinkei, that green tea vixen, hooked you, and you were confused." Wu Yu was mad. "Jiang Yuhua, don't bully me when I'm not feeling well." Jiang Yuhua's smile gradually became perverted. "I finally waited until my sister was soft and weak. Of course, I have to bully her." Wu Yu was exhausted by Shinkei's torment. She couldn't beat Jiang Yuhua at all. Wu Yu looked haggard. "This is not good. Jiang Yuhua, what's wrong with it? Don't be so burdened. Everyone is a part of the play. Training is so boring. This is the part that everyone is most looking forward to. Wu Yu, it's annoying to work, and it's even more annoying to see the superiors using their power for personal gain and having office romances. Jiang Yuhua, that's because the money is not in place. 1 hour of overtime will be subsidized with 10 million points and massive resources. The Alliance's top combat power will show up to guide, and the Savior will give midnight snacks and welcome the new members. Do you think they are willing? Wu Yu didn't want to. "Don't touch me, I'm tired and I want to go back to sleep." "Jiang Yuhua, I will move. Sister, you smell so good, let me touch you. Besides, Shinquik has been training for a whole day, and he didn't even have a meal to eat while being intimate with you. Don't you feel bad?" Wu Yu gave up resistance, then go for a while. Jiang Yuhua smiled. You have to clean up, and then charm him to death, so that he can see and touch but can't eat, and feel uncomfortable. Wu Yu was pulled away by Jiang Yuhua. Let's go. Wu Yu was angry. Jiang Yuhua, don't rely on your cuteness to say that I won't punish you. Jiang Yuhua was overjoyed by Wu Yu's cuteness, and leaned over and kissed Wu Yu. The two of them were kissing and pulling each other as I walked out of the dormitory. Shin Kei saw everything from afar. Shin Kei, don't kiss his wife. Shin Kei, let Jiang Yuhua stay away from Wu Yu. Jian Suiyu, just bear with it. If you want to live a decent life, you have to be a little bit cuckolded. Shin Kei, Jian Suiyu, you have no backbone at all. Jian Suiyu, you have backbone. You live in the serious dormitory. If you are so capable, why don't you go find a place yourself? Why are you looking for me? Damn it. Shin Kei was so angry that his whole body was full of fire. He almost lost his strength in training, and he kept taking deep breaths to control himself. After another hour of training, the physical training room suddenly became dark. When everyone was surprised, the heirs of the Jiang family entered one after another, and even Jian Suiyu followed behind Jiang Yuhua. The people behind him pushed a cart with the nameplates of the new team members, the new resource gift package, and the rich welcome party supper. The serious welcome party officially started, and Jian Suiyu greeted Shin Kei. You have worked hard, come and eat. Shin Kei sat at the main table, eating casually while his eyes wandered over the people coming in and out. After 2 rounds of welcome speeches, Shin Kei put down his chopsticks and prepared to leave. Jian Suiyu held him back. Wait a minute. Shin Kei, it's late. Jian Suiyu, you be speaking soon. Shin Kei sneered. I'm just a sparring partner, what can I say? He stood up and was about to leave. At this moment, Wu Yu, who had changed her clothes, walked in and sat next to Shin Kei. As soon as Wu Yu appeared, the whole place became more lively. Everyone's eyes seemed to fall on her, and their hearts were in turmoil. Shin Kei glanced around dangerously, and sat down immediately. Jian Suiyu couldn't bear to watch. Why don't you leave? Shin Kei gritted his teeth. Shut up. Shin Kei turned his head, and saw Wu Yu changed into a dark long-breasted high-waisted skirt, and wore long high-heeled marten boots. Her hair was tied up, and she put on light makeup. She sat next to him, revealing a part of her calf. Shin Kei looked at her and felt itchy. He moved his body to lean towards Wu Yu. He reached under the table and grabbed Wu Yu's hand and wrapped it up, pinching the cartilage on her hand. Aren't you going to rest so late? My wife's hands are so small, soft and cute, and my wife smells so good. Wu Yu, Sister Yuhua asked me to show up, and I'd be leaving in a while. Shin Kei, I take you home in a while. Jiang Qian, ahem, Instructor Shen, this is inappropriate. Shin Kei, damn, if there's no cricket, this military dog will be suffocated to death. Jiang Qian, Sister, I take you home in a while. Shin Kei couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Qian, that's enough, I'm not dead yet, you don't need to take my wife home. Jiang Qian was about to start playing crickets, but Jian Suiyu suddenly clapped his hands. It's our turn to say a few words to our instructor Shin. Shin Kei didn't move. Wu Yu held his hand and shook it. Don't be angry, wait for you to finish and send me back to rest, I'm tired. Shin Kei tightened his hand. He stood up and walked to the stage. Shin Kei has been a prince for so long, and is considered half the image spokesperson of the royal court. He has always been personally involved in recruiting and welcoming new members of Qian. He is an all-round talent of the hexagonal warrior. It is easy for him to say a few polite words at the welcome party, and give serious enough face. When he returned to his seat, Shin Kei saw Wu Yu drooping her eyes and looking sleepy, so he took her hand and left. This time, none of the Jiang family members moved. Jian Suiyu was obedient and accompanied the guests, silently helping Shin Kei light the candles in his heart. Hitting a stick and then giving a sweet date, the rich family is really good at tricks. Shin Kei held Wu Yu in his arms and let her lean on him. When they walked through crowded places, it was late at night and there was no one around. He directly picked up Wu Yu and helped her pull up her skirt to hold it up. Wu Yu was embarrassed. What are you doing? Shin Kei imitated her words. You are being a hooligan. Wu Yu hugged Shin Kei's neck shyly. Are you bullying me? Shin Kei freed his hands and let Wu Yu's head rest on his shoulders. Is this bullying? What if I really bully you? Can you bear it? Wu Yu was embarrassed. Shin Kei, you were not so shameless before, but now you keep saying these dirty words. Shin Kei turned his head and kissed her cheek. We were getting along slowly before. I was afraid that I would scare you. Wu Yu turned her face away from him. Aren't you afraid of scaring me now? Shin Kei chuckled. Now, that I have confirmed my feelings. You are my wife. This is all about the interest of a couple. Wu Yu looked up at him. Shinkei looked cold, but his eyes were hot and aggressive. Shinkei was wearing a black serious combat uniform and black leather boots. She had been fighting all afternoon and was full of fighting spirit. In addition, she was irritated and murderous by her brothers. She was so fierce and powerful that she did not hide her desire for Wu Yu at all. Wu Yu held Shinkei's face, and Shinkei immediately leaned over to kiss her. Late at night, the dark forest path leading to the villa was deserted, deep and quiet, with shadows everywhere. A hot and lingering kiss, with passionate love, Shinkei held Wu Yu's waist with one hand and leaned against her tightly. His hand fell on the top of Wu Yu's double-breasted button, wantonly. Wu Yu's face turned red instantly, and she struggled embarrassedly. Shinkei, this is outside. Shinkei, I know. If it wasn't outside, he would have unbuttoned it long ago. Shinkei's strength was very strong. As if he wanted to rub Wu Yu into his body, Wu Yu was powerless to struggle. Wu Yu's face flushed. What if someone sees us? Shinkei, they have no right to interfere with the intimacy between husband and wife. Don't think Shinkei doesn't know that the Jiang family asked him to send Wu Yu back just to give him a sweet date, and they will appear immediately when the critical moment comes. He was furious today because of the heir of the Jiang family. Wu Yu was dressed so beautifully and sent to him. He was so greedy for Wu Yu that he would not be a man if he could resist. Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck and grabbed Wu Yu's hand. Wife, help me. He must have Wu Yu help him today, otherwise, this evil fire will be suffocated to death. Wu Yu's face flushed, and she struggled madly. Let me go, no, not here. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly. The more Wu Yu struggled, the heavier his breathing became, and the deeper his eyes became. He couldn't control his animal instincts at all. As soon as Wu Yu's hand touched him through the combat uniform, the entire path was instantly lit up, and dozens of headlights with tens of thousands of watts all hit their location. The two of them froze instantly, and at the same time, a loudspeaker broadcast rang. Please do not have sex in a serious base. The team base is a solemn place. Please remember this. Shinkei could no longer hear the rest of the words. He watched Wu Yu push him away and run away, her ears and neck all red. He turned his head coldly and looked at the loudspeaker that was still quacking. He jumped up and kicked it to pieces. He was about to chase Wu Yu. Jian Suiyu appeared to stop him. Instructor Shen, there is still training tomorrow. It's time to rest. Shinkei sneered. Jian Suiyu, you are here to help your wife share the damage, right? Just wait, this is not over yet. Jian Suiyu shrugged. Shinkei, you can't blame me for this. All these tricks are what Wu Yu used on me and Yu Hua before. She felt that Yu Hua and I were progressing too fast, and was afraid that I was not sincere enough, so she deliberately wanted to test me. The whole Jiang family mobilized. Yu Hua and I were both on base, and she was beating drums and banging on the door outside at the last minute, but we still gave her face. Jian Suiyu has always remembered this grudge. Which man can withstand being treated like this 3 or 4 times a day? He was almost crippled. Shinkei. That's because you are not decent at first glance. Unlike him, he is clean and pure. Jian Suiyu smiled. Shinkei, congratulations, your last ally has also defected. From now on, the revenge will never end, and the hatred will never end. Instructor Shen, please, you have tasted the sweetness, and next, you just have to endure it slowly. If you want to blame someone, you should blame yourself, not Wu Yu for being too active and doing too much evil. You two are both bad people, and you can't blame anyone. Shinkei let out a breath, blowing the white hair on his forehead away, and turned away. Shinkei just took out the communicator to send a message to Wu Yu. Jian Suiyu said coldly, to avoid spying from inside, the new recruits are fully militarized during the training period, the signal of Sirius Base is shielded, and no communication with the outside world is allowed. Damn it! Shinkei, I am the captain of Qiyin, the prince of Wangting. What if there is an emergency, and you can't find me? Jian Suiyu glanced sideways. Has anyone looked for you in the 10 days since you lost your memory? Shinkei, shock. Why is no one looking for him? He just doesn't bother to pay attention. Jian Suiyu, do you want to take charge? And don't worry, if someone really looks for you, the signal channel on Sirius will know. Shinkei is flexible for his wife. Brother, I was wrong. I'm not a serious person. Please let me have some leaks. I sent a message to Wu Yu. It's too late. She's not in good health. I'm worried. I ask if she's arrived. Jian Suiyu gave Shinkei a new communicator. It's for internal lines only. Use the local area network. Pay attention to the impact when chatting. Everyone can see it. Shinkei, damn. He deserves it. Shin-Kei, Wu Yu, are you there yet? Jiang Mubai, Jiang Qian and Jiang Yuhua, we are here. Wu Yu. We are here. Shin-Kei, go to bed early, good night. Wu Yu, good night. Jiang Mubai, good night. Jiang Qian, good night. Shin-Kei, you will die if you don't talk, right? How can the top heirs of a big chaebol be so mean? Wu Yu pursed her lips as she looked at the message sent by Shin Quebec. Not to mention that their current situation is really similar to the situation when the world boss returned to the base before. It can be seen, but not touched, and it is also impossible to say. It makes people anxious. Wu Yu can't help but wonder if Shin-Kei will find a chance to find her tomorrow. Wu Yu woke up early the next morning and immediately started professional physical therapy accompanied by Jiang Yuhua. Shin-Kei and Sirius finished breakfast and started training. The entire training process of Sirius is very professional and formal, fully military training, continuing the training model of the mysterious special forces of ancient China, and has high requirements for physical strength and willpower. This was the first time Shin-Kei had seen this. He trained seriously for a day to stretch his muscles. This amount of training was like hell for new recruits, but it was easy for Shin-Kei without blushing or panting. As the sky gradually darkened, he became increasingly anxious and irritable, concerned about Wu Yu's health. Shin-Kei asked Jiang Huaiji, "How is Wu Yu today?" Jiang Huaiji said in a serious tone, "Instructor Shin, please maintain a professional attitude during the new training, and do not chat unless necessary." Shin-Kei, what time will the training end today? Jiang Huaiji, new training for 5 days from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. Shin-Kei, Sirius is afraid that the people he just recruited will not run away with this training method. Jiang Huaiji, Sirius and Qian have different models. Sirius wants people who can risk their lives to save people in the Order Realm for Sirius. For this reason, Sirius can spend money and effort to cultivate them carefully, but if they can't stand the 5-day training, they are destined not to stay in Sirius. Instructor Shin, the threshold of Sirius is very high. The team members they want must be elite soldiers and generals. I hope you don't have a muddle-headed mentality. Shin-Kei, you guys are trying to show off your power right away. No wonder we haven't been able to recruit strong individual combatants in recent years. In the end times, strength is respected. Anyone with a little ability would not be willing to undergo obedience training like Sirius. Jiang Huaiji, the lives of all Sirius are tied to their belts, and what they have to do is extremely dangerous. We set a clear threshold and don't force people to do anything. Those who are willing will come naturally, and we won't force those who don't want to come. Shin-Kei heard it. To put it bluntly, the Jiang family wanted to recruit people, but they couldn't let go of the long-standing superior subordinate style of the chaebol. Shin-Kei remained calm. Jiang Huaiji, I will help you Sirius recruit people. You arrange for me, and Wu Yu to meet privately today. Jiang Huaiji glanced sideways. Instructor Shin, your job now is to be a sparring partner. Shin-Kei, recruiting people is recruiting people, and sparring is sparring. Sparring is over after the training. When recruiting people, I can prescribe the right medicine according to each person's different situation, and give them the most suitable training method. Only when there is a real need can people's fighting spirit be stimulated. The Jiang family is rich and powerful. They can give weapons and points if they want them. Use them in the right place to get twice the result with half the effort. Seeing that Jiang Huaiji didn't respond, Shin-Kei continued, now all the teams are fully equipped, only Sirius lags behind. Why don't others want to come? Sirius is full of family members, and the relationship is close, so it is difficult for latecomers to integrate. In addition, the tycoon's arrogant style makes people feel fearful and distant, and if they don't perform well, they are afraid that the Jiang family will be punished for their wealth and power. I have no mental burden and can get along with these people, as long as you help me arrange a meeting with Wu Yu. Jiang Huaiji, not in private. Shin-Kei said, no problem, let's meet in public. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Huaiji's response, Shin-Kei began to give suggestions based on the actual situation of each new trainee, showing his sincerity. Jiang Huaiji observed for a while, and turned away. Shin-Kei watched calmly with his peripheral vision and curled his lips. Wu Yu just came out after a day of treatment and happened to see Jiang Huaiji waiting at the door. Wu Yu, brother, are you looking for me? Jiang Huaiji, how are you? Wu Yu, much better. Jiang Huaiji, Shin-Kei said he is willing to help Sirius recruit people to improve the pass rate and stickiness of new trainees. Wu Yu, well, the people of Qian are all recruited by Shin-Kei outside. He is very good at it. You can leave it to him without worry. Jiang Huaiji, he asked to see you. Wu Yu blushed a little. Yes. Jiang Huaiji, if you are willing, you can go to the rest area to meet him during the dinner break later, Wu Yu, Big brother is such a straight man. The rest area is full of people. How can she feel comfortable going to find Shin-Kei? Wu Yu, big brother, why don't you arrange for me to go to the serious cafeteria to get food? She is an experienced worker in getting food. Jiang Huaiji, will it be too tiring? Besides, you are the second daughter of the Jiang family. It is not appropriate for you to go to the cafeteria to get food. Wu Yu, then you can add a self-service window for fruits and yogurt, and I will sit there. Jiang Huaiji nodded thoughtfully, okay. After a day of training, Shin-Kei went back to the dormitory, took a shower, and went to the cafeteria to eat. He waited for Wu Yu to show up, and Shin-Kei was worried. Would Jiang Huaiji just take advantage of others without working? That shouldn't be the case. He was raised by an old-school chaebol heir, and he shouldn't do such a bad thing. Shin-Kei walked in while queuing for food. When he walked to the back windows, he suddenly found that the line slowed down. He became even more impatient, and was about to turn around and leave. Thank you, Miss Wu Yu. You're welcome. You've worked hard in training today. Shin-Kei immediately looked forward through the crowd of people. As the team moved forward, Shin-Kei finally saw that the person sitting behind the cafeteria window was Wu Yu. She sat there in serious combat uniform, with yogurt and fruit in front of her, and people passing by helped themselves. Shin-Kei walked up to her and lowered his eyes to look at her. Wu Yu raised her head with a smile and handed him an orange. You've worked hard, Instructor Shin. Shin-Kei felt a little light in his bones, and reached out to take the orange. The moment their fingertips touched, the heartbeats of both of them accelerated. Wu Yu, remember to take the yogurt. Shin-Kei did not move. Give it to me. Seeing the line getting longer and longer, Wu Yu had no choice but to take the yogurt and hand it to Shin-Kei. As soon as she stretched out her hand, Shin-Kei wrapped her hand with yogurt. Wu Yu lowered her head, and her face turned red instantly. Shin-Kei took the yogurt calmly, and walked forward with the team. After leaving the team, Shin-Kei looked back at Wu Yu, who was still sitting there, and turned around without hesitation to go into the canteen kitchen. Jiang Qian, Instructor Shin, the canteen is a restricted area. Please do not enter without permission. Shin-Kei, how come this wicked thing is everywhere? Shin-Kei, second uncle, Wu Yu is not in good health. She is too tired to be around people. I will go to help her. Jiang Qian looked at Shin-Kei with eyes that were not eyes, and nose that were not nose. Come with me. Bringing Shin-Kei to Wu Yu's window, Jiang Qian said, I'm watching you. Shin-Kei, yes, second uncle, you have worked hard. Jiang Qian, well, don't think you can buy me off like this. Shit, this guy's attitude is so good that he's embarrassed. Shin-Kei, stupid. Shin-Kei casually put his plate aside, and patted Wu Yu lightly. I do it, you go and rest. Wu Yu, you eat first. Shin-Kei wanted to say something, but Wu Yu turned her head and scolded him. If you don't want to eat, you can go out. You can't come in here anyway. Someone outside the window immediately started to make a noise. Instructor Shin, if you don't eat, you won't have the energy to train. That's right, this will make Miss Wu Yu feel sorry for you. Wu Yu's face flushed, and she turned to leave. Shin-Kei blocked her way, and stopped her from leaving. He looked out the window and said, Stop making trouble, get out of here. Be careful, or I beat you up. Yes. Instructor Shin. Jiang Qian couldn't believe it when he saw them leave. Shin-Kei held Wu Yu's shoulders, and asked her to sit back down and eat. Jiang Qian couldn't help but lean over and ask, How did you get along with them so quickly? Shin-Kei lowered his head and said nothing. Jiang Qian shrank back in dismay. Shin-Kei suddenly spoke up, It's very simple. Just let them go a little bit during training, give them some praise, and let them feel that I'm not that unattainable, and that being the top of the league is not that strong. Then show them your true strength at the right time, give them training suggestions, and smart people will naturally understand, and the distance will naturally be shortened. As long as you get off to a good start, people will naturally gather around you. Jiang Qian remembered Shin-Kei's words, thinking, Wu Yu turned to look at him. This guy used this trick on her at that time, a green tea trick. Shin-Kei blinked, What's wrong? Wu Yu didn't talk to him, and continued to distribute fruits. Shin-Kei felt itchy when he saw Wu Yu ignoring him seriously. Jiang Qian's eyes were blank, and he didn't know what she was thinking. Shin-Kei quickly finished his meal, and moved his stool to sit next to her, wanting to hold her hand. As soon as Shin-Kei sat down, Wu Yu immediately moved the stool to the side, and Shin-Kei wanted to follow. Wu Yu lowered her voice, Instructor Shin, please keep a normal social distance from me in public. Shin-Kei teased her deliberately, What if I don't? Wu Yu, then I leave now. Shin-Kei sat aside obediently, and the two of them looked out the window without looking away. Shin-Kei, how are you? Thank you, Miss Wu Yu. Wu Yu, you're welcome. I've been training hard. I'm much better. I've been in physical therapy all day today. Shin-Kei, did you say when I'd be better? Wu Yu, maybe it will take another month or two. Shin-Kei asked tentatively, then can I? In the next 1 or 2 months. Jiang Mubai, everyone hurry up, the training has begun. Shin-Kei, the most wicked person in the Jiang family is here. Nothing good ever happens when this grandson appears, Shin-Kei said softly. Wife, you go first in a while. Wu Yu just stood up and prepared to leave. Jiang Mubai walked to the window, glanced at the two of them, and looked away as if he didn't see them. Jiang Mubai, second brother, what are you doing standing there like a piece of wood? Come out, it's time for a meeting. As he left, he looked at Shin-Kei, Instructor Shin, the training will start in 20 minutes. Shin-Kei looked at Jiang Mubai. Their eyes met, then looked away. Shin-Kei, this kid is great, so smart, I'm selling him well. The meal pickup time was over. Wu Yu closed the window and cleaned up the window. Shin-Kei came over to help her immediately. Wu Yu lowered her head and put the extra yogurt back into the box. Shin-Kei half knelt down and slowly approached. Feeling the warm touch on her cheek, Wu Yu paused and said nothing. Seeing that Wu Yu did not refuse, Shin-Kei became more and more courageous. Just as he was about to kiss her, Wu Yu raised her head and said, please put these yogurts and fruits in the refrigerator in the back kitchen for me. After saying that, Wu Yu stood up and walked inside. Shin-Kei blinked, his heartbeat quickened, and he immediately followed with the things. He walked through the crowded kitchen and headed for the cold storage room. There was no one around, and it was chilly. Wu Yu pointed to the freezer, put it in there. Shin-Kei put it in there obediently, closed the door, and just turned around. He felt someone approaching from behind. Shin-Kei immediately turned around and took Wu Yu in his arms. Wu Yu hooked her neck and stood on tiptoe. Shin-Kei picked her up and leaned over to kiss her. The two kissed passionately and selflessly, and it was hard to let go. For a moment, the whole atmosphere was sticky and anxious. Wu Yu, are you hurt? Shin-Kei, no, these people can't hurt me at all. Wu Yu, are you tired? Shin-Kei, no, I just miss you, especially you, and I miss you so much that I feel uncomfortable all over. Wu Yu felt that Shin-Kei was going to chew her up and eat her. His crazy kiss almost suffocated Wu Yu. Wu Yu panted violently, and Shin-Kei's kiss went from her cheek to her neck. He kissed her earlobe, neck and collarbone passionately. The two of them hugged each other tightly, without any gap. Shin-Kei hugged Wu Yu tightly and buried his head in her chest. She leaned her head on Shin-Kei's neck and hummed softly, husband, I miss you too. Shin-Kei felt his tailbone was numb. Is there anything left to eat? It's all here, just put it in the freezer. Hearing the voice outside the door, Wu Yu immediately raised her head and wanted to run. Shin-Kei hugged her tightly and refused to let go. Wu Yu pushed him, let me go. Shin-Kei, wife, don't leave. Hearing the voices getting closer, Wu Yu jumped anxiously, Shin-Kei. Shin-Kei grabbed Wu Yu and kissed her fiercely. Wu Yu pushed him away and turned away with a red face. After completing the night training and returning to the dormitory, Shin-Kei took a shower and looked at the empty dormitory. Lying on the bed, Shin-Kei was restless and irritable. His mind was full of Wu Yu's panic and shyness when she left the freezer. Shin-Kei took out the internal communicator and looked at the chat channel with no messages. He was scratching his heart and liver, as if there were ants biting him. It's really hard to bear. It's okay to have something to look forward to during the day, but it's really terrible at night. Shin-Kei raised his arm to cover his eyes, took out the communicator with no signal, unlocked it, opened the photo source, looked at Wu Yu's photo, and couldn't help clicking on the video. Don't take pictures. What if someone sees it? No one else, only you. The video was played over and over again, and Shin-Kei's breathing gradually became heavier, until his mind went blank and he cursed in a low voice, fuck. The next day, the training was finished early in the morning. Everyone went to the cafeteria to eat breakfast one after another. Shin-Kei walked into the cafeteria as soon as he finished the training. Seeing that Jiang Yuhua was sitting at the last seat where fruits were distributed, his steps were instantly dull. Jian Sui walked up to him. Wu Yu can't get up so early, and she has to do physical therapy during the day. Shin-Kei let out a long breath. Yeah. Jian Sui, you don't have to train the new recruits this morning. Let the second son of the Jiang family go. After 2 days of contact, you and I will make a preliminary portrait of these new trainees. Shin-Kei, yeah. Jian Sui, can you not be so dull this early in the morning? Shin-Kei received the meal with a cold face without saying a word, and was about to leave after passing the last window. Jiang Yuhua called him, brother-in-law, Mei Bao is for you. Shin-Chu immediately turned his head, and saw the fruit and yogurt that Jiang Yuhua had placed there. He picked up the orange, turned it around, and drew a heart. On the yogurt was a sticker. Good morning, Instructor Shin. You've worked hard today. Shinkei turned his face away, and he couldn't suppress his smile. Jian Suiyu watched Shinkei instantly change from lifeless to radiant, and every strand of his hair was secretly happy. Jian Suiyu, It has to be Wu Yu, no one else can work. After dinner, the two went to Sirius' office and made a preliminary portrait of each team member based on Jian Suiyu's conversation and Shinkei's impression of combat training to decide on the subsequent training batches and personnel retention. A new resume of a person appeared. Shinkei said, this person has some background, has received professional training, and has a quick mind, so he can be classified as the first batch. Jian Suiyu said, he has a good character and personality, and was very frank during the conversation. Just as he was about to switch to the next one, there was a knock on the door. Jian Suiyu said, come in. Jiang Yuhua pushed the door open, but didn't see anyone behind him. Shinkei retracted his gaze, lowered his eyes, and played with the orange in his palm. Jiang Yuhua said, Suiyu, Shinkei, you've been busy all morning, and you have a simple meal with your family later. Shinkei listened to it, but remained calm. After Jian Suiyu finished packing the documents, Shinchu immediately stood up and followed the two of them with yogurt and oranges. Jian Suiyu and Jiang Yuhua looked at each other with teasing eyes. Jian Suiyu, will you eat together later? Jiang Yuhua, Maybao hasn't finished her treatment yet. Shinkei stopped and turned to leave. Jiang Yuhua changed the subject, but she can be there when the meal is officially served. Shinkei, how wicked. When they arrived at the restaurant, everyone sat down. Jiang Ling and Jiang Li were both there today for the first time. Jiang Huaiji, Jiang Yuhua, and Jiang Qian sat down in order below Jiang Li. The seat opposite Jiang Li was empty, apparently reserved for Wu Yu. Shinkei sat opposite Jiang Huaiji, Jian Suiyu sat side by side, with him facing Jiang Yuhua, and the last one was Jiang Mubai. The chairman of the Chaebol Jiang family, and the vice chairman of the alliance, and the minister of justice. This casual meal was a big grand. Jian Suiyu and Shinkei looked at each other, and sat down two by two. Jiang Li, Suiyu, Shinkei, you have worked hard in recruiting new members for Sirius these 2 days. If there is anything that the kid at home does not do well, we are all family members, so don't take it to heart. Suiyu, Dad, there is nothing wrong. We get along very happily. Jiang Li looked at Shinkei. Shinkei nodded. Nothing unpleasant. Second uncle. Jiang Li smiled. That's good, let's eat. When we arrived at the restaurant, the whole room was silent, except for the occasional sound of dishes and chopsticks. The whole atmosphere was quiet to the point of being eerie. Wu Yu, You don't have to worry about choking when eating this meal. Since Wu Yu appeared, Shinkei's eyes have been on her vaguely. Wu Yu sat next to Shinkei after calling people. Jiang Ling asked her, Yu, how are you? Wu Yu, much better, uncle. Jiang Ling, Shinkei. Shinkei put down his chopsticks, uncle. Jiang Ling, Mu Bai is ignorant. You are the son-in-law of the Jiang family. It is not appropriate for you to live in the Sirius dormitory anyway. Mu Bai apologized to Shinkei. Jiang Mu Bai, What did he do to anyone? Why is he always the one who gets hurt? Then the eldest brother, eldest sister, brother-in-law, and second brother are not wrong. Is he his biological son? Could he be picked up from the trash can? Just as Jiang Mubai was about to move, Shinkei stood up. Uncle, I was wrong about this matter. It has nothing to do with my third uncle. I am willing to live in the Sirius dormitory. Jiang Mubai immediately stopped. That's better. Jiang Ling, in that case, Mubai, you will send Shinkei back to Yeya's villa later. Jiang Mubai, yes, Dad. Jiang Ling looked at Shinkei. Shinkei, Yeya is not in good health now. There are some things that I shouldn't say. But Yeya's parents are not around, so I have to ask for this. Before she gets better. Shinkei said, don't worry, uncle. Before Yeya gets better, I will sleep in a separate room from her. Jiang Ling and Jiang Li looked at each other. In that case, we still have things to do. Sirius will recruit new members next time. I have to trouble you all. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when Jiang Ling and Jiang Li left. Wu Yu immediately pulled Shinkei's clothes to let him sit down. Shinkei grabbed Wu Yu's hand with his backhand and wrapped it up. Wu Yu leaned in and whispered to him, Did anyone embarrass you before I came? Shinkei shook his head. No one embarrassed me. It was obvious that the Jiang family's test of him had ended. It was said to be 5 days, but in fact it was only 2 days at most. During these 2 days, he was allowed to meet Wu Yu several times, and his food, clothing and daily expenses were not treated harshly. Compared with the royal court, it was just a gentle breeze and drizzle, with thunder and little rain. The Jiang family, a chaebol, a prosperous old money family that has been prosperous for hundreds of years, has a lot of tricks to control him. They are so skilled in giving him a sweet date after a stick. How could they not know how to recruit new people? To put it bluntly, the Jiang family wanted his sincerity and attitude. If he showed it, the Jiang family would naturally stop when it was good and leave room for both sides. Jiang Qian, every time I eat with him, I am afraid that I will choke to death. Wu Yu, it's like a dream back to the novels of wealthy and domineering bosses. The eldest and second uncles are really obsessed with this style. Jian Suiyu, the Jiang family has been prosperous for 100 years. After all, they are descendants of a famous family, so they naturally have the character of a celebrity. Jiang Qian immediately straightened his back, with a proud look on his face. Shen Ke glanced at Jian Suiyu, a flatterer. Jian Suiyu smiled, knowing nothing, he was sensible, and Yuhua also had face. A man must know how to handle things, so that he can sit firmly in the position of the main wife. As expected, Jiang Yuhua looked at him with a smile, and was very satisfied with him. Shen Ke turned his head to look at Wu Yu, who was holding his hand and swinging below, and Shen Ke let her hold his hand and curled his lips. After dinner, Jiang Mubai took Shen Ke to move back to Wu Yu's residence. It was called moving back. In fact, it was just to take a change of clothes and hand over the key. Shen Ke and Jiang Mubai walked one after the other, and neither of them said a word. Near Wu Yu's villa, Jiang Mubai, the front is Meibao's residence, you can go in by yourself. Just as Jiang Mubai was about to leave, Shen Ke looked at him sideways. Third uncle, I need your care for Sirius's new recruits. If there is a chance, I will definitely have a good fight with him. Jiang Mubai, This kid is still holding a grudge, just waiting for the opportunity to beat him up. Jiang Mubai said, definitely. Shen Ke sneered, Jiang Mubai, you must not be scared when the time comes. Jiang Mubai, whoever is cowardly is a grandson. He and Shen Ke still have a grudge for breaking 2 ribs. After saying that, the two turned around and went their separate ways, and they felt unlucky when they looked at each other. Wu Yu watched Shen Ke and Jiang Mubai parted unhappily from a distance, and looked at Shen Ke nervously. Wu Yu, are you unhappy with my third brother? Shen Ke took Wu Yu into his arms. No, it's a small matter. Just a fight will do. Wu Yu hugged him distressedly. I told you not to come. Shen Ke, the Jiang family didn't do anything better than me. If I really don't come, the Jiang family will make a big fuss at that time. If he is so irresponsible, it is hard to say whether he will be with Wu Yu. Wu Yu raised her head and held his face. Shen Ke immediately picked her up and kissed her, walking into the house while kissing her. Shen Ke, where is my room, my wife? Wu Yu pointed to the first room on the second floor and gave the key to Shen Ke. Shen Ke, where is yours? Wu Yu, it's the one next to you. Shen Ke buried his head in Wu Yu's neck. How long will it take to be a good wife? Wu Yu was embarrassed. I don't know. Shen Ke, then I go ask. Wu Yu was anxious. You're not allowed to ask. Shen Ke, then tell me. Wu Yu whispered, just a few days. Shen Ke, how many days is a few days? Wu Yu pushed him away. I won't tell you. You're not allowed to ask again. Shen Ke hugged Wu Yu tightly. I miss your wife so much. Sleeping in the Sirius dormitory, my mind is full of you. I'm worried about your health, and I'm afraid that if I send you a message, you be shy and ignore me, and don't want to see me. Wu Yu felt sorry for him. Shen Ke, I'm sorry for you. Shen Ke, no, compared to looking at you, but not being able to get close to you, this is not a grievance at all. Wu Yu blinked in confusion. Shen Ke's hand slipped under the hem of Wu Yu's clothes and started to mess around wherever he wanted to go. I recovered a little memory from the time when the world boss battle ended and the planting area was built. Maybe the situation of being able to see but not touch is too similar. Even the scene in the cafeteria is so familiar, and the extreme longing makes Shen Ke's memory begin to return. Wu Yu, She wanted to jump out of Shen Ke's arms, but was immediately held by Shen Ke to prevent her from running away. Wu Yu pushed him away. You have recovered your memory now. We were not together at this stage of your memory. Shen Ke didn't want to. I don't want it. You are already my wife. We have kissed and hugged each other, and I have looked at him so many times. How come we are not together yet, when we are just one step away from it? Wu Yu's face was red. Shen Ke, let me go. Are you a hooligan? Shen Ke followed suit, kissing her cheek and neck. Yeah, you're being naughty. Wu Yu liked to play like this. Not to mention being naughty, he would even use force. Shen Ke was so strong that Wu Yu couldn't push him away. She had to look up because of Shinkei's kiss, and her clothes were wrinkled in front of her. Shinkei was unscrupulous and had no scruples. Wu Yu's face flushed and her breathing became rapid. She spoke in a staccato voice, "Shinkei, you can't do this." Shinkei's voice was vague. "Why can't I? You are my wife. This is all about the interests of a couple. We have already slept together. Why can't we?" The originally blank area was filled, and Shinkei's feelings for Wu Yu were like a fast-moving progress bar. Attached to the pure love was the extreme forbearance and restraint under the control of the Wang Ting, which made this love even more crazy. Shinkei attacked the city and plundered the land recklessly, and he asked, "Wu Yu, tell me, when did you have a good impression of me?" He wanted to know. He really wanted to know. Every night when he waited for Wu Yu to ask him about post-war treatment, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and suffered from the heart-wrenching torment. Shinkei pressed Wu Yu on the sofa, panting and looking at her. "Tell me, Wu Yu, I beg you, tell me." Wu Yu looked into his eyes, and shyly turned her face away. "At the beginning." Shinkei was puzzled. "What? What at the beginning?" Wu Yu turned her head and pinched his face. "At the beginning, I fell in love with you at first sight. You have white hair, beautiful eyes, and a nice voice. Do you understand? I fell in love with you at first sight, and I was attracted by your beauty. I think you look so handsome with the mask on." Shinkei was completely stunned, and even the strength of his hand pressing Wu Yu became weaker. He was completely immersed in Wu Yu's words, and was so happy that he didn't know what to do. He looked at Wu Yu confusedly, and Wu Yu pushed him away, and stood up, and turned to walk into the room. Go quickly. At this stage of memory, this crazy guy was completely obsessed with her, and his mind was full of this matter. But before she could walk in and walk up the stairs, she was hugged by Shinkei from behind. "Shinkei, why don't you say you like me?" "Wu Yu, why should I say it?" "Shinkei, if you had told me earlier that you were attracted to me, I would have come to you and let you play with me." "Wu Yu, don't do this, Captain, I'm scared, ah." Before Wu Yu could finish, Shinkei's hand had already reached the destination. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. "Shinkei, you can't do this now." "Shinkei, wife, I could do it before I recovered my memory, why not now?" "Wu Yu, Shinkei, I know you are not in good health, I won't do it." Said that, Shinkei picked up Wu Yu and walked into the house. Swiped open his door, Shinkei directly pressed Wu Yu on the bed. He whispered, "I won't be your wife, I will just kiss you. You can't control me anymore, don't reject me again. Otherwise, I will not be able to control myself. I don't want to hurt you." Looking at Shinkei's crazy eyes, Wu Yu hugged his neck helplessly, shyly whispered, "Be gentle, don't hurt me." Shinkei agreed immediately, and tore off Wu Yu's clothes in an instant. Feeling the chill in his heart, Shinkei lowered his head and approached, and Wu Yu's consciousness gradually blurred. Shinkei's communicator kept vibrating, notifying the start of afternoon training. Shinkei stood up. Wu Yu shyly covered her eyes with her forearm, her face flushed, and she kept panting. Shinkei lowered his head and kissed the tattoo on her heart. "Baby, I'm going to train. Wait for me to come back later and continue." Wu Yu hooked Shinkei's neck. "Be careful." Shinkei curled his lips. "Yeah." He hugged Wu Yu tightly for a while, and finally let go reluctantly. After Shinkei left, Wu Yu went to the cloakroom to get clothes, and happened to see herself in the full-length mirror. "Wu Yu, This person is a complete carnivore." She bit him all over. "There are kiss marks all over. Come back later to continue." What kind of continuation? Where is there room to continue? Chapter 513. As soon as Shinkei arrived at the training ground, Jiang Mubai called him directly. He tilted his head towards the training room. "Jiang Mubai, let's go practice." Shinkei was just full of evil fire, so he walked over directly. Seeing the two people's swords drawn in murderous posture, the new trainees who were standing at attention were about to raise their eyes to the sky. Even in the weakest state on the third day of training, they were as excited as if they had received a shot of carditonic. Jiang Yuhua and Jian Suiyu looked at each other. "Jiang Yuhua, nothing will happen, right?" Jian Suiyu said, "Don't worry, Shinkei knows how to strike. Shinkei knows what kind of people are strong enough to strike." Jiang Yuhua looked at the two people's postures, but he was still worried, so he informed Wu Yu. "Mubai is the most favored young master in the family, and he can't let him get into trouble. This is not the first time that Jiang Mubai and Shinkei have fought. Jiang Huaiji didn't even sign up for the Alliance's individual station. Anyway, Jiang Chung will be ranked first in the final strength ranking anyway, and each family is hiding their strength, so he might as well just go for a ranking. But Jiang Mubai is the top heir of the Jiang family after all. Even if he has to slack off, he must get a decent ranking." When he met Shinkei in the quarterfinals, Jiang Mubai didn't take it seriously. How could the Jiang family not know Shinkei's background? The Jiang family is rich and powerful. In the usual league competitions, they try not to compete with the democratic construction team for resources. They are big and powerful, so they don't need this. However, Shinkei was so ruthless, and it was obvious that he didn't give the Jiang family and Sirius any face. Even though Jiang Mubai knew that this kid wanted to carry the banner of Qian and not let everyone look down on him, he was still a little angry. As the fight went on, the two men's attacks became heavier and heavier, and they all beat him to death. And the most outrageous moment was that Jiang Mubai actually couldn't beat Shinkei. He was kicked off the stage with 2 broken ribs. Big brother, he is the young master of the Jiang family after all. Have some dignity. It's so embarrassing. Since he lost the fight, his uncle beat him up every day. He said he wanted to temper his temper, but what's wrong with his temper? He was the one who got beaten. Why don't you feel sorry for him or comfort him? He was picked up. He must have been picked up from a trash can. The more Jiang Mubai thought about it, the angrier he got. He took the initiative to punch Shinkei. Shinkei easily blocked and then kicked back. The same action and position were exactly where he had kicked Jiang Mubai's ribs before. Jiang Mubai bounced away nimbly. When he looked at Shinkei again, his eyes had a hint of danger. Shinkei, you're much faster than before. Jiang Mubai sneered. Shinkei, don't keep using the same 2 moves over and over again. You're looking down on anyone. Try something serious. Shinkei's eyes turned cold, and he instantly jumped up and kneed Jiang Mubai in the chest. His thunderous posture made all the new trainees scream. Jiang Mubai quickly retreated to block, but was still hit by Shinkei's instant burst and spit out blood. Without giving Jiang Mubai time to react, Shinkei took advantage of Jiang Mubai's reaction time to reverse and sweep his leg, and the force point directly landed on Jiang Mubai's temple. It was a real killing move. If he was hit head-on, Shinkei's leg strength would definitely kill him. Jiang Mubai immediately bent his arm to block at the side of his ear, and took advantage of Shinkei's center of gravity to jump up and hit his elbow, aiming directly at Shinkei's neck artery. If he was hit, his neck would be broken, and he would die immediately. Shinkei instantly tilted his head and dodged with a strange body movement, and quickly punched in close combat. He blocked the straight punch, raised his arm and hooked it, elbowed and kneed, and fought back and forth. Neither of them gave in. Every punch hit the flesh and the blood vessels expanded, and the new trainees on the side dared not breathe. The figures of the 2 people almost became a shadow, and the eyes kept turning to barely keep up with the rhythm of their movements. Jiang Mubai was kicked away by Shinkei again, spitting out a mouthful of blood and gasping for breath, staring at him viciously. Shinkei tilted his head, still fighting? Jiang Mubai clenched his fists and rushed forward, fight. Jiang Yuhua nervously pulled Jian Suiyu. Does Shinkei really know how to fight? Why do I feel he is more ruthless than my uncle? Jian Suiyu was a little unsure when he saw Shinkei beating him to death. Well, he knows how to fight. Probably. Jian Yuhua, who taught Shinkei how to fight? Jian Suiyu said calmly, no one taught him. He learned it from being beaten. They all risked their lives and blood with their toughness to carry it all by themselves. So Wu Yu couldn't bear to see him get bullied. If she wasn't afraid of a rift between the two, she might have wanted to come back without telling Shinkei. It was really because Wu Yu's body was seriously damaged this time, and couldn't be delayed any longer. Otherwise Jian Suiyu wouldn't want Shinkei to come to the Jiang family at this time. Jiang Yuhua was silent for a while. I go and ask them to stop. Jian Suiyu smiled. No need. They had a fight before. Men should solve the problem in a manly way. It's no big deal. Just beat her up. Shinkei is good at handling this kind of thing. Moreover, the Jiang family has given Shinsan prestige, and Shinkei also needs to get his place back in his own way. Jiang Yuhua, to be honest, I was actually afraid that Shinkei would give up halfway this time. Jian Suiyu laughed. He won't. He values Wu Yu more than his own life. Even if he has lost his memory, as long as the feelings are there, Shinkei can bend and stretch, and can endure anything. Shinkei has been running around outside for a long time. He wants a family. Wu Yu is wholeheartedly devoted to him. Even if he has lost his memory, the facts are there. Shinkei knows clearly. Jiang Yuhua got angry when he talked about this. Then what did he do in the beginning? Jian Suiyu. He probably just wanted Wu Yu to find him. He wanted Wu Yu to give him a way out. He was being reserved. Just like the last time he lost his feelings and said he was going to move away. But Wu Yu just said one word, and he was completely obedient. I didn't expect that Wu Yu's condition would be a problem this time, so it went wrong. He was also scared. He was so scared that he didn't dare to move away. While talking, Wu Yu walked into the serious training room and came to Jian Suiyu and Jiang Yuhua. As soon as Wu Yu appeared, Shin Kei's eyes immediately fell on her, and Jiang Mubai punched her hard because of his distraction. Jiang Mubai gritted his teeth. Shin Kei, where are you looking at? You dare to be distracted when you are fighting him to death. Who are you looking down on? Shin Kei spit out blood and said, as a matter of course, look at my wife. I was angry because I couldn't beat him, and I was fed dog food and single dog critical hit, which made me even angrier. Wu Yu, what's the situation now? Jiang Yuhua, Mubai can't beat Shin Kei, and he is pinned down. I am almost angry to death. Wu Yu expressed her feelings. Third brother is so pitiful. Jian Suiyu, you didn't let him go either. Wu Yu blinked. It's hard for me to be caught in the middle, you should understand as a brother-in-law. Jian Suiyu, it's not the time for you to cry every day. Wu Yu was angry. Sister, say something. Jiang Yuhua spread her hands. It's hard for me to be caught in the middle, you should understand as a sister. Wu Yu, Okay, you won't love her anymore now that she has a husband. Jian Suiyu, a foxy woman who is used to dealing with things. How dare you try to shake her position? Shin Kei has good hearing, and he stopped when he heard Wu Yu being bullied by these two people. Shin Kei, no more fighting. He was going to help his wife get back the favor. Jiang Mubai was so angry that he almost fainted. Shin Kei, are you humiliating me? Shin Kei, are you okay? You were so arrogant to me, and I didn't say a word. We were just sparring normally, so how could I humiliate you? Are you so petty? Jiang Mubai couldn't believe it. I'm petty? I was helping Maybao to vent her anger, so I am wrong again? Shin Kei, I've already vented my anger, and I've already fought. That's enough. What do you mean by I've already vented my anger, and I've already fought? It was Wu Yu who was venting her anger, but he was the one who was beaten. He lost so much face in front of the new trainees, so he deserves to be caught in the middle. Seeing Shin Kei turn around and leave, Jiang Mubai flew forward with anger and punched. Shin Kei, don't go too far. What kind of impatient tone is this scumbag? As if he is pestering him. Shin Kei looked at him sideways and made a blocking motion. Jiang Mubai tried his best and didn't hold back at all. In the surprised eyes of the crowd, Shin Kei fainted and finished with a bang. Jiang Mubai's full-strength shot landed directly on Shin Kei's cheekbone. His face was instantly knocked to one side, and he spat out blood. Jiang Huaiji and Jiang Qian, who happened to be with Jiang Li and Jiang Ling to see the training situation, were stunned on the spot. The whole place was silent. Jiang Ling and Jiang Li looked at each other and turned away. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. When they are around, everyone is worried and can't let go. Jiang Mubai saw Jiang Ling and Jiang Li turn around and leave. His face flushed, and he exploded instantly. Shin Kei, what do you mean? You look down on me. Shin Kei wiped the blood off with the back of his hand. You just feel that I gave you face in the previous individual battle, and today, it's not a big deal. If you want face, I will give it back to you. Jiang Mubai was furious and completely lost his previous noble demeanor. I don't need to do this to get my face back. Shin Kei, Jiang Mubai, you are an adult now. Don't be so stubborn as if you haven't been weaned off. If Jiang Huaiji is not here to keep the peace, you will be like a person without a backbone. Jiang Qian is a fool, and Jiang Yuhua is not good at fighting. You are so incompetent, and you really rely on your son-in-law to support Sirius. It's not shameful to lose a fight. Win is win, lose is lose. You have to admit that you lose a fight, and practice more if you are not good at it. If you still complain and entangle after losing, it is really despicable. Jiang Mubai's pupils flickered wildly, watching Shin Kei's heart rise and fall violently. Shin Kei, if you feel angry, go back and practice more before you get back at me. But third uncle, don't get angry all the time. We are all family, it's not worth it. After saying that, Shin Kei ignored Jiang Mubai and turned to Wu Yu. When he came to Wu Yu, Shin Kei lowered his eyes and looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu reached out her hand with heartache to touch his swollen, red, blue and bloody cheek. Shin Kei grabbed Wu Yu's hand and kissed the back of her hand. I'm fine, it's just a minor injury. Go and see your third brother, he helped you vent your anger, and you will be embarrassed. It will affect your brother-sister relationship. Wu Yu touched Shin Kei's face and said softly, I will comfort you when we get back. Shin Kei, yes. Seeing Wu Yu walk over and pull Jiang Mubai aside, Jiang Yuhua, Jiang Qian and Jiang Huaiji all came up to look at him. The four of them surrounded him and took care of him. Our Mubai has grown up now and is a man. Sister is so relieved. In the future, Sirius will still rely on our Mubai to carry the sky. Third brother is really awesome. I will need him to protect me and help me in the future. Our Mubai is not petty at all. He won't take these things to heart. That's right. Third brother is obviously very generous, very righteous, protecting his sister. Mubai is grown up now. Even if I'm not here, he can still handle the serious business. I can do other things without any worries. Jiang Mubai had been frowning, but after being coaxed by others, he finally couldn't help but curl up his lips. Only Jiang Qian pointed at himself. Why am I stupid? Everyone looked at him and laughed. After Jiang Yuhua treated Jiang Mubai, he pointed at Shen Ke and walked to Shen Ke with an awkward look on his face. Just as Jiang Mubai was about to speak, Shen Ke said, "Your leg strength is not enough. Do more strength training, but Wu Yu's father must have told you this. Everyone has shortcomings, it's normal, there's no need to dwell on them. By learning from each other's strengths, his reaction speed is much faster than before, and his punches are much more powerful than before. You've put a lot of effort into training since that time. If I don't open my full keel, I'm not your opponent at all." Jiang Mubai suppressed the corner of his mouth. "Yeah. Shen Ke, are you still training in the afternoon?" Jiang Mubai training? Shen Ke, then let's start. Seeing Shen Ke start training with injuries, not caring about the injuries on his face, Jiang Qian hurried over. "Brother-in-law, I treat you." Hearing the treatment, Wu Yu couldn't help laughing. Shen Ke looked at her calmly, and Wu Yu smiled and blinked at him. Jiang Huaiji walked to Jian Suiyu. "The captain of the first team in the alliance is really good. That is, Qi Yan has no intention of stealing the new trainee, otherwise Jiang Mubai himself might be poached by Shen Ke. As a leader, his personality charm is really innate." Now all the new trainees, including Jiang Mubai and Jiang Qian, look at Shen Ke differently. This time, Shen Ke turned the situation from a big disadvantage into a big advantage, and now his two brothers-in-law have become his fans. "Jian Suiyu, brother-in-law, I have sent you the initial report of the new trainees. Take some time to read it. If you have any objections to a new trainee, you can ask me at any time. I have detailed records of the conversation." Jiang Huaiji, okay. Not to mention that Jiang Mubai was a little flattered by Shen Ke. Even Jiang Huaiji, who had never enjoyed such a hands-off treatment, was a little flattered. Wu Yu and Jiang Yuhua looked at each other and said at the same time, "So when looking for a partner, you have to find someone who is sensible and can handle things, so you don't have to worry." Seeing that the conflict was resolved and the training entered the second half, Wu Yu returned to her room to rest. When she was half asleep and was pulled into Shen Ke's arms, it was already dark. Wu Yu subconsciously hugged Shen Ke tightly. "Husband?" Shen Ke curled his lips. "Well, my wife, get up and eat." Wu Yu leaned on Shen Ke's shoulder and squinted for a while, then suddenly reacted and looked at Shen Ke. "Amnesia? This person has amnesia. His memory now only reaches the end of the world boss battle." Wu Yu just wanted to crawl out of Shen Ke's arms in a hurry, but was directly pushed down on the bed by Shen Ke. "Wife, you said it yourself. Come back to coax me." Wu Yu looked up at him, and Shen Ke immediately leaned closer. The two looked into each other's eyes, and breathed so close. Wu Yu blinked. "Captain, it's not appropriate for you to do this." Shen Ke laughed. "What's inappropriate?" Wu Yu pushed him. "You haven't recovered your memory yet. You have to keep a safe distance from me, as a decent teammate." Shen Ke grabbed Wu Yu's hand and hooked it around her neck. "Well, what if I don't want to?" Wu Yu's face flushed. "Then I call for help." Shen Ke's hand had already slid into Wu Yu's pajamas, and found that it was smooth inside, so he immediately became unscrupulous. He chuckled, then shouted louder, "I love to hear it." Shen Ke buried his head in Wu Yu's neck, and kissed her with a burning kiss. Wu Yu held his head, and her eyes gradually became intoxicated. "Shen Ke, are you waiting for me to come and deliberately not wearing it?" Wu Yu was embarrassed. "Don't talk nonsense, I was just sleeping normally." Shen Ke, "Yes, I was waiting for me." Shen Ke's slender fingers went straight to the goal, and got on track. He sneered, "Everything is ready." Wu Yu was angry. "Don't say it." Day after day, she doesn't even have a word. Shen Ke leaned over to Wu Yu's ear and kissed her closely. "Is it done, baby?" Wu Yu shook her head. "No." Shen Ke panted, extremely suppressed. "How long will it take? I can see and touch it, but I can't eat it. It's killing me." Wu Yu deliberately said, "It will take another month or two." Shen Ke suddenly let out a long breath, and the broken hair on his forehead was blown away. Wu Yu turned her face away and laughed secretly. Her whole body was shaking with laughter. Shen Ke bit her neck angrily. "Are you deliberately irritating me? You clearly said you were willing, and now you are deliberately teasing me so much that I am anxious and worried." Wu Yu looked innocent. "I didn't. That's what the therapist said, that I need to recuperate for a month or two before I can do physical training." Shen Ke stood up and looked at her with his head down. Seeing Shen Ke's cold face and aggressive and deep eyes, Wu Yu felt a little shy. Wu Yu, don't keep looking at me like this. Shin-Kei, wife, I felt at that time that I was satisfied and happy to see you at the base. I never dared to think that one day I would be so close to you, hug you, kiss you and look at you. Sleeping on Wu Yu's bed, her hands could reach anywhere she wanted. The two of them were intimately attached to each other, fitting perfectly without any gaps. Wu Yu reached out and touched Shin-Kei's face, her fingertips brushing across Shin-Kei's light green pupils as he gazed at her affectionately. She held Shin-Kei's face. Shin-Kei, do it if you want. As long as it's you, I'm willing. Shin-Kei's heart became hurried in an instant. His heart seemed to jump out of his throat. His pupils contracted violently, and he was extremely excited. Shin-Kei hugged Wu Yu tightly, and every low gasp was in Wu Yu's ears. Shin-Kei, Wu Yu, do you love me? Wu Yu, I love you. Shin-Kei felt that his head was trembling with pleasure. Just holding Wu Yu like this and doing nothing, listening to Wu Yu telling him that she was willing to love him. He was already so happy that his mind was blank. Shin-Kei kissed Wu Yu's cheek and mouth sincerely, and he whispered, I'm too excited now, I'm afraid I will hurt you. Don't worry, baby, wait until you get better, don't worry. Wu Yu raised the corner of her mouth. Yeah. She hugged Shin-Kei tightly, letting him bury his head in her chest. Feeling Wu Yu's breath, Shin-Kei was obsessed and intoxicated. The two of them just hugged each other quietly, feeling each other's hot temperature and love, and the whole air was ambiguous and sticky, exuding an intoxicating breath. Shin-Kei, would you like to get up and eat? Wu Yu, yes. Shin-Kei had a plan. Let's go for a walk in the garden after dinner. Wu Yu suppressed a laugh, yes. Shin-Kei leaned close to Wu Yu's ear and said coldly, Wu Yu, I cannot touch you now. If you want to date me, I will accompany you. But you can't stop me from doing anything except sleeping. As long as you resist, I will think you like me to force you, and don't blame me for being rough and hurting you. Wu Yu looked at Shin-Kei with flickering eyes, breathing heavier. Shin-Kei chuckled, you want to play like this, you have to resist, don't let your mind slip. Do you think he doesn't know? Wu Yu obviously coveted him, and she almost slipped several times. Wu Yu now feels that he lost his memory for too short a time, and the relationship between the two of them is not yet in place. The two souls can't resonate after sleeping together, and they want to stay together for a while. Let's have a date. It just so happens that he wants to have a date too. It's natural and easy for both of us to have a date. Shin-Kei pulled Wu Yu up and helped her put on her clothes. He lowered his head. If you keep looking at me like this, I just start. Wu Yu immediately looked away. This is a severe test for her. Shin-Kei is now her absolute favorite. Wu Yu couldn't help but secretly look over, and was immediately pinched by Shin-Kei's neck. Shin-Kei asked her, what do you like most about me? Wu Yu, just like this now. Shin-Kei couldn't help but curl his lips, kissed Wu Yu, and hugged her. The housekeeper sent the food directly to the living room, and the two of them ate in Wu Yu's small dining room. The meal was sticky, and Shin-Kei's eyes kept falling on Wu Yu. Wu Yu couldn't even raise her head when Shin-Kei looked at her. Since she and Shin-Kei had been together since S4, Shin-Kei had been able to control his emotions towards her. Only when the two of them were deeply in love would such eyes appear. But now, Shin-Kei is affected by his memory, and he is always looking at her with such a straight look under his strong obsession. Wu Yu glared at him. You should restrain yourself a little. Shin-Kei said slowly, why should I restrain myself? Aren't we dating? Is there anything wrong with me looking at my boyfriend like this? Wu Yu lowered her head, and forced her mouth to hold back. Shin-Kei stared at Wu Yu. Do you like me like this? Wu Yu's face flushed, and she nodded barely audibly. Shin-Kei, You should have said it earlier. If you had said it earlier, they would have been together earlier. However, thinking about the helpless situation at that time, Shin-Kei pulled Wu Yu over and hugged her into his arms. Seeing Shin-Kei's face sank, Wu Yu hooked Shin-Kei's neck, sat sideways in front of him and touched his face. What's wrong? Shin-Kei, I just want to hug you, Wu Yu. Let's start over, I give you everything. Wu Yu pursed her lips and nodded, yeah. Shin-Kei said affectionately that it would take less than half an hour to start over. Wu Yu was pressed into the rockery in the small garden and kissed until she was dizzy. After dinner, Shin-Kei immediately took Wu Yu's hand and walked to the garden. The sky gradually darkened and the lights dimmed. This is Wu Yu's own residence, deep and quiet, no one will come here. Shin-Kei cast a vague look on Wu Yu, which gradually made her frightened. Wu Yu emphasized, don't forget, you said to take it slow. Shin-Kei corrected, I said to start over, not take it slow. Wu Yu, Captain, you are alone, calm down. Shin-Kei glanced at her with a meaningful look, what if I don't calm down? Wu Yu shook off Shin-Kei's hand, then I leave. Shin-Kei pressed his lips, hugged Wu Yu from behind, and walked towards the rockery with him. Wu Yu kept struggling. Let me go. There are surveillance cameras here. Holding her, he went directly into the surveillance blind spot behind the rockery. Shinkei's hand was on the back of Wu Yu's head, and he leaned close to her and kissed her, constantly asking for it, and kissing her deeply. Wu Yu moaned from her throat, "Let me go, the stone hurts me so much." Shinkei immediately turned around, exchanged positions with Wu Yu, and hugged Wu Yu so that she hooked her neck. The kisses continued down along the neck. Wu Yu stroked Shinkei's hair, and couldn't help but close the distance between the two. Shinkei sighed with satisfaction. Wu Yu's face flushed, and she tried to push him. "Let me go." Shinkei tightly hugged Wu Yu's waist. "If you resist again, I will use force." Wu Yu couldn't even raise her head. "You can't do this." Shinkei's hands were messing around through her clothes. "Why can't I do this? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me touching my own wife?" Wu Yu glanced at Shinkei with her eyes, and Shinkei's breathing became heavier immediately. He pulled Wu Yu's hand closer to him, and said in a bewitching tone, "Wife, help me." Wu Yu shook her head, and Shinkei immediately begged her, "I let you beat me today, and you said you would coax me." Wu Yu struggled to pull her hand away. "I have been coaxing you since you came back." Shinkei was unwilling. "That doesn't count. That's what I already have." As he said that, Shinkei began to tease her. Wu Yu couldn't stand Shinkei's pestering anymore, and glared at him. "Come with me." After saying that, Wu Yu walked towards the back of the rockery. Shinkei blinked and followed immediately. "Shinkei, wife, I want to see." "Shinkei, is it this?" "Shinkei, wife, you are so beautiful." After a while, Wu Yu ran out with a red face, and Shinkei was impatient to catch her. "Wife, wait for me." Wu Yu pushed him away. "Don't do that to me." "Shinkei, let me see if I hurt you." Wu Yu was so angry that she ignored him, and turned around and left. Shinkei wanted to chase her and glared at him. "You are not allowed to follow me." Fearing that Wu Yu might be driven away, Shinkei watched Wu Yu run back to the villa, and heard a faint sound of bang, slamming the door. Shinkei finally completed his 3 days of hard work, and his face was full of dreams and endless aftertastes, and he couldn't help but smile secretly. Until the morning training the next day, Shinkei maintained an extraordinary good mood. Seeing Shinkei's radiant face, as if he was reborn, and his attitude was so good that it was outrageous. Jian Suiyu simply couldn't bear to watch. "You should restrain yourself a little. You promised your uncle to sleep in a separate room from Wu Yu." Shinkei was surprised. "We sleep in separate rooms." After the rockery, he let Wu Yu go back to her room to rest early. He just sent her a few messages and did nothing else. "Shinkei, wife, I miss you." "Shinkei, wife, I felt so comfortable when you helped me just now." "Wu Yu, don't say that again." "Shinkei, we will go every day from now on." "Wu Yu, I won't go." "Shinkei, don't make me angry." "If you make me angry, I will climb into your room through the window and do something illegal." "Wu Yu, Ah, how could there be such a shameless scoundrel?" Wu Yu glanced at the shameful communication record and tremblingly put away the communicator to start today's physical therapy. After the morning treatment, Jiang Yuhua took Wu Yu's arm. Let's go find Sui Yu, Shaoan, Mu Bai, Shinkei and others to have lunch together." Wu Yu thought about it, and nodded firmly. "Okay. This is the good thing about a big family. There are many people. No pretense. From now on, she will eat every meal with everyone." When Wu Yu and Jiang Yuhua appeared, the morning training had just come to an end. Jiang Yuhua greeted them. "You've worked hard. Let's go and have dinner together." Shinkei was giving the final training instructions. He caught up with the main group a beat slower, and saw Wu Yu walking in front, with a determined look on his face, and not looking away. Shinkei pressed his mouth, and followed behind without saying a word. When they arrived at the restaurant, everyone sat down. Wu Yu sat between Jiang Yuhua and Jiang Qian without hesitation. Shinkei's good mood for the whole morning turned from sunny to cloudy from then on. Wu Yu finished her meal, and went to the bathroom. As soon as someone left, Shinkei stood up and followed. The 4 people at the table looked at each other. Jiang Mubai, go. Jian Suiyu, go. In an instant, the table was empty. Wu Yu lowered her head to wash her hands, and suddenly heard the sound of a door opening behind her. As soon as she turned her head, she was pushed against the sink by Shinkei. With his hands on the sink from Wu Yu's side, Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously and approached. Shinkei sneered. "You are hiding from me, right?" Wu Yu, "I didn't." Shinkei, "Then why didn't you sit next to me when you ate? Didn't you wait for me to go with you just now?" Wu Yu, "Isn't this normal? Didn't we always, Instantly holding Wu Yu's waist, Shinkei lowered his head, and kissed Wu Yu's earlobe. He looked up at the mirror on the sink, watching Wu Yu's ears and neck flushed under the light. Shinkei chuckled. Didn't we always, what? Go on, Wu Yu. Wu Yu looked stern but was actually weak. Didn't we always eat separately and go together? Wu Yu wore a skirt today. Shinkei unzipped her back and looked at her glowing white back in the mirror. He reached out to remove the obstructing part, and seeing the smooth back, Shinkei smiled with satisfaction and slid his hand in immediately. Wu Yu felt relieved and her face flushed instantly. She raised her hands to cover her chest and glared at Shinkei. What are you doing? There are people outside. Shinkei sneered. As soon as I followed them, they all ran away. They are afraid of seeing things they can't see, hearing things they can't hear, and being killed by me. Wu Yu, No. We are all family after all. How can we be so spineless? Don't be a coward. What are you afraid of? How can so many of them not be able to beat Shinkei? Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Shinkei, don't be unreasonable. Shinkei laughed angrily. I am being unreasonable? You are hiding from me, and I am being unreasonable? Wu Yu, that's because you are so careless. Shinkei sneered. You obviously like me like this. Wu Yu was furious. I don't like it. Shinkei lifted Wu Yu up with one hand and carried her to the sink. He leaned against the sink and reached his hand in. He took his hand back and stretched his long fingers in front of Wu Yu. Say it again. Wu Yu blushed. Shinkei squinted and looked at Wu Yu in the mirror, her whole body flushed, his eyes becoming more and more deep. Wu Yu stretched out her hand to support Shinkei's chest, trying to distance the two of them. Wu Yu, Captain, in broad daylight, ah. Shinkei tightened his arms and embraced Wu Yu in his arms. The two of them were close and close. Shinkei's voice fell into Wu Yu's ears. If you don't want me to continue, just say something I like to hear, and I will let you go now. Wu Yu immediately admitted her mistake. Hubby, I was wrong. Shinkei turned his eyes away, pressed the corners of his mouth, lowered his head, and began to help Wu Yu put on clothes. Wu Yu looked at him warily, with a face full of distrust, wanting to push him away and let him do it himself. Shinkei held Wu Yu's hands with one hand, looked at her closely, and said slowly, either I do it, or I continue, you decide. Wu Yu let go of her hands and leaned on the sink without saying a word, blushing and looking down at Shinkei helping her put away her clothes. This time, Shinkei's hands were very well behaved, and he put on his clothes properly without messing around. He told Wu Yu word by word, if I had any way at that time, I would not have acted like a coward and remained silent and played dumb after doing that to you. Wu Yu, you could have dinner with anyone, talking and laughing, but not with me. Do you know how painful it is for me to witness all this? Wu Yu, you will never understand how much I am obsessed with you. Wu Yu let out a long breath, took Shinkei into her arms, touched his hair, and said softly, I know, baby, I know how much you are obsessed with me. I have experienced it myself. I was wrong, don't be angry, okay? I won't be like this again, I won't hide from you anymore. God knows how happy Shinkei was when he got Wu Yu's indulgent response after saying this. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly. Can you coax me? Wu Yu was embarrassed. You can't always want to bully me and take advantage of me. Shinkei leaned close to Wu Yu's ear, then take advantage of me. Wu Yu glanced at him, and in Shinkei's expectant and joyful eyes, she reached out her hand along the hem of her clothes and touched Shinkei's abdominal muscles. Following the abdominal muscles and mermaid line, Shinkei's eyes were instantly intoxicated. Shinkei held her and moaned. The sound full of sex was right beside Wu Yu's ears. God-level shuttle operator, hand speed is extraordinary. Wu Yu's face flushed, dirty bastard. Shinkei chuckled, yeah, I am. With his mind blank and his whole body trembling, Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly in his arms. Wu Yu and Shinkei came out of the bathroom one after another. Shinkei followed her slowly with his hands in his pockets. Shinkei, where is the second young lady going? Wu Yu, don't bother me. Shinkei, I will. He walked to Wu Yu and hugged her. Do you want to go for physical therapy? I take you there. Wu Yu, you have training in the afternoon. Shinkei, it won't take a while. Wu Yu pushed him, go ahead, training is the real thing. Seeing that Shinkei was unwilling, Wu Yu hooked his neck and stood on tiptoe to kiss him. I come to you after I finish my treatment. Can you train? Shinkei curled his lips, embraced Wu Yu and looked down at her. Okay. When Wu Yu just withdrew her hand and was about to leave, Shinkei immediately leaned over and kissed her, and didn't let her go until Wu Yu blushed and gasped. Seeing Shinkei appear at the last minute, his mood obviously improved again. Jiang Mubai, I feel like I am part of their play. It's a pity that he had helped Wu Yu teach Shinkei a lesson so sincerely before. He was just a fool. Jian Suiyu, you get used to it. These two people are inseparable. Regardless of amnesia or loss of feelings, They just talk about it again in a different way. Shin-Kei just walked up to them. Jiang Mubai was curious. Brother-in-law, what are you going to do if Maybao really runs away this time? Shin-Kei, she can't run away. I watch the surveillance every day. Jiang Mubai, Jian Suiyu, you are perverted. Why don't you go to Wuyue when you have time to watch the surveillance? Shin-Kei, I need time to seriously consider my relationship with her. Jian Suiyu, don't give yourself a chance. You just want Wuyue to give you a way out. Shin-Kei's expression cracked for a second, and he gritted his teeth. Shut up. Jiang Mubai suddenly empathized with Shin Quebec. He was just looking for a sense of existence, so everyone would look for a sense of existence. He wanted to find a sense of existence in front of his family, and Shin-Kei wanted to find a sense of existence in front of his sister. This has nothing to do with maturity or awesomeness. Wanting to find a sense of existence means that you care. After dinner, Jiang Mubai was about to leave with his family, when he was suddenly stopped by Jiang Huaiji. Mubai, come here. Following Jiang Huaiji into Jiang Ling's study, Jiang Mubai touched his nose. Dad. Jiang Ling stood up and walked to him. You are so grown up, but you are still like a child. Jiang Ling patted his head. Xiaobai, you have grown up so much. Jiang Mubai suddenly felt a little proud. Jiang Ling, originally, the Jiang family has always treated the youngest as a treasure, and never wanted to put any pressure on you, but you think that we don't value you. Jiang Huaiji, this kid is acting like a spoiled child to make himself feel important. Jiang Mubai stopped being so proud and started jumping up and down. I didn't. Jiang Ling, you are blaming me and asking me to apologize. Jiang Mubai lowered his head awkwardly. I didn't. Jiang Huaiji, maybe he suspected that he was not his biological child and picked him up from the trash can. Jiang Mubai was furious. You said no, I'm leaving? He is not that petty. The conflict was resolved, and the top heir of Sirius and the two captains of Qian easily trained the new trainees into submission with a combination of punches. On the third day of the high-intensity training, the number of trainees who stayed in the training was as high as 80%. Jiang Huaiji, Shin-Kei, don't you really want to go to the military? With your ability, you can definitely make a name for yourself in the military. Now that Zhu Kei is dead, and the position of Admiral Nanbu is vacant, no one will object if you want to go to the military. Taking advantage of Shin-Kei's amnesia, Jiang Huaiji thought he could persuade him again. As it was getting late, Shin-Kei's mind had already flown away. He looked serious, but in fact, he was waiting for Wu Yu to come to him. He perfunctorily said, well, I think about it. Jiang Huaiji, are you listening to me? Jian Suiyu said, don't mind him, he's just asking for trouble. Jiang Huaiji, After waiting for so long, Wu Yu and Jiang Yuhua finally came together to deliver midnight snacks to the new trainees. Shin Chung immediately went over to take the box from her hand. Shin-Kei, I do it, you go sit over there. Shin-Kei kept looking at Wu Yu from the side, and the two of them looked at each other with an ambiguous atmosphere. Jiang Yuhua coughed at the side. Be careful of the impact. Wu Yu shyly turned her face away, and Shin-Kei's face darkened. After distributing the midnight snacks and supplies, Wu Yu was about to leave. Jiang Yuhua called Shin-Kei. Instructor Shin, I need to follow up with the training here. Thank you for helping me deliver the things. Shin-Kei immediately said, I'm coming. Shin-Kei picked up all the things by himself and followed Wu Yu. Wu Yu led Shin-Kei into the warehouse. The further she walked, the more she could feel Shin-Kei's eyes on her becoming more unscrupulous. She pointed calmly, just put it there. As soon as Shin-Kei put the things down, Wu Yu said, thank you for your hard work, Instructor Shin. Go back to training. Shin-Kei put his hands in his pockets and walked to Wu Yu, leaning down and looking at her at eye level. Is anyone coming now? Hearing his implication, Wu Yu's face instantly turned red, of course. Shin-Kei leaned in and kissed her. Are you leaving now? Will you stay with me for a while? Wu Yu lowered her head shyly and nodded, yeah, okay. Shin-Kei turned his face away and pressed the corners of his mouth. Back to the training ground, Wu Yu sat far away and watched Shin-Kei training with others. Jiang Mubai cheered, brother, practice with Instructor Shin. He can't be the only one to be embarrassed. We all have to be embarrassed together. Jiang Huaiji, you kid, you just can't stand seeing me doing well. Jiang Mubai called Shin-Kei, brother-in-law, come on. Shin-Kei glanced at Wu Yu calmly, I'm fine. Jian Suiyu advised Jiang Huaiji, be careful, Shin-Kei is going to show off. Jiang Huaiji, working is annoying. Jian Suiyu, let's fight. It's time to end the fight. Let's end it a little early today, so we can take a break. Shin-Kei and Jiang Huaiji started to prepare. Shin-Kei made a move instantly. It was completely different from Jiang Mubai's previous killing moves. This time, it was just a show to adjust the mood. The main point was that there was a road, but he couldn't walk properly. He had to do somersaults. Shin-kei did somersaults on one hand, front and back somersaults, and 3.5 turns in the air. It was as exaggerated as an ancient Chinese martial arts movie. If you didn't know, you would think he worked in an acrobatic troupe. Jiang Huaiji, I was speechless. I have never been so speechless in my life. Jiang Huaiji wanted to leave work, but Shin-kei really got angry after what he did, and he was getting more and more serious. Wu Yu held her cheek and watched Shin-kei being kicked by Jiang Huaiji. She couldn't help but lower her head and wanted to laugh. Shin-kei glared, "Are you serious?" He kicked him while his wife was watching. Jiang Huaiji's forehead veins jumped wildly. Come on! The top two teams in the alliance were really fighting, and everyone was excited. The two fought back and forth, and Jiang Mubai waved the flag and shouted on the side, "Brother, beat him up, when he knows who is the big and small king and serious." Wu Yu was unhappy. "Third brother, what are you talking about? You hit Shin-kei in the face, and I haven't settled the score with you yet." Jiang Mubai immediately said, "What's wrong? Are you heartbroken?" Wu Yu was angry. "Shin-kei, you beat this kid up later." Shin was determined. "Okay." Jiang Mubai was unhappy. "What do you mean by this, kid? I am your brother, and now you are as stubborn as your sister." Jiang Yuhua glared. "You can talk, but you're still dragging me down." Jiang Mubai, "Look at you two, you're so confused." Seeing the whole scene in chaos and the heated arguments, Jian Suiyu called out to the new trainees who were watching the excitement on the side, "Everyone, go back and rest early. You're all tired after a few days of training. Get up 2 hours later tomorrow." "Great." As people gradually walked away, a whisper came. "I heard that the serious Chable was very strict and difficult to get along with, but now I've seen these heirs are very easygoing and approachable. He usually does all the training himself. He comes earlier than us and leaves later than us. He even stays to pack up. Finally, I can take a breath. I am so tired. Today the team asked me to go over and said they would take my mother from the refugee camp to the family compound. Sirius is really good." The Jiang family stopped and smiled at each other. "Jiang Huaiji, let's go back and rest early." Shin-kei said goodbye to everyone and walked back with Wu Yu. Shin-kei glanced sideways. "Are you tired?" Wu Yu looked around and saw no one, so she reached out to Shin-kei. "Hold me." Shin-kei immediately picked Wu Yu up, helped her put on her clothes, leaned over and kissed her, and let Wu Yu's head rest on his shoulder, and continued walking. Shin-kei's voice was right beside her. "It's late, baby, go to sleep if you're tired, I'm here." Back in the room, Shin-kei put Wu Yu on the bed, and Wu Yu drowsily hooked her arms around his neck. "Honey, I want to take a shower." Shin-kei's breathing stagnated, and without hesitation, he turned around and carried Wu Yu into the bathroom. Walking into the bathtub, the sound of water came. Wu Yu had been hugging him tightly, and Shin-kei was fascinated by her intimate attitude. The two kissed passionately, feeling each other's breath without reservation. Until Wu Yu was exhausted and fell asleep on Shin-kei's shoulder, Shin-kei picked her up like a princess, dressed her, and put her on the bed. Kissing her forehead, "Shin-kei, good night, baby." Then, Shin-kei turned back to the next room, thinking back to the scene in the bathroom. Just now, his heart was surging, and he couldn't fall asleep. The next morning, Wu Yu woke up and opened the door. She saw Shin-kei sitting in the living room and blinked in surprise. Shin-kei walked up to her and said, "You will have training 2 hours later today. Let's eat first, baby. I still have time to send you to physical therapy." Wu Yu nodded yes. While eating, Wu Yu looked up at Shin-kei, and then looked at him again. "Shin-kei, what's wrong?" Wu Yu, "Nothing. Forget it. Let's not change Shin-kei's physiological view now. Let him be twisted for a while. Otherwise, his mind would definitely slip in a minute." After dinner, Shin-kei sent Wu Yu to the Jiang family's treatment room. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw someone holding a baby less than a month old for a physical examination. Shin-kei saw the baby and blinked in disbelief. When he saw Wu Yu, the person immediately greeted her warmly, "Miss Wu Yu." Wu Yu smiled and greeted the person, reaching out her hand to tease the baby. "Miss Wu Yu, do you want to hold it for a while?" Wu Yu, "I don't know how." The child was too young, so she didn't dare. "Thank you so much this time." "Wu Yu, you're so polite." When the person left with the child, Shin-kei approached with a puzzled look on his face. "Shin-kei, is that a child born after the end of the world?" Wu Yu, "Yes, it's the child born in S4 this time. Their bodies are pure, and they don't need to be troubled by pollution anymore." Shin-kei blinked and looked at Wu Yu. "Do you want a child?" Wu Yu shook her head. I'm not pregnant yet. Shin-Kei nodded, yeah. He thought so too. After Wu Yu started the treatment, Shin-Kei was ready to leave. Suddenly, his steps stopped. Shin-Kei looked up at the promotional video in the public area of the treatment hall. Carrying out life extension work is indeed crucial to the current alliance, but while extending life, we also hope that everyone will pay attention to strengthening family planning awareness, extending life in the best physical condition, paying attention to contraception awareness, and using reasonable methods to prevent pregnancy. Shin-Kei read it very seriously from beginning to end. Until the training room, the whole process seemed like a dream. He walked to Jian Suiyu without hesitation. Are you and Jiang Yuhua going to have a baby? Jian Suiyu shook his head. No, Yuhua plans to have a baby after everything is over. Shin-Kei, you told me at that time that women can easily get pregnant. Jian Suiyu was puzzled. You were already with Wu Yu before you lost your memory. Didn't we tell you now? After saying that, seeing Shin-Kei's face turn black, Jian Suiyu immediately understood. You are so greedy for her. She is afraid that you can't help it. Shin-Kei, irrefutable. Shin-Kei had a dark face and didn't say a word for the whole morning. When Wu Yu followed Jiang Yuhua here, she found it strange to see Shin-Kei ignoring her with a cold face. Jiang Yuhua, let's go, it's time to eat. Shin-Kei turned around and left without looking back. Jiang Yuhua looked puzzled. Jian Suiyu whispered a few words to her. She immediately looked back between Wu Yu and Shin-Kei with excitement. Shin-Kei walked directly outside the training room and stood there without moving for a long time. Wu Yu was so angry that he was about to go back when he saw Wu Yu chasing him out. Shin-Kei was angry. Why did you take so long to come? Wu Yu walked up to him and held his hand, but Shin-Kei put his hand in his pocket and turned around to avoid being touched. Wu Yu pressed the corner of her mouth and pulled Shin-Kei's hand out of her pocket, forcing him to hold it. Shin-Kei tried to hold it back, but couldn't. Why did you take so long? Wu Yu, don't I have to ask you why you are angry? Otherwise, how can I comfort you? I told him to go first and not wait for us, and send the food directly to me. Shin-Kei was silent again. Wu Yu dragged him to where she lived, but Shin-Kei didn't want to go, so she coaxed him. Let's go. Shin-Kei didn't say anything, and Wu Yu pulled his hand and shook it. Let's go. Shin-Kei still wanted to be polite, so Wu Yu got angry and shook his hand, and turned around and walked away. Shin-Kei immediately chased after him, and took Wu Yu home. Wu Yu was angry. Let me go. Shin-Kei, I'm still angry. Wu Yu glared. I'm angry too. Let's go our separate ways. The road is open to the sky. Let's go our separate ways. Shin-Kei, why didn't you tell me? Wu Yu blinked. How do I know you don't know? Shin-Kei was so angry. We were both asleep before. How could you not know? Wu Yu didn't admit it. You knew it at that time. Maybe you were so greedy that I found out by myself. Shin-Kei looked at Wu Yu, who was serious and confident, and even blamed her. Wu Yu, are you taking advantage of my amnesia to confuse right and wrong now? Wu Yu had a strong sense of belief. She refused to admit it. No normal people would know this physiological common sense, right? Shin-Kei, Shin-Kei was completely confused. Seeing Shin-Kei's attitude soften, Wu Yu immediately said earnestly, Shin-Kei, you can't always be unreasonable and take advantage of my liking for you. Shin-Kei, yes, it's my problem. I won't do that again. Wu Yu looked away and pressed the corners of her mouth, thinking about all the sad things in her mind. Wu Yu nodded. Okay, let's go. Hurry up and eat. We have something to do in the afternoon. After saying that, Wu Yu lowered her head and walked in front, fearing that she would not be able to control her emotions and be seen by Shin-Kei. Shin-Kei followed Wu Yu and looked at her, but he still felt something was wrong. When she was taking a shower yesterday, he was lingering at the door and didn't go in. Wu Yu's expression at that time was very intriguing. Shin-Kei suddenly reached out and grabbed Wu Yu, and he lowered his eyes to look at her. Wu Yu looked back at him with a puzzled look. What's wrong? Shin-Kei didn't say anything, just kept looking at her. Wu Yu, Looking at Shin-Kei's cold face with a hint of doubt and uncertainty, Wu Yu kept telling herself, a sense of faith. You must have faith in life. Don't laugh. Just when Shin-Kei thought he was overthinking, Wu Yu suddenly lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Shin-Kei, Wu Yu, you are laughing, right? Wu Yu shook her head slowly, her tone suppressed. I'm sad that you don't believe me. Shin-Kei, do you think I can't see that your mouth is almost grinning to your ears? Wu Yu, The scene was silent for 3 seconds, and Wu Yu turned around and ran away. Shin-Kei, How could there be such an outrageous woman? Shin-Kei, Puff, laughed out loud. His eyes were bit with laughter. He asked Wu Yu to run for a minute before catching her. Otherwise he was afraid that he would not be able to hold back his laughter. As soon as Wu Yu stepped into the villa area, Shinkei grabbed her and picked her up. She was hit on the buttocks twice, and her face turned red with anger. Wu Yu, you hit me. Domestic violence. Shinkei, I let you jump. Wu Yu hugged Shinkei's neck and bit him. Feeling the blood in her mouth, Wu Yu finally stopped biting with satisfaction. Wu Yu raised her head when she noticed that Shinkei was motionless, and Shinkei lowered his head to look at her. Shinkei's eyes were deep and dark, as if he wanted to suck Wu Yu in. Wu Yu felt embarrassed by Shinkei's eyes, and she lowered her head. Don't be angry, I'm just afraid that you will be even more unable to bear it after knowing it. Shinkei, yeah. Shinkei couldn't be angry anymore. He had been seduced by Wu Yu's series of bewitching tricks. Wu Yu felt wronged. You never hit me before. Shinkei tightened his hand and lifted Wu Yu up. I just patted you twice. How could I bear to hit you? Wu Yu was unreasonable. You did hit me. Shinkei carried her to where she lived. Then I let you hit me back, okay? Wu Yu didn't want to. It didn't hurt when I hit you, but you hurt me. Shinkei's bones were softened by Wu Yu. After we go into the house and close the door, can you do whatever you want to me? You can do whatever you want. Wu Yu curled her lips. No. Shinkei approached her. Then what do you want? Wu Yu hooked his neck, looked at him with a smile, and said nothing. To be honest, Shinkei had never thought that he could be so close to Wu Yu before. Now that happiness has fallen on his head, he has no power to resist. As long as Wu Yu smiles at him, he will be willing to dig out his heart. Shinkei looked at her infatuatedly. Wife, I like you so much. Wu Yu, don't you think I'm acting? Shinkei shook his head. I like you to act. The more you act with me, the more it shows that you like me, and have me in your heart. I'm afraid that you will ignore me, and pretend not to see me. That will really kill me. Shinkei carried Wu Yu into the room, and closed the door. He leaned over and pressed her on the bed. Wu Yu held his face, and whispered to him, husband. Shinkei, yes, wife. Wu Yu, can we have spiritual resonance? Shinkei, okay, you teach me. The two people's spiritual powers gradually intersected, their eyes met, their breaths lingered, and they got closer and closer. Chapter 514. After breakfast. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu in confusion, as she washed and changed into combat uniform. Shinkei, what's wrong, baby? Where are you going? Wu Yu, my dungeon CD is coming soon. I'm going to play a dungeon. Shinkei immediately said, I go with you, wife, sync your system to me. I make arrangements for you in advance in the future. Wu Yu turned to look at him. I heard that Captain Shin never accepts the task of leading people to dungeons alone. With Captain Shin's current combat power, I don't know if I can afford to hire him to make a special trip. Shinkei couldn't help laughing. It's not a task to accompany my wife to play the dungeon. I am willing to do it to make my wife happy. Wu Yu, but I am very fragile now, and need all-round protection. If a monster touches me, I may die. You will have to work hard at that time, husband. Shinkei was fascinated by Wu Yu's words, and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will protect you. I will definitely protect you. On the shuttle, Shinkei asked, Wife, what dungeon do you want to play? Wu Yu pointed out the latest S-level plot dungeon. Since S4, the refresh of new dungeons has entered a vacuum period. This is the first new S-level plot dungeon opened after 20 days. It is very likely that the human willpower to penetrate the Order Realm is indeed effective, and the first wave of civil strife in the Order Realm has ended. I want to see if there is any new information from my mother. Shinkei, is it a bit difficult for you to play the S-level plot dungeon now? Wu Yu shook her head. The resentment stored in my body is about 10 times that of my father. It will take me 3 months to completely digest it, and my body may collapse at any time. But the last fake ascension released almost 2/3 of it, and finally entered the positive load of the body. After 10 days of recovery, my mental strength is now almost at S level. My mental strength can handle this dungeon. But my physical condition is very poor now, so I definitely can't move. We winked at Shinkei. When the time comes, it's all up to you to fight. Shin-chung nodded immediately yes. When the two shuttles arrived at the dungeon entrance, there were already several shuttles parked outside the dungeon, and they all looked like they were going to the dungeon. As the Alliance sent a professional team to carry out directional blasting on the remaining small dungeons, the citizens of the Alliance got a chance to breathe. All of a sudden, the new dungeon became a hot commodity, especially the S-level plot dungeon that still had the first kill. This was what all the major teams were vying for. The S-level plot dungeon, that was once used as a reward and monopolized by the Alliance, was enough to make individual players take off instantly. The dungeon was named Intimate Lover. Because it was just opened, there are no relevant plot clues yet. Seeing so many people outside the dungeon, Shinkei said, If we go in directly like this, it might be a bit troublesome. In the friendly team match, Wu Yu and his appearance were all exposed to others. Wu Yu disguised himself very neatly, and he covered himself up like a ghost, and no one could recognize him with the black mosaic of the team. Shinkei took out the mask he had worn before and put it on. Wu Yu took a look and was not satisfied. Are you going in like this? Shinkei was puzzled. Well, I have always dungeoned like this by myself, and I won't be recognized. Wu Yu, but you look so good like this. I don't want others to see you like this. I fell in love with you at first sight like this. Shinkei was stunned, and the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Wu Yu held Shinkei's face and stared at him, making Shinkei's breathing heavier. Don't look at me like that anymore. Wu Yu, you're so beautiful. What's wrong with me looking at you? Shinkei took Wu Yu into his arms. If you keep looking at me, you won't be able to go to the dungeon today. Wu Yu narrowed her eyes. She liked it most when Shinkei covered his face and dressed up, looking at her with such a straight look. Wu Yu, we have to go to the dungeon today, but we can go an hour later. She winked at Shinkei, and Shinkei immediately reacted. Do you like me like this? Wu Yu nodded yes. Shinkei turned Wu Yu over and raised her hands to the main cockpit wall, then put her hands on her chest and supported herself against the wall, and leaned against him from behind. Wu Yu's face flushed instantly. Shinkei, where did you learn this? Shinkei chuckled. After all, my only job now is to serve you, so my business ability must be constantly improved. Otherwise, there will be green tea and vixen everywhere trying to steal his corner. Wu Yu, So what is this person watching so seriously every day? Shinkei leaned his head close to Wu Yu's ear. Why didn't you say you liked it earlier? If you say a word, I immediately climb up your window and get into your bed in the middle of the night. Wu Yu, you wish. Shinkei chuckled. That's what I wish for. When I go back this time, I will not only want you to do this, but also do it. He turned over the hand that had been cushioning him and tightened it. He stopped talking and just worked hard. Wu Yu's mind was confused by the low panting, and his consciousness gradually blurred, and he completely lost control. When Wu Yu and Shinkei entered the dungeon, they found that the dungeon had a limit on the number of people allowed to enter, and only 2 people were allowed to enter as teammates at most. In a plot dungeon, there will be a logically structured plot, just like the previous River God Village and the ancient castle, and it may even involve the role-playing part of the RPG. Since the name of the dungeon is Intimate Lovers, it is reasonable for the 2 to form a team, which saves them from having to disguise themselves and reveal their identities. After entering the dungeon as a team, Wu Yu opened her eyes again and found herself lying on the bed. She sat up suddenly and heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Wu Yu waited for 2 seconds, but the sound did not stop. She immediately began to check the entire room without making any noise. If it was Shinkei, he would definitely come to find her immediately. If he did not come, it meant that the person inside was not Shinkei. The plot setting inside was still going on normally. In a 2-person plot dungeon, if it was not a teammate, then the person inside was a ghost. Wu Yu saw the photo on the bedside, which was her and a completely strange man. Wu Yu subtly discovered that in just a few seconds, the memory of Shinkei in her mind was fading, followed by the continuous impact and coverage of new memories. This means that this dungeon has strong mental pollution, and is trying to change her memory, mislead her thinking, and change her common sense. She immediately found a pen and paper to write down all the key information that she thought could be used, and kept it close to her. In an S-level plot dungeon, since there is strong mental pollution, the attack power of the ghosts is relatively weak, and may even be no different from that of ordinary people. So this time, it's the human heart that is being played. To put it bluntly, ghosts are also transformed from humans, and humans have greed, anger, and ignorance. What Wu Yu is best at is playing with people's hearts. Wu Yu's eyes quickly swept across the room. The overall style is simple, which is the most popular interior design style among young people nowadays. There are no wedding photos in the room, and the names of dungeons are close lovers, so it is likely that they are a couple living together. Wu Yu calmly looked at the information on the desk and cabinet, and when her eyes swept across a group photo, Wu Yu's expression suddenly paused. Future biology. So her ghost lover is an employee of future biology. As expected, she guessed right. In this dungeon, there is the real secret about future creatures that her mother got from the Order Realm that no one knows. As long as the entire dungeon is cleared, the real purpose of the research on future creatures can be revealed. Wu Yu's memory is gradually covered with a veil under the constant brainwashing of the plot, and the current information of her character card begins to enter her brain. She is a child from an ordinary family. After graduating from college, she entered a new media company step by step. During the interview of new AI technology, she met her current lover, Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan is a young talent. With his excellent competition strength and solid personal scientific research ability, he was admitted by Future Biology to conduct research on artificial AI. During an interview, the two met unexpectedly, and Zhou Chuan took the initiative to pursue her. After confirming their relationship, the two began to live together. The memory was completely accepted, and Wei Yu's memory was completely replaced by the roll card memory. Wei Yu's uncertain eyes fell on Zhou Chuan's photo. Dear, I suddenly received a call, and I have to go back to the laboratory in a hurry. I may not be able to take you. Can you take the bus by yourself? Turning to look at Zhou Chuan, Wei Yu frowned slowly when she saw his plain face. Just as Zhou Chuan was about to approach, Wei Yu turned and left. What kind of a man is this? How could she find such an ugly boyfriend? Impossible. It's totally out of her taste. She can be a widow for life, but she will never allow herself to find an ugly guy with a black history. Take the bus? In her mind, she always takes a private plane when she goes out. If she can't afford a private plane, forget it. At least call a private car. He is not worthy of her. This man is not worthy of her at all. Something must have gone wrong. She had to investigate it. Zhou Chuan followed out in confusion. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Wei Yu frowned. Please keep your distance from me. I now suspect you cast a spell on me. As long as you get 3 meters close to me, I will call the police immediately. Zhou Chuan's eyes flashed with a sinister light, and he smiled gently and tolerantly. Yeah, I don't understand what you are talking about. Are you angry because I can't send you off? Wei Yu, please call me by my full name, otherwise I feel disgusted. You. And don't smile at me, you are too ugly, and your smile is very artificial. Zhou Chuan gritted his teeth. Yeah, I don't want to quarrel with you over a small matter early in the morning. Don't be unreasonable, okay? Wei Yu was incredulous. You still want to poo at me? Are you okay? It's your honor to talk to you. You are polluting my eyes now. I have tolerated you. I feel like I am a bodhisattva who saves all living beings. By the way, it seems that you have a car. Give me your car keys and find a way to go to work. Zhou Chuan's breathing became increasingly unstable. You don't have a driver's license. Wei Yu, then give me your driver's license as well. You need a driver's license to drive a car? She remembered that she didn't pass the test to fly a plane, but she still flew very fast. Zhou Chuan's tone gradually became fierce. My work is more important. I need a car to travel back and forth. Wei Yu frowned and interrupted him directly. You should understand clearly that your only value now is that you still have a car. If you can't even reflect this value, I will kick you out immediately. Give me the car keys, or leave the car keys and pack up and get out. It's your choice. His work is more important. Even if she is sweeping garbage downstairs in the community, her needs must be put first. Zhou Chuan took a deep breath frantically, his chest rising and falling violently. This is his home. Wei Yu's expression gradually became impatient. You look very unstable, and you may commit domestic violence at any time. Why did I find you? Did you force me? I will call the police. Call the police immediately. Just wait. I will not be named if I don't send you to jail. Kill her. Kill this woman. Just when Zhou Chuan was about to attack with all his might, his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the call from the laboratory, he took a deep breath and turned away. As soon as Zhou Chuan left, Wei Yu immediately felt that the air was fresher. Taking his cell phone and belongings, Wei Yu found the company address and called a special car to go to the company. While the car was driving, Wei Yu saw a billboard on the roadside that read, Future Biology, the latest artificial AI conference is about to be held. Wei Yu's eyes fell on the photo of artificial AI on the advertising screen, with silver white hair, light green clear pupils, a high nose bridge, light-colored cool thin lips, and a tattoo on the neck artery symbolizing artificial AI. Wei Yu's heart began to beat violently, and it was not until the car drove far away that it could not calm down for a long time. Sitting at the workstation, Wei Yu's eyes were still filled with the artificial AI that she had just seen. The words future creatures flashed through her mind, and Wei Yu took out her phone and said sympathetically, Wei Yu, Zhou Chuan, I raised you with my own efforts, and now it's time for you to serve the country with all your heart. Give me a ticket to the artificial AI conference. Zhou Chuan, the conference involves important information, and non-professionals are not allowed to enter. Wei Yu, useless thing. Zhou Chuan's mother's teeth are about to break. What a bad character this person is, to say such bad things to your lover. How could anyone be willing to play dungeons with such a person? This woman should live out her life alone. Zhou Chuan took a deep breath. Zhou Chuan, I am your boyfriend after all. Can you please talk to me properly? Sorry, the signal is bad. Your message failed to be sent. Zhou Chuan, Yeah. If it is because of what happened this morning, I can apologize to you. Sorry, the signal is bad. Your message failed to be sent. Wu, can it be done? Zhou Chuan, Damn it. He can't send it, but this woman can. He just doesn't believe it. He has to try it, and he can't send it. Zhou Chuan, I can do it. Zhou Chuan, It was quite sudden, and it was sent out, wasn't it? After getting a satisfactory answer, Wu put down her phone, went to the wonton shop downstairs, picked up a bowl of wontons, and ate it at her workstation. Relaxed, the whole person was relaxed, and the ghost colleagues next to him were dumbfounded. Ghost colleague, you are not allowed to eat during work hours. Wu, who made the rule? Ghost colleague, the boss. Wu, does his rule comply with the labor law? Ghost colleague, They are just an S-level dungeon, and the level of sophistication is not that high. If they say it complies with the labor law, then all the rules of the ghost dungeon must be redesigned. Wu looked at the confused look on the ghost colleague's face, and did not embarrass him. If you have any questions, let the boss come to talk to me privately. I wait for him here. After dinner, Wu started searching the internet for information about future creatures and artificial AI. She quickly browsed through all the information about future creatures without making any noise, and subconsciously fumbled for a piece of paper in her palm, looking for a man with white hair and green eyes, who I fall in love with at first sight. My close lover is a ghost. Try to enter the future creature throwing the paper into a bowl of untouched wontons. She stirred it until the paper and the soaked wontons were completely integrated, and Wu threw the wontons into the trash can with an expressionless face. It is indeed her handwriting, but the authenticity is still in doubt. Now the white hair, green eyes, close lover, and future creatures are all connected in one line. After getting the quota for the press conference, she can gradually uncover the truth of her weird memories. The working time passed quickly like a revolving lantern. After get off work, Wu returned to her and Zhou Chuan's residence. Wu has tried it. During working hours, she cannot leave the unit, return to her residence alone, or go to the future creatures to find more clues. After get off work, if she wanted to find clues, Zhou Chuan would be at home, which would inevitably lead to unknown accidents. When she saw the AI billboard in the morning, Wu tried to jump out of the car, but she found that once she was in a public vehicle, she seemed to enter a closed transmission state, where she could see information from the outside world but could not leave the vehicle. In other words, this billboard was part of the information she had to obtain. Wu tried to go back to her parents' home in her memory. When she found that the night was getting darker, and she could not go anywhere but to Zhou Chuan's residence, Wu's expression became more and more subtle. Now all the information is pushing her to do something, and it is this doing that is very likely to put her in unknown danger. Then can she do the opposite? The more she has wanted to do something, the more she will do nothing. Focus on a stinky salted fish and play badly. With Shinkei's current strength, he can kill 3 times in and out of the S-level plot dungeon without taking a breath. The mental pollution in the dungeon has no effect on him at all. At most, it adds a new personality memory to him, and even his original memory cannot be erased. However, his current state is indeed a bit troublesome. If he moves, the entire dungeon plot will collapse immediately. He can only stay there obediently, waiting for Wu to unlock the plot and come to him. He misses his wife, and is afraid that his wife is in danger. Shinkei can't help but divide his mental power to follow his current state, and merge it into the terminal server of the laboratory. When Zhou Chuan returned to his residence, he saw Wu sitting on the coffee table with his legs crossed, watching TV. On the TV was a collection of the top 10 horror suspense murder and dismemberment movies in the past 10 years. Zhou Chuan. Stop watching. The bloody scene is so creepy that even a ghost like him would be scared. Wu turned around. Today I suddenly feel like I'm in love. Let's watch some murder and dismemberment to calm down. Zhou Chuan. Could she really be in love with him? Then he's really unlucky. It's simply the worst bad luck of his life. Wu looked at Zhou Chuan suspiciously. His face was full of bad luck. He looked at her as if he was looking at a wicked, smoking, fuck thing. Wu waved her hand carelessly. I'm not talking about you. You're too ugly. You don't deserve it. If I had no place to go, and had to stay here, do you think I want to breathe the same air as you? Zhou Chuan. What the hell? Shinkei watched Wu and Zhou Chuan chatting back and forth, and gradually became impatient. This Zhou Chuan is indeed good-looking, and for the needs of the plot, he is also simulated according to Wu's ideal type. Shinkei is a little unhappy. He doesn't want Wu to be alone with this Zhou Chuan. Wu turned to look at Zhou Chuan. Can you roll your tongue back when you talk? Zhou Chuan jumped up and down. My tongue is fine. How could I? He suddenly froze. Can you see my tongue? Wu Yu nodded. I can also see your popped eyeballs. You can put them back together. Wu Yu retracted her gaze, killed the man and gave him a fatal blow. You still have the nerve to think ghost movies are scary. You are scarier than ghosts. Why don't you go in and act in 2 episodes? Shinkei's little unhappiness flew away instantly. His wife is a mystic. She has yin and yang eyes. She can see through these disguises and transformations at a glance. Zhou Chuan was simply unbelievable. So this woman, with the memory of falling in love with him, could see his original appearance. Then she could still be so mentally stable from morning till now, and even sit on the same sofa with him to watch a ghost movie. Watching a ghost movie with a real ghost. She even kept talking to him. Piyue him. Shouldn't a normal person be scared out of his wits and at a loss? Wu Yu stared at the TV intently. Did you get what I asked you to get? The cold and murderous tone made Zhou Chuan think that he was secretly contacting Wu Yu, and what he did should be written into the criminal law. He is an evil ghost, a fierce ghost. Can you please show some respect to him? Zhou Chuan, I told you that no one other than an insider is allowed to enter. Wu Yu, then you should give me an insider identity, or I will immediately expose what you have done. Zhou Chuan turned his head instantly, his eyes dangerous and cold. Wu Yu glanced at him coldly. The young and talented researcher is a perverted murderer who wants to create a work that suits his heart through the cutting-edge abilities of future creatures. Zhou Chuan's pupil shrank instantly, and his expression was blank for 3 seconds. Wu Yu turned her head as if she couldn't bear to look at the ugliness. You don't think you're filming Infernal Affairs, do you? Stop pursuing acting skills. Just follow the plot. When you make this expression, the polyps in your hollow eye sockets are squirming. Brother, please let me go. I'm almost killed by your ugliness. Zhou Chuan. How did you find out? Wu Yu, I guessed. Zhou Chuan, ah. Wu Yu, just a random guess. Zhou Chuan was furious. Can you be more serious? Wu Yu, okay, I checked it online today. You are an orphan, adopted by a couple in your early years, and then your mother died of illness, and your father died in an accident. Since then, you have been working part-time to support yourself until the poor boy entered future biology. Make good use of high technology. Look for clues on Baidu. Zhou Chuan, I don't believe you can get the inference you just made from these. We will never fall into the trap of self-proof. After returning home, I looked around and couldn't find any photos of your parents, but I did find something very interesting. Wu Yu looked at the peach blossoms on the windowsill. Did you plant them? Zhou Chuan said nothing. Wu Yu, in a world full of ghosts, a living creature suddenly appeared, which must have important information points. So I dug up the flower pot, and I dug a piece of bone at the bottom of the flower, which looked like a human skull. Zhou Chuan looked at the skull in Wu Yu's hand with a painful expression. Wu Yu observed him calmly. Zhou Chuan, why do you want to be with me? Zhou Chuan, when you interviewed me, you pursued me very passionately, and I was moved, so we were together naturally. Wu Yu, but actually I am a bad woman. I pursue you to get more clues about future creatures. I have spied on your life and discovered your secrets, right? I am threatening you to give me more information about future creatures. Zhou Chuan's heart beat violently. Incredible, simply incredible. He can still feel his heart beating. Wu Yu, what is my situation now? Tell me, I can help you. We can cooperate. Zhou Chuan, you are in a beep beep? Zhou Chuan couldn't tell Wu Yu the real situation of the dungeon. Wu Yu didn't care at all. Write it on paper, or write it on my hand. Shinkei was so angry. No, no, you can't write on your hand. You are not allowed to touch his fairy-like wife. Fortunately, Zhou Chuan found a piece of paper and wrote that Wu Yu was currently in a horror plot dungeon, and only by clearing the plot could she leave alive. Wu Yu's eyes flashed with understanding, and it was obvious that she had roughly guessed the strange state she was in. Zhou Chuan, how did you guess it? Wu Yu, I looked at my work computer all day today, searching every corner, all chat records, browser search history. I've said it before, to find clues, we must make good use of high technology. Why do we have to arrange this part at work? The boss hasn't come to make trouble yet. It's obviously a separate evidence search at the beginning, so there must be clues in the computer. Zhou Chuan, damn it, what kind of devil is this woman? Wu Yu, so it's not you who is the perverted murderer, it's your adoptive father. Zhou Chuan held his head in pain. No, it's not like that at all. They wanted to use my sick mother as a living research subject. They deliberately framed my father, and my father was killed by them. Wu Yu, you were going to kill me. Zhou Chuan, yes, you found out the truth about my life experience. If I don't kill you, my purpose of revenge will be discovered. After saying that, Zhou Chuan was horrified beyond belief. He looked at Wu Yu in astonishment, as if he was looking at a monster. He was originally an NPC, with his own established personality, established lines, and even established pace and behavior patterns. He was supposed to turn evil and kill his greedy lover, and the players who passed the level should unite all forces to kill him. But all his actions were completely led astray by the person in front of him. Wuyu said that she would cooperate with him, but in fact, she had completely understood his storyline. Wuyu smiled, "I can help you, but you have to show your sincerity. Use all your planning over the years to give me an insider identity for future creatures." As a former player, she saw through his unwillingness and resentment, and used or even ordered him, the big boss of the first stage of the dungeon, to help her accomplish what she wanted to do. She turned him against the enemy, and from now on, the rules of the game in this dungeon are set by her. The current plot is completely off and is being corrected. Chapter 515. Dungeon correction completed. Current dungeon rating. SS level. Zhou Chuan felt that Wuyu's eyes looking at him now were like a picky superior who was examining whether he was qualified to be her younger brother. If he couldn't get Wuyu into the press conference, Wuyu would kill him immediately. No. He is an S-level plot dungeon boss after all, and he is not so easy to kill. Zhou Chuan tried to toughen himself. What do you want to do? Wuyu, you are not smart enough. You don't deserve to know. Zhou Chuan. Fuck. Wuyu, if you really can't help me get the tickets, it doesn't matter, I will find a way myself. But if you want me to take you into the game, at least show your sincerity and be open and honest. Zhou Chuan. What sincerity? Wuyu, you don't love me at all, right? You accept me to use me. Who have you killed before? Where are you hiding? Zhou Chuan's pupil shrank instantly. Wuyu shrugged. According to the map of this dungeon, it is most likely hidden in this room. Zhou Chuan was speechless, and he even suspected that Wuyu could guess the whole truth from his expression. Wuyu, is she also someone who approaches you with ulterior motives like me? Zhou Chuan gave up resistance. He nodded. Yes, she is my college girlfriend. We are in love. I didn't expect her purpose was to go after my father's research results. To be honest, I almost wanted to let her go. If she wants it, I will give it to her. As long as the storm is over, I will live with her. But I never thought. Wuyu, she doesn't love you at all. The honey trap is to attack your emotional needs. Sometimes the one who implements the honey trap may not be a person, but even a beautiful cat. The main purpose is to rely on and tie up emotions. The enduring issue of saving people or saving cats can be 9,999 levels below each post. When you think it is love and are willing to sacrifice everything, it means she succeeded. Zhou Chuan was in great pain. I wanted to let her go, but she kept forcing me. I really couldn't stand the fact that my beloved lover looked at me with such cold eyes, and asked me for more research content. I killed her, but I can't go to jail yet. I want to continue to help my parents get revenge. Wuyu, this is obviously a pig-killing scheme. You have become an imperfect victim from the victim, and the people sent by the other party disappeared without anyone's investigation. They are just trying to play the long game and catch the big fish. As long as you enter the laboratory, they will naturally find a way to get what they want, and they will also have a handle on you. They are not afraid of you coming, but they are afraid of you not coming. This is like inviting someone into a jar and catching a turtle in a jar. Zhou Chuan. Who are you? Why do you know everything? Wuyu shrugged. Read more books. These are just the simplest military tactics, logical deduction and psychology content. Military tactics have been passed down for many years, and they have always remained the same. The ancients fought and killed every day and had already studied them thoroughly. Only by standing on the shoulders of giants can we see farther. Shinkei was almost mesmerized by Wuyu's calmness. That was it. Every time he saw his wife so confident and calm, he felt fascinated. Wuyu turned her head and glanced at the surveillance camera in Zhou Chuan's living room. The red light had been flashing frequently since the beginning. The moment he looked at Wuyu, Shinkei's heart skipped a beat. His wife had discovered him. So handsome. Wuyu looked at Zhou Chuan. You may have been monitored for a long time, idiot. Zhou Chuan was a little panicked. What should we do now? Wuyu slowly walked to the surveillance camera, and with a sizzle sound, the surveillance camera turned into black and white snowflakes. Shinkei. Oh, I can't see my wife anymore. Zhou Chuan was completely convinced. In addition to the research results, he handed over everything Wuyu asked him to hand over. He took Wuyu to see the body of his ex-girlfriend. The body was nailed to the entire wall, and it had not decayed or destroyed for 5 years. Wuyu walked up to the body and looked at it carefully, not missing any details. Zhou Chuan took a breath. Aren't you afraid? Wuyu was also surprised. To be honest, I even think it's a bit ordinary. It always feels like these are common to her, as if the ghosts have never seen the world. Wu Yu suddenly stretched out her hand, and in Zhou Chuan's astonished eyes, she forcibly pulled the corpse out. She even called Zhou Chuan, "Help me, the cooperation between humans and ghosts is powerful." Zhou Chuan. What do you want to do? Wu Yu, according to the logic of general ghost movies, your ex-girlfriend is likely to kill us both as a couple at the critical moment. Even from the logic of the plot reversal, she really loves you, and the tragedy of being killed after enduring hardships eventually leads to her blackening and extinction. Zhou Chuan. So what are you going to do now? Wu Yu, we will send her to the crematorium to cremate her and grind her bones to dust. Zhou Chuan almost choked to death on his own saliva. There is no crematorium in the plot. Wu Yu, that's a pity. Wouldn't you have a car? Send your ex-girlfriend into the future creatures and let them fight each other. Zhou Chuan refused. I will definitely be arrested. Wu Yu, you will be arrested. Are you stupid? It is safest for you to be controlled by the police now. Even if the female ghost wants to kill you, the state machinery will protect you. Zhou Chuan frowned. What about my parents' revenge? Wu Yu, I will help you avenge. Ghost brother, trust me, I will protect you and take you to fly. Zhou Chuan looked dazed. I think you are just trying to trick me into killing both me and my ex-girlfriend. Wu Yu's expression drifted for a second. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm not that kind of person at all. Zhou Chuan, you're guilty. Wu Yu warned, hide your research results well. Even if you are caught, someone will definitely rescue you. Leave yourself a backup. As long as you are still useful, you will never be abandoned. Zhou Chuan's brain was blank for a few seconds, then he nodded, okay, I believe you. Before Zhou Chuan drove away, Wu Yu suddenly called him, you need to make some preparations. Zhou Chuan, what preparations? Wu Yu, according to the boss level, if you don't want to be eaten by the big fish on the road, it's best to make adequate preparations in advance for the reversal I just mentioned. Zhou Chuan, did I bring a knife? Wu Yu shook her head. She pulled out a knife and inserted it into the corpse's internal organs, digging out a rib. After grinding it, she engraved the name of Zhou Chuan's ex-girlfriend and handed it to him. Hang it in the car. Remember that you are crazy and blackened because you can't get the love you want. If the female ghost wants to kill you, you have to use force on her. You tell her that you take her to future biology to revive her. You have waited and planned for so long, not for your parents, but for her. You love her. Even if she becomes a ghost, you will be entangled with her for the rest of your life. Remember, don't be afraid. To succeed, you must be hard and ruthless. As long as you are more perverted than ghosts, ghosts will be afraid of you. Zhou Chuan's hands were shaking. Boss, what if you guess wrong? Wu Yu said earnestly, you can only deal with emotional matters by yourself. The emotions of 3 people are too crowded. 2 people are just right. Ghost brother, sister can only help you here. Holding the ribs, Zhou Chuan nodded deeply. Okay. Zhou Chuan drove to future biology with the corpse. Not long after, he actually heard the sound of dong dong from the trunk. Zhou Chuan swallowed nervously and looked sideways with difficulty. The pale cheeks with long hair and black pupils were right in front of him. Chapter 516. As soon as Zhou Chuan left, Wu Yu immediately searched through the boxes and cabinets in the room, trying to find all the information that might be useful. She actually found a lot of research results of future biology in recent years. Future biology said that the emergence of a new generation of artificial intelligence robots will completely usher in a wave of innovation in artificial intelligence robots. Future biology discovered biological fibers that are highly anthropomorphic to human skin, and is determined to make robots human-like to the extreme. Future biology feeds a large amount of human literary works into big data. Currently, artificial intelligence is already able to create literature that includes human emotions. The more Wu Yu looked, the more she felt something was wrong. Obviously, future biology is using the cloak of technology to beautify this cruel and horrific research fact. The so-called humanization of artificial intelligence is all a scam. The highly anthropomorphic biological fiber is most likely human skin in essence. Literary creations that contain human emotions directly infuse human consciousness into machines and exist in the form of digital life. Zhou Chuan obviously has no way to help her enter future biology, so she can only find a way herself. She is very likely the next chess piece sent by future biology to target Zhou Chuan. When Zhou Chuan saw her, he was obviously furious and ready to jump off the wall at any time. If she went back to the room to search for evidence according to normal thinking, she would most likely be assassinated by him. Zhou Chuan's secret was so important, but she actually hid it in the company's computer. Wu Yu raised her eyebrows instantly, so her hideout was the company. Wu Yu immediately looked at the news publisher of future biology that she had just found, and as expected, it was the self-media company where she worked. There would be no useless NPCs in the dungeon, each one had his own role, and there must be a role to play. Wu Yu directly sent a message to his boss. Wu Yu, help me get tickets for the future biology press conference. Boss? Wu Yu, hurry up. Zhou Chuan found me, he beat me up and was furious. He took his ex-girlfriend's body to future biology to fight to the death. Quickly stop him and control him. Don't let him ruin the plan above, otherwise you and I will die. Boss, I will arrange it immediately. Boss, I will send you the press conference tickets directly to avoid alerting the enemy. Don't come to the company during this period. Wu Yu. Okay, Wu Yu narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. Who said she wanted to kill 2 people? Double kill is not challenging at all. Her goal is to lure out everyone and kill them all. Life is so easy. Facing the ghost face, Zhou Chuan's breathing slowed down and saw the human bones hanging on the front mirror. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and suddenly hugged the ghost face in his arms, his tone trembling and affectionate. Finally. I finally see you again. I know you will never leave me like this. I will take you to the future creatures. I will be with you forever, and we will never be separated again. The ghost face with bared fangs suddenly stopped, and she looked at the missing human bone in disbelief, and the couple ring that Zhou Chuan always wore on his hand. Blood and tears slowly flowed from her eyes. The current plot is completely off, and is being corrected. Dungeon correction has been completed. Current dungeon rating, SSS level. Lu Li knocked on Zhou Qianfeng's door with a complicated expression. Zhou Qianfeng, what's wrong with your expression of eating shit? Lu Li, Miss Wu Yu and Prince Noah went to the latest S-level dungeon, and in just 2 hours, the dungeon level jumped by 2 levels, and now it has directly soared to SSS level. Zhou Qianfeng. No, she is not in good health, but she still went to the dungeon. Not only did she go to the dungeon, but she also got the dungeon to SSS level. Lu Li, according to the feedback from the scene, all the players who have entered the dungeon have been ejected. In their words, the boss disappeared while the dungeon was going on. Zhou Qianfeng, the boss is missing? Lu Li, if the boss of each dungeon is unique and fixed, and the bosses of other dungeons are missing, then there is only one possibility, that the boss slices in these dungeons are all gathered in one dungeon to become the real body. This may be the real reason why the dungeon level is constantly upgraded. Zhou Qianfeng. Notify Chian's people to keep an eye on it. After all, it is an SSS level plot dungeon comparable to the current dungeons. Don't let anything go wrong again. Lu Li was worried. Miss Wu will be okay. Zhou Qianfeng said sternly, I'm worried that something will happen to the people at the dungeon. Who cares if she gets into trouble? She's still in trouble. She won't be in trouble even if all humans die. Lu Li, yes. Hurry up. Help, there's a monster. The surroundings were getting noisier, and the atmosphere of the entire dungeon was getting weirder and weirder. Shen Kai tore off the detection equipment on his head, and pushed open the glass to leave the glass observation chamber where he was. His current identity is the so-called intelligent robot developed by future creatures, which is essentially an artificial person instilled with human consciousness. However, these things are completely useless to him. His mental core and heart have been strengthened to the extreme, and his own awakening ability is natural elementals such as resentment and thunder. All the equipment in the laboratory has no effect on him. As long as he wants, the entire laboratory can be powered off immediately, and he can even understand the whole picture of the laboratory through these equipment terminal servers. While lying here, he was not idle. He had already gone through the overview of the entire laboratory. To put it bluntly, this is a fraudulent company engaged in human research and human trafficking. However, Wu Yu destroyed the surveillance, and he needed to confirm Wu Yu's current status to decide whether to continue waiting. Shen Kai was elusive and quickly shuttled between laboratories, and finally found the source of the noise in the square outside the laboratory building. Shen Kai saw with excellent vision that the man who had been with Wu Yu before appeared here, and with him, there was a monster that looked like a female ghost. Shen Kai, No wonder he felt that the energy intensity of this dungeon was getting more and more wrong. Wu Yu simply tricked both bosses into the final battle and let them fight each other, directly increasing the difficulty of the dungeon by 3 levels. Sure enough, he shouldn't be fooled by her sweet words. Beauty trap. She was basically using a beauty trap on him. Whenever she went to the dungeon, there was no one who was not outrageous. This was completely her instinct. This woman must have an antisocial personality. She has fooled ghosts. She speaks to people in a human way, and to ghosts in a ghost way, without blinking an eye. Seen in front of him, the man with a monster looking confused as he faced the future creature's armed security guards. Shin-Kei couldn't help but sympathize with him. A ghost actually believed the words of the dungeon players. How could there be such a stupid and naive ghost? Or the Order realm has protected these ghosts too well. They have never received any frustration education, and have no idea that the human world is changing with each passing day, developing at a rapid pace, and the world is declining and people's hearts are sinister. Shin-Kei thought again. He still had the nerve to say that to others, he himself was also deceived. Seeing that Zhou Chuan and the monsters he brought were all controlled by the future creatures, some people in the crowd excitedly said, "Success." It actually succeeded. Humans can really be resurrected. The teacher did not lie to us. Humans will eventually live forever, immortal. Shin-Kei watched Zhou Chuan and the monsters being captured without any expression, wrote down all the words he heard, and left silently to return to his birth point. Chapter 517. Future Biology Press Conference Day. We walked into Future Biology from the main entrance with her reporter badge. After 2 rounds of security checks and confirming that she was not carrying any dangerous items, Wu came to her position. "Boss, Zhou Chuan and the experimental subject have been arrested, but the experimental results have never been found." "Wu, I searched the entire room, but couldn't find anything. I suspect that the things are still on Zhou Chuan." "Boss, we tortured him, but he didn't say a word." Wu took a deep breath. Zhou Chuan's death was so horrible because he was tortured and tortured to death before his death. "Wu, arrange for me to meet him. He loves me very much. He couldn't bear to hurt me at the last moment. Maybe he is willing to let go." "Boss, he killed someone." "Wu, so what?" "He killed her, but not me. Isn't it obvious? He must love me. He loves me deeply. I have confidence in myself." "Boss, okay, but he is in a strange state now. You'd better be careful." Not long after, Wu entered the press conference under the guidance of the boss. Passing through the long inner corridor, as the sound of people flowed farther and farther away, the whole venue became quieter and quieter. The person leading her used fingerprints and irises to open the 3 heavily locked laboratory doors. The sound of fists hitting flesh and muffled cries of pain came. The door opened, and Wu saw Zhou Chuan, who was beaten to death. The moment Zhou Chuan saw her, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he rushed towards her, as if he wanted to peel off her skin and suck her blood. "Liar, you lied to me. It was you who tipped off and asked someone to arrest me. Kill you, I'm going to kill you. I actually believed you, you damn bad woman." Shin-Kei's mental power just found the surveillance of Wu's journey, and saw the scene in front of him. Shin-Kei instantly became alert, and was ready to leave at any time. "Wu, where did you hide the things?" Zhou Chuan sneered. He said nothing, and refused to say anything to Wu. After being hit hard, he half knelt on the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. Wu frowned. "If you beat him to death, you won't be able to ask anything. Get out and don't bother me here." No one moved. Wu shrugged. "Okay, I go. Anyway, I've completed my mission. I just want to show my face in front of the boss." As he said that, Wu was really going to leave. The person who came said, "Everyone, get out." After everyone left, Zhou Chuan looked at Wu grimly. "I will definitely kill you." "Wu, where is the female ghost who came with you?" Zhou Chuan said nothing. Wu thought, the thing is on her, right? Zhou Chuan's pupils flickered, and he rushed towards Wu like a madman to kill her. The people waiting outside left immediately after hearing the news to find the ghost girl, leaving a vacuum of guards here. Wu kicked Zhou Chuan hard, turned around, opened the door, and said quickly, "Follow me quickly, they will be back soon." Zhou Chuan did not move. "Wu, if these people can do something like using real people as robots, the police must be full of their people. If I hadn't said that, you would definitely not be willing to come. After being beaten, you are now a perfect victim. Come with me quickly, the press conference is about to start. You should also want to personally unravel these people's activities in front of everyone." Wu threw the skull into Zhou Chuan's arms, who was lying on the ground, and gritted her teeth. "If you don't leave now, there's really no time." Zhou Chuan finally moved. He followed Wu silently, his eyes flickering repeatedly, jumping back and forth between suspicion and wanting to kill her. To leave the laboratory, you have to go through 3 doors. Wu stood at the door, not knowing what she was waiting for. Zhou Chuan looked at her coldly. "What tricks are you trying to play?" "Wu, I'm waiting for our other friend." Shinli blinked immediately. Was his wife calling him? But if he moved from his current position, it might be a bit troublesome. However, before he could move, a terrified scream came. Wu had a strange smile on her face. "Look, isn't our other friend here?" In horror movies, a nameless extra dared to fight the boss alone, and the final outcome was that he was killed by the boss. Wu Yu even raised her voice and shouted, "We are here, come on!" Zhou Chuan looked at his ex-girlfriend, who was running towards him like a wild beast. His whole expression was very abstract. What kind of godlike development was this? He, the dungeon's first-floor boss, and the dungeon's second-floor boss were under the command of the game player. The dungeon's second-floor boss opened the way, and now, he was going to kill the dungeon's third-floor boss. It's outrageous. Is there anything more outrageous than this? Seeing his ex-girlfriend, bang, bang, bang. 3 doors were hit in a row, and 3 figures were knocked out of the doors. The alarm of the entire laboratory sounded violently, and all the lights in the corridor flashed red. Wu Yu didn't care about Zhou Chuan at all, and followed his ex-girlfriend's, and ran out like a monkey. Zhou Chuan was stunned for a second, and seeing that the alarm was about to close the door urgently, he hurriedly ran after her. Seeing Wu Yu's desperate escape, he was furious. "You are just using me." Wu Yu couldn't believe it. "You are so heartless. If it weren't for me, would you have gotten to this point? Now outside is the press conference site. All the artificial intelligences are standing on the stage. Your ex-girlfriend is clearing the way. So hurry up and take the skull." "Zhou Chuan, what about you?" Wu Yu smiled. "Of course, I will hide my achievements and fame, waiting for you to defeat the third-level boss of the dungeon and leave the dungeon perfectly." Zhou Chuan, damn, it's completely bloodless. Wu Yu, look at your war damage. Monsters ran out of the laboratory, and there are living people who were beaten to death. You don't even need to say anything. The people can imagine 100 plots, and public opinion will naturally sympathize with you. In addition to the established facts of biological crimes in the future, as long as the skull in your hand can match their robot DNA, it will be solid evidence. At that time, even if you are an imperfect victim, you just need to create a persona of deep affection, mad criticism, pain, despair, and perseverance. If the police dare to arrest you, they can submit a petition for you. Moreover, the police can't say that this matter is very clean, so you will naturally succeed in clearing yourself. It's a happy ending. Congratulations on the end. Wu Yu clapped her hands. She encouraged Zhou Chuan. "Why don't you go quickly? What are you dithering about? What did I teach you? To achieve great things, you must have a strong heart." Zhou Chuan glanced at Wu Yu, turned around and rushed towards the press conference. Wu Yu was waiting for the dungeon clearance prompt with expectation. She thought that 1 layer plus 2 layers, she could fight against the 3rd layer, right? Unexpectedly, not only did Zhou Chuan run back as if his bow was on fire, he passed by without even a glance, fearing that he would die if he ran too slowly, but even his ex-girlfriend turned around and ran away as if she was chased by a dog. Wu Yu blinked in disbelief. It shouldn't be like this. Is it impossible to win a 2-on-1 fight? Seeing the robots chasing after the 2 of them, Wu Yu instantly said, damn, it's really impossible to win. Chapter 518. When Shinkei saw the ghost girl rushing in, his right eyelid twitched instantly. As the people present were in chaos, he immediately used the monitoring of the full future creatures to quickly locate Wu Yu's position. Seeing the entire press conference in chaos, all the robots seemed to have received a unified command and started to move. Shinkei quietly mixed in the crowd, and saw Wu Yu standing there blinking in disbelief, and couldn't help but curl his lips. S level, SS level, SSS level, the strength and number of dungeon monsters in each level are doubled. A plot dungeon that can be rated as SSS must have a large number of monsters in reserve, and it is obvious that the final boss of this dungeon has not yet appeared. Seeing Wu Yu turn around and run towards the laboratory, Shincheng immediately followed. Wu Yu couldn't believe it. No. She is alone, and it is not appropriate to let her fight such a difficult dungeon. When allocating dungeons, didn't they consider her combat ability at all? Wu Yu thought quickly. Yes, as long as it is not a dead end, there must be a way to break it. While Zhou Chuan and his ex-girlfriend were trying to buy time by flying kites, she rushed back to the laboratory. There must be clues in the laboratory. Even if there are no clues, there must be a way to control these robots. At worst, she can sprinkle water on them to make them short-circuit. Yes, this is a laboratory. The smoke control alarm will sound, and the spray device will be turned on when the smoke concentration reaches a certain level. Even if these robots are covered in human skin, they will be useless if they get wet. There are also fire hydrants and sprinklers, which can restrict the robot's movement. Fire hydrants, they are just on the way to the laboratory. Wu Yu ran desperately towards the laboratory, and Shinkei squinted his eyes at Wu Yu's intense exercise from behind. She moved so well, it doesn't look like she said she was in poor health. Shinkei's movements became faster in an instant, and Wu Yu looked sideways with vigilance when she felt someone behind her. The moment she saw Shin-Kei, she blinked quickly. She couldn't tell the camp of this person at all, so it was better to stay put for now. Shin-Kei saw Wu Yu's eyes looking at him, and there was a doubt in his eyes. Then he realized, although his memory would not be affected, Wu Yu's S-level mental power would be suppressed in the SSS-level dungeon, which means that she can't recognize him now. Shin-Kei was a little excited. Wu Yu didn't remember him, so how would she feel when she saw him for the first time? Wu Yu was about to pull the fire hydrant, and turned around to see Shin-Kei standing there not far away, looking at her without saying a word. Wu Yu, what's going on? It just so happened that Zhou Chuan finally got rid of the robot, leaving his ex-girlfriend to run away alone. The moment he turned around and found Wu Yu, he looked at Shin-Kei in surprise, and was shocked beyond belief. How could such a handsome and infuriating general be willing to go to the dungeon with such a nasty woman like you? Wu Yu turned her head. Huh? What do you mean by going to the dungeon together? Shin-Kei, we're teammates when we go to the dungeon. Wu Yu blinked, trying to calm her heart which had been beating extremely fast since the beginning. Wu Yu glanced at Shin-Kei, then looked away, but couldn't help but glance again. Zhou Chuan, no sister, what kind of occasion is this? Be careful, those robots will catch up with us in a minute. What did you just say? To achieve great things, you must have a hard heart. Wu Yu nodded repeatedly. Yes, I have a hard heart. Zhou Chuan, when you said that, could you please stop looking at your teammates? Wu Yu was instantly angry and said, shut up, you ugly bastard. It's because I've seen too many of you ugly things, and suddenly I see a handsome guy, so I can't help but look at him twice. You won't know until you compare. Once you compare, you'll be shocked. Can't I just wash my eyes? Shin-Kei couldn't help but press the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, his wife really fell in love with him at first sight. She was attracted by his looks. She just thought he was good looking. Shin-Kei, let's go. Hurry up. Shin-Kei couldn't help but turn his head to look at Wu Yu. The moment the two looked at each other, Wu Yu immediately looked away. It's true. It's exactly the same as the first time they met. Shin-Kei, did you find anything? Wu Yu, at present, we only know that this is a shell company that sells human flesh with robot heads. The person next to me is the victim. I think if we help him get justice, we can improve the clearance score. Zhou Chuan, you don't have to be so mercenary. Wu Yu, you didn't have this attitude when you were shouting for war and killing just now. Zhou Chuan, you betrayed me, and you still blame me? Shin-Kei, let's find clues first. Zhou Chuan glanced at Shin-Kei, and Shin-Kei's eyes on Zhou Chuan were obscure and had a clear warning. If you talk again, I will kill you directly. Zhou Chuan, Okay, brother, I was wrong. Back in front of the laboratory, watching the 3 doors fall again, Wu Yu was thinking about how to break the situation. Shin-Kei kicked 3 doors easily, sparks and lightning, and kicked 3 doors away, so fast that people couldn't react at all. Wu Yu and Zhou Chuan, This guy is even better than his ex-girlfriend. Wu Yu looked at Shin-Kei incredulously. My teammate, you are so good, what have you done during this time? Shin-Kei, nothing. If he did, Wu Yu wouldn't be able to play SSS in this dungeon. Wu Yu, So this is a good-looking violent fool. Then who will lead whom in the dungeon? She thinks she is very strong and has completely played around with the dungeon. So she is not a bounty hunter who takes the pretty stupid kid from the landlord's family to the dungeon? Avoid receiving bad reviews for this mission because of bad attitude, which will affect the next job. Wu Yu gave a thumbs up. Great, don't worry, I'm here. Just keep it up, don't worry, I will protect you well. Not knowing what Wu Yu had imagined, Shin-Kei tried to keep his face straight and not laugh out loud, otherwise his wife would be angry. He nodded. Well, you've worked hard. Zhou Chuan looked at the old man on the subway and said, Oh my god, you look so pretentious and flattering. This woman is just like someone who has learned Sichuan opera face-changing. Shin-Kei glanced at Zhou Chuan, who immediately cheered. Sister is right. Sister is awesome. The 3 of them continued to go deeper into the laboratory. The environment of the entire laboratory became increasingly dark, weird and dirty. Countless culture dishes appeared, and various human tissues floated in transparent nutrient solution. There were also newborn babies, who looked eerie and terrifying in the green light of the laboratory, as if they were about to come alive and break out of the water at any time. Shin-Kei looked around vigilantly, and subconsciously reached out to bring Wu Yu to his arms, holding her in his arms. It's not safe here, don't leave me. As soon as he finished speaking, thinking of Wu Yu's current state of amnesia, he looked down at her. The two were very close. Wu Yu blinked, her face flushed, she wanted to step back, but was afraid of touching the petri dish behind her, and suddenly she froze there. Shin-Kei lowered his head and approached her. What's wrong? Wu Yu asked him. What is our relationship? His action was too skillful and intimate. Shin-Kei, you are my wife. Wu Yu's heart almost jumped out of her throat. Couldn't this person be a little more subtle? Wu Yu emphasized. I don't remember. Shin-Kei opened his collar to let Wu Yu see his tattoo. Your name? There is also on your chest. Do you want to see it now? Wu Yu looked at Shin-Kei's cold and sexy collarbone, and the initials of her name were right under it. She could also vaguely see the tattoo on her chest. Her heart was beating fast, and she tried to look away. Seeing Wu Yu blushing and not saying anything, Shin-Kei said, Don't be nervous, baby. This dungeon has suppressed your memory. You will naturally remember it after you leave the dungeon. Wu Yu said nothing, pushed him away, and turned her face away to continue looking for clues. Shin-Kei looked at her flashing eyes calmly, and his cheeks, ears, and neck were all red. He couldn't help but curl his lips. My wife is shy. So cute, my wife really likes him. Chapter 519. Wu Yu tried to calm herself down. She suspected that Shin-Kei was the final boss of the dungeon, and that he used his good looks to make her feel fascinated. The timing of his appearance was too strange. If he was her teammate, why didn't he do anything? From the beginning, Zhou Chuan had been watching Shin-Kei's face and acting accordingly. He was scared at the sight of Shin-Kei. What Zhou Chuan said when he saw Shin-Kei for the first time was too deliberate. It was obvious that he was forcing her to believe Shin-Kei's identity. As expected, temporary teammates are unreliable, especially those who are not of the same species as her, and it is even more impossible for them to be on the same side with her. She still helps him so much. A heartless ghost, he immediately turns against his elder brother when he meets him. Wu Yu observed Shin-Kei calmly. He is so good-looking. How can anyone be so good-looking? He is not a human at all with cold white skin, blue blood vessels, light green eyes, silver eyelashes and hair, plus a model face. He is not a human at all, not to mention the figure, long legs, cold temperament, and the deep eyes looking at her. Nuwa Bish dare not open the back door like this. He is obviously a paper man cut out by artificial intelligence, not to mention that he just opened his collar for her to see, that figure, chest muscles, that pink. Don't think about it, can't recall it, these are all enemy tactics. Such a beautiful person actually said that she was his wife. She didn't believe it. She didn't dare to believe it at all. This must be a pig-killing scam. Not to mention that he is so strong. When he kicked the door, there was lightning on his body. Isn't it obvious that the robot is powered on? There is also a steel stamp with a number on his neck, which is his appearance number at a glance. High-end game? This is definitely a high-end game. They must have seen that she was too strong and was about to pass the level. They knew that she could see through the ghosts, so they sent a robot to use the honey trap on her. Wu Yu looked down at Shin-Kei holding her hand. Even his hand was so beautiful that people couldn't help but want to touch it. And when Shin-Kei got close, she smelled a sweet fragrance on him. It was an indescribable fragrance that made people feel intoxicated. There must be something wrong with this smell. It was this smell that made her heart beat fast from the moment she saw Shin-Kei. She was completely like a tyrant, blinded by lust and losing her mind. Calm down, she must calm down. People are naturally attracted by food and sex, and it is not shameful to be temporarily deceived by beauty. As long as she can come to her senses in time then. Shin-Kei saw that Wu Yu had not moved, so he hugged her and asked her, What's wrong, baby? What are you thinking about? Wu Yu's pupils were instantly distracted. Damn. Whose voice pack did this person use? Why is even his voice so nice? Wu Yu clenched her fists tightly, and kept telling herself to hold on, and must hold on. Without a man in her heart, she naturally drew her sword. While the two of them were close now, she stabbed him and passed the dungeon directly. Shin-Kei felt that Wu Yu must be thinking about something strange again. He stretched out his hand and pinched the back of her neck, and lifted her head up so that she could look at him. The strong and unquestionable force made Wu Yu and Shin-Kei face each other in an instant, and their breaths lingered. The moment their eyes met, Wu Yu's heart almost jumped out of her throat. If there is no man in your heart who draws a sword naturally, then you haven't met your ideal type. If your idol, your boyfriend, or your boyfriend pinches your neck and pulls you to his eyes and looks at you, and calls you my wife, baby, try to draw a knife. It's great that you can resist doing something that is forbidden by criminal law. Wu Yu figured it out. She might be extremely obsessed with looks. She just couldn't do it. Wu Yu's thoughts slipped. She said earnestly, What's your reason? Shin-Kei was puzzled. Huh? Wu Yu, tell me, I can help you get out of the sea of suffering. You won't have to use your beauty to please others anymore. Shin-Kei was stunned. Ah? What's going on? Wu Yu sighed, Don't pretend. I can see that you are a robot made by future creatures. You are afraid that I will pass the dungeon, so you deliberately use the beauty trap on me. It's useless, just give up. I'm a very determined person, and I'm not moved by beauty at all. Shinkei, Speaking so righteously, he was still completely fascinated by him. Shinkei looked away, and couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. He went through the saddest things in his life, and finally he could act with Wu Yu with a cold face. Shinkei, then why do you want to help me? Wu Yu, I am a person of noble character, I don't want anything, I just want to help you, and give you a hand. Shinkei tried to hold back his laughter. If you really want me, you can just kiss me and molest me, I won't refuse. Wu Yu was angry. How can you have such an idea? You are despising yourself. I am not that kind of person at all. Shinkei, puff, laughed out loud. He really couldn't pretend anymore. He put his arm around Wu Yu's waist, and was about to kiss her. We are really a couple's baby. If you really don't believe it, I will help you recall it. Wu Yu suddenly pulled out a knife and pressed it against Shinkei's chest. You are not allowed to get close to me again. This beauty trap was really powerful. Her will was being quickly disintegrated. Did this robot use some high-tech radio waves on her? Why did her heart beat faster the closer he got to her? Shinkei didn't care about the knife in his heart at all. He walked forward and wanted to hug Wu Yu, baby, then stab me to death. Seeing the blade really piercing Shinkei's flesh, Wu Yu's scalp exploded instantly. She suddenly retracted the knife and was hugged by Shinkei. Don't take it back. I like you to stab me. Wu Yu, Psychopath. This is a psychopath. As expected of the last boss, his brain circuit is really abnormal. He has the strength to fight her. Zhou Chuan was stunned watching from the side. No, sister, are you okay? He is really your teammate. You have time to doubt this. Why not find clues quickly? Wu Yu's suspicious eyes fell on Shinkei's face. Shinkei held back his smile. You still don't believe it? Wu Yu said righteously. I can't confirm your identity now. Please treat me like ordinary teammates. If you have any unusual behavior, don't blame me for being rude to you. Shinkei nodded. Okay. He will finish the book with his wife first. He wants to see how Wu Yu will be rude to him. Seeing Shinkei actually go to the side and start to look for clues seriously, Wu Yu blinked and calmed herself down. Shinkei looked at Zhou Chuan. What is the secret research result that future biology has always wanted? Zhou Chuan's eyes were alert. I won't tell you. Shinkei told Wu Yu, I heard people here say that humans can live forever. When they saw the monster, they said that it was resurrected. Combined with the future research direction of biology, it may be that the privileged class is trying to transfer their consciousness into the body of the robot. Speaking of this, Shinkei thought of the final battle with Chu Xia before. Chu Xia told Fu Yixue that one day, maybe Fu Yiyang could reappear in front of her. Mental power, soul, metaphysics, theology, high-tech science, new energy, all of these combined together, isn't it? Flesh and blood are weak, and machinery ascends. Chapter 520. No matter how much the human body is strengthened, it cannot escape the category of human beings, just like Wu Yu is always burdened by the body even if she can ascend. But if the human soul and will are placed in the robot body created by high-tech and new energy, that is to use future science fiction to fight urban fantasy, which can be seen from the fact that high-precision artillery shells can prevent ascension. Indeed, future science fiction is better. Bone monsters are the research direction closest to mechanical ascension. In other words, bone monsters are the first stage subject of Chu Xixia's desire to realize the mechanization revolution of the human body. Undoubtedly, he has succeeded in the first project. Then, the second project comes. Research the existence, form and body operation mode of bone monsters, so as to achieve the goal of infusing human consciousness into the machine body without flesh and blood, and realize the normal operation of human thinking. By then, Chu Xixia will have the strength to fight against even the alien savages, not to mention the Order Realm. Shinkei can only think of this, and he is not sure whether his idea is right. In addition, Wu Yu's memory is damaged and his mental power is suppressed. He can only tell Wu Yu all his speculations about future creatures except the part outside the dungeon. Wu Yu blinked and looked at him in disbelief. Shinkei was puzzled. What's wrong, baby? Wu Yu, I thought of these, but I have solid information to support them. You are so smart. How did you think of it? Just thought of it directly. You are amazing. Shinkei blinked. This was the first time his wife praised him for being smart with such starry eyes, but he knew a lot more external information to support it than Wu Yu. Shinkei was very honest. I am not smart. Wu Yu encouraged Shinkei. You are so beautiful and so smart, you should be more confident. Shinkei's face was a little red. He was very happy. No matter whether his wife had memories or not, she would always praise him. She really loved his wife. Zhou Chuan simply sneered at the two people, and his disdain reached the extreme. You two are almost done. This is an SSS-level plot dungeon, very dangerous, not a place for you to fall in love. Shen Ke glanced at Zhou Chuan coldly, and Zhou Chuan immediately changed his words. Talk as much as you can, talk as much as you like. Wu Yu immediately pretended not to hear, and lowered her head to continue looking for more clues. There are culture dishes of various organs everywhere. If you go further in, it is very likely that you will find the real clinical research site of future biology. Wu Yu looked at Zhou Chuan. Call your ex-girlfriend's sister over and let her charge for love. Zhou Chuan, you are so wicked. Why don't you let your husband charge for love? Wu Yu, according to the design of the general plot line, it is very likely that either your parents will be made into monsters, or her parents will be made into monsters. In order to complete the process of putting consciousness into the machine, it is necessary to go through a long process and select the people with the strongest and toughest self-awareness. If your father is a very determined scientist who wants to avenge his wife and is loyal to his experiments, he is likely to become a research subject. Zhou Chuan fell silent for a moment, and soon he left to summon his ex-girlfriend. Shen Ke was thinking on the side, choosing people with strong and tough self-awareness. Isn't it? The chess piece in Chuxisha's hand? He used Wu Yu's blood to open the gene lock and set up a plan to send her away so that she would not get in the way again, so that all the chess pieces in his hand would be trained and he could directly invest in the next round of research. Shen Ke was puzzled. If he hadn't fallen in love with Wu Yu, would he still be part of the research? Why did he always feel that his use was different from those other chess pieces? Wu Yu observed Shen Ke calmly. He had been thinking about something since the beginning. She didn't know what he was thinking about. When this door opened, she had to beware of all ghosts, including Shen Ke. Shen Ke couldn't help laughing when he found Wu Yu quietly moving away from him. Even if he liked his face, he couldn't be sure of his identity, and always remained vigilant. As she said, even if it was love at first sight, it was because of him that she decided to be with him. But now Wu Yu can't be left alone. Even if she is vigilant, and may even put a knife in his back, Shen Ke doesn't care at all. Pulling Wu Yu into his arms, Shen Ke whispered, Wife, if there is a fight later, you must hold me tight, and don't be alone. Shen Ke didn't forget that there might be ghosts in the Order Realm staring at Wu Yu. Wu Yu was honest. I don't believe you. I might sell you out at the last minute. Shen Ke laughed. It doesn't matter, as long as you are safe. You can do whatever you want to me. Wu Yu, She really couldn't stand this honey trap. Zhou Chuan came back. His screams resounded through the sky. Help! Behind him was his ex-girlfriend, who had completely gone berserk, and the dense army of robots behind him. Amid the roars and wails, the entire laboratory was shaking. Countless glassware fell and shattered on the ground, emitting a strange and disgusting smell. The moment the smell drifted away, the final boss was ready to move through the door. Wu Yu, She wanted to lure all the monsters out and kill them all, but now she is being chased by the enemy in front and the tiger behind, and she is completely trapped in the closed laboratory. Seeing that all the monsters are in place, Shen Ke is ready to kill them all in one go. But before he can move, Wu Yu pushed him. Shen Ke turned his head in confusion and saw Wu Yu's grim expression. I will cover you in a while, and you run from the main door while the monster behind doesn't come out. With your strength and your current attire, you can blend into those robots and leave. Shen Ke saw that his wife was obviously trying to save him. Then what are you going to do? Wu Yu glanced at him. Don't worry about me. Be a good person after you get out. Don't go astray. We will never meet again. Shen Ke, For a moment, he didn't know whether to be moved or laugh. Jian Suiyu also said that he was mentally ill, and his train of thought was strange. Wu Yu's brain was the most outrageous in the whole audience. I dare to give him a chance to see you again. The tightly closed door behind him was hit violently, and every time it hit, it seemed like there was a jack hitting it violently behind the door. Zhou Chuan had already rushed into the laboratory where they were with his ex-girlfriend's sister. Wu Yu pushed Shen Ke hard. Hurry up and leave. What are you standing there for? Shen Ke, no hurry, I wait. He wanted to see how Wu Yu could break the situation if he didn't break the seal. Zhou Chuan ran all the way here, and was almost tickled to death by his ex-girlfriend several times. Obviously, no matter how stupid the ex-girlfriend was, she understood that Zhou Chuan was lying to her. Zhou Chuan dodged in a panic. Sister, show your magic, otherwise, the three of us will die. Ah! As the door hit more and more fiercely, Wu Yu pulled Shen Ke to hide aside in the last second before being knocked away. As Wu Yu expected, a huge humanoid monster rushed out from behind the door, and its violent roar had completely changed its original appearance. The monster had countless tentacles, like branches and thorns, and launched powerful and dense attacks. Countless robots fell down instantly, and their circuits were destroyed, short-circuiting and flashing with electric light and sparks. The monster exuded the stench of rotten meat, and turbid body fluids flowed out when it moved. The air in the entire laboratory was instantly filthy and disgusting. Shinkei protected Wuyu calmly, watching her quickly take out her video recording equipment for today, and after confirming that it was turned on, she stuffed it into Shinkei's hand. Watch this carefully, and remember to record my movements. After saying that, Wuyu was about to run out, but Shinkei grabbed her and said, "Where are you going?" Wuyu took out a piece of skull. "I'm going to stuff this skull back into this monster's brain. There will never be useless props in the dungeon. There must be a way to crack it." Shinkei directly snatched the skull, and put the video equipment into Wuyu's arms. "I go, you record it." After saying that, Shinkei took action instantly under Wuyu's flickering eyes. Chapter 521. When Shinkei easily kicked away 3 doors, Wuyu saw that he was very skilled and powerful. However, she really didn't expect that Shinkei's skills could be described as superb and incredible. The SSS-level dungeon final boss, who could kill all robots instantly and easily pin the first and second dungeon bosses to the ground, was kicked away by Shinkei with a single kick. Wuyu felt that he was holding back on his strength with this kick, and didn't know who he was giving the boss a little face by sparing his life. Shinkei was so fast that he was just a phantom, and even the professional camera in Wuyu's hand could barely capture his movement trajectory. This boss was obviously high in attack and low in defense, and he fell to the ground with a bang and wailed in pain after being kicked by Shinkei. Shinkei pulled out a bone from the boss's body and started to cut his skull. In the blink of an eye, he found the missing part of the skull and successfully filled it in, and quickly returned to Wuyu's side. Wuyu looked at Shinkei in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wow, you are so cool, so awesome." Just Wuyu's starry eyes praising Shinkei like this can make him feel so happy. Suppressing the corners of his mouth, he couldn't help it, and leaned in to kiss Wuyu's cheek. "So happy, I want to play dungeons with my wife every day." Shinkei's quick movements made Wuyu have no time to hide. She immediately covered her face, and moved to the side to stay away from Shinkei. Shinkei approached calmly, and was glared at by Wuyu. "Stay away from me." Shinkei looked at Wuyu with an increasingly infatuated look in her eyes. Wuyu was now exactly the same as when he forced her to grow strawberries in the polar region. He couldn't help but want to get closer and kiss her again. Wuyu immediately drew out her knife and pointed it at Shinkei, narrowing her eyes dangerously to warn him, "If you dare to get close to me again, I will kill you." Shinkei didn't believe it. If his wife wanted to kill him, she would have done it long ago. Seeing Wuyu's alert look, Shinkei admitted his mistake obediently. "I was wrong, my wife. I love you so much when you praise me like this. I can't help it. Don't be angry, okay?" Wuyu's breathing was unstable for a moment, and she looked fierce, but was actually weak. "Don't talk to me like this again." Shinkei nodded. "Yes, sir." Wuyu turned away instantly. This person is poisonous. Did he dig out her brain stem and make it to deal with her? The skull was placed in the body of the final boss, just like the chip carrying the memory finally returned to its place. The final boss, who had always been confused, violent, and bloodthirsty, gradually showed rationality in his eyes filled with turbidity after a painful low sigh. The final boss looked at Zhou Chuan. His eyes gradually changed from confusion to clarity. When their eyes met, Zhou Chuan was speechless for a long time. The ex-girlfriend, who lost her grip, became extremely violent and rushed towards Zhou Chuan. At the critical moment, the final boss stood in front of Zhou Chuan. "Let's go, Xiao Chuan. Put everything aside and start your new life." Shinkei's attack caused the boss's body to disintegrate rapidly. The final boss actually showed signs of decline under the attack of the second-level boss. Zhou Chuan shook his head. "No, father, I owe her this. I should pay her back, one life for another." This is obviously the final part of the plot dungeon. After completing the plot dungeon, you could enter the final rating. Shinkei was watching there in a disjointed manner, and suddenly felt Wuyu pulling his sleeve. Shinli immediately lowered his head. "What's wrong, baby?" "Wuyu, where is your birth point?" Shinkei, in the laboratory, lying in a glass coffin. "There is a device to extract people's consciousness." "Wuyu, didn't your consciousness get taken away?" Shinkei shook his head. "No, my mental power far exceeds the rating of this dungeon." Not only did his consciousness not get taken away, but under the activation of the mental power self-protection mechanism, all his lost memories were even restored. "Wuyu, are there others around?" Shinkei, "Yes, there are many people." Wu Yu immediately, that's right. Let's go, you pull the monster out, I make things bigger, and we rescue all the captured people. After saying that, Wu Yu didn't care about Shinkei's reaction and jumped out like a monkey. The three bosses who were in a good mood were about to make peace and work together to build a new family, but they were kicked by Shinkei. Three boss, At least let them finish the story. The boss was forced to start a monster and attracted hatred. Wu Yu ran after Shinkei. She ran to the laboratory where many crystal coffins were placed according to the location Shinkei told her. According to her previous idea, she quickly moved around the laboratory, set fire to the sprinkler, and used a fire axe to burst the water pipe. Shinkei led the monster into the crowd and gave Zhou Chuan the video memory card as Wu Yu requested. When he turned around again, the whole experimental building was sirens, raging flames, flashing red light, and billowing black smoke. One light lit up the endless lights, which was like a funeral for the dead souls and a celebration of the beginning of a new life, an extreme carnival. Countless people ran out of the building, and the system sound of dungeon settlement sounded in Shinkei's ears. Congratulations to Serious Wu Yu. Qi and Shinkei successfully passed the SSS level plot dungeon. The end of future creatures get the first kill in the dungeon. This dungeon clearance rating, SSS+, the true king of the end of the world who is in charge of the plot dungeon. First kill reward. 1. Physical technology enhancement. Enhance human physical fitness with the most advanced future biotechnology technology, comprehensively increase human physical strength, endurance, resistance to blows, and injury tolerance, and strengthen all organs of the body to the extreme. 2. SSS Plus Awakening Ability Red Lotus Sunday Metal Mechanization LV.1 The whole body is equipped with Red Lotus Sunday Metal Transformation Mechanization, which enhances the ability to resist blows, and can also transform the Red Lotus Sunday Metal appearance as a weapon for combat. 3. SSS Plus Awakening Ability to Remove All Negative Imprisonment Status LV.1 Remove all negative status at once, directly affecting the body and ideology. Congratulations on your perfect clearance of the SSS level plot dungeon, the end of future creatures, and obtaining the boss's extra reward. Top secret scientific research files of future creatures. After clearing the dungeon, the mental pollution faded, and Wu Yu blinked, and all her memories returned. As the captain, Wu Yu distributed the first kill reward and left the dungeon in an instant. Reappearing outside the dungeon, Wu Yu was puzzled when she saw the battle-ready situation outside. What happened? Jian Suiyu held his forehead. It's an S-level dungeon. It's fine if I get down to SSS level in 3 hours, but I even cleared it. It's fine if I cleared it, but I even got 3 such awesome first kill rewards. What's wrong? The sky is about to fall. Wu Chong came up excitedly. Yu, show me how cool this Red Lotus Sunday Metal Mechanization Awakening skill is. Wu Yu blinked. The skill is not with me, so I took the physical technology enhancement. Everyone, The skill is not with Wu Yu, so there is only. Everyone gritted their teeth and looked at Shinkei with resentment and jealousy. They actually gave all the good things to Shinkei again. It said that men can't be spoiled like this. Chapter 522. Richard pushed forward. Yeah, Shinkei's resources are overflowing. I go with you next time. Fu Yinchi seconded. Yes, Shinkei doesn't need it anymore. It's a waste to give it to him. Give it to me. I want it. I'm a dog. I don't have any shame. Wu Yu, okay, next time there's a new dungeon, we go together. Shinkei's face darkened as he embraced Wu Yu. Don't talk to them. They're all wicked. Richard, I'm wicked? Isn't it time for me to hypnotize you to restore your memory after a sleepless night when you drain my mental energy? Men are really worthless. They throw away their love after using them, and turn their backs on you when they pull up their pants. Fu Yinchi urged. Wu Yu, do you know that Shinkei said you cast a spell on her, so he asked me to cure him. He didn't know what was good for him, so he kicked him. Richard said, if I had such a powerful wife, I wouldn't have such an ungrateful idea. I would immediately undress and offer myself to you. Shinkei covered Wu Yu's ears to prevent her from hearing, and gritted his teeth. Believe it or not, I will kick you to death. Jian Suiyu said coldly, kick me? Who can beat you? You are powerful now. You can kill me if you want, and sell me if you want. I have no reason to refute it. I am as pure as a chrysanthemum. Wu Chong, Captain doesn't love us anymore now that he is Yaya. I am so sad. Jiechen, you forget your friends when you see a beautiful woman. Shinkei, I have never loved anyone. Don't ruin my reputation. Shinkei was surrounded by people, and jumped up and down. He finally showed his newly acquired metal mechanization awakening ability. The exposed skin was instantly covered by silver metal with an inorganic cold luster, and mysterious patterns and totems flowed on the metal. As Shinkei injected his spiritual power, these totems seemed to be burning with hot red light like a hot iron, releasing the burning energy of the red lotus fire. Shinkei pulled out his hand, and the metal quickly wrapped around his entire arm as if it had come alive, and continued to spread downwards. The flowing metal gathered into a long sword full of futuristic technology. When the long sword was unsheathed, everything it touched was corroded by lava. The fire faded, and the silver metal long sword attached to the totem was reborn in the fire. Shinkei opened his bright golden pupils, his mental power exploded, and the long sword instantly ignited again. The long sword wrapped in red lotus fire, sun, thunder, evil spirit and true dragon spirit, wrapped in the red fire, ice blue, ice purple, bright black and bright gold light ring, the whole dazzling to the point of technology explosion. Shinkei stood with his back to the long sword, bathed in the sun, the light effect of the long sword, and the purple gold flame behind Shinkei's black team uniform complemented each other. Looking at this scene, everyone gave this sword a name in their hearts, Chien. Since then, Shinkei has been completely with Chien, living together. Chien's fire is endless and never extinguished. Shinkei turned his head and looked at Wu Yu through the crowd. Wu Yu looked at him with a smile, saying that she would give her baby the best. The newly opened dungeon was directly destroyed, and 2 such powerful awakening abilities were revealed, and the enthusiasm of the whole people to brush the dungeon was high. Wu Yu, at the earnest request of many alliances, wanted to make a guide for the entire process of clearing the dungeon as soon as possible. Wu Yu verbally explained the detailed process to Chien and the others, and they rushed into the dungeon with great interest. Wu Yu and Shinkei took the shuttle back to the base. As soon as she entered the house, Wu Yu was hugged by Shinkei and started to kiss. She pushed him. Later, I have something to do. Shinkei, wife, my memory has been restored, all restored. Wu Yu blinked. Why so fast? Shinkei, as I just said, I was waiting in the crystal coffin at the beginning. The coffin would keep draining my consciousness. The more it worked, the faster my memory would recover. Wu Yu was worried. Will recovering too quickly put too much pressure on your mental strength? Why don't you leave there? Shinkei, if I mess with the map over there, it will collapse and ruin the plot, and then you won't be able to have fun. Wu Yu was angry. She held Shinkei's face. Don't do this in the future. Don't put yourself in danger just to spoil me. Shinkei looked down at her and said obediently, yes, my wife. Wu Yu couldn't help laughing. Do you know that when I was going to the next book, I was thinking, where did I find this beauty trap for me, and how could she be so suitable for me? Shinkei leaned in close to her and said, did you want to molest me at that time? Wu Yu pushed him away. Of course not. Don't you know what kind of occasion it is? Shinkei picked her up and said, I don't believe it. When I showed you the tattoo, your eyes were wide open, and your eyes kept looking into my clothes. Shinkei leaned in Wu Yu's ear and whispered, if it wasn't in the dungeon, I would have taken off my clothes and let you see enough. Every word he said was whispered in Wu Yu's ear, making her itch and trying to hide. Shinkei's tone was full of nostalgia. Wife, luckily you're okay. Thinking of the danger at that time, Shinkei's heart still can't calm down for a long time. Wu Yu, obviously I should have said this. Luckily you're okay. Shinkei, do you know, in just over a month, 4 times, a full 4 times, you almost died in front of me. Shinkei found that Wu Yu's emotions were getting more and more excited, and he hurriedly hugged her tightly. I was wrong, my wife. I will never let you worry about me like this again. Wu Yu kept pushing Shinkei. Didn't you keep asking me why I didn't look for you after you lost your memory? I'm telling you now, because I was emotionally broken at the time. I couldn't stand it anymore. Your situation was always so dangerous. I really couldn't stand it. I witnessed you dying again and again. I regret pulling you into the bureau. I regret using you to be my knife. I regret even more why I didn't discover the conspiracy behind it earlier, and I self-righteously gathered those people with ulterior motives together, causing your emotional breakdown. I thought at that time, forget it, as long as you can live. Even if you forget me, even if I can't be with you, even if you fall in love with someone else, I can accept it, as long as you can live well. At the end, her pupils gradually became cloudy and scattered, obviously affected by the extreme grief at that time again. As long as Shinkei can live well, even if he falls in love with someone else, spends his life happily with someone else, and gives all the love he once gave her to someone else, she will let him go. Shinkei's pupils contracted violently, and he held Wu Yu in his arms with a strong attitude that could not be questioned. I don't allow you to think like that. Wu Yu, I don't allow you to think like that. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about leaving me in this life, the next life, or the next life forever. Wu Yu, you raised me to my current strength with your own hands. No one can stop me from getting what I want. You can only pester me for the rest of your life. Don't ever think about getting rid of me. I will always pester you. I will not let you go even if I go to hell. The extremely intense emotional fluctuations made Wu Yu weak and her expression collapsed. Shin-Kei carefully picked her up and put her on the bed and held her in his arms. He kept kissing her to comfort her and tried to calm her down. I was wrong, baby. I won't dare to do it again. I won't put myself in danger again. I beg you. Please don't leave me. I can't live without you. If you don't live with you, I will be more miserable and desperate than killing me. I don't care about those people you gathered at all. My emotional problems are not your fault at all. I won't take those low-class scumbags seriously. I won't be jealous of people who suddenly appear. I already know how much you love me, wife. Look at me, wife. Wu Yu slowly raised her head and looked at Shin Quebec. She unbuttoned and took off her combat uniform, hugged Shin-Kei's neck, and leaned against him. Her hand reached into Shin-Kei's clothes, and she whispered, "From now on, I want to be with you every day and every moment. Only in this way can I feel safe." Shin-Kei kept blinking, feeling that happiness was a little too sudden, but your body. Wu Yu's fingertips touched lightly, and Shin-Kei's breathing instantly became heavy. He tried his best to endure. "Wife, you just made a bet. You need to rest. Wait until the evening, okay? You can do whatever you want to do at night." Shin-Kei couldn't help but let out a low panting sound of lust. He suddenly grabbed Wu Yu's hand and begged her with red eyes, "Wife, please let me go." Chapter 523. Wu Yu gently stroked his face. "Didn't you say that? As long as I like it, you do whatever you want." Shin-Kei panted, "I'm willing, but you're..." Shin-Kei's mind was in a daze. He raised his head suddenly, breathing heavily and enduring. Wu Yu looked at his face without blinking, tightened her hand and watched his eyes turn red with emotion. Tears flashed in her eyes despite her efforts to restrain herself. "Shin-Kei, wife, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Can you let me go?" Wu Yu did not let him go. Shin-Kei raised his head, and his whole body turned pink. He squinted his eyes, and hummed in a low and hoarse voice, which made Wu Yu's bones numb. "Will you let go of her hand, Noah? Change a mask for me to see." Shin-Kei instantly used the awakening ability he had just obtained to change half of the hollow silver mask, with a pendant on his right eye. Wu Yu touched his eyes. "You are so beautiful, it belongs to me alone, only I can see it." Shin-Kei obediently lowered his head, touched Wu Yu's hand, and intertwined his fingers with hers. "It's all yours, I belong to you completely." Wu Yu kissed Shin-Kei's eyes. "Shin-Kei, stay here by yourself. I find you when I'm done. If you don't listen." Wu Yu smiled and patted his face. "Look how I deal with you." Shin-Kei's eyes kept flickering. He couldn't help but want to get closer to Wu Yu. "I like it so much. He likes his wife like this. He wants his wife to continue bullying him like this. It's uncomfortable, comfortable and cool. It's super high." After being glanced at lightly by Wu Yu, Shin-Kei obediently retracted his head and put on clothes for Wu Yu. "Then I go to the physical training room for a while and come back later to cook for you, my wife." After Shin-Kei left, Wu Yu opened the Future Biology Top Secret Scientific Research file. It is very likely that the research results on her and all new humans in the past, as well as Chusi's ultimate goal for Shin-Kei. Wu Yu deliberately bullied Shin-Kei away because she was afraid that he would lose control of his emotions again after knowing her past. Wu Yu has already summarized the level of Shin-Kei's emotional out of control. As long as it involves her not wanting him, Shin-Kei will immediately be honest and have no time to think about it. Everything he did next was all Chunchuan's identity as the queen and the style of a mistress, focusing all his attention on seducing her. He just needs to concentrate on seducing her, and she will naturally handle the future creatures. Not only the future creatures, Wu Yu has not been idle for the past 10 days since she saw Shin Quebec. Even if she really wanted to let Shin-Kei go, it did not prevent her from helping Shin-Kei deal with public opinion and online violence. She found all the people who slandered and spread rumors about Shin-Kei one by one through the Secretariat and the Jiang family's power through the terminal, analyzed their past lives, found their human weaknesses, and made them clearly understand what it means to fight violence with violence. Richard emptied their memories and made them repeat the most painful moments of their lives. Fu Yanqi made them constantly enter nightmares and fall into the endless hell forever, but could never wake up. Jian Suiyu used his upgraded lie detection ability to read people's hearts and tear open the deepest bloody scars in people's hearts. The Abyss Dragon summoned by Wuchang brought the greed, anger, and ignorance of the Abyss, and his face was so despicable when facing temptation. The collapse of the body can still be cured, but once the bottom line of the spirit and psychology is defeated, people will completely become zombies. The moment you attack and abuse with malice and hatred, you should think that justice will prevail. She can't wait for retribution. She has money, power, and ability. She wants to do it herself, and make all those who do wrong pay the price. There is nothing to reason about. If reasoning is useful, what is the use of law? If there is a blind spot in the law, then she can only take over. What did she do? She didn't do anything, just found some people, and talked to them. After all, didn't these people always want to see her? Then she would let them have their wish, and they would remember forever and ever what it was like to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. From beginning to end, she had never touched these people. They themselves had poor psychological endurance and could not bear it, so they could not put the blame on her, right? She was simply a bodhisattva, so merciful. What if these people counterattacked and wanted to kill her? Is there such a good thing? Then you can't blame her for being ruthless and killing them all. It just so happened that Shinkei was idle every day, and the kitten he raised carefully could not fall behind in hunting skills. She just likes to see Shinkei baring his fangs while hunting. He is so beautiful and confident. Shinkei was on his way to the physical training room when he suddenly received an alert that the base was attacked by the enemy. Excitedly, he changed the long sword he had just obtained and instantly appeared at the enemy attack point, and quickly collected 2 heads. He wiped the weapon his wife gave him, and walked towards the physical training room with a blank expression and a happy heart, while loving his wife in his heart. Will you open the top-secret file, which was the version sent from the Order Realm? According to Shinkei's idea, bone monsters are the research direction of Chusi in the first stage, and the second stage is artificial humans. All the chess pieces in his hand have strong consciousness, can withstand pressure for a long time, and have strong ability to withstand setbacks. Among these people, Shinkei is undoubtedly the best, combined with his dragon bones and panda blood, which are not easily contaminated. Wu Yu narrowed her eyes dangerously in an instant, and even the space around her became dark and distorted. Then her previous idea that Chusi wanted Shinkei to let him use the sharp knife in his hand was wrong. His goal is to make Shinkei his second stage experiment. By studying Shinkei, he will achieve his ultimate goal of injecting human consciousness into machines. Wu Yu showed a sinister smile on his face. Chusi. Dying like this is too easy for him. Wu Yu, where is Chusi's body now? Lu Li, in the laboratory. Wu Yu, I want to see him immediately. Lu Li, okay, Miss Wu Yu, I arrange it right away. Wu Yu left the room and was hugged by Shinkei as soon as she arrived at the airport. Shinkei, where are you going, baby? Wu Yu blinked, aren't you training? Shinkei, training doesn't stop me from keeping an eye out for anyone trying to attack you. The base has been a bit uneasy lately, and you haven't told me where you're going yet, honey. Wu Yu guessed that Shinkei's current clinginess meant that she couldn't possibly go to the lab alone. Wu Yu, I'm going to the lab to see if there are any clues left behind by Chusi's body. Vlad is there too. Do you want to go see him? Shincheng said immediately, I go with you. He didn't want to see the wrinkled Vlad, he wanted to accompany his wife. After taking the shuttle, the two of them quickly arrived at the laboratory. Chusi's body was placed in the laboratory, surrounded by many restrictions, countless infrared temperature monitoring and hypersonic missiles ready to explode at any time. Once there is any abnormality, the absolute elimination plan will be implemented immediately. Lu Li, he has been dead for more than 20 days, and the body has no signs of decay. Until now, I dare not order an autopsy on his body for fear of accidents. Wu Yu, strengthen the surveillance in this room. Let Shinkei slice him up today. Lu Li, okay. As expected of Miss Wu Yu, as soon as she opens her mouth, she either slices him alive or slices him up. Shinkei looks at Wu Yu, you and Lu Li go outside. I'm afraid his body will change. Wu Yu nodded, and the two came behind the glass. Shinkei, who is immune to all poisons, directly drew out Qi Yin and prepared to slice him up. Seeing the dazzling light effect of Qi Yin, Lu Li's eyes instantly showed a faint green light. Ah, Indy, so envious. This lightning-fast iteration speed is so jealous that my eyes are about to bleed. Others are still running at 2G, and this guy has taken the lead and reached 5G and more. Chapter 524. In the previous battle, Fu Yanqi's sword intention destroyed Chu Xixia's many years of practice, causing him to age and die quickly. Chu Xixia's practice has been passed down by countless generations of heavenly masters, and his father Chu Qingming's thoughts, after he fell into the devil, have always influenced him. Wu Yu began to suspect that he was deliberately letting go of his heavenly master ability by faking his death, so as to completely get rid of Chu Qingming's influence on him. Once the mechanical ascension is successful, these metaphysical spells can be completely abandoned through updates and iterations. Chu Xixia has the ability to swallow up other people's souls, and the source of this ability is most likely the spiritual core. The Secretariat never dared to open his brain, for fear of triggering his spiritual core and causing a riot. Wu Yu thought, if Chu Cixia can swallow up other people's souls, is it possible that he can also take over other people's bodies? Then is it possible that he wants to take away Shinkei's body? After all, if he lets go of the Tianshi Gongfa, his body will age rapidly, and it may take more than 10 years to complete the entire experiment. He needs a strong and young body. Wu Yu immediately called Shinkei. Shinkei, wait a minute before starting, I need more time to think. Shinkei, okay. A sharp knife, a research object, a new body, which one is it? Wu Yu suddenly thought that it didn't have to be one or the other, it could be all of them. Chu Cixia would not give up the Heavenly Master's technique for a while, so it would take at least a long time before he needed a new body. Be a sharp knife first, and when no one dared to disobey Chu Cixia anymore, Shinkei would be so devoted to him that he would persuade Shinkei to devote himself to the research. Once the research succeeds, Shinkei's consciousness enters the machine, and Shinkei's body is naturally freed. If the research fails, Shinkei's consciousness disappears, and the conclusion is the same as above. Hee. Wu Yu was so angry that she laughed. It's really making the best use of everything. Luli stood behind Wu Yu, listening to Wu Yu's low laugh, and felt that the temperature of the whole room was dropping sharply. Wu Yu's body exuded a chilling black aura, as if it was going to swallow up the entire space. The high concentration of hostility was materializing into a black energy ball, and the circuits in the whole room were flashing wildly and sparking. Shinkei asked Luli nervously, what happened to Wu Yu? Luli, I don't know. He didn't dare to ask. Wu Yu suddenly said, Shinkei, come out. Shinli ran out immediately. Wu Yu ordered, get some meat grinders, blowers, and voltage furnaces. Luli looked confused. Huh? Wu Yu glanced sideways, in order to avoid accidents, test the endurance strength of Chu Cixia's body first. Luli jaw. Soon, all the destruction equipment was in place. Luli said cautiously, nothing will happen, right? Wu Yu, if anything happens, just launch him into outer space with a rocket. Isn't he capable? Let him dominate the universe directly. Luli looked at Shinkei for help. Prince Noah, you don't? Stop it? Shinkei had already followed into the laboratory with an expectant look on his face. Shall I start the machine? He had long wanted to chop this bastard into pieces, and it was hard to hold back. Luli's face was ashen, and he gave up struggling completely. Devil, these two people are devils. Wu Yu smiled and nodded. Let's start. As the 2,000-degree high-temperature voltage furnace was turned on, Chu Cixa's body was thrown into it, and a sharp roar like a beast came out. Save me, I can give you eternal life. Save me, I will pass on all my abilities in my life to you. Save me. Ah! Shinkei tilted his head expressionlessly, watching Chu Cixa's body in the voltage furnace turned into ashes in an instant. Only the black mental power core in his brain was still struggling and flickering and wailing. Shinkei raised his lips silently. How are you going to grant me eternal life? Shinkei, you should have been my most perfect work. If you hadn't coveted useless love, I would have given you the strongest ability and physique in the world. The gods of the Dharma ending age are just spent bows and arrows, and the inheritance of the spirit contracting people should have ended long ago. The old gods fell, the new gods came, the flesh and blood were weak, and the machines ascended. As long as you join hands with me, I can make you a real god. Shinkei, love will eventually fade away, only the strong will never betray you. Shinkei suddenly turned off the voltage furnace, and Luli was instantly nervous. What is Prince Noah going to do? Shinkei turned into a blazing flame, and the scorching sun of the Red Lotus Sun released lava fire, and the violent thunder and fire were intertwined, bursting out bright golden vertical pupils. A perverse and sinister smile appeared on his face. It's you who always talk about these nonsense. Wu Yu and I have always been very happy, but it's because of you that I have lost my memory and feelings again and again, so Wu Yu always doesn't want me. If you hadn't been plotting to deal with me, and put me in danger, Wu Yu wouldn't be so sad, always blaming herself and feeling sad. You are always sneaking around like a bug in the gutter, doing some shameful and despicable things. You dare to say you want to create a god. You are such a coward. In a rage, Shinkei's mental power continued to rise. A golden dragon appeared behind him, and breathed out dragon's breath. The whole room was filled with a strong wind. Shinkei, if it wasn't for my instruction, you would have been killed by Vlad long ago. Shinkei sneered. Thank you so much for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to be with Wu Yu. Shinkei, do you know what I did to Wu Yu? She stayed in the lab for half a year. Guess how she was treated? Shinkei's expression suddenly became extremely dangerous. Shut up. I tell you, I killed her again and drained all the blood from her body again and again, but she was too hard to kill. I could only keep trying to torture her in various ways, just like you are doing now. Shinkei's eyes suddenly turned red, and all his abilities were flashing wildly in his rage. Ha ha! Kill me! Even if you kill me, you will never be able to change this. Shinkei, this will always be your inner demon. The metal of the Red Lotus Sun instantly covered his hands. He punched Chutsishia's spiritual power core with all his strength. Shinkei's eyes were red with anger. You are not allowed to mention her. You are not worthy. Chutsishia roared triumphantly. You can't kill me. With your dragon bone, you can't kill me at all. Shinkei's eyes became more and more dangerous, and his abilities were surging, with evil spirit thunder, red lotus fire, sun, and true dragon energy shining together. The mysterious future technology metal was wrapped in these abilities, and not only did not deform, but was even continuously smelted to have a higher attack strength. Until a burst point appeared on the mental core, and as Shinkei hit, the cracks became larger and larger. Chutsishia's voice became surprised and hesitant. What ability did you use? Shinkei smiled coldly. All of this is the power you gave me from the beginning, the god who kept saying that he was at the end of his strength in the last days of the Dharma. Chutsishia, if you really want to kill Wu Yu, do you need to set up such a big plan? Do you think I'm a fool? How awesome is his wife? How could he not know that this idiot has no sense? Chutsishia roared in anger. Shinkei, Wu Yu, I want you to die miserably. As the light balls gathered and the energy gathered, Shinkei made a last-ditch effort with a blank expression and his eyes were full of dark malice. You are the one who deserves to die. You are still fantasizing before you die, right? You bastard. Chutsishia's entire mental core completely shattered and dissipated between heaven and earth. Chapter 525. Looking at Shinkei lowering his head and being emotionally unstable, his aura was running wild, and his anger was growing more and more. Lu Li was terrified. Will Prince Noah be in trouble? Wu Yu immediately slammed the door of the laboratory, ran in, and hugged Shinkei in his arms. Shinkei's hands hung at his sides, and he kept panting. He looked down at Wu Yu, his eyes red and painful. I can't hug you now. I can't control my ability. It's all my fault, wife. If I could have met you earlier, I would rather suffer all this than for you. Wu Yu hugged him tightly and buried her head in his arms. Shinkei, you were a poor little thing at that time. How could I bear to see you suffer more? Chutsishia lied to you. It was just his last desperate struggle when he was dying, desperate and frustrated, and he was just deceiving himself. The more he acted like this, the more it showed that he was a loser who didn't even have the courage to admit defeat. He couldn't kill me at all. Taking my blood was the limit of what he could do. Don't even mention killing me. As long as I feel pain, discomfort, and despair, I will go berserk because of my out-of-control abilities. The entire experiment came to a standstill. Except for him, who could barely withstand the damage I caused, almost all the people sent died. Just like in my memory, Yana wanted to take my crystal core, but because of my out-of-control abilities, she was constantly devoured. This situation did not improve until my abilities were completely sealed. The end of the world is coming, and experimenters are already very valuable. He also has experiments on new humans to complete. That's why he had to let me go, and change his plan half a year later. Shinkei looked confused. What? Wu Yu stretched out her hand to Shinkei, and he immediately put his face into her hand obediently. Shinkei, every time I heard about your difficult situation from others, I also thought, if I could have met you earlier. I always blame myself. If I could have known your identity as a prince the first time I met the Secretariat Daomen, I could have saved you from the fire pit. But there are not so many of us in this world. What has happened is a fait accompli, and can never be changed. Since it cannot be changed, let's be ourselves, let go of ourselves, and walk firmly on the path we want to take, okay? Wu Yu held Shinkei's face, and kissed the corner of his mouth. Noah, I will always be by your side and accompany you, and never leave you. Shinkei's violent breath finally calmed down. He touched Wu Yu's hand, and held her fingers tightly. You promised yourself to stay with me forever, and be with me for the rest of your life. You can't break your promise. You can't leave me again. Wu Yu nodded. Yes, I agree. Wu Yu held Shinkei's hand. Let's go, I take you to see Vlad. Shinkei held her hand tightly in his arm. How do you know Chutsishia is lying to me? He felt that the old man was talking nonsense and messed with his mentality. Lu Li, during our research on Vlad, he mentioned the Doomsday experiment. But Vlad was kept in the dark about the whole thing, and we also speculated that Doomsday was Miss Wu Yu after continuous comparison. Wu Yu, let's go and see him. Since being captured alive by Richard on the day of the God-making project, Vlad has been in a laboratory for more than 20 days. Every day, he constantly draws blood, slices, digs bones, and hits him to test his vampire repairability, and then repeats the whole process of drawing blood. For more than 20 days, all the people who came and went were cold-looking experimenters wearing white coats and masks. The way they looked at him was not to look at a person at all. He was just the most humble and lowly experiment in the laboratory, with no human rights. Every day he was injected with nutrient solution that barely maintained his vital signs, and all his physiological needs were met while lying down. It was extremely humiliating, and he had no dignity at all. They didn't even tie his mouth, and at first Vlad would roar and scream crazily. But when he found that these people would even laugh at him when he roared, and they were indulging or even enjoying his anger, Vlad finally learned to be quiet on the night when 2 of his ribs were peeled off. He had understood that what he had to endure now was all what he had done to Noah's squire. No. It should be said that what he had done to Noah's squire, now all of it had to be paid back to him 1,000 times. Including the humiliation and abuse that he had not done, all of them were used on him in various ways. As the holographic projection lit up, Vlad was about to close his eyes when he was stabbed hard. Either open your eyes or continue to be abused. Finally, in the pain of scraping bones, he opened his eyes. Every day he watched his daughter Cynthia, his son Hall, Frank, Leo, and how they died. He was repeatedly told to be mentally prepared that one day he would experience all of this, and then die silently in the laboratory like an ant. There were sounds of movement in the laboratory. Normally, no one would appear at this time, and Vlad could not help but feel excited. The moment he saw Shinkai, his cloudy and bloodshot eyes burst into a gleam of light. Noah! Kill me now! I beg you. Don't let them humiliate me like this again. Kill me! Shinkai stood there expressionless, motionless. Wei was about to pull her hand out of Shinkai's arms, but Shinkai held her tightly. Don't dirty your hands. Wei patted his hand soothingly. Don't be nervous, I talked to him. Wei signaled Luli to let go of Vlad, gave him a stool, and sat opposite him. This was the first time after more than 20 days that Vlad felt like a human being. He was flattered. Wei smiled gently. How is Grand Duke Vlad feeling recently? Are you doing well? Vlad was very terrified. Miss Wei, I didn't recognize you before. If I had confirmed your identity at the first time and picked you up at the airport in person, maybe. Wei smiled. Maybe your camp would have one. Vlad was surprised. What? Wei said sincerely. Vlad, if you had insisted on your own ideas at that time and had not been deceived by Shinshinxi and the father and son of the Li family, you would have seized this S4 game and Chutsishia would have won. Do you understand? You rejected the victory that was delivered to your door. You ruined the plan for so many years. The most interesting thing is that you had seen Chutsishia a long time ago and you had been working together, but he never officially took you under his command. He would rather send an unknown person like Shinshinxi to control you than discuss matters with a fool like you. You don't even qualify to be his chess piece. Just thinking about it makes me feel sorry for you, Grand Duke. Why has Frank been unwilling to cooperate with you for so many years? Because he knows you are stupid. You are too stupid. Your ship will capsize sooner or later. Shinshinxi thinks you are stupid, the Li family thinks you are stupid, and everyone thinks you are stupid. You don't even qualify to play this game. Vlad looked at Wei in disbelief. Why are you telling me this? Wei, because I want you to suffer, just the right amount of pain, always accompanied by obsession, regret and unwillingness. But just happen to stay awake, not completely losing consciousness and falling into madness. Vlad, I want you to spend the rest of your life in this awake abyss. In despair, give a little hope, and then let the unwillingness and obsession grow wildly and completely send people to hell. Vlad looked at Wei in horror. She seemed to be able to hit his heart directly, and dissected all the doubts that he had been tossing and turning these days. Wei stood up and walked to Shinkai's side, took his arm and turned to look at Vlad. You should have been wondering how Shinkai got the dragon bone back. I tell you that I helped him, and everything you are suffering now is also what I instructed them to do. Vlad, as long as I don't allow you to die, even if you seek death, I will find a way to resurrect you and torture you to the point where you would rather die than live. Vlad's pupils instantly became cloudy, and he was on the verge of collapse. Wei smiled very happily. Grand Duke Vlad, it's great that you can become a vampire. You even lose the right to end your own life. Vlad looked at Wei with a blank face, as if he was looking at a real devil. Wei told Luli, Grand Duke Vlad doesn't look very good, let him rest for 2 days. When he feels relaxed, when he is most relaxed, Let Grand Duke Vlad continue to contribute to the Alliance's vampire vaccine research. If the rubber band is pulled too tight, it will break easily. Only by tightening and loosening can people's tolerance threshold be continuously improved. She wants to let the sword of Damocles hang over Vlad's head at all times, so that he will never have peace. Luli, yes. Wu Yu took Shinkei's hand and walked out of the laboratory, feeling that Shinkei's breath was always unstable. She raised her head, looked at Shinkei with a dark look, and blinked. What's wrong? Are you afraid of me? It was too late to be afraid. She had already treated Shinkei like a canary, and would not let him go. Shinkei's pupils flickered violently, and he approached Wu Yu in an instant. Wife, can we go to the royal court now? Let's go right away. I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Wu Yu, What is this bastard? There is nothing serious in his mind all day long. Chapter 526. Wu Yu ignored him. Finish all the parts of future creatures. I have to make the strategy first. Shinkei held Wu Yu's hand, and kept pinching the cartilage on her hand. You do yours, I do mine, no delay. Wu Yu, Shut up, you pervert. Shinkei's voice was hoarse. Wife, please. Wu Yu, Since this kid found out that she fell for this trick, he has become more and more skilled in using it. Finding that Wu Yu's attitude was loosening, Shincheng immediately dragged her towards the royal court. As soon as she entered Prince Shinkei's residence, Wu Yu clearly felt that he was on the verge of losing control. Shinkei held her waist, and his strong breath held her tightly in his arms. He pinched her neck with one hand, and leaned close to kiss her madly. Crazy obsession, passionate love was instantly vented. Wu Yu hooked his neck, and let Shinkei do whatever he wanted. Shinkei kept leaning against her ear, and calling her name, Wu Yu. Wu Yu. He wished he could tear her whole body into his stomach. Wu Yu responded softly, Noah, I'm here. Shinkei, Wu Yu, I love you. Wu Yu, I love you too. Shinkei was trembling all over, and he hugged Wu Yu tightly, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Wu Yu gently stroked Shinkei's head, and kept comforting him. Relax, baby. Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck, his voice low. I originally planned to deal with the orphanage you stayed in before when you were better. If I hadn't lost my memory, it wouldn't have taken so long. Feeling Shinkei leaving kisses on her, Wu Yu squinted her eyes comfortably. It's okay. Don't you want to leave me for fear that something will happen to me? Just stay by my side, and accompany me to protect me. And naturally someone from the Jiang family will handle these things. It's too easy for you to kill someone if you take action now, and the Jiang family still needs a detailed inquiry process for those people to avoid any more trouble. Shinkei was unhappy, and hugged Wu Yu tightly without saying a word. Wu Yu coaxed him. Don't be unhappy. The people who can be put in the orphanage have been separated by countless layers, but they are all at the bottom who obey orders. And even if you kill them now, they are no longer the same people as before. You killed the most troublesome Chutsixia. My baby is really amazing. Wu Yu held Shinkei's face and kissed him. Don't be unhappy. Go play by yourself for a while. I'd be busy first, okay? Shinkei nodded happily yes. While Wu Yu was sorting out the development context of future creatures and dungeon strategies, Shinkei wandered around the royal court. Under the management of Shinqingxi, the royal court is quickly restoring order. Many descendants of heroes are gradually returning and gathering in an orderly manner to discuss the next development plan of the royal court. Prince Noah. Shinkei turned his head in confusion, and found that it was a few barons. Shinkei turned around and left without thinking. Prince Noah. Don't run. What a joke. Stay away from him. Prince Noah. We are not looking for you. Don't run. We are looking for Miss Wu Yu. Shinkei stopped. Looking for Wu Yu? Baroness Eleanor stopped a few steps away from Shinkei, panting all the way. Baroness Alice and I and a few others heard that you brought Miss Wu Yu to the royal court, so we wanted to come and thank Miss Wu Yu. World City is about to be expanded 10 kilometers outward. The royal court has obtained the construction rights for this project. Miss Wu Yu helped us get a job opportunity to participate in the construction project, and after the project is completed, we will all have our own jobs. Completely eliminate the extravagant style of the royal court, and shine for the royal court and the alliance construction. Lady Alice, we also want to apologize to you for the previous incident involving you. We don't want to get involved in this matter, but we really don't have the ability to resist Grand Duke Vlad. If we have a choice, we don't want our marriage and reputation to become a joke and a handle. Some people do admire Shinkei's appearance and strength, and compete for it. But there are more people who know themselves and can judge the situation. These women know clearly that once they are with Noah's skull, not only will he get deeper and deeper, but they, their families, and future generations of children will be completely stuck in the spider web and will never be able to get out. Shinkei nodded and said nothing. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Lady Eleanor couldn't help but said, "Can you take us to see Miss Wu Yu?" "Shinkei, she's busy now." "Lady Alice, we can wait." "Shinkei, what are you waiting for? Don't think he didn't see what these women were up to. Stay away from his wife." Shinkei ignored him and turned away. Eleanor was unwilling. I really want to see Miss Wu Yu. She is so beautiful. She has my favorite Oriental fairy beauty look. Why can Prince Noah marry so well? It's really enviable." "Alice, you are so easy to be killed by Prince Noah, Eleanor, but I am different. I am their firm CP fan. I just want to see them kiss in front of me." Shinkei, who walked far away and heard everything with amazing hearing, said, Shinjingzi walked towards him, and saw Shinkei with a sullen face, passing by without looking away. "Shinkei, send those barons to work quickly, don't let them be idle." Shinjingzi pointed at himself. "Me? You actually took the initiative to talk to me?" "Shinkei, I have recovered my memory." Shinjingzi, no wonder, don't worry, they are not interested in you, don't be so nervous. Shinkei, they are not interested in me, but they are interested in my wife. Shinjingzi, okay, arrange it. Shinkei was still worried, he wanted to go back to Wu Yu immediately. Shinjingzi, by the way, you may not know that this time Wang Ting was able to obtain the right to build the infrastructure expansion of World City with the help of Wu Yu. Shinkei glanced sideways. "Wu Yu?" Shinjingzi nodded, his tone envious and flattering. "Prince Noah is indeed a good match. From now on, everything depends on you to allocate more resources to our royal court. You must serve the gods well. Don't worry, if there is a blind mistress who wants to take the position, I will be the first to say no and help you fight to defend your marriage." "Shinkei, are you mentally retarded?" Shinjingzi shrugged. "It's not that you are the only one who lacks money, I need it more than you. As long as I can quickly develop the royal court, I don't care about shame." Originally, the Secretariat was in charge of the expansion of the World City infrastructure. Although the Secretariat has been very busy recently, and is preparing to open a new city, it is up to Secretary General Zhou to decide who gets the fat. Wu Yu recently donated the meteorite fire mine to the Secretariat in the name of Noah Squire, and the Secretariat immediately gave it to the Royal Court for resource exchange, and even the main management positions after the project was completed were left to the Royal Court to decide. It was obviously Wu Yu's call. This wave of infrastructure funds has arrived, the project has been completed, and when the new citizens move into the Royal Court, as long as they can do a good job, it will be positive feedback, a wave of fat. Shinkei lowered his eyes. "Then you should work hard, don't embarrass the Royal Court." Shinjingzi glanced at Shinkei in surprise, nodded, "Yes, I know." Shinkei continued to walk forward, and passed by him in an instant. "If you need help, just ask." Shinjingzi watched Shinkei leave, turned his head, and silently curled his lips. Then, he walked towards the open and bright central avenue of the Royal Court. Chapter 527. Shinkei walked around the Royal Court, and there were many more people in the Royal Court than before. Compared with the former extravagance, the banquet hall that was full of music and dancing every night was directly converted into a large work area. The complicated Royal Court costumes were taken off, and everyone who came in and out wore the most comfortable and relaxed private clothes. The Secretariat allocated a professional infrastructure team to cooperate with the Royal Court, and the Royal Court was responsible for the overall coordination of the administrative part. The people coming and going were all in a hurry, but their faces were full of vigor and energy. The gardens that had been used for tea breaks were all converted into physical training areas. The Shadows people and the Royal Court guards were training here under the leadership of Yi Lu-jin. So as long as Shinjingzi was given a chance, he could lead the team well and make it flourish. When Shinkei returned to his residence, Wu Yu had already made all the summaries and strategies, and sent them to the Secretariat for unified processing. She was swinging on the swing to relax. Shinkei walked up to Wu Yu and looked down at her coldly. "Did you arrange these for the Royal Court as a parting fee?" Wu Yu. Puff. The whole swing shook with a laugh. Shinkei half crouched down, resting his forearms on his knees, his slender hands casually hanging down to look at her level. "Shinkei, Wu Yu, what else did you do as a breakup gift?" Wu Yu blinked. "Guess?" "Shinkei, recently, there are fewer strange people in my communicator's friend request. Is it you who did it?" Wu Yu stretched out her hand to Shinkei, and Shinkei immediately hugged her in his arms and stood up. Wu Yu smiled. "Not only me, Sui Yu, Richard, Yan Qi and Wu Chong, they all helped. Except Yetchen, he said that as a monk he couldn't bear to see us play so dirty, so he only provided physical salvation services. Captain, everyone cares about you and cares about you." Shinkei looked up at her. "Did you kill anyone? Don't dirty your hands for me. Wu Yu shook her head. No need to do it. Just do it like you did to Vlad and Frank. I talked to them. Shinkei buried his head in her arms, his whole body trembling slightly. Wu Yu, are you afraid of me? I seem to be a very scary person. Shinkei choked. No, I will never be afraid of you, Wu Yu. I really love you. I am so lucky to meet you. He has found a harbor for his heart to dock, and the warmth of home. He no longer needs to set off alone, and the weary bird returns to the nest. After decades of fighting with the royal court, the loneliness and wandering have exhausted him. He just wants to have a home of his own. He didn't need freedom. He was willing to sink, completely obsessed with the resonance that Wu Yu could bring him to the extreme intoxication of body and mind. He hugged Wu Yu tightly, madly feeling her presence, feeling Shinkei's restless breath and hot body temperature. Wu Yu was about to be drowned by his deep love. Wu Yu held up his face, looked at the tears dripping from his red eyes, and wiped his tears with her fingertips. Wu Yu lowered her head and kissed him. I love you too, Noah. Meeting you is also my greatest luck. Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck, feeling the wetness on his neck. Wu Yu gently patted his head. Good baby, stop crying. Such a pretty face crying with tears in her eyes really made her excited. Really? She is usually so active. Why is she so innocent when she is being sentimental now? Wu Yu whispered. Shinkei, my menstrual period is coming soon. Shinkei raised his head with tears in his eyes, and his long and thick white eyelashes blinked with crystal tears. Wu Yu's eyes fell on the eyelashes, and she couldn't move her eyes away. She slowly approached and took the initiative to kiss Shinkei's eyelashes, and her lips were stained with moisture. Shinkei immediately raised his head and kissed her lips, deepening the kiss. Holding Wu Yu and kissing her while walking into the house, Shinkei panted and asked, Your menstrual period is coming, can I not? Wu Yu hooked his neck and responded to him enthusiastically. Yes, I can. Shinkei restrained himself and stopped. Wife, your body. Wu Yu smiled. Did you forget that I got a physical enhancement in the dungeon? Shinkei blinked quickly, and then he gritted his teeth. So you are fine, right? You are completely fine. Then when you were at the base just now. As soon as Shinkei sat on the sofa, Wu Yu's hand immediately slid down his abdominal muscles. But you looked like you liked it at the time. You wanted me to bully you. Wu Yu leaned close to Shinkei's ear. Noah, do you still want it? Shinkei's face flushed. He panted and looked at Wu Yu, with expectation in his eyes. Yes. Wu Yu curled her lips, hooked her hand around his neck, and leaned over to kiss Shinkei passionately. Until Shinkei's face became redder and redder, and his whole body was trembling. He couldn't help but pick up Wu Yu and walk towards the bed. At night, Shinkei asked Wu Yu to sleep in the guest room tonight. Shinkei, wife, you just sleep. Wu Yu curled her lips, covered herself with a quilt, and went to sleep. Half asleep and half awake, just about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard a sound coming from the window, and she half raised herself to look at the window. Shinkei wore a mask and a black high-collared combat uniform, which made him look broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted. He instantly jumped onto the window eaves, and his long legs were straight and full of wildness and explosive power. The silver-white hair moved slightly, and the moment his aggressive eyes swept towards Wu Yu, her breathing was stagnant. He jumped down from the window eaves lightly, and walked slowly step by step towards the bed. The room was silent as he walked, and only the sound of groping for combat uniforms, and the sound of combat boots pacing on the ground could be heard. Wu Yu stared at Shinkei, and her eyes were controlled so hard that she couldn't move them. When he came to the bed, Shinkei leaned over and supported his hands on Wu Yu's side, looking down at her without saying a word, his eyes dark and deep. Under Shinkei's undisguised gaze, she could not help but pull the quilt up to cover her body, and slowly back away. Shinkei bent his legs and half knelt on the bed, leaning closer. Wu Yu stretched out her hand to block his heart, shyly turned her face away. What do you want to do? Shinkei said coldly. Miss Wu Yu, I'm here to carry out the mission, and I need you to cooperate with me. Wu Yu's whole body was flushed. How can I cooperate with you? Shinkei stretched out his hand to lift the quilt, grabbed Wu Yu's ankle, and dragged her to him. Wu Yu's current appearance was completely reflected in his eyes, and Shinkei's breathing instantly became heavier. He lowered his head close to Wu Yu's small earlobe, exhaling faintly. I need you, hold me tight. Feeling Shinkei's unquestionable power, Wu Yu wanted to pull back her feet embarrassedly. Let me go. Shinkei used his strength to pull Wu Yu directly in front of him, supporting his hands on her side, and looking down at her. Shinkei said coldly. Miss Wu Yu, if you don't cooperate with me, don't blame me for being presumptuous when someone comes later. Wu Yu covered her face embarrassedly, and couldn't say a word. Shinkei looked down at Wu Yu's agitated expression, picked her up like a princess, and went straight into the empty closet in the guest room. In the dark and narrow closet, Shinkei's breath was beside her ear. The distance between them made Wu Yu feel very excited. When she was about to move, Shinkei had already embraced her waist from behind and covered her mouth, whispering in her ear, "Miss Wu Yu, be quiet. You probably don't want others to know that you are hiding in the closet in the middle of the night, wearing this, and having skin-to-skin contact with a strange man, right?" In the darkness, Wu Yu's pupils flickered wildly. She was nestled in Shinkei's arms. Wu Yu looked down at Shinkei's hand, and tried her best to control her breathing so that Shinkei would not find out that she was already infatuated. What on earth has Shinkei learned recently? He is so good at it. He is so good at it now. Shinkei's voice was right beside Wu Yu's ear. "Miss Wu Yu, do you always wear this to sleep?" His voice was serious and cold, but he was already acting recklessly and unruly with his hand around Wu Yu. Wu Yu's breathing became more and more rapid. She bit her lower lip lightly. "It's late at night, in my own room, I can wear whatever I want." Shinkei chuckled. "Really? I thought Miss Wu Yu knew I was coming, so she deliberately dressed like this, just for me to see. Wu Yu, Captain Shin is too self-indulgent." Shinkei tightened his hand unhappily, and Wu Yu's face flushed instantly. She slowly stretched out her hand and pressed it between the two of them. Hearing Shinkei's low panting becoming more and more rapid, Wu Yu pushed his hand and whispered, "Let me go, I want to go out." "Shinkei, Miss Wu Yu, I am protecting you." Shinkei immediately held Wu Yu tightly in his arms, and said in a cold tone, "I hope Miss Wu Yu will not increase the difficulty of my task, otherwise I will charge more money." Wu Yu's breathing became faster and faster, and she felt Shinkei's hand sliding into her nightgown. An instant voice rang in her ears, "Miss Wu Yu, do you need any other services?" After a pause, "But this is an extra price." Wu Yu trembled and lowered her head, and finally couldn't help turning her head to hug Shinkei's neck and leaning on him. Shinkei lowered his eyes. "Miss Wu Yu, I'm very expensive. I don't know if you can afford it." Wu Yu reached out and touched Shinkei's face. In the dark, he looked at her dangerously, his eyes wandering unscrupulously. "Wu Yu, I don't know if Captain Shin is worth the price." Shinkei tightened his hand instantly, letting Wu Yu cling to him tightly, and gently touched Wu Yu's earlobe and whispered, "Try it, you will know, I am especially worth it." Wu Yu shook her head, "But I am not such a casual person. I will not do such intimate things with strange men." Shinkei was anxious. "Miss Wu Yu, while I am still willing to ask for your opinion, you'd better give me a satisfactory answer." Wu Yu pushed Shinkei. "What are you going to do if you are not satisfied with Captain Shin?" Shinkei moved closer. "If I am not satisfied, I will just use force, and then Miss Wu Yu, please don't think I am rude." Seeing that Wu Yu still did not move, Shinkei begged her in a low voice, "Wife, I can't stand it anymore." Wu Yu unbuttoned Shinkei's combat uniform. Against the background of the black high collar, Shinkei's cold white skin was so white that it was transparent, and the bulging blue veins, the rolling Adam's apple, and the deep and narrow collarbone were full of abstinence. Wu Yu's hand slowly passed over, and she lowered her head to kiss Shinkei deeply at the tattoo. Shinkei's breathing was unstable for a moment. "Miss Wu Yu, what do you mean?" Wu Yu chuckled. "I think Captain Shin is really attractive, and I can't help but want to molest him." Shinkei urged her, "Then hurry up, just hack me." He couldn't act anymore, he couldn't help it. What was Wu Yu wearing? He almost exploded when he saw it. Wu Yu took off the mask on Shinkei's face, raised her head, hooked her neck and kissed him. Shinkei immediately hugged Wu Yu's waist, and made her lean against him, lowering his head, and kissing her madly. Wu Yu leaned against him weakly after being kissed. Shinkei kicked open the cabinet door, and carried her to the bed. Shinkei lifted the quilt, and hugged Wu Yu and crawled in. The quilt completely covered the two of them. The bed curtain shook, and the quilt was rippling. Shinkei lifted the quilt. He was dressed neatly except for the combat uniform with 3 buttons open to the chest and the belt open. Shinkei began to button his clothes. "Miss Wu Yu, remember to settle today's money. Sorry for ruining your skirt, I deduct it from my reward." "Wu Yu, eh?" Shinkei looked sideways. "If you are satisfied with my service, Miss Wu Yu, you are welcome to come to me again." He leaned over and planted another strawberry for Wu Yu. "I am in a difficult situation and need money urgently. I can do anything." Wu Yu pressed the corners of her mouth and looked away. She couldn't help but take out the communicator to take a picture of Shinkei looked so good in this outfit today. "Shinkei, don't spread it out, Miss Wu Yu, my family doesn't know that I do this job." Wu Yu couldn't hold back her smile. "Wu Yu, you can go now." If she didn't leave, she would burst out laughing. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu smiling sideways, and he was itching to get closer to Wu Yu. "Miss Wu Yu, do you want to add another hour?" Wu Yu pushed him away. "No, you're too expensive." Shinkei volunteered, Opening promotion. Buy one get one free. Wu Yu couldn't help laughing no more. Shin-Kei didn't want to. Yes, you want it? Wife, come again, okay? Wu Yu turned around and looked at him with a flickering gaze. Her eyes were hooked. No. Shin-Kei felt his throat was a little dry. He pressed Wu Yu's lower back and instantly approached. Shin-Kei, if Miss Wu Yu insists, then I can only use force. After a month of intense and busy work, the first phase of the new alliance finally came to an end. The establishment ceremony of the new alliance and the commendation meeting for crushing the god-making plan were officially held after Chu Xia's death. After a full month of repeated discussions, the new alliance gave the following instructions for the next phase of work. 1. Food is the first necessity of the people. Open up new agricultural farming areas and new animal husbandry breeding areas to ensure the pure food supply of the alliance residents to the greatest extent. 2. Home security comes first. The world city will be expanded 10 kilometers outward to accommodate 30,000 permanent residents and equipped with corresponding public facilities. A new city will be built in the south. The new city will adopt the Alliance Contribution Point Settlement System, and the Alliance's first all-round integrated teaching military school will be opened in the new city. 3. Rectify the illegal chaos in the survivor camps and refugee camps, add Alliance civil aviation routes, increase funding, and provide more diversified assistance. 4. Talents are recruited in an unconventional way. The Alliance Leader, Deputy Alliance Leader, and Secretary General will issue a talent recruitment order. There is no threshold, and we are looking forward to recruiting all the talents to sign up for the Alliance personal battle. At that time, the award ceremony will open a quick channel for boss direct recruitment. 5. The new law enforcement team of the Alliance will carry out directional blasting of the remaining dungeons to minimize the fear of the people about the terrifying dungeons, so that the people have more time to recuperate. 6. The recall and resettlement plan for the descendants of the martyrs of the Peak Battle is officially launched, codenamed Homecoming Plan. Polar Aurora Guild Camp. The eternal night has not passed yet, the swordfish has grown in size, and the whole piece of ice surface is constantly shattered under the attack of the long sword. Claude looked at Mock with a grim expression. Mock, are we really going to fail this time? Mock took a deep breath. You take everyone away, I carry it. Claude, how can you carry it? These two swordfish are all SSS level. What can you carry it with? Tom, you all go. I lead these monsters to another place. Claude, Tom, your mental power is only S level. These monsters will instantly shatter your mental power core. There were fewer and fewer ice surfaces to stand on, and everyone in Aurora retreated one step at a time. Facing these powerful and rapidly evolving beasts, even the weapons that Wu Yu had left for them were not painful at all. Mock suddenly smiled bitterly. Perhaps dying silently like this is my destiny, just like my father. Everything he had done before was just a desperate struggle to survive. Two SSS-level swordfish jumped out of the water at the same time. Their sinister eyes had evolved into intelligence, waiting to pierce everyone in Aurora and have a delicious meal. Everyone in Aurora pulled out their guns, ready to fight to the death. Suddenly, the roar of countless jet skis came from the direction of the water, and the huge sound attracted the attention of the swordfish. Mock's excellent vision slowly widened his eyes, and he immediately ordered, "Don't give up, keep shooting." Yes. The swordfish soon discovered that the prey in front of it was weaker and more delicious than the prey in the distance. It slowly turned its head, with a fierce light in its eyes, and opened its fangs with 3 layers of spikes. Like a bloodthirsty beast, it was eager to start hunting. The moment the two swordfish jumped out of the water at the same time, a sea god trident with countless dazzling light effects shot from afar and pierced them accurately. The two SSS-level swordfish bosses that could instantly destroy the entire Aurora and make everyone change color suddenly had their mental cores shattered and fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 528. The swordfish, which was comparable to an SSS-level dungeon boss, was killed instantly, and the exploded packages scattered all over the ground. Mock and Claude exchanged glances in shock. The roar of the snowmobile was getting closer and closer. As the leading car stopped steadily in front of him with an extremely elegant tailspin, Claude excitedly recognized it. Mock, it's Thor. This is Thor's car. Claude excitedly rushed forward and wanted to give Thor a warm hug. The moment Shin-Kei took off his helmet, Claude and Mock, who was a step slower, were both stunned. Shin-Kei took back the trident he had thrown, turned his head and looked at Wu Yu. Picking up the bag? Wu Yu shook her head and motioned to Mock and Claude, "You two go pick up the bag." Hearing Wu Yu's voice, Mock and Claude instantly exchanged an intriguing expression. Claude, poor Thor was not only dumped, but his car was even stolen. Mock, But this one is obviously more handsome and stronger, I would choose him too. No, 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 Mok reflected, he is not that kind of person at all. He is sincere to Thor. Mok was angry. Where's Thor? What did you do to Thor? Shin-Kei, I am Thor. Mok was incredulous. What? Why do you hide your handsomeness? Shin-Kei, I was in trouble at the time, and couldn't let anyone know my true identity. Mok sighed. If Lucy knew you were so handsome, I wonder if she would insist. Claude hit him hard. Mok, shut up. Wu Mei encouraged. Mok, continue. There is nothing more exciting than eating your husband's melon. Shin-Kei was instantly nervous. Moku, shut up. Will you look meaningful? Is there something I can't know? She was even more excited. The more she couldn't know, the more she wanted to know. Shin-Kei was about to move. Wu Yu's light eyes fell on him, and he froze instantly. Richard got off the snowmobile. Lucy? Is it that Lucy? Fu Yanqi agreed. If you say so, it's that Lucy. Wu Chong blinked. Huh? Who is Lucy? Why don't I know? Is she the captain's first love? Oh, the captain actually has a first love. What about Yaya? Shin-Kei's hair stood on end. None of these wicked people would look favorably upon him. They were deliberately making things difficult for him. Shin-Kei's tone was grim. You're all idle, right? Why don't you start clearing monsters? Richard shrugged. Some people shouldn't be too guilty. Fu Yanqi, hurry up and kill the monsters, or they kill us to silence us. Wu Chong, Yaya, do you know about this? Did the captain hide it from you on purpose? Shin-Kei wanted to kick these damn things away one by one. He had said long ago that he would not bring them here. They are all so mean. Another wave of SSS-level swordfish appeared, which was completely different from the tense atmosphere of the dying struggle before. Wu Chong summoned a wave of abyss dragons, which were instantly devoured and left a pile of packages on the ground. Claude was shocked. Is the current combat power of the Alliance so terrifying? It must be an SSS wizard to summon such a powerful summoned beast, right? Moke shook his head solemnly. No, maybe not even SSS level. It has reached SSS+. And this summoned beast is obviously different from ordinary summoned beasts. No matter its strength or attack strength, it is completely in a different dimension. During the time when Aurora was in the polar region, the development outside had already changed with each passing day, and they were completely left behind and eliminated by the Alliance. Wu Yu urged Moke and Claude, go pick up the bag. Mok shook his head. No, this is a monster killed by Thor. We can't pick it up. Wu Yu, if you don't pick it up, I will kill all the people from Aurora. Everyone present. No, there is no need to be so cruel, right? Can't you talk nicely? Wu Yu, there is nothing to say. We are in a hurry. Wu Yu winked at Shin-Kei, and Shin-Kei pointed the trident directly at Mok, and the murderous look in his eyes didn't look like an act at all. It's just that Mok is a chatterbox, and he has to say whatever he wants. If Wu Yu gets angry and ignores him, he can really kill all the people from Aurora. In his life, Mok has never been asked to pick up a bag with a knife on his neck. What's the difference between this and picking up money with a gun on your head? He is a man of integrity. Don't think you can make him surrender in this way. He would rather die than surrender. Mok looked tragic and heroic. Claude, go pick it up. Don't worry about me. Claude, damn idiot. Claude picked up the package of one of the swordfish. Congratulations on your permanent mental power upgrade. The current mental power level has been upgraded to SSS. Claude blinked, looked unbelievable, and screamed. This boss actually exploded a permanent mental power upgrade. My mental power has reached SSS. Moke turned his head suddenly. What? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, the other bag is also. Claude, Moke is ungrateful. Since he is so stubborn and doesn't want it, you can pick it up together. Claude wanted to kowtow to Wu Yu on the spot. He immediately, okay, Miss Wu Yu. Before Claude moved, Moke flew to the package and successfully picked it up. Congratulations on your permanent mental power upgrade. The current mental power level has been upgraded to SSS. The moment the mental power was upgraded, Moke's mouth opened wide enough to swallow an egg. Oh my god. Wu Yu, I guess right. The appearance of the alien jellyfish started from the polar regions. The alien beast bosses here really started to drop packages that boosted their spiritual power, and the global biological spiritual power evolution officially began. Mok and Claude looked at each other excitedly. With the improvement of our spiritual power, we don't need to be afraid of these bosses anymore. Ms. Wu Yu, Thor, thank you so much for coming to rescue us at our most critical moment. You must stay in the polar regions for a few more days this time, so that we can treat you well. Wu Yu, Mok, we have more important things to do this time. Prince Noah of the royal court, Pope Richard of the church, Master Fu Yanqi of the Taoist sect, and Major General Wu Chungjin of the West District of the Military Department, on behalf of the Alliance and all the descendants of heroes currently registered in the Alliance, invite you and all members of Aurora to return to the Alliance's homecoming plan. The new Alliance is established, the crisis is calmed, and the Alliance has officially ended its stress-resistant dormant period and entered a period of rapid development. Former Alliance Leader Chen Ming, former Deputy Alliance Leader Wang Guohua, former Alliance Law Enforcement Team Chu Xixia, former Grand Duke Vlad of the Royal Court, former Prince Frank of the Royal Court, former Pope Leo of the Church, former General Xuanwu of the North District of the Military Department, former General Zhu Ke of the South District of the Military Department, and former Family Master Chen Fenyan have all been killed, and all the improper gains have been confiscated for the construction of the new alliance. The new city in the south is currently under construction. We sincerely invite the descendants of the martyrs to return to the alliance and enjoy the kindness you deserve. Let all the martyrs return to their roots and be buried in the Peak Battle Martyr Cemetery. And I would like to invite everyone in Aurora to participate in the upcoming alliance individual battle on behalf of the new alliance Chang Baihu, the new Deputy Alliance Chang Jiangli, and the Secretary General Zhou Qianfeng. I look forward to seeing you on the field. Until Wu Yu finished speaking for a full minute, the entire Aurora was strangely quiet. No expression could be seen on the faces covered by thick masks, but from their fiercely flickering pupils, one could imagine that even if their faces were completely blank, their hearts must be extremely shocked and throbbing. Until an uncontrollable scream, Wu Yu was hugged by the girl who ran towards her. Hearing the girl crying with joy, Wu Yu gently hugged her and patted her shoulders. Chapter 529. Shin Kei frowned fiercely when he saw this from the side. Lucy, you should let go of my wife. Wu Yu blinked. Huh? Lucy? So this little girl is Lucy? She looks so young. Claude immediately explained. Lucy is just 12 this year. Aurora and Thor were on a mission together. Lucy was only 10 years old at that time, and she was in the camper. Suddenly a strange beast appeared, and Thor happened to save Lucy and Ashio. Shin Kei immediately explained, I thought it was a little kid at the time. I really didn't think much about my wife. Mock agreed, yes. After that, Lucy was determined to grow up and marry him, but since then, Thor has rarely come to the polar region. The more rapidly the alliance develops, the fewer resources can be found in the polar region. Shinli immediately added, later, even if I came to the polar region, I never ran into her face to face again. Lucy hugged Wu Yu and refused to let go. I don't want to marry Thor now. He is too good looking, and he is not a man who is content with his lot. Mom said that you can find a partner who is 7 points or 8 points, but not 100 points. It will be very tiring to live in the future without being able to guard against anything. Miss Wu Yu, I like you now. When I grow up, can you marry me? Shin Kei's teeth were about to break. If this little brat wasn't too young to be punched by him, he would have beaten her up long ago. Wu Yu was about to agree, but Shin Kei glared at her immediately. Just try to agree. Wu Yu looked at Claude for help. Save her, save her, save her. She was afraid that her nonsense would hurt Lucy's crystal clear and pure heart. Claude lifted Lucy's collar with one hand. Lucy, go call your mother, and we start clearing monsters. Lucy jumped up happily. Oh yeah, finally we can fight back against these monsters that are always chasing us. Miss Wu Yu, you must see me fight monsters. You will definitely fall in love with me then. Shin Kei, my wife only loves him. Wu Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud, and just watched Shin Kei looking at her anxiously without saying a word. However, Wu Yu looked at Lucy. Lucy was obviously born after the peak battle. She looked healthy in every way, and could even grow up in such harsh conditions in the polar regions. Wu Yu wrote all of this down calmly. After returning, she would ask the Secretariat to give Lucy and her mother a comprehensive physical examination. Maybe there would be unexpected surprises for the continuation of mankind. Richard, Fu Yanqi, and Wu Chong were already busy with Jiguang to start clearing monsters in the wild map. The overall strength of the entire Jiguang was rapidly improving. Within 2 hours, Jiguang, who had rich combat experience in the polar regions, was able to fight SSS level or even stronger wild map monster bosses independently without the help of Chian's senior management. During the battle, 2 SSS weapons were even revealed, as well as an Ice-type group attack ability and a mental power group attack ability. Both sides were a little restrained and looked at Wu Yu hesitantly. Wu Yu, why are you looking at me? She didn't even take out her weapon. She just sat there and did nothing. Fu Yanqi, Richard likes that mental power group attack ability. Claude, Moke wants a weapon. Richard and Moke, Why did you say it so loudly? It makes people feel embarrassed. Wu Yu was surprised. You don't usually distribute dungeons? Just take it directly. The scene seemed like a pantomime. Richard pressed his mouth to obtain the SSS level mental power group attack ability, and Mok pouting to pick up the SSS Plus Flying Snow Frost. The two even bowed and shook hands seriously, as if they were meeting at the meeting of bilateral leaders. Wu Yu, eh? There is no need to be so pretentious. Claude asked Wu Yu. Miss Wu Yu, do you need this ice ability? Wu Yu waved her hand. You can distribute it yourself. You don't need to ask for my opinion. I don't need it. Her resentment, and Shinkei's resentment exist in different forms. Resentment has completely penetrated into her body, and become a part of her combat existence. Any form of elemental system will be suppressed and absorbed by resentment. Even if you get the ability, it will be a waste. She has already expanded the Frost Moon Iceling into the Moon God. The weapon's attack itself adds ice damage, and the ultimate move is accompanied by the strongest ice damage of the 7th ice. She smashed all the Moonfall, or that Shinkei had given her onto Frostbell Moon Goddess, opening the hole all the way up to 40, and both physical and magical attacks soared too. Now her body has undergone physical technology evolution, and her physical fitness has directly soared from a copy machine to 5G+, leading from a steam engine to a Fushing, a leap of more than 10 generations. After her physical fitness was restored, her mental strength finally recovered to SS, and it kept rising. According to the research of the Research Institute, since her physical fitness is the carrier of her evil spirit, as long as her physical fitness can keep up, her mental strength threshold will continue to break through and improve. However, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. To avoid the body from being depleted again, it is better to keep the sealed state, and let the mental power recover steadily. All aspects of the configuration have been pulled to the top, and there is no need to occupy wild map resources. More and more people came to support the Aurora, and even the logistical support of the Aurora camp came to the front line. With Shinkei leading the way, the Qian in his hand was like the sickle of the god of death. The electric knife with flames destroyed all the polar beasts with one blow. Richard had just acquired the mental power group attack skill. With his extremely clever mental power, the dazzling light effect of the cross flashed above the fish monster's head, and a group of fish monsters were strangled invisibly, and a package exploded on the ground. Fu Yanqi's supreme sword intent flashed with dazzling blue light, constantly shuttling among the monsters, and the monsters fell one by one wherever they went. The venom area summoned by Wu Chong was firmly stuck in front of the ordinary members of the Aurora team. As long as a monster entered the venom range, it would continue to be dizzy and controlled and lose blood until the blood bar was exhausted and the package exploded and died. After clearing 2 rounds of monsters, Qian and his team retreated from the battlefield, letting Aurora and his team pick up the bags and then completely handed the stage back to Aurora. Mok held the Flying Snow Frost, a bow and arrow made of mysterious metal with a futuristic sense of SSS, pulled the bowstring and aimed at the school of fish. The bow and arrow made of ice shot into the water with endless fighting spirit, instantly piercing the school of fish. 3 consecutive bows fell, accompanied by the ice group ability that Claude had just obtained, and all the fish under the water were frozen. With the cooperation of Aurora, whose mental power had tripled, all the strange beasts under the water that were ready to move were caught in one net. Everyone in Aurora looked at the purple gold wrapping all over the mountains in disbelief, as if they were in a dream. Have we become stronger so easily? Will we no longer have to fear power and hide from others in the future? Will we no longer have to run around being chased by strange beasts? Can we leave the harsh environment of the polar regions and create a new sky with our own abilities? Then, should we accept the Alliance's homecoming plan? Everyone in Aurora subconsciously looked at Mok, waiting for him to give an answer. Mok looked at everyone's expectant eyes, and he thought, perhaps, the answer has long been in everyone's heart. Chapter 530. Leaving enough supplies for Aurora to survive the night, Qian and his group left. Richard was pleased. It's right to follow Yaya. Every time I go out, I never leave empty-handed. Since he got his weapons in the down-in battle, Richard has been upgrading his equipment, skills, props, weapons, and mental power by swiping his face and punching in. As long as he keeps up with a large group, the organization will never forget him. Shinkei, if you can't talk, shut up. What is a thief who never leaves empty-handed? Richard announced, from now on, I go wherever Yaya goes. Shinkei's expression was dangerous. Do you believe I will kill you? Fu Yanqi began to make a wish. I just want to raise my limit of my profound strength. Not too much, just to the level where I can see 3 fires. After saying that, he threw a crystal stone to Wu Yu, clasped his hands together, and prayed devoutly. Wu Yu, eh? Shin Chung immediately picked up the crystal stone, and wanted to throw it to Fu Yanqi to death. Wu Chong was surprised. Then I want to make a wish too. I want to have a strong physique like Captain Jietshin. Wu Yu blinked. I think it's possible. Qi Yan looked at her. With Wu Chong's physique, There is still room for manipulation? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, have you forgotten that Shen Ke has the Star Dragon, Qin Xian has the Azure Dragon, and Wu Chong has the Abyss Dragon now? Maybe Wu Chong's Abyss Dragon can also draw the true dragon's energy into his body, so that Wu Chong has the dragon bone. Wu Chong's mind flashed through the scene of Shen Ke opening the dragon bone at Zhang's house before. He stood up without saying a word, turned around and ran away. Shen Ke gave a look, and Richard and Fu Yanqi stood in front of Wu Chong in an instant. Richard patted his shoulder. Wu Chong, you don't want everyone to think you're a prostitute when you go to the military, right? Fu Yanqi patted his other shoulder. Wu Chong, although Richard's words are vulgar, they are true. The military is undergoing a major reshuffle now. If you don't have a solid foundation to go to the military, you, the Major General of the West District, will probably be assassinated before you take office. Wu Chong was completely unmoved. I can't bear to open the keel with my body. Shen Ke, open 8 first, and then continue to open the lower ones after you get used to it. Wu Chong refused sternly. It hurts too much. I can't stand it. I can't bear it. Shen Ke saw Wu Yu had left and returned to the lounge. He looked at Wu Chong. Wu Chong, there are things that Wu Yu and Wu Xiaoli can't bear to tell you, but the truth is very cruel. After what happened to the Wu clan and the Desert Rose, you also know what sacrifices your mother and Wu Xiaoli made to protect you. Wu Xiaoli should have been a general, but in order to carry the Wu clan and Desert Rose, and to protect you, she swallowed her anger and hibernated secretly, weighing the pros and cons and maneuvering with many parties. Even though the situation has changed, Wu Xiaoli has given up the Alliance military's offer to recruit her. To put it bluntly, Wu Xiaoli has done the same thing as me over the years. We both have a bad foundation, and when we get to the military, we have endless black history. You can now be parachuted into the West District as a Major General, and you can even skip the military enlistment training that Li Ren and Charles have to attend. The military is all for Wu Yu's sake. With your body, you can hardly even survive the physical training of normal soldiers. What will you use to fight? Before the Alliance had no great wizards, you were a hot commodity, but now there are many great wizards, and you are not indispensable. The military is based on strength, and it depends on who has the stronger fist. No matter how good your spells are, if you can't read the bars and use skills, you will die. You can't become a Major General and still expect someone to support you and let Wu Xiaoli clean up your mess. Aren't you afraid of being stabbed in the back? Wu Chong's face instantly darkened, and he said nothing. Richard, he's still young, don't start with such a high intensity. Shen Ke, when you were this old, the Pope kicked you in the face. Richard glared. No, I'm talking about it. Can you please not expose other people's past? I don't want to save face. Shen Ke thought that all his past had been exposed by that bastard Zhu Ke, and since he had lost all his face, everyone would be finished with him. As soon as Shen Ke looked at Fu Yanqi slid to his knees. I think the captain is right. I support the captain. You're wrong, brother. Don't expose his past. He has made it now, and is a person of status. He needs to keep his face. Richard and Shen Ke, The head of the Taoist sect has no backbone at all. The 3 people were fighting fiercely, and Wu Chong left quietly. Looking at the direction of departure, it was the direction of the lounge where Wu Yu left. The 3 looked at each other, and immediately followed without making a sound. Hearing the knock on the door, Wu Yu opened the door, and saw Wu Chong standing outside the door with his head down. She was puzzled. What's wrong? Wu Chong, yeah, I want to talk to you. Wu Yu, okay, come in. Wu Chong lowered his head. Xiaoli rejected me. She told me to never mention it again, saying that we can only be siblings forever. Wu Yu, This is the first para B. Wu Yu, so you can't get motivated? You have been so depressed recently. There is not enough motivation, or even the thought, no drive and motivation to fight to the death to open the dragon bone. Wu Chong nodded. Well, she didn't give me any hope. She rejected him very firmly. To be honest, he didn't want to go to the West District to be a Major General, so he kept hiding from the training camp. He didn't know how to face Wu Xiaoli. Before the God-making plan officially started, all members of Desert Rose were supporting Qian. Wu Chong happily went to find Wu Xiaoli to accompany her on the night patrol, and just arrived at the door, and was about to knock. It's not suitable to do it now. Wu Chong blinked in confusion. People haven't arrived yet, and those hermits haven't appeared yet. My suggestion is to wait a little longer. I think Wu Yu has doubted me. She put me in Qian to test me. If I act rashly at this time, it is very likely that something unexpected will happen. It doesn't matter if I die, but if the plan of the superiors is disrupted. Okay, I wait for your news. Hearing Wu Xiaoli's obvious relief after hanging up the phone, Wu Chong slowed down his pace and retreated. Just as he was about to leave, he heard again, "Mom. I'm so tired." Hearing the difficulty, pain and fatigue in Wu Xiaoli's tone, Wu Chong felt that the whole beating frequency of his heart had changed. The other side can't wait, and keeps wanting to move. If I move, Wu Chong will never be able to stay in Qian. He likes this place very much. I originally thought that if I really can't protect him, it would be good to let him stay here by himself. Qian will raise him up. I pray every day that God can hear my prayers, but perhaps I have done too many bad things and killed too many people. Even God is unwilling to pity me. The previous generation of the Wu clan fell under the control of Chu Qingming, and this generation is controlled by Chu Zixia. Generation after generation, when will it end? Xiaoli, if you are really tired, you can take Desert Rose and Wu Chong away. Grandma will naturally find a way to protect you. Grandma, you should never think of sacrificing yourself to protect us. I will not agree. There will be a way. There must be a way. Xiaoli, we all know that the Wu clan is at the end of its road. Rather than being an accomplice to the tiger, it is better to let the Wu clan's heritage fall forever, and end here.